Qin Yun had transmigrated to a world of beast taming, where everyone bonded with spirit beasts. It had been 18 years since his arrival, and he carried a mysterious system with him. However, the system required him to form a bond with his life-bound beast in order to activate it. In this world, every high school senior had one opportunity to enter a dimensional space upon graduation. Whether their destiny would soar or plummet depended entirely on the type of beast they bonded with, ranging from the lowly F-rank labor beasts to the almighty S-rank battle beasts. The gap between them was enormous. The teacher announced the opening of the dimensional portal, wishing everyone good luck. A mysterious black vortex appeared, enigmatic and unfathomable. Nervously stepping into it, Qin Yun felt a dizzying sensation. When he regained clarity, he found himself in the ancient beast hall. Around him, carvings of mystical beast patterns sprawled across the space, while endless darkness loomed in every direction. Everyone was instructed to stay put and wait for their fated beast to approach them. The entire process relied purely on luck, akin to opening a blind box. No one knew what kind of beast they might get. Just as Qin Yun sat down, a sudden croak echoed from behind him. He turned around, only to see an enormous toad staring directly at him. My lifebound beast is a toad. Qin Yun was dumbfounded. Still, at least it was categorized as a combat-type spirit beast. That was enough to free him from the dreary fate of a household labor beast. Suddenly, glowing runes appeared on the toad's body, lighting up with energy and enveloping Qin Yun in a flash. Ding! Congratulations, host. Lifebound beast contract successful. System activated. Overjoyed, Qin Yun immediately checked the system interface. Devour exotic beasts to spit out coins. Chance to spit other specialized currencies. Merge with the lifebound beast to upgrade it, enhancing the toad into the Golden Toad Divine Beast. This ability can be hidden or revealed as needed. Spitting coins has a critical hit chance, up to 10,000 times the base value. Qin Yun was stunned. To be able to generate the world's universal currency at will, this was nothing short of game-changing. Unable to resist, he asked the Golden Toad, "Can you spit revival coins too?" The toad rolled its eyes at him and croaked, "Croak." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. 1 free coin spitting attempt. The notification barely finished when the ordinary toad before him transformed into a dazzling golden toad. Qin Yun was utterly mesmerized. Seconds later, the golden toad opened its mouth wide and spewed a rain of gold coins, forming a mound that towered like a small mountain. Qin Yun glanced at the number of coins deposited into his inventory and froze in shock. 10 million gold coins. Meanwhile, other students were beginning to complete their contracts and exit the dimensional space. Senior Class 1, Xiao Erwo, Combat Type E-Rank, Cloud Swallowing Snake. Senior Class 4, Wang Ermu, Support Type D-Rank, Rainbow Butterfly. Senior Class 3, Han Xiaoli, Combat Type S-Rank, Heaven Devouring Worm. The crowd erupted into chaos. An S-Rank Heaven Devouring Worm. Our school is about to make history. I got an E-Rank Mining Mouse. I'm doomed to a life of digging. This is the worst. You think that's bad? I bonded with an F-Rank Pink Piglet. All it does is eat, and it's pink. How do I even show my face? Han Xiaoli, who came from modest means, instantly became the school star due to contracting an S-Rank beast. After forming a bond, every student received 1 free chance to draw innate abilities and lifebound skills for their companion beast. Advanced abilities and skills, however, required copious amounts of gold coins. Soon, Qin Yun exited the dimensional space as well. Senior Class 2, Qin Yun, Combat Type F-Rank Toad. Laughter erupted on the spot. Isn't Qin Yun the one who tried to woo the school belle, but got rejected? And now his beast is a toad? Ha ha ha. No wonder he dreams of eating swan meat. Facing the mockery, Qin Yun simply smiled, unbothered. Fools. A mere toad? This was actually a Golden Toad Divine Beast that could spew endless wealth. Senior Class 2, Lu Xiaoran, Combat Type SS Rank, Howling Moon Wolf. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. An SS Rank beast? Our school's about to soar to unprecedented heights. Qin Yun glanced back at Lu Xiaoran, and their eyes met. In her gaze, a faint look of disdain flickered. She scoffed before curtly addressing Qin Yun. Don't call me Xiaoran anymore. And stop bothering me. We're not in the same league. Watching her retreat with icy indifference, Qin Yun chuckled inwardly, thinking, worlds apart? You're right. With my 10 million gold coins, this is indeed a gulf no one could bridge. The teacher then announced the next phase. Everyone, bring your lifebound beasts forward. It's time to draw innate abilities and lifebound skills. The first draw is free. Additional draws are available for those who can afford it. Qin Yun eagerly awaited his turn, confident he would pull an unprecedented divine grade ability. On an elevated platform, The beast-taming instructors prepared the ritual formation with the sacred beast god stone engraved with intricate beast runes placed at its center. Once activated, the formation would allow students to draw abilities and skills for their contracted beasts. My lifebound beast is only D rank, but if I can draw a C rank ability or skill, I might still have a chance to turn things around. Fate plays a huge role here. With bad luck, no amount of gold coins can guarantee quality draws. The formation activated, and students began queuing in groups of 4 to test their fortunes. Zhao Dalai, C-grade innate ability. Xiao Erwo, E-grade innate ability. Bai Jie, F-grade innate ability. Yan Shi, D-grade innate ability. All these results came from the free first draw. On the field remained 3 individuals yet to take their turn. Han Xiaoli with his S-rank beast, Lu Xiaoran with her SS-rank beast, and Qin Yun. At this moment, both Han Xiaoli and Lu Xiaoran were surrounded by powerful figures and influential organizations, each vying for their favor by offering lucrative deals, benefits, and resources. Ultimately, after discussions with school officials and their families, Han Xiaoli joined the National Beast Tamer Corps, while Lu Xiaoran aligned herself with the premier Beast Tamer Guild. Both received massive financial backing to ensure they could draw top-tier innate abilities and skills. The Qilin Guild just offered Lu Xiaoran 1 million gold coins in funding. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. The entire crowd erupted in excitement. 1 million gold coins equaled a billion. Gold coins were rare and could only be obtained by slaying exotic beasts or completing missions. The Scarlet Scale Guild was already powerful, and now with Lu Xiaoran's SS-level beast, the Howling Moon Wolf, as long as her luck isn't terrible this time, she should at least draw an S-level talent. Looks like Qin Yun's completely crushed. He's not even queuing up. Can you blame him for being devastated? His lifebound beast is an F-level toad. Even his childhood friend is out of reach now. He doesn't even qualify to hold Lu Xiaoran's shoes. Qin Yun ignored the sneering remarks, silently thinking to himself, just wait and see who the real loser is. Everyone make way. Let Han Xiaoli and Lu Xiaoran draw their talents first. Backed by their wealth of gold coins, the two frantically drew talents until they were satisfied. Not long after, Han Xiaoli, talent successfully drawn, S-level Devour. The crowd was shocked. Perfectly matched with his Devourer bug, Han Xiaoli is set to soar, another Grandmaster-level beast tamer for the Great Xia dynasty. The head of the Beast Corps immediately reported to headquarters. S-level perfect compatibility talent, a Grandmaster-level genius, must be cultivated with full resources. The school principal beamed with joy. With a Grandmaster-level genius emerging from the school, national rewards were assured. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran's lifebound beast, the Howling Moon Wolf, suddenly erupted in a red glow, so dazzling that it obscured the entire magical array. Crimson Light, an SS-level epic talent. Perfect compatibility. Is this an SS-level talent? The big shots on site were all visibly moved, their eyes glued to the stage. When the talent mark appeared, the entire crowd fell silent. Members of the Scarlet Scale Guild burst into laughter. Haha, SS-level Heavenly Wolf possession. An epic tier genius, solidified. The rest of the crowd collectively gasped. This was a true, nationwide rare, epic-level genius. Han Xiaoli had been completely overshadowed but didn't harbor resentment. Quietly, he stepped back. The Scarlet Scale Guild wasted no time reporting to their president, sending his favorite son to personally welcome Lu Xiaoran to their ranks. Lu Xiaoran continued to draw her skills, going for 100 rounds in rapid succession. Only after nearly spending all her money did she manage to draw an S-level skill. Although it didn't achieve a perfect match, it was good enough for now. Her primary focus was on her talent. She'd gradually refine her skill set later. At this point, Lu Xiaoran looked down on her average classmates entirely. Even Qin Yun was beneath notice to her, and she had begun to grow tired of their so-called childhood friendship. Soon, as nearly everyone had finished drawing, Qin Yun slowly stepped onto the magical array. Going up now? Does he seriously think he could defy fate? Pitiful truly. Once childhood sweethearts, now she's a phoenix and he's a toad. Such a stark contrast. His family is so poor, but he can only afford the free pull. Not even worth watching. The corners of Qin Yun's mouth curved into a faint smirk as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. As he got into position, the Beast Godstone lit up and the talent panel materialized. The first pull was free. After that, each draw cost 100 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn an F-level talent. Bubble Spit. Trash talent. Without hesitation, Qin Yun paid for another draw. He selected the most extravagant option, a batch of 10,000 continuous draws at a cost of 900,000 gold coins. The talent roulette spun wildly. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn an F-level talent. Hardness. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn a C-level talent. Roar. Ding. Congratulations, you've drawn an SS-level talent, Blood Venom Body. An SS-level talent, extremely compatible with Toad-type beasts. Yet Qin Yun cancelled it outright and continued drawing. SS level? Please, he wasn't interested. His goal was an SSS-level talent, or even God tier. Gold coins were the least of his concerns. He only wanted the best talent possible. From the audience, what's Qin Yun doing? Still standing there as if praying will help. With how broke his family is, he probably can't even fork out the 100 gold coins per draw. As if a free draw would get him anything beyond F level. According to national regulations, all students were required to draw their talents and skills before they could participate in the beast-taming trials. Only after passing the trials would they be eligible to enter technical schools, guilds, or the military, provided they were accepted. Qin Yun, hurry it up, the teacher urged nervously. Some students were voicing their complaints, especially since she didn't want to upset the school belle, Lu Xiaoran. But Qin Yun remained unfazed. There were 2 other students still drawing beside him, so he wasn't in any rush. The talent drawing process was already in progress. No one could interfere unless he ended it himself. Confidently, he continued churning through batches of 10,000 draws, blowing through 900,000 gold coins every few minutes. Then, suddenly, the system notification. SSS-level talent, Myriad Venom Essence. A talent perfectly suited for Toad-type beasts. Across the nation, such a legendary talent was nearly unheard of. In the entirety of the Great Xia dynasty, only 4 legendary beast tamers had ever been known to possess one. But Qin Yun cancelled it without hesitation, continuing his draws. If news of this reached the public, it would cause an uproar nationwide. This was a super-tier talent, yet Qin Yun had abandoned it so decisively. Nobody could fathom his thought process. On his 5th cycle of 10,000 draws, the system sounded again, a thunderous announcement that rocked everything. Unique God-tier talent, Myriad Beast Divine Core. Qin Yun's heart raced in exhilaration. This talent could perfectly harmonize with any and every beast. Without hesitation, he confirmed his choice. The next moment, 7-colored divine light burst forth from the beast god stone, directly piercing the skies and enveloping everything in an endless aurora. 7 colors interweaved, and the images of countless exotic beasts materialized within the multi-hued glow, roaring and howling in an earth-shaking symphony. Onlookers froze in stunned awe as the scene unveiled before them. This was unprecedented. Even legendary beast tamers who had drawn SSS-level talents emitted only gold light. No one had ever witnessed such a phenomenon before. Everyone speculated. Could someone have drawn the legendary mythic-grade talent? Ever since the invasion of alien beasts on Blue Planet and the dawning of the 100-year beast-taming era, no one had truly acquired a mythic-grade talent. Some suspected that only by forming a contract with a divine beast could it be possible. But so far, the highest obtained level was only SSS grade. The government even attempted to have top-tier prodigies spend immense amounts of gold coins to try their luck in the draws, but every attempt ended in failure. Only SSS-grade talents had ever been drawn, but today, they might just witness a miracle. Speculations ran rampant about whether someone had drawn the mythic-grade talent, a classification unheard of before this day. A mythic-grade talent? How is that possible? Isn't that just a legend? How could someone possibly draw such a thing here? The leader of the Scarlet Scales Guild had heard of mythic-grade talents but refused to believe that such a thing could happen, especially since the students currently drawing were neither prodigies nor swimming in wealth. The radiant rainbow phenomenon swiftly disappeared, lasting only 10 minutes. Qin Yun spent over 10 million gold coins to complete 5 consecutive draws, and finally, a notification appeared showcasing the acquisition of the mythic-grade Super SSS talent. Infinite Devour. Infinite Devour, unique mythic. Passive, capable of infinitely devouring inanimate objects with no constraints. Active, upon activation, devours everything within range. Targets of the same level are instantly killed, while higher-level targets suffer 50% health damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Upon seeing this skill, Qin Yun was utterly flabbergasted. Instant kills on equal levels, massive damage across higher levels, with only a half-minute cooldown? This completely outclasses the usual SSS skills with a 3-minute cooldown. This is unbeatable. At that moment, everyone around rushed over to inquire what the 3 raffle participants had drawn. The first student revealed they had acquired a B-grade paralysis talent. The second shared that they had received an A-grade berserker talent. Both were clearly bewildered by their results. Naturally, all attention then shifted to Qin Yun. The crowd below began mocking. Qin Yun? What could he possibly draw? At best, something E-grade. If he somehow draws a mythic-grade talent, I'll eat my hat standing on my head. No one had any faith in Qin Yun. Qin Yun intended to keep a low profile, But the gold-toed divine beast's talent sigil automatically emerged, radiating brilliant, seven-colored light that stunned the entire crowd instantly. Ding! First mythic-grade talent drawn by the human race. Auto-reveal initiated. On the gold-toed divine beast's forehead appeared a complex, seven-colored rune. The entire audience was dumbfounded. It was undoubtedly the mark of a mythic-grade talent. The scene became chaotic as top-tier figures, including the likes of Muzibi, surrounded Qin Yun in awe. Overnight, he became the center of attention. Qin Yun had intended to suppress this though, but with the talent forcibly revealed, he was left with no choice but to publicly display its passive abilities. Fortunately, no one could see the active feature. Name: God of 10,000 Beast Spirit, LV0. Grade: Unique. Rarity: Mythic. Level: Tier 1, LV0, requires Talent Stone for upgrades. Effects: Passive: Beast Tamed health, defense, and speed are increased by 300%. Attack damage increased by 30%. Adds 10% lifesteal, 30% critical strike, 8% damage reduction, -8% control resistance, and 10% intimidation. Active: Unlocked upon activation, allows fusion with the beast to take on its form. Upon fusing with the Lifebound Gold Toad, unlocks 3 Beast God skills: Beast Array Diagram, Unique, Golden Toad Lotus, and Gold Coin Tempest. The form lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Whoa, holy crap. Amazing. It's truly a mythic-grade talent. Qin Yun must have accumulated incredible karma from his ancestors. The teachers and students were stunned beyond belief. Lu Xiaoran covered her mouth in disbelief, her expression envious and unwilling. Why him? It should have been me. Her jealousy was palpable, as she clenched her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Han Xiaoli was equally dumbfounded, quietly backing away. Even the senior-level beast tamers in the audience were struck dumb by Qin Yun's mythic-grade revelation. It was an existence that bordered on invincibility. What's more staggering, the effects displayed were just its initial capabilities. Upon advancing to a higher tier, the talent would become truly insane. Once the news was confirmed, Qin Yun officially became the first beast tamer on Blue Planet to possess a mythic-grade talent, effectively rewriting history. But what a waste of such incredible talent. Figures like Muzibi and others couldn't help stomping their feet, overwhelmed by heartbreak. Noticing their pained expressions, one bystander asked why they appeared so distressed. The principal stepped forward to explain. A beast tamer's rank determines the potential output of their talent. Qin Yun is only an F-rank beast tamer. With such a rare ability, he could barely utilize even 10% of its power. The crowd became silent. So, it's basically no better than someone drawing a C-grade talent? The principal nodded. Even with future improvements, it's still an enormous waste. This marked the unprecedented first appearance of a mythic-grade talent in history, yet it fell into the hands of an F-grade, mediocre beast tamer. How ridiculously lucky can one person get? Why wasn't it me? Maybe he just has an unusually high luck stat. What the crowd didn't know was that Qin Yun's true advantage wasn't luck, but his coin-spitting system. Without the system, he'd never be able to pull this off. One student laughed with scorn. We all thought Qin Yun could finally rise, but turns out it's just false hope. Qin Yun cast a cold glance at the mocking crowd, immediately shutting down the talent's information display. He had no interest in explaining anything. He alone knew that this trump card could never be exposed. Meanwhile, top government officials and legendary beast taming experts across the nation also caught wind of the situation. They too were crestfallen. If only Qin Yun weren't an F-rank tamer, they'd gladly invest all resources in nurturing him. But reality is often cruel. Will there never be a true top-tier genius from our Daxia Federation? One lamented. With alien beasts threatening the borders and an internal talent shortage in crisis, the Daxia Federation faced increasingly dire times, forcing them to reconsider future strategies. The only solace? Proving the existence of mythic-grade talents. Talent can truly be drawn, and this was etched in everyone's minds. Prepare to gather gold coins and train a super rookie. The country stepped in, and the talent-drawing turmoil temporarily subsided. A nationwide rookie trial was about to commence. A final reminder. The rookie trial comes with life-threatening risks. If you don't want to participate, now is the time to withdraw, the teacher sternly announced. Some students chose to withdraw, but the majority, enticed by the rewards, decided to persevere. Qin Yun, of course, wouldn't miss this opportunity. On one hand, he wanted to test his mythic-level talent. On the other, he wished to explore the coin-spitting system. Qin Yun staying in the trial was no surprise to anyone. After all, mythic-level talent promised powerful abilities, and safety was more or less guaranteed. At that moment, a young man with silver hair dressed in luxurious attire appeared, Qin Feng. He looked at Qin Yun with a cold sneer. Shi Yinfeng was the youngest son of the president of the Red Scale Guild and an epic-level genius who had ranked first in the last trial. The school belle, Lu Xiaoran, was cozily nestled in his arms. Lu Xiaoran seemed eager to curry favor with Qi Yinfeng, hoping to strengthen their relationship as quickly as possible. What's your problem? Qin Yun glanced at them with an air of annoyance. I'm Qi Yinfeng. You've probably heard my name before. Never heard of it. Qin Yun replied indifferently. Qi Yinfeng let out a frigid laugh. Soon, you'll know exactly who I am. I'm warning you, stop bothering Xiaoran. Otherwise, you and your entire family are as good as dead. Murderous intent flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. He could not tolerate threats to his family under any circumstances. However, he quickly subdued his intent, letting a faint smile appear on his face. You're an excellent stock villain, but honestly, a bit too cliché. Qi Yinfeng didn't quite understand his words, but Lu Xiaoran sneered at Qin Yun. We don't belong in the same world. You're not worthy of me. Even with your mythic-level talent, it's useless. My man is Brother Yin. You're done? Then move. Qin Yun dismissed them lightly, walking straight toward the trial's entrance. Qin Yun, how dare you be so ungrateful? Lu Xiaoran shouted, fuming. Qi Yinfeng coldly snorted. A lowly toad like you only courts death. The entrance to the trial was a spatial dimension portal through which students from all over the country would enter simultaneously. You'll be provided with 3 days' worth of supplies. The trial lasts for 3 days, and the beasts in the area won't exceed level 10. Do not venture outside the zone. It's extremely dangerous out there. Prioritize survival and try to hunt more beasts for a better ranking, the teacher instructed. As the portal activated, all the students were teleported inside. The next moment, Qin Yun found himself in an ancient forest. The sky was dim blue, with a mysterious planet in view and 3 suns hanging in the sky. The temperature was pleasant. This was the beast world. Qin Yun opened his panel. Name: Qin Yun, Apprentice Beast Tamer. Lifebound Beast, Golden Toad Divine Beast. Talent: Divine Essence of all beasts, Unique Mythic. Beast Skill: Infinite Devouring, Unique Mythic. Level: Tier 1, LV0. Health: 600. Beast Force: 200. Attack: 100. Defense: 240. Strength, Constitution, Spirit, Agility: 20, maxed at the start. Growth: plus 10 attribute points per level. The Beast Tamer's attributes were tied to their lifebound beast. If the beast died, the tamer was essentially crippled. Thus, every beast tamer fiercely protected their lifebound beast. Qin Yun's heart raced with excitement. Mythic level abilities were truly extraordinary, with all stats maxed. Now it was time to start capturing prey, and perhaps test out the coin-spitting system along the way. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed no one nearby, which meant the trial's teleportation process was randomized. Fine by him. Acting alone was easier. Suddenly, a purple-scaled snake appeared, about 2 meters long, its scales shimmering and a horn on its head. Purple-scaled snake. Level: Tier 1, LV1. Health: 50. Attack: 25. Defense: 20. Skill: Venomous Bite. The purple-scaled snake initially wanted to attack the Golden Toad Divine Beast, but it froze in terror under its overwhelming aura. The Golden Toad casually leaped and smashed into the snake, dealing -80 damage in a single strike, instantly killing it without even using any skills. The toad then activated its devouring ability, swallowing the corpse in one gulp and producing 10 gold coins, which were automatically stored in Qin Yun's inventory. Qin Yun observed the system. Ordinary beasts seemed to yield a fixed 10 gold coins each. Higher-level beasts, then, must give even more. Excited, Qin Yun, with his Golden Toad Divine Beast, began an all-out hunt, continuously grinding through beasts for coins. Devoured an ordinary purple-scaled snake, 10 gold coins. Devoured an elite purple-scaled snake, 30 gold coins. After killing over 100 snakes, Qin Yun faced a level 5 elite monster. He quickly leveled up to LV7, allocating all his attribute points to attack power. Due to his talent greatly boosting health, defense, and speed, focusing on attack power was the most efficient strategy. Through observation, Qin Yun realized the coin-spitting system determined rewards based solely on the level of the beasts. The higher the level, the more coins they yielded. However, he noticed that his Golden Toad Divine Beast only spat out gold coins. No other currencies appeared regardless of the situation. Just then, a much larger purple-scaled snake suddenly emerged from a cavern with fury in its eyes. It was the boss. Most of its underlings had been slaughtered. Purple-scaled snake, leader boss. Level: Tier 1, LV10. Health: 270. Attack: 150. Defense: 108. This boss was lethal for rookies. However, to Qin Yun, it posed no threat whatsoever. Its attack power of 150 wasn't even enough to break through his defense. Qin Yun smirked coldly. This would be the perfect opportunity to test his divine beast's powers against a boss. The Toad God Beast's new skill. The Golden Toad God Beast obeyed the command and immediately unleashed its innate beast skill, Infinite Devour. The Golden Toad opened its mouth wide, revealing a massive vortex that engulfed the entire trial grounds. The scene was so shocking that even Qin Yun was left in awe. All the students and other beasts were utterly terrified, thinking a high-level beast had descended. They were frozen in place, unable to flee. Even the prodigy Lu Xiaoran was too scared to move. In just a few seconds, all the beasts below level 7 were swallowed, and those above level 7 were left with half their health. The mutation happened and ended in the blink of an eye. Realizing there was no danger, the students rushed out and began crazily hunting the half-health beasts. The field became a chaotic frenzy. Meanwhile, Qin Yun's system notification flashed continuously. Ordinary beast swallowed, coins plus 10. Elite beast critical hit, coins plus 300. However, the other currency types didn't drop. Seemed the drop rate was indeed very low. Your level has increased to LV20. Qin Yun frowned. Despite such a large-scale attack, the leveling up speed wasn't as fast as he had hoped. The school had taught long ago that the higher the level, the slower the progress. The only way to level up quickly was to kill beasts of higher ranks. At this moment, the leader of the purple-scaled serpent was dumbfounded with fear. Its entire body trembled, and it didn't dare to move at all. Qin Yun distributed his points further, boosting the Golden Toad God Beast's attack to 1100. With just one claw, it could easily kill the 270 HP snake boss. Complete domination. Old Jin, finish it off. I'm expecting some rewards and other currencies. Qin Yun gave the command, and the Golden Toad swiftly smashed down with a single claw, killing the purple-scaled serpent leader. Qin Yun controlled the Golden Toad God Beast, who then swallowed the boss of the purple-scaled serpents in one gulp. Ding. Purple-scaled serpent leader swallowed. Coins plus 100. Ding. Special currency triggered. Bonus, revival coins x10. As soon as the notification sounded, the Golden Toad spat out a special green glowing coin. Name, revival coin. Effect, revives the user in a full health state on the spot, with 30% HP restored and 5 seconds of invincibility. Tradable, automatically triggered upon death. Cannot be used for actively reviving others. Qin Yun was overjoyed. This was the equivalent of gaining 10 extra lives. If he could collect more, he could ensure his family's safety. He was undeniably a tough character to take down now. He asked the Golden Toad curiously, "Does that mean you must devour bosses to have a chance of dropping special currency?" The Golden Toad rolled its eyes proudly, ignoring him. Seeing that the Golden Toad could spit out revival coins, Qin Yun became even more eager about what rare currencies it might produce in the future. At level 20 now, Qin Yun no longer fit in the beginner zone. He planned to challenge higher-tier beasts and strive to reach level 30 within 3 days while testing the power of the Beast God transformation. But first, he needed to get some decent equipment for the Golden Toad. He glanced at his inventory. With 6.9 million coins in hand, the Golden Toad had devoured countless beasts, activating an untold number of critical hits. He didn't bother counting. He only cared about getting more. He opened the Beast Taming Mall and selected the Beast Equipment page, only to find that as a Tier 1 apprentice beast tamer, he could only purchase Tier 1 gear. The best quality available was green-grade equipment, priced 10 times higher than the market rate. It was outright robbery. Noticing a treasure chest icon beneath the equipment listing, he clicked it open. Open for 100 coins. Chance to obtain Tier 1 equipment of green grade or higher, up to orange grade. Usable by level 30. No exclusive sets. 10,000 continuous draws get a 10% discount. Equipment goes directly to inventory. Overflowed inventory automatically discards excess items. Qin Yun was stunned. So this was another way to play. Worth it. Seeing the option to open treasure chests, Qin Yun didn't hesitate and went for it. 7 consecutive draws. Ding. Acquired LV30 white equipment. Clawblade. Iron armor. Wolf Fang Club. Ding. Acquired LV30 blue equipment. Azure armor. Blue water set. Star Iron Blade. Ding. Acquired LV30 orange equipment. Sun chasing necklace. Frost boots. Life armor. Roaring helm. Soon enough, Qin Yun had fully equipped the Golden Toad God Beast with 12 pieces of orange-grade gear, including weapons, body armor, boots, helm, a collar, rings, and accessories. The pile of equipment on the ground grew ever larger, and his inventory was overflowing. These items might have been treasures to others, but Qin Yun wasn't short on coins and didn't plan to sell them. Eyeing the Golden Toad God Beast, he asked directly, "Old Jin, can you swallow these pieces of equipment?" The Golden Toad opened its mouth and devoured all the gear strewn across the ground. Qin Yun stared at the golden toad with sparkling eyes, anticipating a pleasant surprise. But the golden toad merely swallowed the equipment without any noticeable reaction for several minutes. Its skin, however, gained a metallic sheen and became even more robust. Although it was disappointing that no coins were generated from swallowing the gear, Qin Yun noted the golden toad god beast's physical defense had improved significantly. Satisfied, he took the golden toad to continue hunting beasts and leveling up. Elsewhere, Lu Xiaoran, accompanied by her howling moon wolf, easily took down a severely injured venomous wolf. Her confidence soared as she aspired to break through level 10 within 3 days, aiming to claim the top spot among the newcomers. She also thought of Qin Yun, guessing he was probably only at level 2 now. Shrugging off the thought, she resumed her combat efforts. At this time, Qin Yun had ventured out of the forest, crossed the barrier, and stepped into the marshlands. The surrounding beasts grew excited upon seeing him, gathering to charge toward him. Qin Yun grinned widely. "Old Jin, time for a feast." With a single command, the golden toad god beast let out a loud croak, and the roar swept into the horde of exotic beasts, ravenously devouring everything in its path. The system notifications for gold coins popped up incessantly. Qin Yun laughed heartily as he collected the coins, eagerly hoping Old Jin might spit out other types of currency too. "Old Jin, you're too slow at killing. Use the innate beast skill as soon as it refreshes. Hurry up and hit level 30 so we can equip the gear and dominate the swamp together." Quack! The golden toad divine beast, voracious by nature, was brimming with enthusiasm and determination. Buzz! Above the swamp, a massive, abyssal vortex materialized. All exotic beasts below level 20 were instantly swallowed, and even those above level 20 lost half their health when dragged into it. The beasts screeched in agony, fleeing frantically from what was clearly the most ruthless adversary they'd ever faced. Quick, alert the Beast King. The level 25 exotic beast boss, terrified by the sight, didn't dare to confront them and fled at once. He knew only the Beast King could possibly stop this man and his terrifying toad. It's just a toad. How can it possibly be this fearsome? The boss's heart pounded wildly. Meanwhile, outside Longhu High School, influential figures from all corners gathered one after another. They were there to visit Lu Xiaoran's parents, bearing lavish gifts in hopes of forging connections with this legendary epic tier prodigy. "Honey, why are all these prominent people from TV showing up at our house?" Pan Tielian's face was filled with panic, while Lu Qing was equally dumbfounded. One of the dignitaries smiled and congratulated them. "Congratulations to you both. Your daughter has contracted an SS-tier beast and unlocked exceptional talents. She's a bona fide epic tier prodigy and has already been directly recruited by a 9-star guild. In the future, we'll count on your support." Another dignitary chimed in. "The nation is heavily supporting rookies this year. Entering the top 10 gets you gear, and the champion receives a full set of purple-grade equipment. This year, there are only 2 epic tier prodigies. Xiaoran has an excellent chance." Lu Qing and Pan Tielian stared dumbfounded for a moment before erupting into laughter. "We're about to hit the jackpot." They began to picture a life of luxury, mansions, gourmet food, travel, and national perks. Their dreams painted them as life's ultimate winners. "Brother Lu, congratulations." Qin Yun's parents also arrived, genuinely happy for Lu Xiaoran's rise to become an epic tier prodigy. After all, the two families had been childhood friends. But Lu Qing no longer felt the same connection and immediately asked, "Do you know what beast Qin Yun has contracted?" "Qin Yun? I heard he contracted an F-tier toad and was lucky enough to unlock a mythical tier talent. But his innate beast is so weak that he's still a waste," one of the dignitaries scoffed. The crowd was astonished, and Qin Yun's parents were left stunned. They never imagined their son, armed with an unprecedented mythical tier talent, would end up contracting only an F-tier toad. "Qin Ming, when did we become so close? Do you think we're equals now?" Lu Qing's tone turned cold, dismissing years of friendship completely. Their past camaraderie, the help they once offered, it no longer mattered. In Lu Qing's eyes, his daughter had soared far above them now, and their family was no longer on the same level as the Qins. He wanted nothing more than to sever all ties, even wishing that Qin Yun would never approach his daughter again. In his mind, Qin Yun no longer deserved her. Qin Shui could no longer hold back and lashed out. "What kind of parents raise that kind of daughter anyway? Lu Xiaoran is just a two-faced snake and isn't worthy of my brother." Pan Tielian instantly exploded. "Did you just insult my daughter? Don't think I don't know about you. Skipping school, disrespecting teachers. And after graduation, you didn't find a proper job and went around live streaming singing with a little dog, dressed all provocatively. Who's the two-faced snake now? It's obvious." Qin Shui trembled with rage. Skipping school had actually been to take on part-time jobs to help support her family. Her livestream singing was because her bonded beast was too weak, forcing her to rely on internet traffic for income. Yet, she had always walked an upright path. Her mother, Suhee, couldn't take it anymore. Kellyan, isn't it going too far for you to slander us in public like this? My daughter has always been upright and proper. Pan Tielyan, now emboldened by her newfound connections, retorted smugly. Everyone heard her insult my daughter first. With influential figures backing us, don't think we're afraid of you. Soon, the scene devolved into chaos. Backed by the powerful elite, the Liu family suppressed the Qin family completely. On top of that, Qin Ming and Suhee were fired by their boss. The Liu family is connected to high society now. Don't come back. Some even moved to ban Qin Shue's livestream account. Qin Ming, Suhee, and Qin Shue were left pale-faced, their livelihood effectively destroyed. Qin Ming lowered his head and begged Lu Qing. For the sake of old times, please help us out. Lu Qing responded coldly. Admitting defeat now, are we? You're on your own. With that, he and Pan Tielyan turned away, their paths surrounded by their affluent backers as they walked off to enjoy their luxurious lives. Meanwhile, Qin Yun continued his relentless slaughter of monsters in the swamp. Neither minor bosses nor major bosses could match the might of the Golden Toad Divine Beast. At this point, the Golden Toad leveled up to 30, fully outfitted in an orange-gray gear set, exuding a commanding presence. Its health and defense were tripled, its attack power off the charts, and it could one-shot any commander. Qin Yun couldn't resist checking his stats on his panel. Name: Qin Yun, Apprentice Beast Tamer. Bonded Beast, Golden Toad Divine Beast. Beast Taming Talent, Divine Spirit of all beasts, unique mythical tier. Innate Beast Skill, Infinite Devouring, unique mythical tier. Level, Tier 1, LV 30. HP, 23,100. Beast Power, 3,200. Attack, 5,350. Defense, Strength, 1070. Vitality, 770. Spirit, 320. Agility, 320. Luck, Hidden. Growth. After equipping a full set of Tier 1 Level 30 orange gear, Qin Yun realized the 300% health and defense bonus from his God tier talent. This bonus not only applied to his beast itself, but also extended to his equipment stats. With additional bonuses in the future, his stats would undoubtedly become more outrageous, truly living up to the name of being God tier. With his current attributes, Qin Yun could utterly crush any level 30 Beastmasters, and even dominate many Tier 2 beginner experts. Just then, a massive water pillar erupted from the swamp ahead. A three-headed giant serpent emerged, its entire body covered in glimmering golden scales, and the middle head adorned with a purple crown. Qin Yun's teacher had once mentioned that any beast capable of wearing equipment was incredibly powerful and best avoided. This three-headed serpent was clearly a boss-level beast. Qin Yun easily analyzed the serpent's attributes. Name: Demon Marsh Three-Headed Serpent, Padera Beast King Boss. Level: Tier 1, Level 30. HP, 4660. Beast Power, 1960. Attack, 3080. Defense, 1864. Skills: Poisonous Water Spray, Death Shockwave, Toxic Fog Corrosion. Judging by these stats, the serpent had likely equipped 1 purple tier item and 9 blue tier items to boost its abilities. There was no other explanation. As expected of a boss, its health was already nearing 1/5 of Qin Yun's own. The three-headed serpent roared in Qin Yun's direction, spouting unintelligible beast language, though Qin Yun couldn't understand it. His companion, the Golden Toad Divine Beast, didn't bother translating. Initially intending to attack, the serpent suddenly took note of the Golden Toad Divine Beast's attribute panel. 23,100 HP, 5,350 attack, 9,240 defense. It froze in shock, its mind going blank as it pondered where such a monstrous being had appeared from. These stats completely dwarfed its own. The serpent feigned nonchalance, attempting to sneak away. But there was no way Qin Yun would let it go. He ordered his companion to strike. The golden toad opened its mouth and unleashed its skill, Infinite Devour, instantly deleting the boss in a single move. Before dying, Padera cursed its underlings for failing to warn it. If only they had given it a heads up, it might not have met its end. Ding. Devoured Beast King Level Beast. Demon Marsh Three-Headed Serpent X1. Triggered 100x Lucky Critical. Spat out 300,000 gold coins. Ding. Triggered additional currency bonus. 30 resurrection coins obtained. With 30 resurrection coins in hand, Qin Yun was thoroughly satisfied and overjoyed. His guess was correct. Only by killing bosses did one have the chance to obtain other exclusive drops. The higher the boss level, the more spectacular the rewards. Upon discovering this, Qin Yun vowed to hunt down every boss he encountered. This decision would later become a nightmare for the bosses in the Beast Realm. I thought these bosses here would at least force me to activate my beast god form, but none of them can even pose a challenge to the Golden Toad. Qin Yun shook his head, feeling somewhat speechless. With the swamp beasts nearly cleared and his 3-day trial period approaching its end, Qin Yun decided to return the way he came. If he delayed his return, he would be trapped in the beast realm, and no matter how strong he was, death would be inevitable. After all, he was still just an apprentice beastmaster. Just as he finished tidying the battlefield and picked up the purple crown dropped by the 3-headed serpent boss, a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. Qin Yun looked up, and his expression changed. It was a Tier 3 Beast Emperor boss, the Demon Griffin. The Demon Griffin was part of the royal beast lineage. Born as a Beast Emperor, it would become a Tier 9 legendary beast upon reaching adulthood, with a body spanning over 1,000 meters. The appearance of such a massive creature here caught Qin Yun off guard, leading him to suspect that an even larger Demon Griffin might be nearby. But soon, Qin Yun's surprise turned into exhilaration. This was a perfect opportunity to test the power of his beast god form. Besides, with resurrection coins in his possession, there was nothing to lose by taking the risk. Excitedly, Qin Yun commanded, "Golden Toad, basic attack." The Golden Toad divine beast spat out a single gold coin, which gleamed as it shot through the air, striking the Demon Griffin high above. Though it caused little damage, the attack was a blatant provocation. Initially ignoring what lay beneath, the Demon Griffin became enraged upon being attacked. It was a member of the royal beast lineage. Who in their right mind dared to provoke it? With an overwhelming release of its aura, the clouds above scattered as the Demon Griffin finally noticed Qin Yun and the Golden Toad below. It was briefly stunned. Humans encountering it usually fled for their lives. Why was this newcomer attacking voluntarily? Fueled by fury, the Demon Griffin transformed into a bolt of black lightning and dove downward. It was colossal, boasting unrivaled defense and claws sharp enough to shred any equipment below orange tier quality. Among Tier 3 bosses, it stood at the pinnacle. The royal beast's equipment started at the epic tier minimum. Once fully grown, a beast fully adorned in legendary tier equipment was an unstoppable ruler. Thankfully, no such creature had appeared in recent years, or humanity would have faced extinction already. As the Demon Griffin charged closer, Qin Yun remained calm, even delighted. "Golden Toad, hold on for now. Let me whittle it down to half HP first. Then you can finish it with your innate beast skill." But the Golden Toad didn't move, rolling its eyes instead. 2 phrases appeared above its head. "Master, you need to combine with me to activate your beast god form. If I leave, how are you going to transform? And besides, your beast god form allows you to directly take this, my beast signature skill, BC." Qin Yun froze in shock, thinking to himself, "Master? BC? Old Jean is actually a female beast? What does this even mean?" Before he could make sense of it, the Demon Griffin lunged at him. Decisively, Qin Yun activated his beast god form. Instantly, Qin Yun and the Golden Toad divine beast erupted in a dazzling 7-colored radiance that was blindingly bright, forcing the Demon Griffin to retreat in alarm. As the light subsided, the Griffin beheld an awe-inspiring figure wreathed in flowing golden flames, a toad's eyes glinting with divine might, marked with divine patterns and imprints. A beast god. Impossible, this is a forbidden zone. But it quickly pieced the truth together. No, not an actual beast god. This was the humanoid form of that new human. Relieved, the Griffin roared in beast language, "Imposter. Stop pretending to be a deity. I'll kill you." At that moment, Qin Yun felt an unprecedented surge of power. His attributes skyrocketed to the peak of the first tier, and 3 newly attained beast god skills appeared in his mind. Confidence brimmed within him. Smirking, he retorted, "Imposter? Just wait. Don't start crying for your mom later." Without hesitation, he unleashed the skill, Coin Storm, opening his mouth to eject an overwhelming torrent of gold coins forming a brilliant tornado. This was merely its first tier effect. If upgraded to tier 10, the area of effect would be unimaginably vast. The Demon Griffin was stunned. How is this possible? He's only first tier. How can he unleash a beast skill of this magnitude? I'm third tier and still getting suppressed. The Griffin struggled to break free, but found it exceptionally challenging. Endless gold coins pelted its body, hindering its movements significantly. If it too had been first tier, it would have long been smothered within the storm. This was a beast god skill. A first tier being suppressing a third tier entity, it defied all logic. The Griffin grew more uncertain. This human rookie clearly belonged to the human race. So how could he transform into a beast god? Could his beast companion possibly be god tier? Frenziedly, it wrestled within the coin storm, while single-digit true damage values repeatedly appeared above its head. The damage might have been minor, but the sheer abundance of coins was relentless. If it couldn't recover health quickly, the exhaustion would eventually kill it. Initially, Qin Yun hadn't expected Coinstorm to truly suppress the demon griffin, given the difference in their levels. But the unexpected outcome amazed him. This beast god skill could indeed oppress a boss 2 tiers higher than him, and its true damage effect was incredibly potent. If not for the griffin's rapid regeneration, the skill alone might have slain it. Frustrated and enraged, the demon griffin launched a direct counterattack, activating its own beast signature skill, Devil's Storm Spear. A black flame tornado condensed into a massive black flaming spear, obliterating countless coins as the surrounding temperature spiked dramatically, causing marshland mist to billow and evaporate under its overwhelming power. Qin Yun sensed danger. He knew if that spear landed, his defenses wouldn't hold. But he had prepared for this moment. It was time to test his second beast god skill. Seeing its ultimate move lock onto its target, the demon griffin sneered. Beast's signature skills couldn't be dodged. No matter what Qin Yun tried, the spear would find him. A black flaming spear pierced through the coin storm in an instant, hurtling straight toward Qin Yun. At the critical moment, Qin Yun activated Golden Toad on Lotus, a god-tier defense skill that lasted for 10 seconds and only dissipated under heavy assaults. A colossal, Golden Toad's ethereal form enveloped and shielded him. The black flaming spear slammed into the Golden Toad's ethereal projection. A thunderous explosion resounded as black flames erupted in every direction. The Golden Toad's protective image gradually faded away, leaving Qin Yun unharmed, with only a slight fraction of his health reduced. The demon griffin was dumbfounded. It simply could not comprehend how a mere first-tier weakling could survive its most powerful attack unscathed. Coldly, Qin Yun counterattacked without restraint, releasing Myriad Beasts Array Diagram. This god-tier skill summoned a multitude of beasts to annihilate the enemy, encompassing a massive area with complex array patterns reminiscent of divine inscriptions seen on beast god stones. For the first time, the demon griffin tasted true fear of death. All of this felt absurd. This skill was like cheating, but in that moment, it had no choice but to resist with everything it had. The array diagram summoned an overwhelming tide of ancient ferocious beasts, each exuding terrifying auras. The demon griffin, witnessing the force mobilized against it, faltered in sheer disbelief. Countless beasts charged toward the demon griffin. The horde of ferocious beasts besieged the demon griffin relentlessly. The air was filled with roars, impacts, and shrieks of agony. Even Qin Yun stood in awe of the chaotic yet majestic scene. His thoughts churned. Is this the power of the myriad beasts array diagram? It's horrifying. If this skill reached its peak power, even gods would be helpless against it. After 10 seconds, the array diagram faded, and the coin storm dissipated as well. Suspended in midair was the severely wounded demon griffin, with one wing torn off and white bone exposed. Despite this, it still retained a third of its health bar, refusing to die, forcing Qin Yun to marvel at the vitality of bosses. The demon griffin let out a shrill cry, as if crying for help. Seeing this, Qin Yun wasted no time. He decisively activated Infinite Devour, instantly depleting the griffin's remaining health and killing it on the spot. Its death left behind an explosion of loot, including 3 pieces of equipment radiating with an epic red glow. Qin Yun was elated. However, a sharper screech echoed from afar. A colossal shadow approached aggressively. Looking over, Qin Yun saw a fully grown demon griffin flying toward him with immense fury. Wasting no time, Qin Yun picked up the loot and fled. But his speed was no match for a fully grown demon griffin, and it quickly caught up to him. Seeing its offspring dead, the adult demon griffin roared madly, unleashing an all-encompassing fiery storm that instantly obliterated the swamp. Qin Yun was killed in an instant. Ding! Resurrection coin activated. You have entered the resurrection space. Choose a revival node within 100 miles, or one will be assigned at random in 1 minute. Qin Yun reappeared in a unique black and white dimension. Observing the 1-minute countdown, he frantically looked for a revival location to choose. The adult demonic griffin wreaked havoc in reality, and hurriedly chose a direction far from the ferocious beast to revive. In the next second, Qin Yun reappeared at a new location with his status at 30% plus 5 seconds of invincibility. He immediately fled the scene, secretly relieved. The adult demonic griffin noticed Qin Yun's revival and reappearance, its killing intent surging as it began a relentless pursuit. However, Qin Yun returned to the trial grounds in time, activating the teleportation effect that blocked the attack. The enraged adult griffin, bursting with fury, spat out human words. Brat, don't think you'll escape alive. I will hunt you down to the human world and annihilate all of you. Before leaving, Qin Yun cunningly shifted the blame. If you have the guts, come to Sakura Country. Our strongest warriors are waiting for you. At this point, Sakura Country hadn't yet realized the calamity soon awaiting them. A massive invasion of exotic beasts ensued, plunging everyone into panic. Qin Yun, teleported back to his school, saw the other students still trembling with fear, some nearly bursting into tears, with Lu Xiaoran so terrified that she wet herself. The teacher quickly reported the matter and worked to calm the students. Only Qin Yun remained completely calm. He didn't linger long because the trial was equivalent to the high school graduation assessment. He merely needed to register his level and submit his preference for further studies. The country's ranking rewards held no interest for him, as his equipment and wealth were already inexhaustible. Qin Yun planned to return home first to improve his family's living conditions before considering anything else. Just outside the school gate, Qin Yun spotted his parents being humiliated by the Lu family. Lu Qing and his wife stood arrogantly, demanding that they kneel and apologize to regain their jobs. To protect their family, Qin Ming and Su He reluctantly started to kneel, but Qin Yun's angry shout interrupted them. Both his parents and older sister, Qin Shui, forced a smile, not wanting Qin Yun to know about the family's hardships. Qin Shui even asked with concern if Qin Yun had been hurt during the trial. Feeling the warmth of his family's care, Qin Yun's heart softened, but his anger remained. He questioned his sister about what had happened. From the disdainful attitudes of Uncle Lu and Aunt Pan, he roughly inferred that it had something to do with Lu Xiaoran. Su He hurriedly urged her son to go home, unwilling to elaborate further. However, Pan Tielian publicly issued a warning, commanding Qin Yun to cut all ties with Lu Xiaoran, threatening that only then would they help his family find jobs. Otherwise, they should abandon hope entirely. Qin Yun's face turned grim as Pan Tielian continued to mock him, belittling his family's future compared to theirs. Su He hastily persuaded her son to head home, worried he would suffer. Qin Yun knew that this wasn't the time to act impulsively. Resorting to violence might provide temporary satisfaction, but it would also bring endless trouble to himself and his family. Determined not to be reckless, Qin Yun nodded and replied to his mother, "Mom, let's go home. I have a huge surprise." Qin Shui looked puzzled while Su He directly pulled Qin Yun along, eager to prepare a good meal to celebrate her son. On the surface, Qin Yun smiled warmly, but his heart remained cold and resolute. He understood that mere wealth wasn't enough. He would have to grow stronger and gain power. Their home was a rundown house in the outskirts of Jinghai, neighboring Lu Xiaoran's residence. After dinner, his parents urged Qin Yun not to worry about the family and focus solely on filling out his further study preferences, promising to handle everything on their end. Although Qin Yun's contracted beast was an F-rank toad, he had drawn a divine-level talent card, making his overall potential comparable to a C-rank beastmaster. His parents even considered moving to avoid attracting attention, as divine-level talent was too conspicuous. Qin Ming reminded Qin Yun of the importance of patience and safety in the outside world. Qin Shui, claiming her fan base could still earn her money even after changing accounts, reassured her brother that she could cover his living expenses. She asked Qin Yun how many levels he had gained during the trial, as those above level 5 would receive national rewards. With a completely calm expression, Qin Yun answered, "Level 30. Qin Shui froze for a long moment before reacting, and the entire family was shocked. Qin Yun smiled as he explained, "Here's the surprise. I've kept this hidden. Actually, my toad is of mythical rank, but others can only see it as an F rank." Summoning the golden toad beast, he displayed its attribute panel. Only then did the family see for themselves the toad's absurdly overpowered stats, along with Qin Yun's full set of level 30 orange tier equipment. Qin Yun explained that the equipment and the golden toad's attributes were far beyond what ordinary people could obtain, leaving his family utterly amazed. So he asked where the equipment came from. Qin Shui, familiar with such matters from her streaming experience, pointed out that the max level of Trial Grounds monsters was only 10, rendering those items unexplainable. Qin Yun smiled casually. "I got these from treasure chests in the Beastmaster Mall." The three were dumbfounded. Each chest cost 100 gold coins, equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Where could their family have obtained that much gold? For an ordinary family, earning gold coins was nearly impossible since this currency primarily circulated among the rich and powerful. Qin Ming asked gravely, "Where did you get so many gold coins?" Stroking the golden toad beast, Qin Yun responded with a mysterious grin. "It can spit out gold coins." Stunned, Qin Shui gasped as Qin Yun demonstrated by producing several million gold coins on the spot. His family was left speechless. Qin Ming, finally at ease knowing that his son hadn't engaged in any illicit dealings, assured himself that the wealth truly came from the divine beast. Qin Yun then displayed 30 resurrection coins, distributing 10 to each family member. When they saw the item description, They were completely flabbergasted. Coins capable of revival. Qin Yun had thoroughly astonished them, leaving the family momentarily unable to process everything. After a long silence, Qin Ming and Su He advised cautiously, "Son, keep these resurrection coins hidden from others. They could bring disaster. Guard them well." Qin Shui chimed in sternly, "The gold coins and resurrection. Cryptocurrency must be kept secret. We don't need it. It's safer for you to keep it," his father insisted. But Qin Yun persisted. "Dad, Mom, Sis, you'll make me feel at ease by taking it. If danger arises, this currency could save lives. If you don't accept it, I won't feel comfortable. I've got plenty more." The golden toad keeps spitting it out. The three were convinced and reluctantly accepted the revival coins. Qin Ming asked seriously, "What are your plans from now on? Should we report the matter of the divine beast to the government?" Qin Yun replied, "I don't plan to report it. I'll wait until I grow strong. Whether it's exotic beasts or enemies, they'll have to fear me. I have lots of gold coins, so I don't need resources from the government. I can grow strong on my own." He didn't speak of how seeing his family being bullied today made him realize the importance of power and influence. He intended to establish his own Beast Tamer Guild, only recruiting those absolutely loyal. One day, he even envisioned founding his own nation. With enough gold coins, anything could be accomplished. Qin Ming was reassured. That's the right way to think. In today's world, the strong rule. Only by being strong yourself can you truly have security. Just follow your heart. I won't join any faction. I'm afraid exposure of the divine beast would bring risks, so it'll be safer for me to upgrade on my own. After the discussion, Qin Yun immediately transferred 6 million gold coins to his family and gave them all the unused purple tier equipment. Qin Shui could hardly believe her eyes. She had become a wealthy woman overnight. Returning to his room, Qin Yun lay on his bed, contemplating. He decided to start by contracting powerful beasts for his family. He planned to create his own force, prioritizing safety. His family's strength would need to improve as well. A beast tamer's lifebound beast is immutable and vital. Other beasts can also be contracted, but only under 3 highly challenging conditions. The first is the contract scroll, which can only be acquired through low probability drops from defeating bosses or looting treasure chests. It can't be bought directly. The second is an exotic beast egg, also obtained by opening chests or defeating exotic beasts, with similarly low drop rates. For these 2 conditions, he had gold coins. Opening treasure chests would suffice, making them relatively easy. The real challenge was the third. A beast tamer must reach the 5th tier, as only 5th tier tamers could use contract scrolls. His parents and sister were far from that level, with their current combat power being too low. The only feasible solution was to prepare top-tier gear and high-grade gems for them, along with some additional items. With these, they might be able to get through the early stages and reach the 5th tier smoothly. Having finalized his plan, he also resolved to buy his family a bigger house. After they moved into the new home, he would focus on completing his own advanced tier missions. The next morning, his parents made their stance clear. "We're not moving out of Jinghai City. Just find a better residence nearby. Leaving entirely is too risky." Qin Yun nodded in agreement. "In that case, we'll live in the best, Kaishan 18. Qin Shui was instantly overjoyed. Kaishan 18 was one of the top luxury villa communities in Daxia. It was populated by wealthy elites, boasted a beautiful environment, strong security, and even had a dimensional gateway with reliable beast-taming resources. Last night, Qin Yun had briefed his family about his plans and distributed the equipment. He hoped they would level up quickly. The 3 of them understood that with Qin Yun's unique abilities, as long as they reached Tier 5, they would have the potential to become legendary beast tamers. "I have to say, little brother," Qin Shui said gleefully, "all those times I spoiled you were completely worth it." Qin Yun chuckled and said directly, "Let's go." Ordinarily, civilians like them would never have been able to afford such a place, but with Qin Yun's divine-level talent, it was becoming difficult to remain low-key. Soon, all 4 of them arrived at the sales center for Kaishan 18. A female sales agent greeted them warmly the moment they entered. "Welcome. How may I assist you today?" Even Qin Yun was slightly startled. This level of service was indeed top-notch. They showed no sign of looking down on anyone, which explained why the Jiata Mall, Lucky Cat, beast-taming firm had become the #1 nationally. "We're looking to buy a standalone villa," Qin Yun said directly, not hiding his intentions. "Preferably one with a beast-taming training facility." The sales agent immediately jumped into her pitch. She explained that the villas were fully equipped, with experienced beast-tamer instructors visiting regularly. In addition, there was a private dimensional gateway exclusively for property owners to use for leveling up. The dimensional zones were clearly divided by difficulty level for guaranteed safety. However, if the residents chose to venture into other zones, the safety guarantee would not apply. "Please come with me to our VIP room to select a villa," she added. First-time buyers receive a 10% discount. Once in the VIP room, the sales agent provided a detailed introduction to the properties, unperturbed by any doubts about their ability to pay. Finally, she asked which villa they were interested in. Qin Yun quickly selected one. This villa has mineral deposits and a spirit plantation, perfect for my parents' beasts. His father's beast was a mining gerbil that only knew how to dig for minerals. His mother's beast was a bamboo mouse, good for nothing but nibbling on leaves and looking cute. Meanwhile, his sister's happy dog wagged its tail excitedly near his feet. The sales agent quoted the price. With the discount applied, that'll be 69.25 million yuan. Qin Yun calmly asked, "Can we pay in gold coins? I don't have enough cash on hand. Can I use Beast Tamer Market gold coins instead?" The sales agent was utterly stunned. Gold coins were as good as hard currency, but incredibly rare. Who could be so extravagant as to buy an entire villa with them? 69.25 million was equivalent to 692,500 gold coins. If sold to a major faction, these coins could easily be converted to at least 90 million or even 100 million in cash. But Qin Yun disliked the hassle of exchanging them. Paying with gold coins directly saved time. The sales agent immediately informed her manager and even reported it to headquarters. Headquarters personnel were equally shocked. "Are you sure these are genuine gold coins?" "Yes, absolutely." Such a customer was undoubtedly extraordinary. At this moment, the branch manager himself was fretting. His family ran a massive business, but they were constantly short on gold coins. His beloved daughter was nearing Tier 5, which required burning through even more resources. Gold coins. Hearing the news, someone bought a house with gold coins, 692,500 of them. The bank manager was overjoyed. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins would be rare, even for powerful factions, especially during such a critical time. What delighted him wasn't the money, but this esteemed customer. He instructed the branch manager to personally receive the client, provide a detailed report, and speculated whether it could be Qi Yinfeng or Xianyuan Jing of the Yanlong Guild. Both had been courting his daughter recently. Suddenly, a pink-haired mature woman in a pink combat outfit barged into the bank manager's office, exuding an undeniable aura, completely ignoring everyone around her. Su Tanner had sweet looks and a charming smile, but deep down, she was a battle fanatic. She was Su Wanjin's precious daughter, the eldest miss of the Fortune Cat Commerce Guild, 21 years old and single. "Dad, what's got you so happy?" Seeing her come back, Su Wanjin asked whether she'd completed her mission. Su Tanner answered casually, "The 5th-tier breakthrough mission? Easy." Su Wanjin was even more pleased and asked her to go and draw the lottery to obtain equipment. However, Su Tanner acted coy, saying it would require a lot of gold coins. Su Wanjin patted her hand and told her there was a big business deal involving hundreds of thousands of gold coins that she would handle, and if she succeeded, the money would all go to her. Hundreds of thousands of gold coins in a single deal. Someone bought our luxury villa. Su Tanner figured it must be one of the wealthy scions from a major faction, either Qi Yinfeng or Xianyuan Jing. But then Su Wanjin said it wasn't. It was an ordinary man named Qin Yun. How could a commoner have that many gold coins? Su Tanner was astonished. Soon, additional information arrived. Qin Yun was someone who had drawn a mythical tier talent but was paired with an F-grade lifebound beast. The intelligence system of the Fortune Cat Commerce Guild had already thoroughly investigated every detail about Qin Yun. A mythical tier talent paired with an F-grade lifebound beast was regarded by everyone as a waste. Su Wanjin attended a confidential meeting where a national genius cultivation plan was initiated, and Su Tanner was also supposed to take part. But now, Su Tanner was intrigued by Qin Yun. She expressed her intention to personally visit Jinghai City to take a closer look at Qin Yun and investigate the source of his gold coins. Su Wanjin admonished her that, even if she couldn't find anything, she must stabilize Qin Yun as an important client. In jest, Su Tanner asked if he was suggesting she use her feminine charms. Su Wanjin immediately denied it. "No one is worthy of you." His daughter was a peerless genius destined to succeed him one day. She wouldn't be interested in mere, ordinary people. Su Tanner confidently smiled as she departed. "A fresh graduate, little brat? Let's see how I handle him." She flipped her hair and strode out. At that moment, Qin Yun and his family of 4 were waiting in the VIP room. Qin Shui was growing impatient, feeling the wait was too long. Qin Ming and Su He, on the other hand, were worried that their son's large transaction might attract unwanted attention. Qin Yun had already explained to his family that he was intentionally playing the long game to attract attention, which would also allow him to focus on leveling up later without interference. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door to the VIP room was pushed open. Su Tanner strode in domineeringly and walked straight up to Qin Yun. Wearing combat boots and standing taller than Qin Yun, she exuded a commanding aura and had the striking appearance of an heiress born into wealth. Qin Ming, Su He, and Qin Shui were all taken aback, staring at her in surprise. Even Qin Yun was slightly startled. He hadn't expected the visitor to be so young, exuding a battle-ready temperament, and also thoroughly captivating. Are you Qin Yun? I am. And you are? Su Tanner, eldest miss of the Fortune Cat Beast Guild. I've come to meet you and finalize the deal. Qin Yun was a bit surprised. It happened to be the famous Su Tanner. She was the only genius of her generation to have contracted an SSS-grade lifebound beast and had countless admirers. Even Qin Feng couldn't win her over. Qin Shui leaned in and whispered, "Oh gosh, little bro, this one leaves Lu Shaoran far behind in the dust." Qin Yun. Su Tanner was efficient with her work. The moment Qin Yun transferred the money, she had the villa organized and ready, telling them they could move in right away. "Mom, Dad, Sis, you all go take a look at the house first. I need to have a quick word with Miss Su." Qin Shui teased with a grin. "Little bro, good luck." Qin Yun rolled his eyes. Su Tanner chuckled. "Your sister is quite amusing." Qin Yun cut straight to the chase, wanting to end things quickly and avoid further distractions. Su Tanner appreciated the directness and didn't beat around the bush either. "Qin Yun, younger brother, you traded in gold coins. Was it to attract the attention of the higher-ups in our guild? Be honest, what's your purpose?" Qin Yun stated bluntly, "With my mythical tier talent, attention was inevitable. My family, however, are just ordinary folk. I don't want them to be disturbed. Your Fortune Cat Beast Guild is strong, reputable, and reliable. I hope you can protect my family. In exchange, I will regularly sell gold coins to you. The quantity won't be less than today's." Qin Yun clearly recognized why he had chosen the Fortune Cat Beast Guild. Aside from their strength, their integrity and patriotism stood out. Even if they were tempted to target his gold coins, Qin Yun was unafraid. With revival tokens at the ready, no one could truly threaten him. Su Tanner studied Qin Yun, recognizing his straightforward nature, his unflinching attitude, and his resistance to succumbing to charm, which only piqued her interest further. Still, one thing puzzled her. How did Qin Yun, once from a poor family, suddenly come into possession of so many gold coins? Could the entire family have been putting on an act? If not for the intel suggesting otherwise. She suspected him tricking everyone when she saw his contracted beast was rated F-grade. "Where did you get the gold coins? Take your big sis along, will you? My strength isn't bad, you know." Qin Yun responded with a polite smile. Su Tanner adorably tapped her chin with her finger and suggested, "If you just tell me, big sis will help you level up and settle those people outside eyeing you." Qin Yun calmly retorted, "I won't talk about this. Either take the deal, or forget it." Su Tanner straightforwardly agreed. "Fine. Our Fortune Cat Beast Guild accepts." Qin Yun immediately pulled out a contract scroll. This type of scroll had a binding effect, and any breach of contract had severe consequences, ranging from level downgrade to outright incapacitation. "If there's no issue, sign here." Qin Yun extended the scroll. The terms were simple. The guild would protect Qin Yun's family, must not inquire into his secrets, and he would periodically trade gold coins with the guild. Su Tanner chuckled and remarked, "You're pretty cautious, well prepared even." Qin Yun replied indifferently, "You're no less capable yourself. Number one among the new generation of Xia Kingdom." Su Tanner signed her name with a smile, activating the contract. Qin Yun relaxed in relief. With his family's safety assured, he could proceed with his business worry-free. "From now on, just transact with me directly. No need for money. We can trade other resources. I'll let you know what I need then. Let's add each other as friends for easier communication." Normally, if someone requested to add her as a friend so presumptuously, Su Tanner wouldn't even bother. But this time, she had no choice but to oblige. "Don't bother me unnecessarily. If you message me, I might not reply." Qin Yun cautioned before settling his family's matters and heading directly to the mission hall in Jinghai City. Su Tanner watched Qin Yun's departing figure in a daze. Snapping back to her senses, she felt a pang of regret. She had initially been confident she could manipulate him at will, but now, it seemed the tables had turned. Clenching her teeth, she muttered, "If I can't deal with you, I can start with your family. I'll start with your sister." Her competitive spirit had been ignited, and she was determined to unveil Qin Yun's secrets. Meanwhile, Qin Yun ignored those tailing him and took a cab to the mission hall. Advancement tasks for Beast Masters involved a special type of Beast Deity Stone. It was said that the forefathers of Xia Kingdom had risked their lives extracting these from the world of alien beasts. Every major city only had one. The hall was bustling with Beast Masters looking to challenge the advancement tasks, though second-tier tasks were rarely attempted, as most were of lower levels. Qin Yun approached the counter. "I'm here for an advancement task." The woman at the front desk asked him to verify his identity. Beep. Identity verification successful. Xia Kingdom citizen, Qin Yun. There was no need to register. As long as someone was a citizen, they could take on the task. The advancement tasks come in 5 levels of difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, inferno, and death god. Upon completion, the all-attribute reward percentage varies. The lowest is 20%, the highest is 100%, with a base of 300 points. C-grade beast masters usually choose normal, B-grade, hard, A-grade, nightmare, and S or SS grade, inferno. As for death god difficulty, don't pick it. It's never been completed, and the number of people worldwide who've survived is very few. Qin Yun gave a slight nod. He then placed his hand on the beast deity stone. Ding. You meet the conditions for the second-tier advancement task. Please select the difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, inferno, or death god. Death god. The beast deity stone activated a swirling portal, pulling Qin Yun inside instantly. The receptionist froze in realization. That person just now was named Qin Yun? Could he be that Qin Yun with the mythical talent? She stared at the now empty vortex in puzzlement. Qin Yun reappeared in a massive, dilapidated temple. Stone pillars stood tall, and flickering torches cast eerie light, creating an oppressive atmosphere. He checked the map, which was blank except for fog and question marks, marking it as an uncharted forbidden zone. The Death God difficulty task was notoriously challenging, with nearly no successful attempts. Even world-class prodigies had perished trying to tackle it, leading the state to ban further challenges at this level. A Death God task related to some deity? Could actual deities exist in the alien world of beasts? Qin Yun pondered as he stared at the stone statue of a god. The mission prompt sounded. Task name: Trial of the Beast God. Difficulty: Death God. Objective: defeat the remnant spirit of the evil beast god within 3 days. Leaving the temple is prohibited. Failure will result in a 3-year ban on taking similar tasks. Hint 1. There is a temple guardian. Finding her might offer you assistance. Hint 2. The remnant spirit can create clones. You must defeat its true body. A 10-minute countdown began, seemingly to allow him time to find the temple guardian. But Qin Yun had no intention of searching. With his golden-toed beast, he could instantly obliterate any monsters below level 30. At that moment, behind one of the temple's stone pillars, a bewitching foxwoman appeared. Her skin resembled that of a human's, her fluffy tail swished gently, and she wore ceremonial attire. She was clearly an NPC. Mission-related NPCs were often humanoid creatures, akin to monsters. While they could reproduce, they were restricted by the rules governing their existence. The foxwoman, Billis, observed from the shadows. Should I help him? Otherwise, he might be killed by the evil god. Suddenly, Qin Yun's golden-toed beast transmitted its thoughts telepathically. Master, the temple guardian is hiding. Should I drag her out? Qin Yun was surprised. Huh? Golden girl, you can sense NPCs? Drag her out. He considered briefly before dismissing the idea. Ultimately, he trusted that his unreliable guardian beast had a sense of loyalty. To be continued. Of course. I'm the only type of mythical beast around here. Finding a hidden NPC? That's child's play. Huh. Qin Yun's eyes lit up, feeling like the golden toad still had many secrets up its sleeve. He decided to find some time later to study it more thoroughly. So, he ordered the golden toad to reveal the hidden NPC. He was curious to see what a mission NPC looked like. Thud. The golden toad leapt directly behind a stone pillar. Ah! A sharp scream resounded as Billy stumbled out in panic. Huh? Dodgy. The name instinctively popped into Qin Yun's mind. Standing before him was a foxwoman with pink tails. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the fabled Dodgy. She had a sultry, S-shaped figure, stood about 1.6 meters tall, possessed captivating allure, and had a gaze brimming with temptation. Her unique body scent filled the air around her. Name: Billy. Identity: Temple Guardian NPC. Race: Foxfolk Tribe. Talent: Eyes of Heavenly Charm, mythical. Signature Beast Skill: Pink Enchantment, mythical. Level: Tier 1, LV 30. Description: Invincible within the temple. Neither attacks nor can be attacked. Though her detailed stats weren't visible, her skills and gear alone were enough proof of her mythical status. Even her clothes were mythical-grade equipment, causing Qin Yun to feel a pang of envy. Yet, he clearly understood that obtaining such armor from her was out of the question. How did you discover me? Billy spoke in fluent human language, her tone delicate and filled with charm, her voice both sweet and mesmerizing. Qin Yun locked eyes with her and said, Answer one question of mine first, and I'll tell you. What question? What's required for a mission NPC to join a beast tamer? If you're willing to come with me, what are your terms? If he could recruit this god-tier NPC, it would definitely be a massive advantage. Billy's status was undoubtedly extraordinary, and she was at least as beautiful as Sue Tanner. You should worry about surviving first. The remnant spirit of the divine beast is immensely powerful. Your human tribe is no match for it, she retorted. But since you found me, I'll help identify the true form of the divine beast's remnant spirit and charm its minions for you. Billy had clearly seen through Qin Yun's intentions, but she didn't hold high hopes for him. After all, no one had ever completed a death-grade mission. It's a deal then. If I manage to handle the divine beast's remnant spirit, you'll come with me. Did you even understand what I said? If you keep acting like this, I won't help you anymore. The remnant spirit of a divine beast? That's nothing. Even a complete divine beast is no match for me, Qin Yun retorted with unabashed confidence. Billy was rendered speechless and fumed. Fine, then I'll just watch. If you can defeat it yourself, I'll go with you. Deal. Qin Yun was ecstatic inside. 10 minutes later, the entire temple suddenly began to shake. The statue being worshipped released a 7-colored divine radiance. The divine beast boss had finally appeared. The stone statue sprang to life. It had 8 heads, each displaying eerie malevolence. A sinister aura filled the air as its multicolored crimson eyes made one's heart race in fear. Name: Hydra God of the Forest of Fiery Seas, Hybra, Boss. Level: 30. Health: 28,000. Beast Power: 14,800. Attack: 14,000. Defense: 11,200. Talent: Divine Rupture, Mythical. Talent Effect: all attributes plus 200%, recovery plus 300%, all attacks inflict burn effects, immunity to fire-based damage, debuff resistance minus 5%, divine pressure plus 10%, can actively split into 9 clones with identical attributes. Upon destruction, clones regenerate at full health. All abilities, except for the Signature Beast skill, are shared. Signature Beast skill: Death Breath, Mythical. Effect: combined breath attacks from 9 heads, dealing massive area-wide lethal damage. Beast techniques: Dark Regeneration, Sea of Black Flames. Description: once the ruler of the Forest of Fiery Seas, Hybra was slain in battle 10,000 years ago. Its remnant spirit was sealed within the Hydra Temple, awaiting rebirth. Is this the strength of a mythical tier boss? The stats are incredible, Qin Yun exclaimed. He admitted to himself that even without mythical beast taming talents, he still fell short of standing against this monster. Especially its talents and signature beast skills. Those alone made it a peerless foe at its tier. Billy offered a kind warning. This boss can also utilize the temple's effects to summon its minions. Are you sure you don't need my help? Concerned for Qin Yun's life, she hesitated to intervene, but ultimately stayed on the sidelines as he insisted on going it alone. All 9 heads of Hybra converged and fixed their gaze upon Qin Yun with a cruel laugh. It's been countless years since a beast tamer triggered my divine mission. By consuming you, I can be reborn. Don't worry, I'll swallow you whole so you won't suffer long. Hybra now had an enormous form, nearly 100 meters tall. Scales densely covered its body, and its claws could shatter the temple floor. This was merely its remnant spirit state. Qin Yun ignored its hideous smirk, instead focusing on the gear adorning one of its claws, radiating a 7-colored glow. His hopes soared as the potential for top-tier loot loomed ahead with victory. We'll see who devours who, Qin Yun sneered coldly. Such ignorance, Hybra spat. You'll soon come to understand divine might. Confident as ever, it prepared to demonstrate its extraordinary strength. I've decided to take you with me. Rewards, or whatever, they're nothing compared to my own decisions, Qin Yun said firmly, his voice carrying an unshakable confidence. Billis was stunned. Throughout countless years, she'd witnessed her fair share of people and events, greedy, calculating, those who give and take in equal measure. But someone as straightforward, yet resolute as Qin Yun? That was a first. It touched something deep inside her. Are you really sure you won't regret this? She couldn't help but ask again. Qin Yun smiled faintly. I've never regretted a single decision I've made. As he finished speaking, he casually waved his hand. The divine restrictive forces surrounding them instantly dissolved into harmless streams of air, vanishing as though the impending threat of destruction moments ago had been nothing but an illusion. Billis bit her lip before nodding resolutely. Fine. If that's the case, I'm willing to become your contracted beast. But I hope you'll prove worthy of my trust. Don't worry. I'm fiercely protective of my own. Qin Yun replied with a playful glint in his eye, extending the contract token toward her. Without hesitation, Billis infused her power into the contract. A pale blue light blossomed between them, finally solidifying into markings that engraved themselves onto her forehead. Looking forward to working with you, Billis. Qin Yun smiled as the pact was sealed, marking the moment she officially became his partner. Ding. Billis successfully contracted. Obtained high-tier divine beast partner. Eye of Destiny, Billis. Though her expression remained calm, Billis was growing more impressed. This young human wasn't only powerful, His character far exceeded her expectations. But Qin Yun didn't linger on the moment. He merely glanced upwards at the fading divine radiance in the sky, a faint look of amusement flickering in his eyes. Let's go. This advancement mission isn't over yet. We've got a bigger stage ahead to conquer, he said, his gaze steady and filled with determination. Trailing behind him, Billis pondered quietly, just how far can this person go? Could he truly be the miracle-making beast summoner of humankind? From a distance, the golden-toed divine beast let out a satisfied burp before lazily leaping onto Qin Yun's shoulder, adjusting itself with a stretch. It seemed intrigued by the journey ahead. The new chapter of their story was only beginning. At that moment, I knew you wanted to leave. We had an agreement. I kill the boss, and you'll come with me. So, you must come with me. Qin Yun decisively gave up the god-tier rewards. Billis was shocked and deeply moved. She hadn't expected Qin Yun to actually forego the rewards for her. What she didn't know was that, in Qin Yun's eyes, those rewards were not as valuable as she was. The godly equipment on her was already a reward. The beast technique divine stone was useless for a big spender like Qin Yun, and even the divine beast egg wasn't something he coveted. Qin Yun was confident there would be plenty of opportunities ahead. He could also open his own beast egg treasure chests. Taking everything into consideration, Qin Yun decisively chose to take Billis with him. At that moment, Qin Yun was enveloped in a glow of advancement. He had completed the Grim Reaper level advancement task and received a reward of 300 attribute points, which significantly enhanced all his stats. These high-difficulty advancement tasks were the reason why the gap between Beastmasters became so vast. This was why countries placed such immense importance on talented Beastmasters. In just a few seconds, Qin Yun's health surged past 30,000, and his defense exceeded 10,000. This was the advantage of high-difficulty advancement tasks. What should I call you from now on? Billis tilted her head to look up at Qin Yun, unable to hide her shyness. In her eyes, Qin Yun was shining with brilliance at this very moment. Now that the contract was in effect, she would never be able to betray Qin Yun for the rest of her life. He could control her as he pleased. My name is Qin Yun. You can call me however you like. Oh, by the way, can you retract your tail? It might attract too much attention outside. Yes. With a slight twist, Billis made her pink tail disappear instantly, making her indistinguishable from a regular person. You can enter the beast space, right? Of course, now that there's a contract. I'm just like any other beast. With that, she slipped directly into the beast space, where she found herself alongside the gold-toed divine beast. Billis was startled the moment she saw the gold-toed divine beast. Wow, you're a divine beast too. Croak. The gold-toed divine beast raised its head proudly, saying, from now on, I've got your back. Soon, Qin Yun returned after completing his advancement task. The receptionist at the front desk saw him return and sighed, offering words of comfort. Don't be discouraged if you didn't pass the task. Just prepare well and try again next month. Qin Yun, however, smiled happily. Thank you. The receptionist returned his smile. But once Qin Yun left, she checked the task records out of curiosity and was shocked. A Grim Reaper level advancement task? And he actually passed it. She hurriedly reported it. As Qin Yun left, he noticed someone was tailing him, but he didn't care. His family was well protected, and there was no need for him to tread cautiously anymore. At this point, a giant bird descended, and Lu Xiaoran along with Qi Yinfeng jumped down from it. Qin Yun briefly frowned but quickly relaxed again, speaking with a calm confidence. Here for an advancement task? I just completed a Grim Reaper level task. Now I'm planning to relax at Heaven on Earth. The two were stunned, then glanced at each other with shared amusement, thinking he must be crazy. Heaven on Earth was the city's largest, most luxurious club. Regular people couldn't even dream of affording it. At that moment, Su Tanner walked out from the mission hall. She had secretly tailed Qin Yun out of curiosity about the advancement task he had taken. Su Tanner. Qi Yinfeng froze in place. Su Tanner, dressed in a form-fitting black dress that highlighted her slim waist, with long, fair legs that were both alluring and elegant, and her pink hair adding a sweet charm, instantly overshadowed Lu Xiaoran, the campus beauty, just by standing there. Su Tanner paid no attention to Qi Yinfeng or Lu Xiaoran. Instead, she walked straight to Qin Yun and took his arm. Little brother, let's go have some fun. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow and agreed with a smile. All right. The two got on a top-tier hovering airship and left, leaving Qi Yinfeng and Lu Xiaoran stunned where they stood. Shock, anger, and jealousy all showed plainly on their faces. Qi Yinfeng snapped out of it and stormed into the mission hall, demanding from the receptionist. Was Qin Yun just completing an advancement task? The receptionist girl, startled, nodded vigorously. Yes, and he completed a Grim Reaper level advancement task too. The two were utterly dumbfounded, with Lu Xiaoran nearly losing her balance. Soon after, They learned that Qin Yun had purchased a top-tier villa and even had a beast organization protecting his entire family. Lu Shaoran was thrown into a panic, an overwhelming sense of jealousy and rage welling up from within. Why could he reach level 30 in a single day? How could he complete a Grim Reaper-level task? These opportunities should have belonged to her. She consoled herself. Qin Yun was just ridiculously lucky. His primary beast was still an F-grade toad. The ceiling was right there. No matter how lucky he got, he was just a toad. She completely ignored the fact that completing a Grim Reaper-level task was far beyond the realm of luck. Meanwhile, at the Lucky Cat Beast Organization headquarters, Su Wanjin, with a cigarette clamped between his teeth, exhaled a cloud of smoke as he received word from his daughter. He had sensed something unusual ever since Qin Yun bought the villa. If not for his daughter wanting to make contact with Qin Yun, he would have already assigned people to tail him. By his side, Su Tanner's mother, Serena, spoke up. I've told you before. The rules of Blue Planet have yet to fully unfurl. By logic, pulling a mythic-level talent card shouldn't be possible. Qin Yun being able to achieve that, could he really be ordinary? I suspect his beast isn't as simple as it appears. Perhaps he's the child of the world. He chooses to keep a low profile because there's a great secret hidden within him. He doesn't rely on the state because he can grow strong on his own. This solitary path is his safest choice. The domestic environment isn't absolutely secure. Western superpowers are all keeping watch. Should they discover this, they'll surely assassinate Qin Yun. The Yun family. Selena, with unparalleled intelligence, was the mastermind behind the operations of the Fortune Cat Beast Guild. Su Wanjin merely held the forefront position as a figurehead. Su Wanjin nodded. You're right. We must strengthen the protection of Qin Yun's family. Selena added a reminder. Spies from various countries are everywhere, and they'll soon find out about Qin Yun. So it's better to take control of the narrative. Announce that he completed an advancement task and say his high level is a result of Beast Guild's guidance. That will explain the level disparity and also bind his image to ours, forming goodwill. Once again, Qin Yun was under national attention, rendering assassins cautious about making any rash moves. Selena suggested giving Qin Yun a slot for cultivating new talents and letting Su Tanner take him to the state training program. Su Wanjin agreed and immediately decided to move forward with the plan. On board the airship, Su Tanner scrutinized Qin Yun with a sour tone. Oh my, heading to heaven on earth? What about the infamous beauty number 66? Qin Yun could only force a bitter smile. I've never been there, he said. Su Tanner snorted, turning her head away. Reluctant, Qin Yun requested Su Tanner to escort him to the guild hall. Su Tanner hesitated and asked, You're not trying to create your own guild, are you? Qin Yun responded with a silent grin, though his plans were already set. On the Blue Star, most high-level exotic beasts had overrun the lands, while low-level monsters were cleared long ago, making it unsuitable for newcomers to level up. Qin Yun could only venture into low-level maps of the exotic beast world. However, visiting territories controlled by others wasn't an option, so he'd need to establish his own guild to freely level up without worrying about exposing his location. Arriving at the guild service hall, Qin Yun stated directly that he wanted to create a guild. Su Tanner was slightly surprised. She knew establishing a guild was no easy feat, with only 3 possible methods. First, obtaining a guild token, which involved killing a Beast King-class boss, a task with near-impossible odds. Second, capturing a territory in the exotic beast world and holding it for a month, also exceedingly difficult. Third, purchasing territory with enough gold coins. High expenditures could secure a large map. Qin Yun gave a cryptic smile without explaining further. The staff detailed the 3 methods for creating a guild and reminded him that a minimum of 3 members would be required to defend the first wave of exotic beast invasions to successfully establish the guild. Without hesitation, Qin Yun paid in gold coins and activated the Beast God Stone, initiating the guild creation process. In the dimensional space, resembling a gaming guild hall, a female NPC welcomed him. The NPC had translucent wings and a luminous white dress, resembling a pixie. Hello, I am Ares, the guild creation NPC. Please choose your creation method. Cash payment. A massive map immediately expanded, displaying all purchasable territories in the exotic beast world. Level 1 map, Dreamy Marsh, 1 million gold coins. Level 2 map, Blackbone Forest, 10 million gold coins. Level 9 map, Terror Demon's Nest, 100 trillion gold coins. Level 10 Forbidden map, Sea of Fire Forest, 1 quadrillion gold coins. Ares explained that the higher the map level, the more challenging the exotic beasts. Upon purchasing a map, the guild establishment would require defending against an exotic beast invasion. Qin Yun checked his remaining balance. All household funds aside, he had 32.57 million gold coins, just enough for a level 2 map. Can I upgrade to a higher level map later? Qin Yun queried. Yes, but the guild must meet the level requirements, and an upgrade fee will apply, the NPC replied. Relieved, Qin Yun promptly selected Blackbone Forest. The map included a subterranean entrance to the level 9 Terror Demon's Nest, offering a direct route to higher challenges in the future. Others might be intimidated, but Qin Yun wasn't concerned. With resurrection tokens, he was free to take risks. Ding! You spent 10 million gold coins to purchase the Blackbone Forest map. You can now designate any coordinate to establish your guild. Zooming into the map, Qin Yun selected a location near the nest's entry point. Ding! Coordinate confirmed. The NPC handed him a dimensional teleportation stone. Within 3 days, find at least 2 teammates. Use this teleportation stone to enter Blackbone Forest. You must successfully defend against an exotic beast invasion to establish the guild. During this process, all members' levels and equipment will be suppressed to Tier 2. Returning to the real world, Qin Yun found the teleportation stone in his hand. Su Tanner quickly realized that Qin Yun had already purchased the map, leaving only the last step to establish the guild. You spent money? What level map did you buy? Su Tanner asked. Level 2. Qin Yun replied candidly. Su Tanner was stunned. A level 2 map required 10 million gold coins. So Qin Yun was this wealthy? No wonder he purchased property with such ease and confidently negotiated partnerships. Unexpectedly, Qin Yun asked, "Want to know where my gold came from?" Curious, Su Tanner nodded emphatically. Qin Yun gave a sly grin. "Join my guild. Once I reach Tier 5, I'll tell you." Su Tanner hesitated, looking at Qin Yun intently. Meeting her gaze, Qin Yun squinted his eyes and deliberated. Finally, Su Tanner nodded, agreeing to join the guild but adding a condition. "I want my freedom. Unless it's a major matter, I won't interfere with anything else." She wasn't overly concerned about Qin Yun's level, planning to rely on money to power herself up later if needed. Qin Yun agreed immediately, urging her to proceed to the guild territory. "Now? Don't we need 3 people?" she asked. "You'll see soon enough." Su Tanner muttered to herself, finding her younger brother increasingly enigmatic. Ignoring the attention of bystanders, Qin Yun nonchalantly activated the dimensional teleportation stone, instantly vanishing with Su Tanner in tow. Loss. The two appeared at the guild's starting village within the Blackbone Forest. The village was protected by earthen walls, and outside gathered a large number of Tier 2 beasts, the highest level only reaching LV60. The village was safe, but upgrading a guild to turn it into a large city took a tremendous amount of money. Guilds without steady funds would find it difficult to reach level 5. Su Danner summoned her SSS Tier 9-tailed violet-eyed cat demon, but due to level suppression by the rules, it had been restricted to Tier 2, LV60. Reaching Tier 5 so rapidly was impressive. For ordinary people, achieving this might take over 10 years. Qin Yun sighed in admiration before summoning Bai Li Si. According to their contract, she was part of the team. Bai Li Si greeted him with a soft and sultry "Brother Yun." Su Danner was stunned. She hadn't expected their ally to be an NPC and, even more surprisingly, one subdued by Qin Yun. A faint irritation stirred in her. She thought Qin Yun was rather unrestrained in his affections. Qin Yun turned to Bai Li Si and asked, "The guild needs to hold off the beasts. Are there any restrictions on your abilities?" Bai Li Si responded, "I can only use supportive skills, no attacks. I can help you charm the beasts." Relieved, Qin Yun instructed, "Just protect Su Danner. Leave the beasts to me." Bai Li Si obediently stood beside Su Danner. Clearly displeased, Su Danner huffed. "Who needs your protection? These Tier 2 beasts are no match for me. I can take them down in seconds." Pouting, she added, "Watch me showcase the power of a peerless genius." When Qin Yun heard this, he immediately realized she had misunderstood, but it was too late to explain. As soon as the three grouped up, the system notified them that the beast invasion had begun. The village's protective barrier vanished in an instant, and countless beasts prepared their assault. Su Danner, excited to demonstrate her SSS tier innate beast skill, barely began to declare her prowess when Qin Yun's golden-toed beast initiated its skill, swallowing all the incoming beasts in one gulp. Su Danner was completely stunned. A toad just swallowed 1,000 beasts in one gulp? Isn't this an F-tier beast? Why is it more outrageous than an SSS tier? She suddenly recalled her father's warning. There was no way this toad was as simple as it appeared. It was highly likely to be a disguised divine tier beast. A skill capable of abyssal devouring like this couldn't belong to a mere low-tier creature. It was undoubtedly mythical level. As Qin Yun listened to the chiming notification of coins being credited to his account, he simultaneously noticed a new swarm of beasts approaching. He was well aware that the beasts would keep coming continuously for 3 hours. Qin Yun turned to Su Danner. "You handle this wave of beasts," he said. intending to have the Golden Toad beast focus on swallowing creatures to earn more money. Sue Danner pushed aside her doubts and mounted the nine-tailed violet-eyed cat demon, ready to display her valor. Charging into the horde, Sue Danner's cries soon pierced the air. So unfair. There's a Tier 3 beast mixed in, and a Tier 3 beast king boss. Given her Tier 2 strength, facing off against a Tier 3 boss was already a struggle, let alone with additional smaller enemies swarming her. Despite her remarkable talent, she barely managed to carve a bloody escape back to the village. But her nine-tailed violet-eyed cat demon was surrounded and killed in the onslaught. Just as Qin Yun was about to have Bai Li Si save the fallen cat demon, Sue Danner stopped him. No need to help. My beast isn't so easy to kill, she declared. But almost immediately, the cat demon was entirely dead. As if they prepared to quip sarcastically, both Qin Yun and Bai Li Si looked on in surprise as the nine-tailed violet-eyed cat demon suddenly activated a resurrection effect, coming back to life fully restored and retreating to the village. Smirking, Sue Danner explained that her innate beast skill was the SSS Tier 9 Lives technique. During the skill's duration, her cat demon could enjoy 9 lives, allowing it to fight with unparalleled recklessness. Qin Yun realized this was merely a skill effect and not a true resurrection. He was far from impressed. Smiling, he said, "Sister Danner, let me handle this wave." Once again, the Golden Toad beast leapt into action. Qin Yun triggered the Infinite Devour skill again, refreshing it, swallowing all but the Tier 3 beasts. It leaped into the horde of weakened creatures, effortlessly obliterating them. Even the Tier 3 Beast King's attacks were incapable of breaking the Golden Toad's defenses. Sue Danner was astonished. Is this level of defense even possible? Qin Yun merely smiled without explaining. Ever since the Beastmaster rules came into effect, others could only view the level of someone's battle beasts, not their attributes. All Sue Danner could see was that the Golden Toad was a mere Tier 2, LV30. She couldn't possibly fathom its overwhelming defensive capabilities. A Tier 2 creature ignoring attacks from a Tier 3 boss? What kind of F-tier toad was this? Sue Danner fully conceded. She even began to suspect that Qin Yun's ability to subdue an NPC also stemmed from this beast. Before long, the Golden Toad annihilated the horde. Witnessing Qin Yun's power, Sue Danner resigned herself. Little brother Qin, big sister will just sit back and watch, okay? The notoriously combative Sue family's eldest daughter had admitted defeat, a truly surprising sight. 3 hours later, no more beasts arrived, and the protective barrier was restored, preventing any further intrusions. Qin Yun sounded almost disappointed. Only 3 hours? If it lasted longer, the Golden Toad could have devoured more beasts, and I'd earn more coins and revive tokens. Sue Danner rolled her eyes. Internally, she ranted. You think it's too short? Everyone else would wish it didn't even last 3 minutes. At that moment, the system notified them. Congratulations on defending the guild territory. Guild creation successful. Please name your guild. Qin Yun had long thought of a name and decisively entered it. Shanghai Pavilion, Mountain, and Sea Pavilion. The system confirmed, displaying rewards. Guild tenure for 10 years. Barrier protection, shielding against all beasts. Killing beasts grants a 10% bonus on experience, with higher guild levels providing additional bonuses. Rewards include a level 1 teleportation array for the map, allowing teleportation anywhere within the Blackbone Forest at the cost of 10 beast cores. Upgrading it will enable usage on more maps. Besides the guild hall, 3 basic facilities are included: buff acquisition, trial dungeons, and the guild warehouse. Guild positions come with attribute bonuses. Guildmaster gets plus 10% to all attributes, Vice Guildmaster plus 7%, Elders plus 5%, Elites plus 3%, and Ordinary members plus 1%. Inside the guild territory, recovery and skill cooldowns are boosted by 10%. Rewards include a dimensional passageway, allowing instant return to the Blue Star world. Note: guild upgrades depend solely on coins. To max out the 3 facilities, the member count must also meet the requirement. Qin Yun opened the guild panel. Name: Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Level: members, 3. Star upgrade requirements: 3 facilities at level 2, member count x5. Benefits: Qin Yun looked at his own attributes again. All stats had increased by 10%. Though it wasn't much right now, if the guild reached 10 stars, it would mean a 100% increase. Combine that with his divine level talent, and his stats would skyrocket. No wonder everyone aimed to join high-rank guilds. The bonuses were highly enticing. Qin Yun clicked on the trial dungeon interface. Members could only access it once per week, featuring beasts corresponding to the guild's level. It was safer than the outside world, with no fear of ambushes by higher-tier beasts. It was perfect for guild activities. Smiling, Qin Yun turned to Sue Tanner and said, "Sister Tanner, as we agreed, join my guild." Once I reach the 5th tier, I'll tell you the source of my coins. No problem, but I want the Vice Guild Master position. Deal. Qin Yun immediately added Su Tanner to the guild and appointed her as Vice Guild Master. No one could raise objections to her qualifications. Afterward, Qin Yun also brought Billis into the guild and made her an elder to guard it. The guild allowed one guild master and one vice guild master, but it could have multiple elders. A one-star guild was limited to 3 elders and 30 elites. Su Tanner confidently asked, "Do you want me to help recruit people and fill all the spots?" No need for now. Qin Yun was decisive. He would only accept people he could absolutely trust. Qualifications didn't matter. To filter members, Qin Yun spent 5 million coins in the Beast Tamer Mall on a special item, the guild contract rune formation. It allowed him to set up to 5 contract terms. Anyone who didn't meet them would be rejected. Most guilds found it too expensive and impractical, but Qin Yun thought it was worth it to guarantee loyalty among members. Ding! You spent 5 million coins and successfully purchased a top-tier guild contract rune formation X1. Su Tanner was shocked. You spent 5 million on a rune formation? Are you insane? Just how many coins do you have? Enough. Ding. Please set the contract. A maximum of 5 terms is allowed. Qin Yun immediately set the terms. Absolute obedience to the guild master, absolute loyalty, kindness without being overly benevolent, honesty and reliability, and team spirit in facing external threats. From now on, only those who meet these contract terms will be allowed to join the guild. Qin Yun placed the contract rune formation in the guild hall. Su Tanner frowned. Your requirements are too strict. Most people won't pass. Relying on me to recruit won't be appealing. Qin Yun agreed. Recruiting members required attractive benefits. He remembered the 3 unidentified epic grade items in his bag. They could become the guild's treasures. But identifying them required skilled beast tamers with the appropriate talents, as well as identification scrolls. Scrolls were easy to handle, available in the mall. The challenge was finding a beast tamer. Qin Yun smiled at Su Tanner. Sister Tanner, doesn't your family have specialized appraiser beast tamers? Can you introduce one to me? What for? To appraise 3 items. What kind of items? 3 pieces of epic grade equipment. How do you have 3 pieces of tier 3 epic equipment? Su Tanner was utterly stunned. Epic grade items were second only to legendary equipment and extremely rare. As the daughter of the wealthiest family in the beast taming business, Su Tanner herself only owned 2 pieces of epic gear. But Qin Yun casually pulled out 3, which was unbelievable. At first, she assumed Qin Yun had obtained them from treasure chests. Yet, he was only at tier 2, making it impossible for him to access tier 3 loot. The only plausible explanation was that he had hunted down tier 3 bosses, at least beast kings, if not beast emperors. She couldn't help but recall information about the end of the newcomer trials, which mentioned the violent rampage of an adult demon griffin. Coupled with the epic equipment Qin Yun now possessed, Su Tanner started to suspect he might have killed the young demon griffin, triggering the subsequent chaos. She directly asked Qin Yun if he had hunted the tier 3 demon griffin during the trial phase. Qin Yun froze for a moment and didn't answer directly, merely telling her to guess. Su Tanner was sharp enough to confirm her suspicions. Though it seemed ludicrous, a tier 1 novice killing a tier 3 beast emperor, the truth was undeniable. Inwardly, Su Tanner became even more curious about Qin Yun and pressed him on how he accomplished such a feat. Qin Yun. You'll know in time, he replied with a faint smile. Su Tanner quickly stopped probing further and switched the topic to business. You need equipment appraised? Come, I'll take you to meet a master appraiser. Qin Yun nodded in agreement. The two returned to the guild hall of Jinghai City. Su Tanner made a quick call and assured him that a senior appraiser would arrive shortly. Qin Yun decided to head home, first to await his family, intending to recruit them into their guild to meet the upgrade requirements. Before long, an elderly man arrived. Su Tanner introduced him. This is Old Bai, the designated appraiser for the Lucky Cat Beast Guild, a 9th-tier powerhouse. Qin Yun was taken aback. To have summoned a 9th-tier legendary appraiser like Old Bai with just a phone call clearly demonstrated the power of status. Old Bai carried no pretensions. His demeanor was kind-hearted, and he directly inquired if Qin Yun was the widely discussed owner of a mythical class talent. Qin Yun responded politely. Old Bai complimented his poise but remarked that his bonded beast being only an F-tier toad was rather unfortunate. He then added that he only appraised equipment above the orange tier. Without hesitation, Qin Yun brought out 3 pieces of epic-grade equipment along with 3 appraisal scrolls. Old Bai was surprised. He had appraised countless items in his career, but rarely encountered epic-grade items. To see Qin Yun present 3 at once was extraordinary. No wonder Su Tanner had specifically asked him to come personally. Old Bai summoned his bonded beast, a white-striped sky mouse. A 9th-tier SSS-grade beast with both identification and X-ray vision skills. also at SSS grade. Using the appraisal scrolls, Old Bai examined the 3 pieces of epic equipment. Each emitted a dazzling red glow: the Demon Griffin's feather, the Demon Ring, and the Blazing Fire Boots. All were gear for Tier 3, level 90. Su Tanner immediately recognized the items as trophies from Qin Yun's hunt of the Demon Griffin. However, since Qin Yun's bonded beasts couldn't use them for now, he decided to store the equipment in the guild's warehouse as showpieces. Curious, Qin Yun probed Old Bai, asking what it would take for him to join their guild. Su Tanner stood dumbfounded, worried her hard-won appraiser might be poached. Old Bai chuckled and said he had pledged his life to the Lucky Cat Beast Guild and would not join another. Qin Yun pressed further, asking, "What if I were to give you mythical-grade equipment to appraise in the future?" At that, Old Bai's stance changed immediately. If Qin Yun could really present mythical-grade equipment, he agreed to be available anytime. After Old Bai departed, Qin Ming, Su He, and Qin Shui returned from their leveling adventures, their excitement evident. Seeing Qin Yun and Su Tanner seated together, they beamed with glee. Qin Shui teased Qin Yun, saying, "So efficient. Had I known, I wouldn't have hurried back so soon." Su Tanner took her joke in stride, and the two women quickly struck up a rapport. Su Tanner enjoyed the warm atmosphere of Qin Yun's family, as it reminded her of her own. Qin Yun promptly clarified, explaining their discussion was merely about recruiting guild members. "A guild?" they asked. "I just founded a new guild. To level it up, I need to gather enough members. Even having money alone isn't enough," Qin Yun explained. Hearing this, Qin Shui was astonished. "Brother, you've already pulled off something new in such a short time. Dad, Mom, Sis, you all can join the guild now. I'll appoint you as elders," Qin Yun offered. "We're just novice beast tamers focusing on lifestyle skills. We don't have combat capabilities. If you make us elders, the others will surely protest. Just let us be regular members," Su He gently declined. "Mom," Qin Yun replied with determination, "once you reach the 5th tier, I'll find you bonded beasts with a minimum SSS legendary grade rating. Then no one will dare question your elder status." Seeing Qin Yun's confidence, Su Tanner chimed in. "Qin, little brother, how about giving me a legendary beast as my mount?" Qin Shui interjected playfully. "As long as you stay in Qin Yun's guild, not just one, but even 2 legendary mounts wouldn't be a problem. Right? Let's talk about it later," Qin Yun replied, a bit helpless but unable to refuse outright. If Tanner was willing to stay in his guild, he'd nurture her. For now, though, his focus remained on self-improvement. With his family now integrated into the guild, Qin Yun guided them to the guild's territory, ready to upgrade the 2-star guild and continue leveling up. Ding. Upgrading Buff Redemption Station to LV2 for 30,000 gold coins. Ding. Upgrading Trial Dungeon to LV2 for 30,000 gold coins. Ding. Upgrading Guild Storage to LV2 for 30,000 gold coins. Each infrastructure upgrade costs 30,000 gold for now, but the next tier will cost 60,000, doubling each time. To max these facilities at level 10 would require tens of millions of gold, he murmured, calculating the steep costs. For most guilds, aside from top-tier factions, accumulating such vast resources was an impossible feat. Moreover, upgrading the main guild hall cost 10 times more than basic facilities. To reach a 10-star guild, over 100 million gold would be required, not even accounting for requirements like repelling beast invasions or member composition. It was rumored that the leap from 9-star to 10-star guild required a special certification, a hurdle that had stumped every 9-star guild in the world. Ding. With LV2 infrastructure complete and 5 members, the main guild hall can now be upgraded. Excitedly, Qin Yun initiated the upgrading process. Ding. Upgrading main guild hall to LV2 for 300,000 gold coins. Please gather members to fend off a beast invasion within 6 hours. Beasts will arrive in 30 minutes. Qin Yun grinned. The system had triggered a mandatory beast invasion. Although defeating them yielded no loot or experience, the challenge lay purely in the success of their defense. The process, otherwise, relying solely on these 2 ways of exotic beasts would allow him to easily level up to 50. It doesn't matter. Treat it as gold farming. Mom, Dad, Sis, stay still and stand next to Bilious. She will protect you. I'll handle the exotic beasts. It was then that they noticed there was another girl in the guild as stunning as Su Tanner. Both Su He and Qin Shui were struck by her beauty. "Little brother, who is she?" "Someone I recruited upon completing a task," Qin Yun replied. The NPC was now an ally. Her name was Bilious, a mythic grade NPC. What? Mythic grade? Su Tanner was dumbfounded. She had always thought the best Bilious could be was legendary grade. She never expected her to be mythic grade. But wasn't Qin Yun doing a death god level advancement quest? This was outrageous. You didn't seriously take on a Death God level advancement quest, did you? Sue Tanner widened her eyes in disbelief. Of course, how else could I have recruited Bilius? Qin Yun replied calmly. Sue Tanner covered her mouth in astonishment. Globally, no one had ever completed a Death God level quest. Previously, only the captain of the Beast Legion had attempted it, nearly losing his life in the process. He had even warned the nation against attempting Death God level quests, which had since been labeled as taboo. Yet Qin Yun not only completed it, but did it with ease. If this news got out, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Sue Tanner quickly sent a message to her father, asking him to handle the matter discreetly. On Su Wanjin's side, he was discussing guild upgrades with his wife when he received the news and became elated. Qin Yun completed a Death God level quest. He immediately decided to suppress the news for now, ensuring Qin Yun's growth wasn't disturbed. At the same time, Qin Yun was single-handedly defeating over 10,000 exotic beasts, earning a pile of gold, nearing the 40 million mark, with 3,610 revival coins in hand. However, despite his mythical gold-toed beast having reached the second tier, it had yet to produce a new currency category. It would likely require consuming a stronger boss to do so. At this moment, a gigantic one-eyed, blue-armored boss appeared. One-eyed Beast King boss. Second tier, LV 60. HP, 22,880. Attack, 8,840. Defense, 18,304. Trait, Thick Skin SS. Signature Beast Skill, Massive Club Swing, SS. Others, Explosive Strike, Stomp, Iron Hide, Roar. The one-eyed beast roared arrogantly, declaring that exotic beasts were the true rulers of this territory. A minute later, the boss was sprawled on the ground, stunned. Its single eye was filled with disbelief. I maxed out defense stats, and even wore epic equipment. How is it that his beast-taming skills bypass my defenses? Before it could continue grumbling, the mythical gold-toed beast devoured it. Still, no new currency type appeared. Ding. Successfully fended off an exotic beast invasion. The guild has been upgraded to 2-star. Opening the panel, Mountain Sea Pavilion, 2-star, 6 members. The next upgrade would require Tier 3 infrastructure and 15 members. Guild benefits had increased by 10%, and the guild leader's stats gained an additional 20%, pushing Qin Yun's HP close to 40,000. Sister Tanner, recruiting new members is up to you. Bilius will personally conduct the assessments, Qin Yun instructed before continuing onward. He decided to sweep the Blackbone Forest of exotic beasts to level up to 60 quickly. Mom, Dad, Sis, let's go. I'll power level you rocket style. Will it affect your leveling progress? Sui asked with concern. Not at all. My signature beast skill has a massive range. It won't impact me at all. The sooner you all reach the 5th tier, the sooner I can help you become legendary beast tamers and build the strongest guild. Whatever my son says, we'll follow. Qin Ming declared resolutely. Mom, little brother's skills are insanely strong. We'll be just fine. Qin Shui added excitedly. Sui nodded in agreement. Qin Yun led his family to level up. Sue Tanner wanted to join in, but since she was already 5th tier, the exotic beasts here no longer gave her experience. She decided to focus on recruiting members instead. As for her level, she wasn't in a hurry. She could advance with the country's next plan. In the depths of the Blackbone Forest, several exotic beast bosses were gathered, discussing the situation. A human beast tamer has built a powerful guild, and all our invading comrades have been slain. We need to call for help from higher-tier exotic beasts. The Darkbone Ape Beast King refused to accept this outcome. If he dares step out of his territory, I'll crush him. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a terrifying suction force swept across them, siphoning away half their HP. No, it's that psychopathic beast tamer. Terrified, the bosses fled in panic before even seeing him. The Darkbone Ape scooted off too, leaving others to flee in a scattered mess. Every time Infinite Devour went off cooldown, it was unleashed. The mythical gold-toed beast launched it over a dozen times, practically wiping out the entire Blackbone Forest. For creatures level 30 and up, none survived more than 2 volleys. Coupled with the guild's bonus, Qin Yun was leveling up at a frenzied pace. Ding. Level up to LV 31. Ding. Level up to LV 40. Ding. Level up to LV 60. Ding. Maximum level reached. An advancement quest is required to continue leveling. Little brother, I've hit max level and need to take an advancement quest, Sue Tanner announced. Son, we've all reached max level, too, Suhi added. Qin Yun smiled. Then let's clear the advancement quest together. First, let's gear up. He started opening treasure chests like crazy until every family member had a full set of LV60 orange grade gear. Only then did he stop. Now that everyone was level 60, they could immediately equip the new gear. They swapped out their purple gear for orange sets. Pretend. Their attributes skyrocketed, effortlessly handling ordinary and even difficult missions, and they had revival coins as insurance. Qin Yun distributed an extra 100 revival coins to each of them, enough to last for a while. Qin Yun himself equipped a level 60 orange tier set, causing his stats to surge. He fed the surplus low-level equipment to Golden Girl to enhance her defense, while purple tier and above gears were stored in the guild warehouse as starter gear. When Sutanner checked the warehouse notifications, she was astonished to find over 1,000 purple tier and several hundred orange tier items added. There was no longer any concern about recruitment. This was a massive lure. She found herself increasingly unable to understand Qin Yun. Before long, Qin Yun's family arrived at the advancement hall in Jinghai City to prepare for a new mission. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the sky, glass shattered, the ground trembled violently, and everyone was alarmed. Something's wrong. Beast invasion. The highest tier alert echoed across the city as beast tamers were scrambled for an emergency defense, while civilians evacuated to shelters. Many elites tried to flee but were met with a despairing notice. A 9th-tier legendary Beast Emperor boss is disrupting the space. Only the advancement mission tunnel remains functional. All other teleportation is disabled. Panic set in. How could a 9th-tier legendary boss appear? In the past, the highest-level beasts to invade were only 8th tier. This time it was straight to 9th. If the boss truly descended, humanity wouldn't stand a chance, not even if 5 legendary beast tamers joined forces. At this moment, a translucent black barrier appeared above Jinghai City, sealing off all dimensions and communications. Leaving was impossible unless for those taking on advancement missions. The earliest rescue efforts would need at least 2 hours. Subsequently, dense black vortices materialized as swarms of beasts poured in through the passages. Some people collapsed in despair. This scale was unprecedented. The only good news was that, as of now, the 9th-tier boss itself had not appeared. It was merely sealing off Jinghai City, and the rules still prevented the boss from acting directly. Mayor Han Tianlei summoned the city's war veteran, Elder Mu. Elder Mu called upon his SS-tier epic beast, the Jade-Eyed Sand Eagle, bracing for a final showdown. Meanwhile, the Kyoto Monitoring Center issued an emergency alert. Jinghai City is experiencing a rapid surge in beast energy. Beast invasion, highest tier fluctuation level 7, and the appearance of a 7th-tier beast boss. The monitoring officer immediately reported, "Notify the National Beast Corps for assistance." "Sir, it's impossible to teleport to Jinghai City. The space is sealed off." "How can that be? To block the entire city? Could this be the work of a 9th-tier Beast Emperor boss?" No one anticipated the beast's strength surging to such heights. "Dispatch the army on forced marches now. We must reach Jinghai as quickly as possible. There are over 1 million citizens there." Upon confirming the involvement of the 9th-tier Beast Emperor, 3 of the 4 legendary beast tamers of Great Xia were mobilized. The supreme commander of the National Beast Corps, Yu Xinghua, needed to maintain his post in Kyoto and couldn't leave. Within Jinghai City, all major guilds urgently orchestrated their defenses. Longtime feuds and rivalries gave way to collective action at this moment of crisis. At the same time, beast invasions erupted in various locations worldwide. In Sakura country, the entire nation succumbed. An 8th-tier Beast Emperor boss, the demonic Griffin, ravaged cities, slaughtering on sight and reducing an entire city to ruin in the blink of an eye. Despair engulfed Sakura country's citizens. In Jinghai City, Qin Yun instructed his parents and sister to accept advancement missions so they could avoid danger. "What about you?" "I'll stay behind. But you're only 2nd tier. You can't possibly stop the beasts." "Mom, I have a large supply of revival coins. I'll hold out until reinforcements arrive." Sui tried to persuade him further, but Qin Ming intervened. "Our son is grown up. It's time we let him prove himself. Take care. If you're captured by high-tier beasts, even revival coins won't help. Don't worry, no one can catch me." Qin Ming's family took on a high-difficulty mission and retreated into the mission space. Qin Yun turned to Su Tanner, asking if she could handle herself. Su Tanner scoffed, "Worry about yourself. There are so many powerful enemies. You won't last." Qin Yun simply smiled and said no more. He opened the Beast Tamer Mall. Originally, he had planned to draw beast skills after reaching Tier 3, but the urgency of the situation forced him to act now. He also had to upgrade his talents right away. Quickly, he spent his money on talent stones. A single tier, 1 talent stone cost 100,000 gold coins, and upgrading to level 30 required 3 million coins. You've spent 3 million gold coins to purchase 30 tier, 1 talent stones. Qin Yun then spent 6 million coins to buy 30 tier, 2 talent stones, directly upgrading his talent again. Ding. Tier, 1 talent stone consumed. Talent +1. He swiftly leveled up to 30, switched to tier, 2 talent stones, and continued upgrading, climbing directly to level 60. Ding. Talent cannot surpass your current level. Please increase your level to continue upgrading. Opening the talent panel, he saw Beast Sovereign Spirit, Unique Mythical Tier, Tier 2 LV60. Stats: Beast Tamer's health, defense, and speed plus 600%, damage plus 60%, lifesteal plus 20%, critical chance plus 60%, damage reduction plus 16%, control resistance plus 16%, intimidation plus 20%. Capable of merging and awakening 3 Beast God skills, with a combat form lasting 30 seconds and a cooldown of 9 minutes. Qin Yun was astonished. His stats had doubled, and the cooldown period had significantly shortened further. Levelly translated. Minutes, stronger than a 5th-tier Beast Master. Then, he began madly drawing Beast skills, spending 900,000 gold coins for continuous 10,000 draws. Drew S rank, Earth-Shattering Slam. Drew SS rank, Venomous Toad Tongue. Drew SSS rank, Blood Poison 1,000 Miles. After 10 consecutive draws, the strongest skill was only SSS rank. Qin Yun wasn't satisfied and kept drawing. Finally, the Golden Toad Blade Slash, mythical rank, was in his hands. This skill, when paired with a weapon blade, delivers a full-range lethal slash, instantly killing targets below 10% HP, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Each rank upgrade increases the execution threshold by 5%. Must learn. Lifebound Beast learned Golden Toad Blade Slash. Qin Yun wanted to continue, imagining the sight of the toad clad in a cloak while wielding a blade. So cool. He kept spending and, with one enormous 10,000 draw, managed to pull 4 mythical rank skills: Divine Poison Storm, Toad Diagram Protection, Golden Toad Divine Flame, and World-Shaking Technique. He could only learn 3 skills, so he decisively abandoned Divine Poison Storm. Gold Storm was already enough. No need to waste a slot. Lifebound Beast learned Toad Diagram Protection. Lifebound Beast learned Golden Toad Divine Flame. Learned exclusive Beast skill, World-Shaking Technique. He checked his skill stats. Toad Diagram Protection Mythical Rank, Tier 2 LV60. Upon activation, summons a Divine Toad Formation Diagram for wide area protection, defending against attacks and regenerating allies. Restores 2% HP and Beast Energy per second for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Gains 1% additional recovery for each rank upgraded, restoring 2% full recovery in 50 seconds. At 10 tiers, restores 10% per second, full recovery in 10 seconds, and still lasts half an hour. This is a divine ability. Golden Toad Divine Flame Mythical Rank, Tier 2 LV60. Upon activation, spews Golden Divine Flames for area of effect attacks, ignoring defenses with plus 30% critical hit damage and true damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Gains an additional 15% critical hit damage for each rank upgraded. Perfect for suppressing half-health exotic beasts. World-Shaking Technique Mythical Rank, Tier 2 LV60. Upon activation, stuns all enemies within range for 2 seconds. Guaranteed hit for enemies of 2nd tier or lower. For higher tiers, decreases probability by 10% per tier difference. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Gains an additional second of stun duration for each rank upgraded. Can stun for up to 10 seconds at 10 tiers, enough to turn the tide in critical moments. With 4 divine skills in hand, Qin Yun's confidence surged. He would never allow exotic beasts to ravage the lands of Daxia. At this moment, Qin Yun's stats were off the charts, far surpassing the average 2nd-tier Beastmaster. Qin Yun, Junior Beastmaster. Lifebound Beast, Golden Toad Divine Beast. Beastmaster Talent, Divine Spirit of All Beasts, Unique Mythical Rank. Lifebound Beast Skill, Infinite Devouring, Unique Mythical Rank. Level, Tier 2 LV60. HP, 113,040. Beast Energy, 9,840. Attack, 13,000. Defense, 45,216. Strength, 2,600. Physique, 1,884. Soul, 984. Agility, 984. Luck, Hidden. Growth. Equipment, Full Tier 2 LV60 Orange Gear. Exclusive Beast Skills, Golden Toad Blade Slash, Toad Diagram Protection, Golden Toad Divine Flame, World-Shaking Technique. With over 100,000 health, he surpassed most 5th-tier exotic beasts. The 6-fold multiplier from his unique mythical rank talent made his growth even more exaggerated. Qin Yun was ecstatic. At Tier 10, that would be a 30-fold multiplier. Wouldn't that make him a demigod? Qin Yun realized that a unique mythical rank and an ordinary mythical rank were worlds apart. He asked Goldie, with Infinite Devouring, can you devour half the health of a 5th-tier exotic beast or higher? Goldie immediately replied, of course. As long as the opponent doesn't have defensive divine skills, even a 9th-tier Beast Emperor boss would lose half its health in one bite. Qin Yun was stunned. He thought to himself that his life-bound beast skill didn't even need to be upgraded. It was inherently powerful. But he also understood that he wasn't yet qualified to take down a 9th-tier Beast Emperor boss. Still, if a boss suddenly lost half its health, it would certainly panic. However, those boss creatures had incredible regeneration abilities, capable of recovering in mere seconds. If the boss decided to escape, he couldn't stop it either. At this moment, a mass of exotic beasts poured through a dimensional passage, raining down like droplets. Leading them was a 7th-tier Beast Emperor boss, clad in dark blades, exuding murderous intent. As it prepared to make a move, a massive figure descended from the sky. A sandstorm erupted, shattering a wave of low-tier exotic beasts. If you want to devour the human race, you'll have to get past me first. Daxiao's top-tier beast master, Mu Zibi, charged directly at the boss, riding a jade-eyed sandhawk. He knew that he had to hold off the Beast Emperor boss to buy time for reinforcements. Without this, the casualties in Jinghai City would be catastrophic. The Darkblade beast smirked coldly. Just you? And you think you can stop me? I'll use your blood to commence the slaughter fest. The Darkblade beast unleashed an overwhelming aura. Its blade shimmered, causing spatial tremors. It wasn't just ferocious in close combat and incredibly defensive, but it could also fly, adorned with legendary and epic gear, completely overpowering Mu Zibi. Mu Zibi, on the other hand, didn't expect to win. He only had one piece of epic equipment, Calm. None of them were a match, but he had to hold the line, even if it meant sacrificing his life. A fierce battle erupted in the skies, yet no one could come to Master Mu's aid. All the defenders were desperately fighting to protect the city. The city lord, Han Tianlei, was also a 7th-tier beast tamer. Though slightly weaker than Master Mu, his sights were set on the 7th-tier Beast King boss. Shouting aloud, he declared, "We will defend Jinghai City to the death." The army formed up and engaged in an all-out fight against the invading beasts. The beasts were far too numerous, surging like tidal waves and overwhelming their defenses. The battle had just begun, and already, heavy casualties were mounting. Can't even activate the defensive barrier? Yi Feixin, the head of the Jinghai City Beast Corps, anxiously inquired, "Is the barrier operable?" "Commander Yi, it's no use. A black barrier has sealed all spatial connections. The defensive barrier can't be activated at all," gritted a soldier responsible for the city's protective measures. With the defensive barrier disabled, the beasts rampaged uncontrollably into Jinghai City. At this rate, the city would fall in less than half an hour. Yi Fei immediately gave the order, "Everyone, follow me." Leading the charge himself, his objective was clear, to join forces with the city lord and hold off the Beast King-level boss. Beast tamers from guild divisions, including Yanlong, Red Scale, and Lucky Cat, also threw themselves into the fray. Though there weren't many elite tamers among them, the strongest barely at 7th tier, everyone was willing to expend their last ounce of strength to protect their home. Witnessing the Beast Corps and the defense forces advancing, some of the fleeing civilians stopped in their tracks. Among them, one became a role model of resistance, inspiring others to grit their teeth and fight alongside. If running means death, we might as well fight for our lives. Even the gangsters who usually loitered around the streets had their eyes bloodshot in this critical moment. Though most of their beast-taming levels were low, with invaders threatening their homeland, they refused to back down. Meanwhile, in the shelters, a young boy clung tightly to his grandfather, unwilling to let go. "Child, Grandpa has to go join the fight. Be a good boy and stay here," the old man said, his voice heavy with resolve. Setting his grandson down, he picked up a blade and marched out. More elderly men rallied together, saying, "We can't just wait to die. Women and children stay in the shelter. The rest, follow me out to fight." In all of Jinghai City, an unyielding iron will surged. There was only one goal shared by all, to stop the beasts at any cost. On a street corner, a little girl had lost her way. She sobbed while brandishing a wooden stick, terrified out of her mind. Suddenly, a giant-mouthed beast locked its gaze on her, snarling with a sinister grin. "Little monster, Nyonyo's not scared of you," the girl cried as she swung her stick. But the beast, with its massive blood-stained maw, lunged at her. At that precise moment, a figure descended, smashing the beast's skull with a single stomp. Wide-eyed with a mix of fear and excitement, the little girl looked at her rescuer, a dashing young man astride a toad gleaming with orange light. Speaking softly, he urged her, "Don't run around. Wait for the adults to find you." That person was Qin Yun. When the beast invasion began, Qin Yun already had a plan. Though only a second-tier beast tamer himself, his powerful attributes made up for it, though he still found it difficult to face a 7th-tier beast king. He understood that he had to wait for the right opportunity to make his move. Once the boss was weakened to half health, there would be a chance if he joined forces with other 7th-tier experts. Until then, Qin Yun held back his trump cards, Beast God Form and Infinite Devour. The remaining 4 beast techniques could only unleash their full potential when the beasts were concentrated in sufficient numbers. At that moment, the number of aerial beasts began to dwindle. Qin Yun realized the invading beasts had almost all arrived. His time to act was now. Medic teams, keep it up. We can't save them all. The beasts are too many. If we don't come up with something soon, the line will collapse. From the very start of the battle, Jinghai City's defenses had been pushed to their limit. Against such a swarm of beasts, even a mid-tier city couldn't withstand it. Beast invasions were never this massive before. We've never seen a 9th-tier boss. Why is it so brutal this time? Is this the prelude to an all-out invasion of Blue Planet? Veteran beast tamers were on the verge of tears. They weren't afraid of death, only of their families dying miserably and their nation falling. Communications are down, but trust that the nation will send reinforcements. Our duty is to hold the line, especially to protect the children. The speaker was Lu Xingqian, the branch leader of the Lucky Cat Guild, who had recently advanced to the 8th tier as an epic-level beast tamer. He had kept a low profile, so few knew such a powerhouse was hidden in Jinghai City. Lu Xingqian had initially remained at the rear lines to protect Su Tanner. However, Su Tanner insisted he stay at the shelter, guarding the last line of defense and ensuring the safety of the children. If the outer defenses fell, he would become their last shield. But Su Tanner herself charged out to fight the beasts head-on. Time ticked by. Han Tianlei and the other elites gritted their teeth, barely holding the line against the Beast King-level boss. Yet the defensive lines were still being eroded by the relentless beast horde. Boom. A section of the defensive line was breached, allowing the beasts to flood in like a torrential wave. The situation became dire. Fall back. Retreat to the rear defensive line now. We can't hold for another 3 minutes if we don't, the commander urgently ordered. Keck. The human race is finished. The beast boss laughed maniacally. Beasts and humans were mortal enemies, destined to fight to the death. Just as the remaining defenders neared the shelter, the sky suddenly manifested a massive golden phantom of a divine toad. The divine toad clasped its hands together, summoning an enormous formation diagram that blanketed the skies and the earth. Both the invading beasts and the beast tamers were frozen in awe. What is that? The beast boss was dumbfounded. The formation's coverage was vast, sealing off the breach in the defensive line. Looks like a beast technique, an older beast tamer exclaimed in shock. However, the sheer scale of this ability. The range was immense, more exaggerated than any legendary beast art. It was estimated to cover 100 miles. Beast art. Who cast it? What level? Which almighty expert is it? The beast tamers were puzzled. However, they were certain it wasn't an attack from a beast. It was harmless to humans. Su Tanner, upon seeing it, was both shocked and thrilled. Qin Yun had finally acted. Lu Xiaoran, hiding within the defensive circle of the Crimson Flame Guild, was completely stunned. The events in the mission hall earlier had nearly drained her, leaving her collapsed on the ground. If Qin Feng were here, even he would have been terrified. At this moment, all of the beast's attacks were completely blocked by the Divine Toad array diagram. Moreover, the beast tamer's vitality and beast power were rapidly recovering, and even severed limbs were quickly stopped from bleeding. While the array couldn't regenerate severed limbs, its basic healing effect was already incredibly powerful. Oh my blood and beast power are being restored. Is this an enhancement effect? Was it cast by someone from Jinghai City? Everyone agreed that there must be a hidden expert among them. Yifei saw a glimmer of hope and immediately ordered a counterattack. Taking advantage of the array, which could last for 30 more minutes, they would eliminate the beasts that broke through the defense line and hold their ground. Morale soared. With such a powerful support, everyone was brimming with newfound confidence. The Divine Toad array diagram not only defended against attacks, but also had a potent recovery effect. It was practically equivalent to a massive healing legion. The beast tamers' fighting spirits surged, their fervor beyond containment, as they prepared to retaliate against the beasts. What level of beast art is this? Who cast it? The beasts couldn't hold their ground and were driven back by the counterattack. The six-eyed demon hawk observed that the Divine Toad array diagram was merely a Tier 2 beast art, all the more shocked, a Tier 2 technique. Yet with the effectiveness of a Tier 5, could it be a divine-level beast tamer? The four-winged demon tiger roared in disbelief. The healing effect is comparable to a massive legion, yet it's only Tier 2? Could it be a mythical-level beast art? The strongest of them, the armored earth dragon, issued an order. They must identify the caster. Such a human genius must not be allowed to grow, or the beasts were doomed. In the sky, the Beast Emperor, the Dark Blade Beast, also noticed this anomaly. A Tier 2 mythical beast art? A human divine level beast tamer? This breaks the rules. It decided that Qin Yun must be eliminated at all costs, for he was a threat of immeasurable potential. The Darkblade beast unleashed its ultimate beast technique, aiming to kill Mu Zibi in one swift strike. However, Mu Zibi understood that this was a pivotal moment and defended with all his might, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Meanwhile, Qin Yun stood silently atop the ruins of a tall building, overlooking the battlefield, becoming the focal point of everyone's astonishment. Seeing the defense line first breached and then reclaimed from the beasts, Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Just in time, but another defense line immediately raised the alarm. Without hesitation, he mounted Jin Niu and rushed over. The beasts are about to break through. All troops retreat. The commander also realized the defense line was on the verge of collapse. A Tier 6 giant python boss led the charge, ferociously breaking through. Just as it seemed the defense would crumble, the golden toad divine beast arrived at 6 times its usual speed. Jin Niu attack. Master, you should say, fire away. The golden toad leapt onto the defense line, opening its mouth to unleash rolling golden flames, engulfing the beasts in a sea of fire. The flames ignored all defenses. 60% attack damage, 90% critical hit rate. The damage numbers floated above the heads of the beasts. Minus 20,800. Minus 20,800. Minus 32,500. The beasts screamed in agony, and those with low health instantly turned to ash. The defense line held securely, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Non-critical hits at 20,000. Criticals at 30,000? What kind of divine ability is this? The range is vast, and the damage is immense. Suddenly, someone noticed a massive toad in the sky wearing orange armor. It was the caster. People began to speculate that some powerful expert was secretly helping them. The commander hastily ordered the reinforcements to fortify the defense line. Seeing the battlefield stabilized, Qin Yun immediately took the golden toad to another defense line. Golden Toad Blade Slash. The golden toad equipped an orange battle blade, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. As it drew the blade, an enormous blade aura swept across the battlefield, slicing all beasts from the heavens to the ground cleanly in half. Its damage surpassed even the divine flames. Before the crowd could react, Qin Yun and the golden toad were already on their way to support yet another defense line. Heaven-shaking, earth-moving technique. The golden toad stomped the ground fiercely, shaking the entire battlefield. Beasts fell into a collective daze, giving the soldiers the perfect opportunity to slaughter them and significantly reducing the pressure. And so, Qin Yun shuttled tirelessly between the 4 defense lines. With just 4 divine beast techniques, Qin Yun's toad single-handedly reinforced the defense lines, driving the Tier 7 Beast King bosses into a frenzy. They only knew that the toad was causing the commotion but couldn't figure out whose beast it was, making them desperate to find and eliminate the caster. People quickly realized that a mysterious expert was controlling the toad, dominating the battlefield of Jinghai City. Which hidden expert is this strong? And since when could a toad be so ferocious? Communication was blocked, leaving everyone fighting in isolation and resorting to guesses. Only those who had been paying attention to Qin Yun connected the dots. Just days ago, Qin Yun had contracted an F-rank toad and randomly obtained a mythical grade talent. Within the shelter, the defending beast tamers noticed that the battle sounds outside were gradually diminishing. Curious, Lu Xingqian went out to investigate, and what he saw utterly shocked him. On the eastern front, a colossal divine toad loomed in the distance. Golden flames lit up the southern sky. Blade lights split the heavens on the western front, and the northern ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake. He was certain no Tier 8 technique could achieve effects of this magnitude. Could there be a 9th tier legendary beast tamer? But if a 9th tier master intervened, any monster would have turned to dust long ago. So who was it? Though the answer was unclear, the defensive line held firm, giving Lu Xingqian the opportunity to leave the shelter and do more. At that moment, he noticed his old comrade in arms, Mu Zibi, in the sky, almost killed by the Beast Emperor boss, Darkblade. Without hesitation, he summoned his Starry Sky Bird and Flame Bird, merging them into one, and soared to assist. With a single move, Starry Sky Shockwave, Lu Xingqian forcibly interrupted Darkblade's attack and saved Mu Zibi. The two then joined forces to confront the boss. Elsewhere, Qin Yun, who had been moving back and forth providing support, noticed a powerful figure suppressing the boss. An idea struck him. Perhaps the Beast Emperor boss could be eliminated faster. The Beast Emperor boss, failing to breach the defenses after numerous attempts, roared in frustration and called for reinforcements. It planned to focus on breaking through a single defensive line with all its force, then launch an all-out attack to eliminate the beast tamers and turn the tide. The timing wasn't urgent. Finding the beast tamer controlling the toad would have to wait. However, just as the monsters began to move, so did Qin Yun. He directly merged with the divine beast, the golden toad, transforming into a beast god form that dominated the battlefield with its overwhelming presence. Everyone, monsters and beast tamers alike, felt the oppressive aura and turned their gaze to Qin Yun, only to see a towering beast god standing in midair. Beast god? Everyone was stunned, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. This beast god looked exactly like the illustrations in the ancient ruins of the beast world, though the appearance was slightly different. For a time, no one could tell whether he was friend or foe. Quickly, some higher-tier beast tamers noticed a 30-second countdown above Qin Yun's head, realizing it was a transformation ability tied to his talent. Is that a mythical level talent effect? Wait, isn't that Qin Yun? But isn't his primary contracted beast a toad? Recalling that the toad had helped hold the defense earlier, the beast tamers couldn't help but gasp. They were growing increasingly certain that the mysterious power was coming from Qin Yun. No way. Qin Yun only just entered into a beast contract. How is he this strong? His primary beast is an F-tier toad, isn't it? How could he have divine-level power? There's no other mythical tier beast tamer in the entire Xia Kingdom but Qin Yun. The principal of Dragon Lake High School was dumbfounded, regretting not providing Qin Yun with financial support earlier. Beast tamers from other guild divisions also regretted not recruiting him into their guilds. Suddenly, Qin Yun shot up into the sky, directly targeting the 7th-tier Beast Emperor boss, the Dark Blade Beast. He's moving. His target is the Beast Emperor boss. It really is Qin Yun. Countless beast tamers exclaimed. Even the Beast Emperor bosses froze in shock, never expecting Qin Yun to transform into a beast god and then boldly challenge them. Roar! Kill this divine-tier beast tamer first. The Beast Emperor bosses went berserk upon recognizing the immense threat Qin Yun posed and charged toward him with all their might. Han Tianlei, the city leader, shouted, rallying all beast tamers to hold off the Beast Emperor bosses and prevent them from reaching Qin Yun. City leader, this divine-tier beast tamer, possibly Qin Yun, is only at the 2nd tier. Will he really be okay? If he dares to step forward, he must have confidence. Let's keep watch. If there's genuine danger, we'll fight to the death to protect him. He's the Xia Kingdom's hope. Anyone who dares call Qin Yun useless from now on, I'll personally deal with them. Cursing loudly, Han Tianlei merged with his primary beast and threw himself into the battle with all his might. Inspired, the other high-ranking beast tamers also fused with their primary beasts, doing everything they could to block the Beast Emperor bosses. The intensity of the battle below escalated immediately, but Qin Yun had anticipated this outcome, activating the Divine Toad Array beforehand to help the high-ranking predecessors recover and buy more time. High above, the Dark Blade Beast felt the terrifying pressure of the Beast God. Its bloodline trembled, and a fleeting look of fear crossed its eyes. However, it quickly suppressed its fear. After all, it was part of the 7th-tier Beast Emperor lineage. It wouldn't cower before a mere 2nd-tier Beast God. Lu Xingqian and Mu Zibi were equally shocked, but the foe was too formidable, leaving them no room for distractions as they fought with all their might. Recognizing Qin Yun as a divine-tier beast tamer, the Dark Blade Beast locked onto him, intent on striking while he was only at the 2nd-tier level. Its countless blades instantly severed the connection between Lu Xingqian, Mu Zibi, and Shi. Before the duo could react, the Dark Blade Beast's main body bypassed their defenses, charging directly at Qin Yun. Qin Yun was on high alert, noticing that although the Dark Blade Beast wasn't particularly large in stature, it exuded immense danger, rivaling even the Demon Griffin Beast Emperor. Dark Blade Beast Emperor Boss, Tier 7, Level 210, Attack Power nearly 140,000, HP over 160,000, wielding multiple legendary items, expertise in dark assassinations and clones, with an active skill that unleashes a dark domain, severely suppressing enemies. Qin Yun steeled himself. The Dark Blade Beast has sky-high attack, but relatively low health. Perfect for me to counter. Sensing Qin Yun's determination, the Dark Blade Beast sneered coldly, declaring that Qin Yun's future was non-existent. It brandished its legendary Black Blade and unleashed its 7th-tier ultimate skill, Death Annihilation Slash. Hundreds of meters of black sword energy surged toward Qin Yun. Lu Xingqian and Mu Zibi were horrified, but they couldn't come to the rescue in time. At the critical moment, Qin Yun instantaneously triggered Golden Toad Lotus Seat, summoning the massive phantom of a golden toad to enclose him protectively. Clang! The beast skill of the Dark Blade Beast Emperor struck the golden toad phantom, emitting nothing more than a metallic crash. The attack. 0 damage. The boss, with an attack power soaring up to 130,000, still couldn't break through Qin Yun's defense. Even the boss itself was shocked. When Lu Xingqian and Mu Zibi rushed over, they were equally dumbfounded. They had never expected that Qin Yun, a mere second-rank Beastmaster, could casually use a beast skill to block the attack of a 7th-rank Beast Emperor boss. The fact that Qin Yun could transform into a beast god and possess powerful defenses wasn't entirely unexpected. Instead, this demonstrated his terrifying potential. The golden toad shadow which blocked the assault dissipated after the attack, just as Qin Yun had anticipated. He was mainly buying time to unleash 2 beast god skills. The skill Gold Coin Storm was activated, and a myriad of gold coins formed a storm that trapped the boss. Although the skill didn't inflict high damage, it was enough to suppress the boss while weakening its defenses. Qin Yun shouted to the other 2 to seize the opportunity to attack. The boss's defense has dropped. Quickly bring its health down to half. But Gold Coin Storm would only last 10 seconds. Even though Lu Xingqian and Mu Zibi didn't fully understand Qin Yun's strategy, they gave it their all to unleash damage, causing the boss's health to drop substantially. Then, Qin Yun activated another skill, Myriad Beast Formation. A massive array appeared exuding divine radiance, summoning tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. Their attack power was tied to Qin Yun's. Currently, Qin Yun's attack power was only 13,000, and considering the boss's high defense, the single target damage was minimal. However, with tens of thousands of beasts attacking, even if each only dealt 10 damage, the cumulative impact was substantial. The roars of the myriad beasts echoed as their overwhelming beastly aura struck fear into all the surrounding creatures, leaving them quivering under the suppression of ancient bloodline power. Outside, the beast-like creatures had fallen silent. Lu Qing and his wife finally felt safe enough to step outside, accompanied by a group of Red Scale Guild bodyguards who appeared rather timid. The moment they stepped out, they were thunderstruck by the scene before them, a phenomenon of countless beasts filling the sky, with everyone and every beast staring up at it in awe. What is that? Pan Tianyan's voice trembled. Lu Shaoran stepped forward, explaining, Mom, that's a beast skill summoned by Qin Yun. No way. Impossible. Isn't Qin Yun just a low-ranked beastmaster? Didn't he only contract a measly F-ranked toad? Pan Tianyan's face was filled with disbelief. Lu Qing was equally stunned. His daughter wouldn't lie to him. Could the figure in the sky, resembling a divine beast god, truly be Qin Yun? Once mocked publicly by Qin Yun, Pan Tianyan found her legs buckling as she processed the truth. You're telling me that the overwhelming presence like a beast god up there is actually Qin Yun? Pan Tianyan's voice trembled as she questioned her daughter. Lu Shaoran nodded definitively, choosing not to elaborate further. Pan Tianyan collapsed instantly in despair, but seconds later scrambled up, clutching her daughter by the arm. Shaoran, you and Qin Yun grew up together. I admit I said some harsh things before, but go and plead with him. Maybe there's still a chance. Lu Shaoran furrowed her brows deeply, turning her head away in silence. Pan Tianyan grew even more frantic. What do we do? I have to go find Suhi. She's soft-hearted. If we beg her, she'll help for sure. Just then, an earth-shaking roar reverberated in the sky. The myriad beasts launched their charge, while damage numbers repeatedly appeared over the Dark Blade boss's head. -5, -7, -9. Roar. None of you will leave here alive. The 7th-rank boss was entirely suppressed by the 2nd-rank Beastmaster Qin Yun. It couldn't break free from the Gold Coin Storm. Left without options, the boss had to activate its innate ability. A dark domain instantly enveloped Qin Yun, Lu Xingqian, and Mu Zibi, plunging the trio into an impenetrable black void. Lu Xingqian and Mu Zibi quickly lost sight of their target. This is bad. It's the innate skill domain. The boss has vanished. We should fall back, they exclaimed. But Qin Yun calmly dismissed their concerns. No need to retreat, just keep attacking. The boss is at 2,569, 1314. Though puzzled, they followed his instructions and launched a fierce assault in the designated direction. Sure enough, the boss was forced out of hiding, visibly baffled. How did I become exposed? I was clearly invisible. Frustrated, the Dark Blade boss resorted to splitting into countless dark clones. They're all tangible clones. Lu Xingqian observed. It'll be tough to pinpoint the real body. We should back off. Qin Yun smirked faintly. No need. This battle ends now. Before either could react, Qin Yun opened his mouth as a massive abyssal vortex materialized in the sky, directly encompassing Jinghai City. Darkness consumed the realm, blotting out the sun and moon. The entire city was shaken. What's going on? Is this the power of a legendary 9th-rank Beast Emperor? Countless Beastmasters were gripped with terror. Lu Shaoran and other newcomers immediately recognized the vortex. Isn't that the Abyss Vortex from the trial grounds? The crowd was left dumbstruck. Could it truly be the doing of a ninth-rank beast emperor? They were utterly crushed under the overwhelming presence. It was clear they were not even close to the same level, entirely defenseless. No, it's not the work of a legendary beast emperor. If it were, all these beasts would have been annihilated by now without such an elaborate display, speculated an experienced beastmaster. Look, those beasts are trembling in terror. It's evident this abyss vortex targets them specifically without a trace of killing intent toward us. Lu Xiaoran confirmed the claim. This vortex devoured countless beasts during the trial. It's clearly meant for them. Her explanation convinced the crowd. It couldn't be the work of a legendary beast emperor. Then who could wield such a terrifying beast skill? Suddenly, everyone's gaze shifted, locking onto Qin Yun, who had just completed his beast god transformation. My heavens, it's Qin Yun. Look, there's an abyss vortex in his mouth too, exactly the same as the one in the sky. And there's a 7-colored divine glow. It must be a god-tier beast technique, right? Everyone turned their gaze towards Qin Yun, and sure enough, they saw a vortex identical to the one in the sky. Was this another beast skill unleashed by Qin Yun? Just how many heaven-defying innate abilities has he mastered? After her shock, Lu Xiaoran staggered back, her feelings in turmoil. If she had known Qin Yun possessed such strength, she would never have looked down on him just because his innate contracted beast was a toad. What F rank? It was clearly divine rank. It had only been hidden by some method. She regretted it so much she didn't know how to face Qin Yun after the battle. How is this possible? How could a human brat have a beast skill even stronger than a mythic rank one? The Darkblade boss was completely panicked, feeling death closing in. I can't just wait to die. I have to run. But the devouring effect had already been activated. No matter how fast it was, it could not escape. Buzz! All beasts below level 60 were instantly devoured. High-level beasts had their HP directly halved, while those with already low HP were killed instantly. Before the Darkblade boss could recover its HP, it let out a despairing scream and was completely devoured. The dropped items were also swept into Qin Yun's possession. The abyssal vortex came and went quickly, and the sky returned to clear. Everyone and every beast on the battlefield was stunned. This beast skill not only instantly killed the 7-star Beast Emperor boss, but also wiped out a large number of beasts, leaving the rest severely injured. It was truly an invincible divine rank beast skill. Qin Yun's beast god form had just ended, separating from the Golden Toad divine beast. The Golden Toad divine beast hovered in the air, burping, while Qin Yun stood atop its head, calm and composed, as if what had just happened was nothing more than a trivial matter. Seeing Qin Yun's impressive display, the couple Lu Qin collapsed on the spot. They never imagined Qin Yun was truly a divine rank big shot. It's all your fault. If you hadn't stopped me, Qin Yun would be my son-in-law by now. Pan Tielian blamed Lu Qing. Lu Qing had nothing to say. He could only sigh, regretting everything from the beginning. Qin Yun's innate beast was a toad? How could this be? I even laughed at him. I was so stupid. The new students who had graduated in the same year as Qin Yun were all filled with regret. The two big shots, Lu Xingqian and Mu Zibi, were utterly dumbfounded in midair when they saw Qin Yun instantly kill the Darkblade boss, which had only half its HP left. Qin Yun reminded them, "Seniors, the boss is dead, but the battle isn't over yet. Hurry and cut off the beast's retreat. In 30 seconds, I can unleash that beast's skill again and wipe them out in one go." With the 7-star Beast Emperor boss eliminated, the remaining bosses were no longer much of a threat, and the garrison of Jinghai City could handle them. Mu Zibi laughed loudly. It's the age of young people now. Being able to witness the birth of a divine rank genius, it was worth it. Lu Xingqian also came out of despair. No wonder my young lady took a liking to you. I'll go intercept the beast right now and buy you 30 seconds. Everyone understood that Qin Yun had turned the tide, and the upper echelons of the nation would surely be shaken. Su Tanner's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but be fond of Qin Yun. Han Tianlei shouted, "Don't just stand there. Kill the exotic beasts now, and don't let them escape." Their morale surged, and everyone in Jinghai City joined the battle, crazily attacking the exotic beasts. When the exotic beasts saw even the 7th-tier royal beasts being killed in an instant, they were so frightened that they desperately retreated. But Lu Xingqian and Mu Zibi joined forces with the high-tier beast masters and directly cut off the exotic beast's retreat route. Qin Yun also had Jinyo assist them. 30 seconds later, darkness descended from the sky again, and the exotic beast boss despaired. It's over. The exotic beasts were completely wiped out. Only a few with slivers of health survived, while the rest became food for the Golden Toad divine beast. The divine son is invincible, a beast master shouted, and everyone followed suit. Qin Yun became the divine son of the great Xia. Ding, Devoured boss, spat out gold coins x100. Ding, triggered another currency type, spat out revival coins x30. System notifications kept popping up, and Qin Yun listened to them up in the sky with great satisfaction. With this move, Qin Yun was destined to draw the attention of the entire world. Keeping a low profile and growing quietly was no longer possible, but he didn't care. Very soon, he would reach 3rd tier and 5th tier. With his talent and beast god skills, there was nothing to worry about. Whether it was the Western hegemonic powers or high-tier exotic beasts, Qin Yun was not afraid. Whoever dared stand before him, he would kill on the spot. Thinking of this, Qin Yun waved to the people of Jinghai City, then directly rode Jin Yo to the mission hall to take on the advancement quest. The battle here was settled, the Jinghai crisis was over, and he no longer needed to stay. The mission hall had been damaged by the exotic beasts, but the advancement beast god stone inside was intact. The golden toad divine beast cleared away the rubble in just a few moves. Qin Yun pressed his hand against the divine stone, and a quest prompt popped up. You qualify for the 3rd tier advancement quest. Please choose a difficulty. Qin Yun chose Death God without hesitation. The divine stone activated, generating a vortex that directly sucked him away, and even the barrier of the 9th tier legendary Beast Emperor could not stop it. At the same time, reinforcements from military beast squads and guilds across the country were racing over. Hurry. 1 second later, and a lot more people in Jinghai City will die. Horses galloped, flying beasts flapped their wings fiercely, and everyone pushed their speed to the limit. Suddenly, someone noticed. Report. Communications in Jinghai City have been restored, and the spatial lockdown has been lifted. The news was quickly relayed upward. What? It was restored so fast? Could Jinghai already have fallen? Many of the old bigwigs were heartbroken, assuming the lockdown had only been lifted because the beasts had destroyed Jinghai City. Blood for blood from the beasts. After the spatial lockdown was lifted, the support troops rushed over directly via the spatial teleportation array. But soon, Jinghai City's chief, Han Tianlei, issued a nationwide announcement. The crisis in Jinghai City has been resolved. Aside from building damage and a small number of casualties, there are no other losses. All invading beasts have been slain. In an instant, the whole of Daxia was shaken. What? Jinghai City held out? All the beasts were wiped out. Did I hear that right? Hurry up and check the livestream. Everyone crowded into the livestream room and saw that most of the citizens of Jinghai City were unharmed, with only some buildings collapsed and the garrison force still intact, and they all believed it was true. What was even more shocking was that all this had happened in less than half an hour. The beasts had been wiped out, and Jinghai had been defended. Everyone began to wonder, were the invading beasts really that weak? But news soon came out. It was Qin Yun who had roamed the battlefield, single-handedly held the defensive line, and, in his beast god form, assisted his teammates in slaying the 7th-tier Beast Emperor, ultimately nearly killing every beast in an instant. The top leaders across the nation were stunned out of their composure. Go to Jinghai City. This time, all the national bigwigs gathered in Jinghai City. Even the 4 legendary Beastmasters appeared, and Daxia's top leadership personally directed the reconstruction efforts. The plot moved briskly, the pace was lightning fast, and everyone regarded Qin Yun as a true savior. As soon as Su Wanjin arrived on the scene, he immediately went looking for his daughter, Su Tanner. Seeing that she was only stained with blood but unhurt, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Dad, what could happen to me? It's just that these beasts were killed off too quickly by Qin Yun. Otherwise, I could have killed a few hundred more. Su Tanner still felt a little unsatisfied. Su Wanjin was covered in black lines. He knew better than anyone how dangerous things had just been. Hearing that there was a 9th-tier exotic beast boss had nearly scared him to death. He only had this one precious daughter. If anything really happened to her, he wouldn't be able to accept it. Where is Qin Yun? Su Wanjin asked. He went to the mission hall. He was originally going to take an advancement mission, but then the exotic beast invasion happened to hit. He should already be in the mission area by now. What? Qin Yun already went on another advancement mission so soon? Su Wanjin said in shock. At this moment, Qin Yun was already in an unknown map in the exotic beast world, checking the mission details. Mission: Trial of the Beast God difficulty, Death God level requirement. In the forbidden land of Sagulus, the exotic beast god king's pet mutt eel is sealed. It is about to break free. You must kill it before it recovers, or the world will be destroyed. Tips: 1. Sagulus has NPCs guarding the seal. Find them and they can help you. 2. If the NPCs are eaten, the seal will break faster, so you must ensure their safety. 3. The NPCs have a beast sealing skill that can weaken the boss to tier 2. Otherwise, you will be facing a god-level boss. 4. You must first gain the NPC's trust. 5. You cannot leave until the mission is completed. 6. Count down until Mutt Eel breaks the seal. 23:58:34. Jinyo, can you find where the NPCs are? Master, no problem. Jinyo glanced over it and quickly pinpointed the location. Master, the NPCs and the boss's ceiling site are over there. Nice one, Jinyo. Qin Yun patted Jinyo on the head and praised it. With the coordinates, Qin Yun had it much easier. Riding on Jinyo, he soon arrived at a dilapidated ancient village with sparse houses, crumbling earthen walls, and stone towers overrun with vines and weeds. The guards at the village entrance saw Qin Yun and shouted, "Village chief, the crocodile-slaying warrior has arrived." Nearly 100 NPCs appeared in the village. They were all wearing deep blue ceremonial robes, with sea blue skin and pointed-eared, elf-like appearances. Both men and women were tall and handsome. Name, Sagula's tribe identity, Seal Guardian NPC race, Water Spirit tribe. The Water Spirit tribe's chief, Doran, came forward holding a crystal staff. Name, Doran identity, tribe chief level, tier 2 LV60. Chief Doran, please help me kill Mutt Eel. Qin Yun said politely. Campaign? What campaign? The chief asked in confusion. Qin Yun was stunned. Could it be that the NPCs had no intention of helping? He checked the mission details again. The mission hint said he had to demonstrate his strength to win everyone over. Qin Yun stated directly, Clan Chief Doran, since I'm taking on the quest, I'm confident I can kill Mutt Croc. Clan Chief Doran sighed. Brave one, it's not that we won't help you. We really don't have the ability. To reinforce the seal, our entire clan has already used up all its accumulated resources, so we can't make up for it for now. And the Grand Seal Beast skill still lacks the Heart of the Ocean, which we also don't have. We can only worry in vain. When Qin Yun heard this, was the quest really that much of a trap? Logically, a main storyline quest shouldn't be a dead end. There had to be another way. He asked directly. Then where can I get the Heart of the Ocean? At that moment, a female NPC with moist skin, a hot figure, and long hair appeared. Salada, the divine maiden of the Water Spirit clan and the clan chief's granddaughter. She looked like a god-tier NPC. Salada said, Our village has a rule-based treasure chest that can produce materials, but normally it costs a lot of gold coins to use, so it all comes down to luck. Qin Yun's eyes lit up, guessing that this treasure chest was the key to the quest. He asked directly, Where's the treasure chest? I want to try. Clan Chief Doran reminded him. With your strength, it's impossible to get the Heart of the Ocean. Qin Yun recalled the quest prompt. He had to make the NPC trust him. So the so-called trust was actually based on raw power. In other words, by spending money. At the moment, he lacked everything except gold coins. And he thought to himself, just wait till you're convinced. Soon, the NPCs took him to the center of the village. The rule-based treasure chest on the altar could be used to draw materials with gold coins, and there was only a 10% chance of getting one, with the materials being random. The NPCs were all pessimistic. You don't even have enough gold coins. There's no way you can get the Heart of the Ocean. Qin Yun asked in return, What if I really do get it? Clan Chief Doran made a promise on the spot. If you can get it, our entire clan will do everything we can to help you kill the boss. Qin Yun added another condition. If I get it, can the clan chief let your granddaughter come with me? When Salada heard that, her heart skipped a beat. She was both shocked and a little hopeful, because she had actually wanted to leave for a long time. Clan Chief Doran's expression turned stern. That won't do. Even if the rules allow it, I would never agree. You're just a human youth with your life and death still uncertain, and you want to take someone away? Impossible. Doran refused without hesitation. Seeing how resolute he was, Qin Yun could only go try for the Heart of the Ocean material first. With that item, the quest difficulty would drop dramatically, and taking down boss Mutt Croc would be easy. Qin Yun clicked open the rule treasure chest, and the system prompt said, Each opening costs 10,000 gold, up to 100 consecutive draws, no discount. He took one look and snorted. What a scam. This treasure chest didn't even offer a discount. 100 consecutive draws would cost a full 1 million gold. Qin Yun checked his inventory and found that the gold he had saved from boss farming had already reached 142,818,299. Rich as hell. So he went straight to drawing. Ding, 100 consecutive draws obtained Moon Essence Stone. Ding, 100 consecutive draws obtained Sun Essence Stone. Ding, 100 consecutive draws obtained Ocean Heart. After 40 rounds of 100 consecutive draws, he had the Ocean Heart materials in hand. The Water Spirit tribe NPCs were all stunned. Someone could actually spend 40 million gold in one go just to draw materials. Even Clan Chief Doran was stammering. This was the first time he had ever seen such a wealthy beastmaster. Qin Yun handed over the materials and said, I'll give you the Ocean Heart and the full set of sealing materials. Can you take me to fight Mutt Croc? These materials could only be used here anyway, so keeping them was useless. Qin Yun might as well give them to the tribe and build some goodwill. Doran and the Water Spirit Tribe NPCs were both shocked and delighted. With so many materials, they could build a new sealing barrier and protect the village from being breached by monsters. Their ancestors had been trapped here just to preserve the last ember of their line, so they couldn't leave casually. These materials were basically a lifesaver. Doran quickly spoke up again. Handsome, mighty, and wealthy warrior, why not help us upgrade our defensive facilities while you're at it? Qin Yun hadn't originally wanted to agree. After all, gold didn't grow on trees. But when he saw the expectant eyes of the NPCs and Sarada's hopeful expression, he changed his mind. If he satisfied their wish, and then helped them take care of the boss afterward, maybe the clan chief would agree to let his granddaughter go with him. Besides, once the gold was spent, he could earn it back soon enough. Qin Yun smiled generously. No problem, I'll help you upgrade the defensive facilities. Doran immediately led Qin Yun to the defensive stone tower. Ordinary stone tower LV1 attack, 750, auto attacks targets. Upgrading to the next level costs 300 gold, and the price multiplies by 10 each level. Qin Yun did the math. Upgrading it to level 10 would cost 30 billion gold. Too expensive, but stone towers could only be obtained through quests and couldn't be bought in the shop. Upgrading them was still very useful. With high-level defenses, he could guard the guild territory. Upgrade progression, 300 gold black iron stone tower, LV2, 3,000 gold bronze stone tower, LV3, 30,000 gold silver stone tower, LV4, 300,000 gold stone tower, LV5. Gold stone tower LV5, attack 9,500, automatically attacks enemies, and also has 20% armor penetration. An attack of 9,500 was about the same as an ordinary 5th tier Beastmaster, and it attacked automatically without limit. The stone tower was this strong, and Qin Yun was tempted. There were 4 in the village total, and he wanted to take 2 of them with him. Qin Yun asked Clan Chief Doran in for the stone towers, saying he would help upgrade all the defensive facilities to level 5. The chief was shocked and agreed that if Qin Yun could upgrade the entire village's earth walls, he would give him all 4 towers, but the stone towers were fixed by the rules and couldn't be moved. The chief then took out the sealing barrier diagram, which could be used to set up a barrier in place of the stone towers. Its effectiveness depended on the materials used. Qin Yun accepted the barrier diagram and continued spending money to upgrade the stone towers and earth walls. Each earth wall tile only cost 11,110 gold to fully upgrade, but the whole village still added up to several tens of millions. For Qin Yun, that was easy. After the village was fully upgraded, it was dazzling with golden light, and its defenses were maxed out. Monsters of Tier 3 absolutely wouldn't dare move closer, and even Tier 5 ones would have to run away when they saw it. The chief was grateful to Qin Yun and thanked him profusely. Qin Yun didn't say much and prepared to deal with the mute crocodile boss. OSS then. Right. Let's go. Old man will lead the way. The NPCs of the Water Spirit clan were all convinced by Qin Yun's strength, and even the goddess Salada looked at him in a new light and secretly kept an eye on him. Soon, with the NPCs leading the way, Qin Yun arrived at the entrance of a cave in the back mountain. Ancient seals were set here, and 16 rule chains covered in dense cracks pierced through heaven and earth. Within the seal, violent fluctuations were surging, as if some colossal beast was slamming against it. Crocodile Slaying Hero. This is the sealing site of the mute crocodile. The whirlpool ahead is the entrance. Once you go in, we will immediately activate the Great Sealing Beast skill with the Heart of the Sea to weaken the mute crocodile's level. It can only last for 30 minutes. Within those 30 minutes, you must kill the mute crocodile, or you will die for sure. We have rule protection, so we can hold on for a while. That's right, Crocodile Slaying Hero. Are you confident? Qin Yun smiled mysteriously. Remember to hold your chin up in a moment. Why? I'm afraid you'll be so shocked your jaw drops to the ground. The NPCs were speechless. Qin Yun entered the sealed space, and the scene changed. Everyone appeared on a huge sealing platform. Chains stood all around them, every one of them covered in cracks. Beside the sealing platform was an endless abyss. If you fell in, there was no coming back. There was only one entrance. At that moment, a loud boom came from ahead. The mute crocodile was smashing into the barrier, and the entire sealing platform trembled with it. Inside the gray barrier, only the silhouette of the giant beast could be seen faintly. Its exact appearance could only be made out after entering the barrier. The barrier could also shatter at any moment. Looking at the mission countdown, there were still 3 hours until the mute crocodile broke through the barrier. Upgrading the earth walls had taken too much time. Hero, the barrier only allows you in. We'll cast the spell from outside. The Great Sealing Beast skill will last for 30 minutes, and after that we can only withdraw. Qin Yun said calmly. 30 minutes is too long. 1 minute is enough? Even walking will take some time. NPCs were speechless right away. You're way too confident, aren't you? That's the divine beast Matika Crocodile. It has even killed god-level NPCs. Anyway, be careful. Matika Crocodile is the mount of the Beast God King. Even after being sealed, it remains invincible among those of the same level. Chief Dolan In then took out the Heart of the Sea and, together with the clansmen, activated the Great Sealing Beast skill. Great Sealing Art, Water Curtain Heaven. This is a special innate beast skill of the Water Spirit clan, and it can only be fully unleashed with the Heart of the Sea. It has 4 sealing effects: level, skills, equipment, and buffs. Only one can be chosen. This time, the Water Spirit clan sealed the Matika Crocodile boss's level, and as soon as it was activated, the boss was directly suppressed to Tier 2, LV60. Roar. Damn Water Spirit clan. Once this god breaks the seal, I will devour you all. After its level was sealed, Matika Crocodile's power dropped sharply, and it could only roar in fury. A 30-minute sealing countdown appeared on the barrier. Qin Yun, with Jin Yo, walked into the barrier as casually as if strolling through his own backyard. As Qin Yun entered, the barrier became clear, and the NPCs outside could also see the scene inside. A 100-meter-tall giant boss was pierced by countless chains of law, unable to move. The boss had a crocodile head, a lion's body, wolf limbs, and 3 snake tails, and looked extremely ferocious. Matika Crocodile, other god BOSS godhood, 12th tier upper rank, sealed, health doubled. Level, Tier 2 LV60 HP, 199200 attack, 48960 U defense, 39840 talent. All attributes plus 300%, attack plus 20%, crit plus 20%, movement speed plus 20%, lifesteal plus 10%. Active, summon undead, devour to recover HP, and place a curse on enemies that causes continuous HP loss. Innate skill, Soul Devour exclusive, Death Devouring Art, Divine Claw Tear, Dead Fire Curse, Death God Gaze equipment. Full mythic set, sealed, only Tier 2 bonus active. Qin Yun was stunned when he saw nearly 200,000 HP. He remembered that an ordinary Tier 2 boss only had 30,000 HP. This thing was a living top-tier boss, far more terrifying than he had imagined, and it was also wearing a full set of divine gear with godded bonuses. If it weren't sealed, he probably would have been done for in an instant. Seeing Qin Yun, the Beastmaster, enter, Matika Crocodile was briefly stunned, then quickly realized that he was the challenger for the Grim Reaper level quest. At this moment, a rule prompt appeared. Killing the challenger will immediately break the seal and restore peak power. Matika Crocodile instantly grasped the basic intelligence of the human race and roared with excitement, directly whipping up a hurricane that made Qin Yun's clothes flap wildly. Haha, you brat, you dared to take on the Grim Reaper quest and still come here? Once this god devours you, I'll march into your world and wipe out the human race. It simply did not take Qin Yun seriously at all. Even with 110,000 HP, Qin Yun was still trash in its eyes. After all, it was the mount of the Beast God King, invincible among those of the same rank. Qin Yun replied calmly, You're nothing more than a sealed prisoner, and you still want to wipe out a race. Matika Crocodile roared, Brat, I'll make sure you die in despair. It immediately unleashed the Undead Calamity Space and summoned countless Tier 2 undead to rush toward Qin Yun. The densely packed undead surrounded Qin Yun. For an ordinary Beastmaster, let alone challenging the boss, even surviving a breakout would be difficult. This quest was almost a dead end. NPCs such as Salada were doubtful whether Qin Yun could complete the quest. They couldn't see any chance of victory for him. But Qin Yun didn't care about those undead. Instead, he looked forward to it. Can Jinyo spit out coins? Jinyo go. Jinyo opened her mouth, and the abyss vortex appeared. Mut A Croc cried in despair. Infinite Devour? How could a Beastmaster possibly master that? In an instant, both the undead mobs and the boss Mut A Croc were swallowed in one bite by Jinyo. The NPCs were all stunned, staring at Qin Yun, who had one-shot the boss. He really one-shot Mut A Croc. Sarada was shocked to the core. Ding, devoured an elite undead beast. Spit out coins X30. Ding, devoured a higher beast god level boss beast. Spit out coins X30, 000,000. Ding, triggered a new currency. Additionally spit out brag coins X2. Qin Yun smiled. So even swallowing a boss's summoned beast could spit out money. Next time he ran into a boss that could summon mobs, he'd kill it more slowly. More coins that way. Then he noticed the new currency, brag coins. Brag coin, a special currency. After use, you must show off within 30 minutes. Success rewards a rule chest. Failure has no penalty, and it can be traded to others. Success rewards a rule chest. Failure brings punishment. Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. Interesting. The rare rewards in the rule chest made him very much look forward to it, and brag coins could even be used on someone else. The punishment would be borne by them, while he got the chest. However, at most 10 brag coins could be spat out, and it seemed they only refreshed from killing myth-level bosses. Looks like from now on, he could only hunt myth-level bosses. At that moment, Jinyo's body swelled up. Qin Yun asked, Jinyo, what's wrong? Master, Mut A Croc is a beast god. The divine power in its godhood is too strong. I'm about to explode. The next second, an explosion rang out, but it was sealed by the barrier, so the outside wasn't affected. The entire ceiling barrier couldn't withstand the blast and shattered outright. How is that possible? The NPCs were collectively dumbfounded. One moment the Croc-slaying warrior had just one-shot Mut A Croc, and the next he'd been blown to pieces? Talent is always resented by heaven. I never thought it would end up like this. Everyone, let's erect a monument for the Croc-slaying warrior and pay respects every year. Clan leader Dolan sighed. As it turned out, through the smoke of the explosion, the Croc-slaying warrior and the smug toad walked out together. The NPC's heads buzzed on the spot. The crocodile-slaying warrior was actually not dead? That explosion had been a world-destroying force. Could he be immortal? In reality, Qin Yun was only alive because he had revival coins. He had already died 3 times just now, but no one knew that. He was basically a hard counter to these exotic beast divine bosses, so there was nothing much to fear. Seriously, dying and then having to revive again, what a waste of time. Qin Yun brushed off the dust and complained about himself. The NPCs all rolled their eyes. At a time like this, who was still worrying about face? Being instantly killed by Mut Crocodile was already insanely impressive. Ding, congratulations on completing the advancement. As the light of the 3rd tier descended, Qin Yun received a 600-point all-attribute reward, and his strength rose another notch. Ding, the Tier 3 Death God level advancement quest has been completed. You may claim a divine reward. Choose one of the following. Reward 1. Mut Crocodile Divine Beast Egg X1. Beast Skill Divine Stones X2. Mythic Grade Equipment Mut Crocodile Divine Armor X1 Reward 2. Beast God's Secret Record Fragment X1, revealing part of the secrets of the exotic beast gods. After thinking it over, Qin Yun chose the second option. Mythic Equipment was unusable, the Divine Beast Egg was irrelevant, and the Beast Skill Divine Stones were useless. Second reward selected. Ding, obtained Beast God's Secret Record Fragment. When he opened it, it read, all the seals on the exotic beast gods will be lifted within 100 years. The exotic beast gods are about to return, descend once more upon the great world, and launch a new wave of invasion. With less than 100 years left, the exotic beast gods were going to invade the Blue Star world. For the first time, Qin Yun felt a huge crisis. If he couldn't become a god within 100 years, he wouldn't be able to hold Blue Star, and humanity might be wiped out. Fortunately, he still had time. As long as he became a god within 100 years, he could defend Blue Star. After the quest was completed, Qin Yun was also preparing to head back and hurry up with leveling. At that moment, Chief Doraemon suddenly spoke up. Warrior, please wait a moment. What is it now? Brave and unmatched warrior. Could you take my granddaughter Salada with you? Qin Yun smiled. Clearly, the old chief had taken a fancy to his and Jinyo's strength and wanted his granddaughter to latch onto their coattails. Although Salada was a divine maiden, she was far inferior to that exotic beast boss just now. Only by following him would she have a future. Thinking of how resolute the chief had once been, Qin Yun couldn't help but tease him. Chief, that's not how you acted back in the village. Cough, cough. I was blind to Mount Tai back then, so please don't take it to heart. Warrior. Doraemon strongly recommended his granddaughter Salada, saying she was naturally beautiful, had the perfect figure and god-tier talent, and that Qin Yun would absolutely not lose out by taking her. He even took the initiative to suggest that Salada become Qin Yun's divine maidservant, serving him at close range. Qin Yun sneered inwardly, knowing that Doran truly wanted to use his excellent genes to let Sarada bear an invincible divine child, strengthening the bloodline of the Water Spirit clan. Sarada understood this in her heart, blushed, and lowered her head, secretly glancing at Qin Yun, afraid of being rejected. Qin Yun interrupted. As for a maid, forget it. We'll talk about the rest later. The entire Water Spirit clan was excited, and Doran urged Sarada to state her position quickly. Sarada stammered. According to the contract, if I want to follow a warrior, I need to complete the life-binding ritual, and we must embrace openly. After Doran and the other NPCs stepped out, Qin Yun was stunned. The ritual not only required an open embrace, but also demanded a mind free of distracting thoughts. Qin Yun tried several times, and only at the very end did he finally barely succeed. With Sarada recognizing him as her master, she knelt and said, "From now on, I am willing to do anything for my master." Qin Yun told her to change how she addressed him and call him Brother Yun from now on, and said he would introduce Billis to her later. The two of them got dressed, and Sarada called over her clansmen. Doran glanced at the floor, saw that nothing had happened, and felt relieved, thinking that as long as his granddaughter latched onto Qin Yun, there would be plenty of opportunities. Sarada reluctantly bid farewell to her grandfather, but she knew this was the only chance to grow stronger and develop the clan. Doran told her to follow Qin Yun without hesitation, protect him well, and be an obedient divine attendant. Sarada entered Qin Yun's beast-taming space, and Qin Yun clicked return. A return vortex appeared, and after bidding farewell to the NPCs, they left. As soon as they appeared, cheers erupted outside. "Welcome back, hero!" The hall was packed with people, with Su Wanjin, Su Tanner, and Qin Yun's family at the front. Qin Ming, Su He, and Qin Shui were moved to tears, proud of him. With resurrection coins and top-tier equipment, everyone had easily completed the mission. Su Wanjin stepped forward to thank Qin Yun, saying that Jinghai City had been saved entirely thanks to him, and asked him to come with them to meet the Dragon Seat. Qin Yun was shaken, knowing that the Dragon Seat had once led the Beast Army to turn defeat into victory and brought the nation towards strength. This time, they were finally going to meet in person. Without the Dragon Seat commanding the entire army back then, even a 9th-tier legendary beast tamer would not have been able to save the situation. A true commander does not rely on personal combat strength, but on overall strategy and key decisions. Therefore, the Dragon Seat held an incomparably lofty position in the hearts of the Great Xia people, with authority even higher than that of a legendary beast tamer. Even legendary beast tamers had to obey his commands. This was only the surface-level information Qin Yun had learned. After experiencing the Great Catastrophe, the world transformed and reorganized. No country had a true ruler. All kinds of forces were surging beneath the surface, only temporarily maintaining a balance. This was also the reason Qin Yun wanted to build his own power. Before long, Qin Yun followed Su Wanjin into a room surrounded by barriers. In the seat of honor sat a middle-aged man wearing a black Zhongshan suit, with an imposing aura. This was the Great Xia Dragon Seat, even more formidable than that sage. Although Qin Yun had been prepared, he was still very excited to see the Dragon Seat. The Dragon Seat stood up and shook Qin Yun's hand. "Very glad to meet you, the young hero of Great Xia." Qin Yun hurriedly said, "Dragon Seat, I'm not a hero." The Dragon Seat smiled and said, "Without you, the million people of Jinghai City would already be dead. You are completely worthy of that title." Su Wanjin, standing nearby, also nodded repeatedly. After the beast invasion and Qin Yun's display of his god-level talent, he had already become an absolute hero. Before, everyone thought that after drawing a mythic-level talent, he was still a waste, but the facts proved otherwise. Otherwise, the Dragon Seat would not have come to meet him personally. Longzhua asked curiously, "Qin, your life-bound beast isn't an F-rank toad? How did it become a divine beast? Does it have some hidden effect?" Qin Yun had no intention of hiding it. This was the perfect chance to show off. "Ding, you have used one brag token. Please succeed at showing off within 30 minutes, or no reward." Qin Yun said confidently. "Longzhua, that's right. My life-bound beast actually has a hidden effect. It's truly an invincible divine beast." After speaking, he summoned Jin Yo. "Jin Yo, say hello to Longzhua." Jin Yo raised its head and let out a cry. It only recognized its master Silver and its master's family, ignoring everyone else, because it was the only supreme divine beast. To prove it, Qin Yun transformed on the spot into the beast god, divine radiance blazing everywhere, his divine might shaking the entire venue. Longzhua and Su Wanjin no longer had any doubts, believing that the toad was indeed the supreme divine beast. Longzhua was overjoyed. "Heaven bless our Great Xia. With you here, Great Xia's national fortune will surely flourish." He had already foreseen the future, with Great Xia leading humanity in driving out the ferocious beasts and opening a new era. However, Qin Yun realized he hadn't received a notification saying he had successfully shown off, and felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that the beast god form didn't count? At this moment, Su Wanjin asked, "Longzhua, should we cancel the cultivating new talent plan?" Longzhua shook his head. "No need, proceed as usual. It'll help Qin improve his level quickly." Longzhua then asked, "Qin, the cultivating new talent plan is an important national policy. Beginners below tier 5 can all participate, and leveling up is very fast. Are you interested?" Qin Yun only cared about one thing. Are there many ferocious beasts in this plan? Qin Yun only cared about the gains. There are countless ferocious beasts, and the cultivating new talent zone is a special map. Killing ferocious beasts grants double experience. This map isn't limited to Great Xia. Beast tamers from other countries can enter too. It has 2 layers, with those below Tier 5 and those above Tier 5 entering separately. Resources inside are abundant, and there are also NPC-managed territories selling rare items. It's just that the place is too dangerous, so beginners weren't allowed to go there before. This new plan was created only because of Qin Yun. If Qin Yun participates, he'll definitely gain a lot and improve quickly. Longzhou looked very serious, clearly full of anticipation. As soon as Qin Yun heard about ferocious beasts and NPC territories, he became interested. Actually, whether I join or not doesn't matter. I care more about the strength of the country. I've aspired since childhood to protect my home and defend my nation. I'll join this plan. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully shown off. Reward: Rule Treasure Chest X1. Qin Yun was a little surprised. He hadn't expected this to trigger the task too. He realized that showing off didn't necessarily require flaunting power. Longzhou asked again. Qin Shinsi is now famous and known worldwide. What are your plans? Longzhou very much wanted to bring Qin Yun into the Beast Legion, but he understood that the situation was complicated, and Qin Yun might have his own path. Qin Yun said nothing, only glanced at Su Wanjin. Su Wanjin was puzzled, but Longzhou understood, because before this, Zhao Kai Cat had publicly said it would protect Qin Yun. Longzhou said to Su Wanjin, "Then I'll leave Qin little friend to you." He also patted Qin Yun on the shoulder. "You must hold fast to your original heart. Don't let Great Xia down." With that, he left. Qin Yun began to think deeply, pondering the meaning of Longzhu's words. Su Wanjin knew in his heart that all the major powers would definitely try to snatch Qin Yun away. But he had already sent his daughter to the guild Qin Yun founded, and even made her vice president, feeling that he had bet on the right horse. In the future, perhaps they could even become in-laws with Qin Yun. Su Wanjin suddenly asked, "Qin little friend, for this 3rd-tier advancement quest, did you also choose Death God level difficulty?" "Yes, I only take Death God level." Qin Yun nodded, not planning to reveal the matter of the alien beast god from 100 years later. After speaking, he felt a little regretful. He had forgotten to show off again. Su Wanjin sighed, feeling that he was completely no match for a divine-level genius. The two left the room, and Su Tanner immediately came over. "Qin brother, you're too fierce." "Fierce where?" "Fierce everywhere." Qin Yun had intended to tease her, but ended up being teased back. Su Wanjin coughed beside them, and only then did Su Tanner notice. Qin Yun disliked being surrounded by crowds. He only wanted to grow stronger, find a way to become a god, and deal with the crisis of the alien beast god 100 years later. Other trivial matters would naturally be handled by others, so he did not need to worry about them. After seeing Qin Yun's strength, Su Tanner became obedient and no longer arrogant, which made Qin Yun feel somewhat unaccustomed. He joked, "Tannergia, you're still more interesting when you're the old domineering, willful, unruly big sister." The two returned to the quest hall, which was packed with people, and order was being maintained by the Beast Legion. Qin Yun's family was waiting for him, and the atmosphere at the scene was a bit off. Pan Tielian begged Su He for forgiveness, willing to let her daughter, Lu Xiaoran, marry Qin Yun. Su He's attitude was resolute. She no longer thought about the past, and the two families had completely fallen out. Qin Shui directly shot back, "Lu Xiaoran? She's worthy? Don't dirty our Qin family." The Lu family was utterly embarrassed, and the onlookers criticized them. At that moment, Qi Yinfeng teleported back and boasted that he had already reached 5th-tier advancement, assuming the Lu family was there to greet him, and even started disparaging Qin Yun. The surrounding crowd was furious. The veteran members of the Red Scale Guild hurriedly reminded Qi Yinfeng that Qin Yun was no longer what he once was. He was a hero who had saved the city and must not be underestimated. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, fearing that if Qi Yinfeng angered the crowd, the situation would be hard to clean up. After all, Qin Yun was now Great Xia's youth hero and a myth-level genius, with a status unmatched by anyone. It was only then that Qi Yinfeng realized there was a huge crowd outside taking part in the reconstruction, and quite a few nobles and commoners were staring at him with unfriendly looks. He was dumbfounded. He had only done a quest, so why had Qin Yun become the hero who saved the city? What on earth was the legendary Divine Toad? What exactly had happened in Jinghai City? The old man leaned close to his ear and explained in a low voice. While he was on his quest, Jinghai City had suffered a massive invasion of ferocious beasts, and a 9th-rank Beast Emperor boss had sealed off the space, leaving the entire city isolated. By all rights, it should not have been able to hold out, but Qin Yun stepped in. Qi Yinfeng was stunned. "Qin Yun? What use could that toad of his possibly be?" The old man hurriedly said, "Shu, Qin Yun's innate beast is actually a divine toad, and all of its beast skills are mythic great. He held the entire city's defense line by himself with 4 divine beast skills." Shi Yinfeng was completely bewildered, thinking it sounded like something out of a heavenly book. His mind was buzzing. Qin Yun was only at Tier 2. How could his stat bonuses be this absurdly overpowered? The old man added. Qin Yun can also merge with his innate beast and take on a beast god form, mastering 3 divine beast skills and suppressing a 7th-rank beast emperor boss. Shi Yinfeng was almost unable to stand. Wasn't that something only a 5th-tier beastmaster could learn? And he even blew up a 7th-rank boss? The old man went on. Later, Qin Yun worked with 2 big shots to beat the beast emperor boss down to half health, and then Qin Yun unleashed his innate beast skill, whose power surpassed the 3 divine beast skills. Every ferocious beast below level 60 in the city was swallowed up instantly. Those above level 60 were left hanging on by a thread, and even the 7th-rank boss was killed in an instant. The rest of the beasts collapsed completely, and in the end Qin Yun relied on the refreshed innate beast skill to wipe out all the ferocious beasts by himself. Shi Yinfeng clutched his head, his blood pressure spiking, feeling like this was more outrageous than a dream. After a moment, he looked at Lu Xiaoran, who also had a terribly ugly expression, her head nearly buried in her chest. At this moment, Shi Yinfeng suddenly felt that this woman was good for nothing except having a big chest. Thinking back to how he had once threatened and looked down on Qin Yun, cold sweat broke out all over him, and for the first time he felt fear. He swallowed and carefully looked toward Qin Yun, only to meet Qin Yun's gaze. Qin Yun merely smiled without saying anything, which only made Shi Yinfeng even more panicked. It took him quite a while to calm down. Thinking that his father was a 9th-rank legendary beastmaster and a big shot in the 9 Stars Guild, he believed that no matter how powerful Qin Yun was, he could not do anything to him. Still seething from the earlier humiliation, Shi Yinfeng made up his mind to kill Qin Yun whenever he got the chance in the future. He did not want to keep being suppressed by him. But he did not know that Qin Yun's smile had already sealed his fate. Jin Yo, remember his scent. We'll need it later, Qin Yun instructed silently. Got it, master, I've remembered it. After confirming that Shi Yinfeng was certainly doomed, Qin Yun ignored him and turned to say, Dad, Mom, Sis, Jinghai City is badly damaged. Let's head back to the guild first. Sui said that they should go home first to fetch some old belongings, otherwise her husband would not be used to it. The family had the fortune cat beast escort them and return to the villa. The villa had been damaged by the ferocious beasts, but some things were still intact. Su Tanier promised to send people to repair the villa. Sui was very satisfied and looked at her more and more favorably, treating her like his future daughter-in-law. Su Tanier, feeling that gaze, was not repulsed and was even a little pleased. Then, together, they returned to the mountains and seized Pavilion Guild through the dimensional passage. On the other side, Lu Xiaoran's family had fallen from grace because of the turmoil and were driven out by the Crimson Flame Guild. Even Shi Yinfeng could not help them. They were also sent to help rebuild Jinghai City. Their crying was useless because it was an order from the Dragon Throne. The Dragon Throne and the higher-ups had received the latest news. This wave of beast invasions had not only affected the Great Xia Empire. Other countries had also suffered, especially the Sakura country, which had been invaded across its entire territory and suffered heavy casualties. The Dragon Throne convened a national council to discuss countermeasures. He announced that this wave of ferocious beasts was not aimed solely at Great Xia, but was a crisis for all of humanity worldwide. Intelligence indicated that not every country had a 9th-rank Beast Emperor boss guarding its cities. Only Beastmaster powerhouses like the Beautiful Country and the White Bear Country did. Why Sakura Country suffered a special invasion remains unknown. All that is known is that it involved the Demon Griffin Beast Emperor royal family. This global invasion was by no means accidental. It may have been the beasts testing humanity's strength, or it may have had another specific target. Further investigation is needed. Big names from both the overt and covert sides of Great Xia were all present. The fate of the nation was at stake, but very few truly obeyed orders. In this era, strength is what matters. Some speculated that this might be the beasts testing how much the world's rule restrictions had weakened. The rule restrictions are the barrier that limits high-level beast invasions after the New World's descent, preventing the world from being wiped out instantly. 100 years into the beast taming era, 8th-tier beasts can invade, but 9th-tier ones still cannot. But this time, a 9th-tier legendary beast emperor made a move through a dimensional channel, leading everyone to speculate that the rule restrictions had weakened again. It probably won't take 10 years before 9th-tier beasts can attack Blue Star. By then, the entire world will face a huge crisis. There are far too few 9th-tier legendary beast tamers. If any 9th-tier beast emperor led an invasion, no country could hold it back. This is no joke, so Great Xia must prepare in advance as well. At the meeting, everyone, use all available resources to investigate the cause of the beast invasion. This concerns the survival of the nation, so we must all work together. After that, they discussed Qin Yun's training plan. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of Sakura country were in low spirits because the beast invasion had caused heavy losses and severely weakened the nation's strength. Baka, why does the demon griffin boss only target us? Did we do something so heinous that heaven itself is enraged? The Emperor of Wa flew into a rage. A minister reported, the reason has been found. Someone killed the child of the 8th-tier beast emperor demon griffin in the beast world, and it came to take revenge. Then why come after us? That boss believes it was done by someone from our Sakura country. Baka, it must be those beast tamers from other countries screwing us over. The Emperor of Wa immediately realized what was going on. Which countries have recently opened their rookie trials? There are 26 countries. In the eastern region, only Great Xia. Great Xia. The Emperor of Wa narrowed his eyes. Great Xia and Sakura country people look alike, so if it really was a Great Xia person who did it, pinning it on them would also be possible. He quickly asked, what intelligence do we have on Great Xia's talents? The minister immediately pulled up the latest report. Your Majesty, Great Xia was also invaded by beasts this time, but they held the line and wiped out the beasts completely. Even more astonishing, a god-tier genius appeared, one who killed a 7th-tier beast emperor boss in one hit with only 2nd-tier strength. What? 2nd tier, and he one-shot a 7th tier? What kind of joke is that? The Emperor of Wa was shocked. Other ministers were also dumbfounded. Weren't they saying the myth of the Great Xia genius earlier, that his bound beast was an F-rank toad, and that the national fortune had been consumed too? How did a god-tier genius suddenly pop up now? Could it be a smokescreen from Great Xia? Maybe the genius was only exposed because of the beast invasion by chance. If he really has this kind of strength, then the Devil Griffin's cub was probably killed by this god-tier genius. No other newcomer could pull that off. The Japanese emperor gritted his teeth. They dare to set us up? I won't be able to swallow this unless I kill him. Meanwhile, in Blackbone Forest, the territory of the Shanghai Pavilion Guild, there wasn't a single beast nearby because they all regarded Shanghai Pavilion as a forbidden zone. With no high-level beasts keeping watch, no one dared approach. Qin Yun summoned a new member, the Water Spirit Clan goddess, the god-tier NPC Sarada, whose appearance stunned everyone the moment she showed up. Su Tanner froze on the spot. Another god-tier NPC? She understood that god-tier NPCs were not easy to subdue. It was Qin Yun who was too monstrous, too powerful, which was why these god-tier NPCs were willing to submit to him. She muttered, why does Brother Qin Yun keep recruiting top-tier NPCs? Can't he bring in some male NPCs? Su Tanner had already been overshadowed by Billis, and now the pressure was even greater. Sarada introduced herself, gentle and graceful, with an outstanding presence. Billis immediately responded, saying that she was also an NPC from the Fox People race. Sarada happily accepted Billis as her sister and even said that from now on, they would take care of Brother Yun together. The two NPCs chatted happily, but Su Tanner felt unhappy inside. What does that mean? Taking care of Qin Yun together? Am I being treated like heir? Qin Yun's sister joked that their parents would be holding a grandson soon, and that NPCs could have children too. Qin Yun was speechless and rolled his eyes. His father, Qin Ming, even praised Qin Yun, saying he was better than himself. Suhi pinched Qin Ming and told him to shut up. Suhi pulled Qin Yun over and reminded him in a low voice. The one-wife, one-husband system had long since been abolished, but Su Tanner had to be placed first, and he had to keep an eye on her. Qin Yun choked, nearly spat out his tea, and felt that his mother was being far too blunt. Suhi earnestly urged her son to be more proactive. Qin Yun secretly glanced at Su Tanner and found that she was looking at them in confusion. Before long, Salada blended into the team and was appointed as a guild elder, managing guild affairs together with Billis. Qin Yun arranged, recruitment for the guild will begin in 3 days. Everyone should prepare in advance. Su Tanner's eyes lit up, guessing that Qin Yun had brought back something good again. At the same time, the 9-Star Flame Dragon Guild and the Red Scale Guild also began preparing their recruitment events. The reason was simple. The talent cultivation plan was about to begin, and a large number of newcomers and gifted talents were needed in reserve. Even if only half of them made it back alive, these people would become the elite of the future and bring back more rare resources. This year's cultivation resources were especially abundant, and there were newly discovered rare items as well, so the guilds attached great importance to it. Xian Yuan Zhanlong had his son Xian Yuan Jing in charge of recruitment, believing he was the best at attracting newcomers. Xian Yuan Jing was handsome and flamboyant, and he asked his father about the recruitment benefits. Xian Yuan Zhanlong replied, the highest standard, elders to carry you, green grade gear for joining, purple grade gear for meeting the target, and all other benefits included. Xian Yuan Jing was satisfied after hearing that. Don't worry, Dad. With these benefits, I'll definitely recruit over 100 geniuses for the guild. After saying that, Xin Yuanjing immediately got to work. On the Red Scale Guild side, Qi Tianlin said to Qi Yinfeng, Yinfeng, your mistake caused us to lose a genius like Lu Xiaoran. The nation's talent cultivation plan is about to begin, and this is an opportunity for newcomers to grow. As long as they survive and return, they can level up rapidly and obtain a huge amount of rare resources. The guild will give you the highest benefits. As long as you recruit enough potential new Beastmasters, anyone else who meets the requirements can also be accepted. Qi Yinfeng said with confidence, Dad, just wait. This time, I won't disappoint you again. But they never imagined that the great Xia hero Qin Yun had also started recruiting people. On the other side, after checking the package, Qin Yun took out a piece of equipment. Previously, when killing the 7th-tier Beast Emperor Darkblade, he had dropped a pile of good stuff, and the best of it was actually an unidentified 7th-tier legendary blade. He would have to ask Old Bai to identify it. Legendary equipment. Su Tanner's breathing quickened. She knew all too well how precious legendary equipment was. Even the 4 legendary Beastmasters each only had one piece, and the highest was only 9th tier. Yeah, this equipment dropped from killing the 7th-tier Beast Emperor. Tanner, go invite Old Bai to identify it. This piece will be one of the foundations of our guild in the future. Okay, I'll go right away. Su Tanner immediately returned to Blue Star. Not long after, Su Tanner returned with Old Bai. Old Bai said in surprise and excitement, Young friend Qin is truly amazing. You already have another piece of legendary equipment so soon. Last time, I only identified one for the branch president. Old Master Bai didn't waste any words and immediately used an identification scroll. The equipment information appeared at once. Slaughtering Blade Legendary, Tier 7 LV, 210 Strength, plus 1,470 Lifesteal, plus 14% crit, plus 140% attack speed, plus 280% physical resist, plus 14% armor penetration, plus 21% passive. Every attack stacks 7% attack, up to 70%. Reset after 30 seconds without attacking. Active. Blood Slaughter. Can stack marks, causing bleed every second. At 10 stacks, it explodes, dealing 14,700 true damage. As soon as the attributes appeared, the entire room was stunned. Qin Shui couldn't help but exclaim, Little brother, these stats are too strong. Are they real? Su Tanner's eyes lit up. No wonder legendary gear is so rare. This effect is even fiercer than the one my dad has. She just wasn't high enough level. Otherwise, she would definitely have put it on to try. But she wasn't in a hurry. Once the training plan ended, she'd be able to reach Tier 6, and after spending some time advancing to Tier 7, she'd get to experience it firsthand. Everyone, stop looking at the legendary gear for now. Let's set up the barrier first. A barrier? Su Tanner froze. You need a barrier master and material stones for a barrier. Low-level barriers are useless. No need for a barrier master. As long as we have Salada, that'll do. With that, Qin Yun took out the ceiling barrier diagram. The moment the barrier diagram appeared, even Old Master Bai couldn't help but look away from the equipment, staring fixedly at the 7-colored barrier diagram in Qin Yun's hand. 7-colored radiance? A mythic grade item? Old Master Bai rarely lost his composure. Who could remain unmoved by the world's only divine grade item diagram? Old Senior Bai has excellent judgment. This is a divine grade item diagram. Any material stone can be used to set up the barrier, and the higher the grade of the main material, the stronger the barrier. In simple terms, as long as you have a divine grade material stone, you can set up a divine grade barrier. Qin Yun explained with a smile. Su Tanner could no longer sit still either. If a divine grade barrier could really be set up, then unless it was a divine grade boss, no other boss would be able to break it. The guild would be practically invincible. But the key was having a divine grade material stone, which was basically impossible. Friend Qin, do you have any high-grade material stones? Old Master Bai couldn't help asking. Qin Yun said calmly, Not yet, but there will be soon. Then he prepared to buy a material treasure chest. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a rule treasure chest in his bag, and casually opened it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a 10th level divine grade material stone, dragon patterned crystal stone. He had originally planned to open a legendary material stone, which would at most allow him to set up a level 9 barrier, but instead he directly got a divine grade material stone. This rule treasure chest was too powerful. Qin Yun thought to himself that he should brag more in the future, and then he could show off a bit when recruiting guild members. Salada, get ready to set up the divine barrier. Okay, Brother Yun. Salada was stunned. Brother Yun, are we really setting up a divine barrier? Qin Yun took out the dragon-patterned crystal stone. This crystal stone was covered in dragon-patterned runes, with a dazzling 7-colored radiance, extremely eye-catching. Oh my god, a divine-grade material stone? Qin, where did you get this thing? Old Bai once again lost his composure, holding the crystal stone with great reluctance to let it go. Qin Yun said casually, opened it from a box. After all, no one had ever seen a rule treasure chest, so no one was suspicious. Qin Yun had divine-level beasts and mythic talents. Everyone could accept that he would open a divine-grade material stone. Brother Yun, to set up a divine barrier, besides the main material stone, you also need legendary material stones as support. Otherwise, you can only set up a level 9 barrier. Sarada reminded him. How many legendary material stones do you need? Qin Yun asked. At least 28. So many. To maintain it long-term, that many are needed. If it's only temporary, 9 stones will work, but it can only last 3 months. Qin Yun thought for a moment and decided to go big directly. The barrier had to be kept open for the long term. How long can it last? At least 10 years. If all the legendary material stones are used, it can last permanently, as long as energy is replenished regularly. Qin Yun immediately decided to open the material stone treasure chests and said, keep an eye on the divine-grade material stones. I'm going to open the chests. He walked off to the side and began opening them frantically. After defending Jinghai and completing the 3rd-tier quest, Qin Yun's gold coins skyrocketed to nearly 200 million. These material treasure chests were even cheaper than equipment treasure chests. Being rich really is awesome. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining level 9 legendary material stone, Fire Crystal Stone X1 Ding. Congratulations on obtaining level 9 legendary material stone, Ice Crystal Stone X1 Ding. Congratulations on obtaining level 9 legendary material stone, Thunder Crystal Stone X1 unexpectedly. He spent only a little over 50 million gold coins and got 28 legendary material stones, along with a whole pile of low-grade material stones. Materials are a bit easier to get than equipment. Equipment boosts strength too much. Qin Yun could only guess this way. Jinyo, you can have any materials below level 5 as snacks. Okay, thank you, master. Jinyo swallowed the low-grade materials, and a flash of light swept over its skin before vanishing. After devouring the god-level boss, its defense had soared, and now it was strengthened again by the material stones. Qin Yun became even more certain that Jinyo could swallow anything to grow stronger, and its physical defense had long since surpassed the attribute bonuses. Jinyo really is the only mythic beast. Even its stat panel can't keep up with its real defense. Qin Yun felt smug in his heart. The stronger Jinyo became, the more impressive he was. Very soon, Qin Yun returned to the main hall and handed all 28 legendary materials, along with a large pile of high-tier materials, to Sarada. Su Tanner had already prepared herself mentally, but when she saw Qin Yun bring out so many legendary materials in such a short time, she was still shocked and was almost getting used to it. Old Bai also looked at Qin Yun, tempted to join the Shanghai Pavilion, but then he remembered the headquarters president's cultivation of him and held back. Sarada, you're now the barrier elder of our Shanghai Pavilion. Yes, Brother Yun. Sarada happily called everyone over to set up the barrier together. The setup was simple. Just activate the ceiling barrier diagram, place the materials properly, and finally have Sarada install the main material, and the barrier would be complete. This was the Water Spirit Tribe's exclusive treasure, and only they could use it. Back then, Chief Doran had given this as a backup plan. Once the barrier was activated, a huge azure dragon rose into the sky, its pressure spreading in all directions. Its dragon roar shook the heavens, terrifying all the beasts in the Blackbone Forest. Damn, why is there a divine dragon roaring? It seems to be coming from the direction of Shanghai Pavilion. Could it be that that human prodigy has summoned a divine dragon? The beasts were frightened out of their wits. In the future, if you encounter a beast master from Shanghai Pavilion, stay far away. Too terrifying. However, the Blackbone Forest map had restrictions. If you weren't at the required level, you couldn't leave. All purchasable maps had this kind of restriction. You couldn't go anywhere before reaching the level. At this moment, Qin Yun and the others also saw the barrier's effect. Ceiling Barrier Level 10 lasts 15 years. Azure Dragon Protection can withstand 100 attacks from lower deity level. Attacks below deity level are ineffective. Beast invasions automatically trigger a deity level counterattack. Qin Yun was stunned. This was simply heaven-defying. With this barrier, Shanghai Pavilion would never have to fear beasts again, and there would be no need for any extra protection. Now that the equipment and barrier were both ready, the only things left were beast eggs and talent stones. Talent stones, especially, were too expensive. Even a level 1 stone cost 100,000 gold coins. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and spent 90 million, buying 300 level 1 and 300 level 2 talent stones, more than enough for 10 people. He then spent several million more opening treasure chests, but he didn't get any legendary beast eggs, only 36 epic beast eggs. He took a huge loss, and the gold coins in his inventory were down to just over 2 million. But that still wasn't enough. The Shanghai Pavilion Guild still lacked a big shot. Qin Yun set his sights on Old Bai, but to win him over, he needed god-tier equipment. Qin Yun pulled Billis aside and asked, "Can you take off your clothes?" Billis misunderstood and blushed. Qin Yun hurriedly explained, "No, not your clothes. Take off your mythic-grade equipment and lend it to me for 2 days." Billis agreed and took off her exclusive divine equipment and handed it to Qin Yun. Other people couldn't see its stats, and they couldn't wear it either, but it was more than enough to attract Old Bai. The guild needs a legendary appraiser, and in the future it'll need a divine-level appraiser too. Otherwise, it won't even be able to equip divine gear. There's no time to train a new appraiser now. Qin Yun handed the divine gear to Elder Bai. "Elder Bai, would you like to appraise this mythic-grade equipment?" At the sight of it, Elder Bai's hands trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. Divine gear. It's really divine gear. The only divine gear in the world. Elder Bai asked Qin Yun excitedly. "Little friend Qin, where did this divine gear come from?" Qin Yun played his trump card. "Elder Bai, this is the exclusive divine gear of my guild elder, Billis. She's a divine NPC." Elder Bai was shocked and looked at Billis, unable to imagine that she was actually a divine NPC. Following Qin Yun's instructions, Billis revealed her foxwoman true form in the divine halo, instantly transforming into a genuine fox goddess girl. Qin Yun continued to dangle bait. "Actually, Salada is also a divine NPC, which is why we were able to activate the divine item blueprint." Elder Bai was completely stunned. 2 divine NPCs? That's insane. A divine barrier, 2 divine NPCs, countless resources and gold coins, and Qin Yun himself, this divine genius, with an unlimited future. Elder Bai suddenly felt that Qin Yun's guild would surely surpass all guilds in the future. Maybe Qin Yun really would obtain an unidentified piece of divine gear. Qin Yun seized the opportunity and said, "Elder Bai, Shanghai Pavilion still needs a big shot to keep things in check, and it also needs a legendary appraiser like you. Are you interested in joining?" Elder Bai fell into thought. For an appraiser to reach the 10th rank, he had to use a max-level talent stone to advance to rank 10, and then appraise a piece of divine gear. The only thing he lacked now was an unidentified piece of divine gear. Becoming a divine-level appraiser was his ultimate goal. Shanghai Pavilion could let him see hope. He eventually agreed, but with one condition. "Little friend Qin, as long as you give me divine gear, I'll come. But I must first get approval from President Su. Without him, there would be no me today." "Of course, Elder Bai. Please let President Su know that if he agrees, then I, Qin Yun, will owe him a huge favor, and I will certainly repay it in the future." Qin Yun actually felt a bit embarrassed about poaching a legendary appraiser, so he could only find a way to repay the favor later. Elder Bai immediately contacted Su Wanjin and explained the situation. As soon as Su Wanjin heard that Elder Bai was going to join Shanghai Pavilion, he immediately understood that Qin Yun needed a top-tier appraiser. Without one, it would be very difficult to obtain good equipment. If it had been any other guild, he would not have agreed. But Qin Yun's guild had astonishing potential, and he felt very reassured. His own daughter had also sent him a detailed private message introducing Qin Yun's guild. Letting Elder Bai go there would not be a loss. Besides, Qin Yun still owed him a huge favor, and in the future, when he advanced to a level 10 guild, it would be an easy victory. For a top guild, was there any need to worry about not having a legendary appraiser? Not to mention that Elder Bai had promised that whenever the president needed high-level equipment appraised, he would help at any time. No matter how you looked at it, it was a win. Su Wanjin agreed instantly and even suggested that Elder Bai sign an entry contract with Qin Yun to show loyalty. Elder Bai turned back and said, "Little friend Qin, I am willing to join Shanghai Pavilion, but we must sign a contract." For a big shot joining a guild, it was common to sign an oath to prevent betrayal. But Qin Yun smiled and said, "Elder Bai, my guild doesn't need contracts. As long as you pass the guild assessment, you'll have absolute freedom." White Elder looked puzzled. "Guild assessment? White Elder, our guild leader bought the highest grade guild contract scroll and set up 5 assessments: obedience, loyalty, friendliness, integrity, and unity," Su Tainer explained. "If guild leader Qin won't let this old man sign the contract, then I'll take the assessment instead." "That's this old man's principle," White Elder said. Seeing that White Elder was a man of principle, Qin Yun didn't refuse and let him take the assessment. Billis activated the contract scroll, and White Elder entered the space to undergo the 5 assessments. Before long, he passed them all, and White Elder smiled while stroking his beard. Qin Yun wasn't surprised. White Elder had plenty of experience, and these 5 contract standards were already his way of doing things. Thus, White Elder smoothly joined Shanghai Pavilion and was appointed by Qin Yun as the guild's sixth elder. At this point, all 6 elder seats of the 2-star guild were filled. Everything was prepared, waiting only for the grand event to begin. Over the next 2 days, Qin Yun took his family to sweep through the Blackbone Forest, hunting exotic beasts. Although the beasts could hide, Jin Nyo could devour endlessly, leaving them nowhere to escape. Soon, the National Guild recruitment event was held in the imperial capital, and Qin Yun led the entire team to participate. The Great Xia Talent Cultivation Plan had already been opened to the public, and anyone who met the requirements could sign up. At this time in the imperial capital, members of guilds from all major powers gathered to recruit newcomers. This year's event was unprecedentedly grand. New generation talents and solo beastmasters from all over the country, and even some genius transfers, came as well. Joining a good guild meant receiving more benefits. At the same time, guilds could obtain rare resources through newcomers participating in the cultivation plan, while newcomers relied on guilds for growth. This was Bilis and Sarada's first time in the Great Xia imperial capital, and they were immediately captivated by its bustling prosperity. All kinds of flying beasts darted through the sky, while the ground was filled with diverse exotic beasts: oxen with scales, fire lions, monsters with huge eyes and wings. They were all the bonded beasts of the beastmasters who came to take part in the event. Qin Yun felt as if he had stepped into a beast tamer paradise. Of course, the military also maintained order, and beasts that were too large could not be released without permission to avoid blocking the roads. Street vendors shouted nonstop, selling beast feed, beast potions, beast clothes, all kinds of styles. Come take a look. The stalls of all kinds were lively and dazzling. Bilis was instantly drawn to a jade necklace. Such top-grade jade could originally sell for over 100 million, but now it was merely an accessory. Boss, how much for this jade necklace? Only 100,000. I'll take it for 70,000. The boss's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Deal. Qin Yun said he hadn't brought any money, and directly paid with 700 gold coins. When the boss heard the payment was in gold coins, he was instantly stunned. A true tycoon, buying a necklace and paying in gold coins. He had done business in the imperial capital for many years, and this was the first time he had seen anyone pay with gold coins. The boss shouted, drawing a crowd of beastmasters. Who's this so lavish? The 4 beauties beside him are absolutely stunning. Many people also noticed Sutainer and the others. Qin Yun casually gave the jewelry to Bilis. Thank you, Brother Yun. Bilis smiled, and everyone nearby was completely captivated. Sutainer also spoke up. Little Qin, I want one too. What do you, a young lady, need that for? I want it. Qin Shui also chimed in. Little bro, buy one for her. Qin Yun said nothing, but still bought 2 more pieces of jewelry, and even Sarada got one. Only then did Sutainer smile again. Suddenly, a squad of military beasts approached, and the squad leader saluted Qin Yun. Hero Qin, welcome. Do you need anything? We're here to participate in the National Guild recruitment event. What procedures do we need? You want to join a guild? No. I've founded a new guild myself and came to recruit people. Understood, please wait. After checking with his superiors, the squad leader immediately said, Hero Qin, we've arranged the best location for you, and all procedures are waived. Follow me. Qin Yun and the others left with the military beast squad, and only then did the bystanders react. Wasn't that the god-level genius from Jinghai City that was saved just now? Qin Yun? He's Qin Yun, the stall owner said in regret. How could I have charged Hero Qin money? Some others recognized Sutainer. She's the only legendary genius, Sutainer. She was just acting coquettishly toward Qin Yun for a gift. Looks like Miss Su already has someone in her heart. Those 2 young masters from Kyoto are going to cry themselves unconscious. Qin Yun built his own guild and is recruiting? Hurry, let's go take a look. Everyone immediately followed after them. Qin Yun and the others quickly arrived at the event venue. The square was spacious, and the best high platform in the guild area was reserved for guilds above 8 stars. The Red Scale and Flame Dragon guilds were both up there as well. The squad leader arranged for Qin Yun to go up onto the platform. You need to list the guild benefits so it's easy for new recruits to choose. The state will supervise, and false advertising will be punished. Show the benefits and advantages. There are no other requirements. The squad leader led the others away quickly. Qin Yun asked Sutainer how the materials were prepared. Sutainer said they had been ready for a long time. Qin Yun glanced through them and added one more line. After advancing, a free 1 million gold draw for an exclusive beast skill. Sutainer was surprised. That's too extravagant, isn't it? Do you even have enough gold coins? Qin Yun smiled. You know my strength best. Sutainer glared at him and added that line as well. Also, at the end of every month, I will personally lead the team to level up, so newcomers can improve rapidly. Qin Yun, with benefits like this, The other guilds basically won't stand a chance of recruiting anyone today. Sue Tanner was looking forward to the excitement ahead, and she could make a big splash again too. On the platform, the Vice Guild Master of Flame Dragon Guild, Xianyuan Jing, and Shi Yinfeng from the Red Scale Guild noticed Qin Yun and the others. Seeing Sue Tanner chatting and laughing with Qin Yun, Shi Yinfeng's face darkened. He felt unhappy and even murderous. Xianyuan Jing came straight over. He had publicly declared that he would marry no one but Sue Tanner. When he saw Sue Tanner, he had initially thought she was there to help recruit people, so he ignored everyone else and said, "Tanner, you're here." Sue Tanner frowned and was unwilling to pay him any attention. Xianyuan Jing and Qi Yinfeng were outstanding in the eyes of outsiders, but in hers they had awful character and low emotional intelligence, and they kept pestering her, which was very annoying. Seeing that Sue Tanner ignored him, Xianyuan Jing's face sank. He even glanced back at Qi Yinfeng, wondering why this guy hadn't come up to curry favor. "Xianyuan Jing, how many times have I told you? Don't call me Tanner." Sue Tanner couldn't help speaking up and secretly glanced at Qin Yun's reaction. Qin Yun wore a look like he was watching a show, smiling faintly. Xianyuan Jing hurriedly said with an ingratiating smile, all right, I won't call you Tanner." He was actually just a bootlicker. This time, he wanted to seize the opportunity to confess his feelings. "Miss Sue, we grew up together, and I've always liked you. I haven't seen you these past few days and missed you terribly. Be my girlfriend." Qin Yun was drinking tea, and when he heard that, he almost spat it out. Sue Tanner was so angry her face turned red. She stamped her feet and shouted furiously, "Get lost! Get the hell out of here!" At the back, Qi Yinfeng looked at Xianyuan Jing as if he were looking at an idiot. Xianyuan Jing frowned, glanced at Qin Yun, and said unwillingly, "If our two families marry into each other, our strength will increase, and we can unite the entire Great Xia faction to fight the beasts and foreign enemies together." Xianyuan Jing spoke righteously, hoping to move Sue Tanner with family interests and the greater good of the nation. Sue Tanner closed her eyes and took a deep breath. After opening them, she said angrily, "Shut up. Xianyuan Jing, I've said this many times. My future husband must have talent no less than mine, be a peerless hero, and come riding in on colorful, auspicious clouds to marry me. Do you think you're worthy?" After saying that, she even leaned toward Qin Yun. The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar. Anyone with sharp eyes could tell that Sue Tanner liked Qin Yun. Qin Yun's talent matched hers, and he could also be called a peerless hero. Xianyuan Jing's neck stiffened as he stared at Qin Yun with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, he broke down on the spot. No, no, no. Suddenly, a mournful piece of music began playing, and Xianyuan Jing roared furiously. "Who played that music? Turn it off. Turn it off now." He kept staring at Qin Yun and said coldly, "Qin Yun, don't think that just because you're the only god-tier genius, you can compete with me for Miss Sue. She's mine. Honorable one, just you wait. In the end, the strongest is the real winner." Xianyuan Jing said in a threatening tone. In front of the one he loved, there was nothing he wouldn't dare do. "You're right, I agree." Qin Yun clapped and laughed, looking annoyingly smug, which made Xianyuan Jing tremble with anger, but he could only hold it in. After all, strength is what speaks. Xianyuan Jing turned to Sue Tanner and vowed, "Miss Sue, I won't give up. One day you'll be moved by me. I'm the one destined for you." After failing, he could only return to his seat, collect himself, and wait to complete the task of recruiting people assigned by his father. Qin Yun watched and said teasingly, "Actually, I kind of sympathize with him. He's the textbook example of a simping dog." Qin Yun understood the sorrow of being a simp all too well. He would never be one. In this life, only beauties would simp for him. Qin Shui and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. "All right, start recruiting. Hurry up and write out the benefits." As soon as Qin Yun spoke, Sue Tanner and the others immediately got busy, and no one paid any more attention to Xianyuan Jing. At this moment, the benefits offered by the Scarlet Scale Guild and the Flame Dragon Guild had already been displayed, drawing exclamations from all the new students. "Damn, that's a huge show of wealth." Qin Yun casually glanced over as well and found that the benefits of the two major guilds were roughly the same. 1. Joining the guild gives you green-grade equipment. Complete tasks to receive purple-grade equipment at most, with no limit on quantity. 2. Elders lead teams to hunt ferocious beasts for 4 hours each month. 3. After the event, new recruits hold sparring matches. The top 10 are elite members with attribute bonuses, and the first place can become a disciple. 4. 20,000 monthly subsidy. 5. Beast taming training ground open 2 hours daily. 6. After reaching 5th tier, beast taming eggs can be obtained based on contribution. Scrolls are at your own expense. 7. The guild sells talent stones for 90,000 gold coins. 8. Beast skill lottery, supported by contribution points and gold coins. The attribute bonuses were also the same. Guild Leader plus 195%, Vice Guild Leader plus 165%, Elder plus 150%, Elite Member plus 132%, Ordinary Member plus 114%. For a normal 9-star guild, the Guild Leader gets plus 90%, and Ordinary Members only plus 9%. Paying to upgrade can be done 10 times, with each bonus increasing by plus 21%, and the price rises each time. Both the Scarlet Scale and Flame Dragon guilds had paid to upgrade 5 times. The 6th time would cost over 300 million gold coins, which neither could afford. The benefits offered by the 2 major guilds were indeed explosive, far beyond the past, but Qin Yun only sneered. These were just trash in front of his Shanghai Pavilion. Just as everyone was preparing to line up and the 2 major guilds were enjoying explosive popularity, Su Tanner and the others also finished listing all of Shanghai Pavilion's benefits. The entire venue immediately erupted. Damn, these benefits are way too explosive, right? Bro, you're not seeing things. It's really ridiculous. Is the Shanghai Pavilion Guild not faking it? It shouldn't be. This is a national level event. If they fake it, they'll be severely punished and scorned by the entire industry, and they won't be able to recruit anyone. Qi Yinfeng and Xian Yuanjing looked at the benefits of Qin Yun's guild and were completely stunned. Benefit: join now and get a full set of purple tier gear. The guild also has hidden 7th tier legendary equipment and 100 orange tier items. Higher level members get priority, no contribution points required. Benefit: the guild leader personally leads leveling every month, guaranteeing a full level up. Benefit: 1st and 2nd tier talent stones are free to use, no contribution points required. Benefit: a monthly living allowance of 10,000 gold coins. Benefit: all guild facilities can be used without time restrictions. Benefit: join at 5th tier and receive an epic beast egg directly. Contract scrolls are provided for free until the contract succeeds, no contribution points required. Benefit: after the advancement quest, you'll be given 1 million gold coins directly to draw a signature beast skill, no contribution points required. The perks still weren't over. Su Tanner then showed off the basic attribute bonuses of the 2-star Shanghai Pavilion Guild. Guild Leader plus 146%, Vice Guild Leader plus 140%, Elder plus 136%, Elite plus 132%, Ordinary Member plus 128%. Previously, Su Tanner and Qin Yun had discussed guild attributes, and Qin Yun simply poured all his gold coins into it, maxing out the basic attribute bonuses. There were few monsters in the Blackbone Forest, so he went straight to grind the level 9 map, Fear Demon Nest Cavern, and collected all the gold coins in 2 days. Oh my god, are these perks for real? Is this a dream? You get purple gear and talent stones right after joining, plus an epic beast egg and 1 million gold coins to draw skills. What kind of deal is this? They've increased the basic attribute bonus 6 times? A 9-star guild only has 5. Shanghai Pavilion is way too generous. The whole venue erupted. With everyone's eyes on him, Qin Yun activated the final coin storage effect and announced to the crowd, "Furthermore, my guild has set up a level 10 divine tier barrier. It can block attacks from beasts below the divine tier, so safety is absolutely guaranteed." Everyone at the scene and in the live stream was shocked. What? A divine barrier? That can't be bluffing, right? A divine barrier was something everyone dreamed of. Once you had it, even a 9th tier legendary beast emperor would be nothing to fear. The big shots hurriedly prepared to rush to the scene. They had to verify it with their own eyes, and maybe see whether they could get a piece of the action. Qin Yun was directly using the divine barrier as his calling card. There was no way it was fake. All eyes were fixed on Shanghai Pavilion. Compared to it, the other guilds, including 9-star Red Scale and Flame Dragon, were simply not worth mentioning. Xian Yuanjing and Qi Yinfeng gritted their teeth, their hearts full of confusion. Qin Yun wasn't from a commoner background? Where did he get so many gold coins so fast? 6 rounds of basic attribute upgrades would burn through 400 million gold coins. Utterly outrageous. At this moment, Qin Yun sat in the guild leader's seat, with Bai Lao standing beside him, while Su Tanner, Bai Lizi, Salata, and Qin Shui stood like 4 divine maidens. Miss Su stood at the front and became the center of attention. Someone asked in surprise, "Wasn't Miss Su from Zayakaimo Beast Shop? Why is she here recruiting for Shanghai Pavilion?" "Yeah, isn't Bai Lao the chief appraiser of Zayakaimo Beast Shop? Why is he here too?" Qin Yun publicly explained. Miss Su and Bai Lao have already joined Shanghai Pavilion. She is the vice guild leader, and Bai Lao is the honorary elder and chief appraiser. The crowd went into an uproar. Did Miss Su really give up her family business to join Shanghai Pavilion? Even Bai Lao came too. Everyone was stunned, including the big shots who had rushed over. They quickly understood that this had to be Su Wanjin's doing. Xian Yuan Zhanlong and the others speculated that Su Wanjin had long had his eye on Qin Yun. He deliberately sent his daughter and the top appraiser to settle in Shanghai Pavilion in order to deeply bind this monstrous genius, Qin Yun. Meanwhile, they were still painstakingly paving the way for their juniors, while the Su family had already sent experts ahead. Su Wanjin was truly bold, directly sending his daughter to Shanghai Pavilion to be the #2 leader. Su Wanjin didn't come. He was at home watching the live stream with his wife, laughing his head off. At this point, the registration scene had completely gone out of control. I'm joining Shanghai Pavilion. Nobody stop me. These perks are insane. Anyone who doesn't come is an idiot. I was first in line. Don't cut the queue. The scene was in complete chaos, with everyone surging toward the Shanhage Guild. No one paid any attention to the other guilds at all. Red Scale and Flame Dragon, the two guild leaders, looked at the empty recruitment area and were on the verge of tears. Even the other guilds were only hoping that Shanhage would finish recruiting soon. An elder from a major guild sighed. Even I want to join Shanhage. I wonder if they accept people above 5th tier. Ding! Congratulations on successfully showing off. You have obtained a rule treasure chest X1. The crowd was in total disorder, and the soldiers had no choice but to send in more men and strictly enforce queuing. Qin Yun announced the recruitment requirements. Only beast tamers below 5th tier would be accepted, no other restrictions. Billis, divide the people into batches and take them for assessment. Got it, Brother Yun. The other guild encampments were cold and deserted, with only the wind blowing dead leaves around. The high-level beast tamers sighed in regret. Shanhage had become the holy land everyone dreamed of. Since all the newcomers had signed up for the Shanhage Guild, the event organizer could only ask the other guilds to suspend recruitment and wait until Shanhage finished recruiting. This had never happened before. The benefits offered by Shanhage were simply too tempting. As for those above 5th tier, Qin Yun planned to recruit them nationwide after the training ended. Qin Yun asked Salada, Tanner, and his sister to help. The three happily returned to the guild grounds. Bai Lao continued to hold the fort, while Qin Ming looked proud, feeling that although he was ordinary, he could still make a name for himself thanks to his capable son. Seeing her husband's smug expression, Suhi couldn't help shaking her head. Borrowing your son's glory, and your tail is sticking up to the sky. The whole Luo Shaoran family saw this scene and felt envy, jealousy, and resentment. Luo Shaoran quietly decided not to join a guild for now, making her decision in secret. The assessment time was very short. The contract formation could test 1,000 people at a time. Anyone who failed would be teleported out immediately. Qin Yun simply bought 3 more 5th-level formations, pushing the speed to the max. After the assessment, Billis and the others reported. Only 5 people passed. Several thousand passed 3 of the criteria, and several hundred passed 4. Qin Yun already knew the pass rate would be low, but he was still a little surprised. It was just too hard. But the newcomers still had room to grow. After some tempering, they could come again next time. He had Tanner announce. Those who passed at least 3 criteria could take the test again in 2 months. If the guild still didn't reach 15 members, it would not be upgraded for now, and they would deal with the rest later. Some of those who failed cried bitterly. Just 1 contract short, and I got judged as unfriendly. I was short too. My friendliness and unity both failed. Everyone felt they had missed their chance, and complaints rose everywhere. At this moment, Su Tanner announced, those who didn't pass should not be discouraged. Those who passed 3 criteria or more could retake the exam in 2 months. Everyone else could come back next year. The ones who passed 3 or 4 criteria instantly cheered, thanked Qin Yun, and were greatly encouraged, hurrying to prepare and temper their contract skills, determined to make it through next time. Qin Yun simply went back to seclude himself and cultivate, no longer participating in the assessments of the other guilds, since these people were basically all geniuses. The young masters of the Red Scale Guild and the Flame Dragon Guild were dumbfounded. All the geniuses had been poached away, and there was no chance their guilds would recruit any real experts. Damn it, Qin Yun, you didn't even leave us any soup. The two cursed inwardly. Some big shots also followed Qin Yun to the Shanghai Pavilion territory to witness the power of the Azure Dragon Barrier. Someone asked about the barrier's origin, and Qin Yun only said it was a reward for a Death God level advanced quest. No one asked further. After all, none of them had ever completed a Death God level quest. Only through such an extreme challenge could one obtain a God-tier barrier. After seeing the big shots off, Qin Yun took the newly recruited people back to the guild. Billis handed over the information. This time, there are 5 people. Only one is a genius beastmaster. The other 4 are very ordinary. Qin Yun glanced over it. First, Xiao Erwo, E-rank swallowing cloud snake, from the same school. Second, Lin Dailei, D-rank green-scaled bull, support type. Third, Zhu Tianpeng, F-rank life-type little pig, also from the same school. These three, plus another one, are all useless beastmasters with no future. Qin Yun smiled wryly. The guild was becoming a gathering place for useless people. Thankfully, the last one, Yang Qianshi, with an SS-rank Black Emperor dog, was a genius. Qin Yun became a little interested and asked, "Which one is Yang Qianshi?" The four looked at the young man in white. With his back to everyone, he held a feather fan and said, "I am Yang Qianshi." Qin Yun suddenly thought of a character from a novel. "What is your relationship with Yang Qianwan?" "Yang Qianwan? Don't know him." "If you don't know him, why are you copying him?" Yang Qianshi was utterly baffled. "Guild leader, you'll see my strength in the future." Qin Yun laughed, feeling that he could cultivate him into a master of showboating. In the future, the guild's acts of flaunting would all depend on him. Yang Qianshi's SS-rank Black Emperor dog also imitated its owner by turning its back to everyone. When Qin Shui's happy dog saw this, it felt inferior and buried its head. Qin Shui comforted the happy dog, "Don't be sad. You'll definitely be stronger than it in the future." The happy dog's eyes lit up again. Qin Yun began speaking. "Congratulations on becoming members of Shanhai Pavilion. We value freedom here. Aside from guild matters, the rest of the time is yours to do as you please. But remember our principles: loyalty, unity, kindness, integrity, patriotism. These apply internally. As for external matters, even if we face an exotic beast god boss, we must fight to the end." The five were thrilled and said, "Understood. Guild leader, I'd like to ask, our innate beast familiar's aptitude is too low. Do we still have a chance to become elite members?" The new girl Noa Noa asked softly. The guild leader answered directly. "In Shanhai Pavilion, aptitude doesn't matter. Once you enter, you're permanent elite members. Even a pig can take off here." Everyone immediately looked at the pink little pig munching away. The pig looked blank. "Why are you all looking at me? I really am just a pig." Qin Yun immediately assigned the five of them elite positions. A 2-star guild has 6 elder slots and 60 elite slots. We're really permanent elites? Seeing the title and the prompt for a plus 132% all stats bonus, all 5 except Yang Qianshi were stunned. They had thought they'd only be able to join as ordinary members, but they hadn't expected the guild leader to be so generous, giving them elite slots right away. Everyone swore on the spot to protect the guild. "Long live the guild leader. This is our second home. If anyone dares cause trouble, we'll fight them to the end." Only Yang Qianshi was very calm. With the guild leader here, who would dare? Once the guild leader makes a move, those people will be reduced to ashes. The rainbow praise was almost fully stacked. Soon after, Qin Yun had the 5 of them choose purple-grade equipment, upgrading all their gear and sending their combat power soaring. "Guild leader, how can I become an elder?" Yang Qianshi stared intently at the elder's attributes and benefits. Qin Yun replied, "If you want a promotion, as long as your contribution points are enough, you'll be moved up when an elder position opens. All the tasks are in the rules, just check them yourself. Whoever reaches 100,000 contribution points first will be promoted directly to elder once the guild reaches 3 stars. The 5 of them grew excited, feeling the opportunity was huge, and rushed to take on tasks. After all, once they reached 3 stars, there would be 9 elder seats, so getting in early had a big advantage. Qin Yun added, "For equipment submission tasks, the minimum is purple-grade equipment. As for materials and beast eggs, they must be epic grade. Don't submit low-grade stuff. We don't accept trash in our guild." The 5 had originally wanted to farm contribution points with low-grade equipment, but after hearing that, they all gave up. Sure enough, it's hard to get by in a rich guild. Accommodation will be arranged by Elder by Lizzie. Also, as guild leader, I'm giving you a special exclusive benefit. Qin Yun handed out 10 resurrection coins. This is classified information. Anyone who leaks it will be kicked out of the guild. After seeing the effects of the resurrection coins, everyone was stunned. Su Tanner and Old Bai also finally understood why Qin Yun was invincible. God-tier beast taming, divine skills, talent, and resurrection coins. He was simply too strong. Qin Yun planned for the guild to advance once it reached 15 members and hold the rank-up ceremony, waiting for the training program to begin. They were still short 2 people, so they could only wait a little longer. Suddenly, the beast world trembled, and aurora-like phenomena appeared in the sky. Qin Yun and the others walked out of the hall to look at the strange heavens. Old Bai had no clue either. At that moment, Su Tanner received a message from her father, urgently informing her. The phenomenon is because Long Yuan Ancient Land has opened ahead of schedule. The country has already issued a notice. All the new generation members immediately rushed to the capital, preparing to head for the entrance to Long Yuan Ancient Land. What? The training program has been brought forward. Everyone froze. Qin Yun was also a bit speechless. He had originally planned to take advantage of the remaining time to level up to Tier 5 before going, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. Old Bai, You stay and watch over Shanghai Pavilion. Dad, Mom, Sis, Tanner's sister, Bailezi, and Salada. You five come with me. Qin Yun quickly arranged the manpower. Before departing, Qin Yun handed everyone a set of Tier 5 orange-grade equipment and an epic beast egg, so that once they advanced, they could immediately switch to better gear and beast companions. During these days, Qin Yun also looked into intelligence on Longyuan ancient land and discovered that it contained beast god stones where advancement quests could be accepted. After preparing everything, he led the team out. The 5 newcomers felt like they were dreaming. This was practically a god-tier guild. On the way, Qin Yun asked Tanner's sister what else was special about Longyuan ancient land. Su Tanner explained. First, it has neutral cities managed by NPCs and beast godstones for advancement. Second, once the map opens, outside beasts can also enter, and they too will be attacked by monsters. These monsters and beasts are hostile to each other. Third, besides the Great Xia, major Western powers and Sakura country also control entrances, and this time they will definitely send newcomers as well. Fourth, there are NPCs inside, some good, some bad, so you can't trust them all, and the safe city's location changes every time. Fifth, it said that there are ancient treasures inside, and there may even be a method to become a god, but no one has ever verified it. Each time the country opens it, powerful experts are organized to explore. After hearing this, Qin Yun felt his blood run hot, hoping to find a method to become a god inside. Soon, everyone arrived at the assembly point. There were many newcomers and high-tier beast tamers at the scene, and legendary beast tamers had personally come to open the dimensional passage to Longyuan ancient land. The Dragon Throne announced the opening of the entrance, activating the massive Dragon Gate vortex with Dragon Bone stones. Go in. The rules will randomly teleport you to the first or second level based on your rank. It will last for 1 month, and then you'll be automatically teleported back. The Dragon Throne spoke, and Qin Yun and the others entered the Dragon Gate. The next second, everyone landed in a huge dragon field. Above them was an endless starry sky, and the scene was extremely shocking. Besides the new generation from Great Xia, there were also people from other countries and quite a few ferocious beasts, but no one could attack within the field. Qin Yun spotted Qi Yinfeng, Xianyuan Jing, Han Xiaoli, Lu Xiaoran, and others in the crowd. Qi Yinfeng met Qin Yun's gaze, his face full of hatred, loathing Qin Yun to the core. Demonic. Qin Yun knew that Qi Yinfeng wanted to kill him in the ancient dragon abyss, and he sneered. Perfect, he had the same idea. At the same time, at another entrance to the ancient dragon abyss, the Japanese-born ones in Sakura Nation ninja attire had gathered. They were only about 1.5 meters tall, looking like dwarfs, each one ugly and crooked. Someone said, Lord Ohuang was right. The divine genius Qin Yun from Great Xia really came in. Lord Baokuan, what should we do? According to the intel, Qin Yun is at most Tier 3, and he didn't defeat the Tier 7 Beast Emperor boss alone either. He had help from Tier 7 and Tier 8 Beast Tamers. Great Xia has exaggerated his combat power to intimidate others. The map will teleport us randomly later. Follow the old method, regroup, find Qin Yun, and kill him. Also, this time we must obtain the treasure and let our nation rise again. Qin Yun has harmed our country before, so he must die as well. Inoue Baokuan said coldly. Yes. The Japanese-born ones nodded and walked toward the entrance. On the other side, the young beast emperors of the Beast Tribe royal family had also locked onto Qin Yun. Because Qin Yun had killed the Tier 7 Beast Emperor boss in Jinghai City, the Tier 9 legendary Beast Emperor boss, through the dimensional passage, determined that Qin Yun was a threat and even informed the other Beast Emperor clans that the new generation must join forces to kill Qin Yun and absolutely not let him come out alive. He's the human divine genius who killed Lord Otto's? That's right, his natal beast is a divine-level toad. Lord Iam said his child was killed by the human new generation. It should be him too. So he's from Great Xia. What a cunning bastard. No matter which country he's from, this divine genius must die. We can't let him block our path. Beast tamers were merely a means for humans to contend against the beasts. Whenever a new beast tamer rose up, the beasts would immediately set their sights on them. Although Qin Yun didn't know the details, he knew that besides Great Xia, people from other countries and beasts had also entered, so instead he was looking forward to it, afraid that his enemies wouldn't come looking for him. As long as he had resurrection coins, he couldn't lose, and he could even level up. Once he reached Tier 5, he'd be invincible. These beasts were definitely all bosses, valuable gear and gold. But he still didn't know that not only these factions were watching him, but also the Dark Faith, as well as the NPCs. At this moment, Qin Yun looked at the 2 female NPCs beside him. Phyllis, Saladayo. They were all divine-level NPCs, but they knew nothing about this map, so they could only suggest that Qin Yun asked the NPCs within the map. Qin Yun then looked at Jin Yo, who helplessly said that she could only investigate local hidden information and couldn't know the information of the entire map. Qin Yun could only sigh and decide to explore on his own. Most beast tamers were tense and uneasy. Although the map contained opportunities and wealth, the risks were equally enormous. Only the people of the Mountain Sea Pavilion were extremely excited because they had resurrection coins. Yang Qianshi directly shouted that he would roam freely inside. The Black Emperor dog was also filled with anticipation. After the dragon gate closed, a prompt sounded. Everyone had entered the ancient dragon abyss, and after 10 seconds they would be randomly teleported to a location on the first level. The prompt read: 1. There are a large number of dragon monsters here, and kill experience is doubled. 2. There is a safe city, guarded by NPCs, where you can take quests, buy supplies, rare items, and lodging, as long as you have enough gold. 3. The safe city only allows outsiders to stay for 3 hours. If you want to stay longer, you have to pay. After purchasing lodging, you can stay long-term, and the next time you enter, you can directly teleport to the safe city. Proof of lodging is tradable. 4. There are rare treasures and resources in the map. Whoever gets them is the fortunate one. 5. Be careful of NPCs in the wild. They may be believers of the dark faith. 6. The map lasts for 1 month. After 1 month, the survivors are teleported out. Qin Yun put Bai Lis and Sa La Ta into the beast taming space, and the 2 NPCs immediately went in, ensuring they could follow him. Su Tanner was somewhat worried and reminded Qin Yun not to do anything reckless. Qin Yun was baffled. When the 10-second countdown ended, everyone was teleported away in a flash of light. Qin Yun appeared in an ancient valley, where the desolate aura was thick all around, and the howls of dragon monsters rose one after another. Jin Yo reminded him that there were even more dragon monsters here than the mutated beasts in the Blackbone Forest. Qin Yun was overjoyed and opened the map, only to find that the valley was half the size of the Blackbone Forest, and the rest of the areas would only be revealed after exploration. He asked Jin Yo whether it could find the others, and Jin Yo replied that it was a golden toad, not a dog, and that it couldn't sniff across maps. Qin Yun gave a bitter smile, realizing that this map was far larger than he had imagined. He sent resurrection coins and top-tier equipment to his parents and older sister, and let them act on their own with peace of mind. That way, he could explore by himself. There were too many unknown opportunities here, and it might not necessarily be good to have them follow along. Qin Yun planned to go farm dragon monsters first, and see how they differed from exotic beasts. A group of dragon monsters spotted him, all of them between Tier 1 and Tier 3. Qin Yun immediately understood. Since the first layer of this map allows entry only below Tier 5, the monsters here range from Tier 1 to Tier 5. He focused on the dragon monster leading them. It was a Triceratops dragon monster, upright, with scaled arms, battle armor, a battle axe, and a thick dragon tail. Tier 3 LV90 Triceratops dragon monster. HP 24,280, Def 9,712, ATK 7,585, Talent Dragon Breath C. All attributes plus 12%. Skills include Triceratops Break and Kill, Dragon Charge, Dragon Axe Slash, Dragon Scale Armor Art, etc., fully equipped with Tier 3 gear. Qin Yun was shocked. This dragon monster was just an ordinary monster, yet it was fully equipped. Outside, even ordinary exotic beasts and elite monsters had little to no equipment, but here even a random one was fully geared. Its attributes were far higher than ordinary exotic beasts. In a one-on-one fight, it was not even weaker than an elite boss. He also noticed that the dragon monster's HP and defense had both doubled. Jin Yo reminded him. These dragon monsters had a special buff, Dragon Abyss Power, which directly doubled HP and defense, with the bonus increasing the higher their potential. Qin Yun sighed. If someone else ran into them, they'd probably be in for a hard battle. The leader of the dragon monsters roared furiously. Qin Yun had Jin Yo translate it. The dragon monsters said all outsiders deserve to die and shouldn't even think about taking their secret treasure. Qin Yun was instantly tempted. It looked like the secret treasures of Dragon Abyss Ancient Land were real. At that moment, the dragon monsters collectively spewed dragon breath, sending dozens of attacks at him. But above Qin Yun's head, all that appeared were -0, and he remained completely unharmed. The dragon monsters were dumbfounded. This guy was only Tier 3, so why wasn't he losing any HP at all? Qin Yun couldn't be bothered to explain. With that level of attack, they couldn't even scratch him. Jin Yo devoured them. Okay, master. Jin Yo opened her mouth, and the entire Dragon Valley map was covered by the heavenly abyss. Dozens of dragon monsters were completely stunned. Bad, there's a cheat. Before they could react, Jin Yo directly devoured most of the dragon monsters. The rest were scared stiff, all trembling like quails. Ding! Devoured ordinary dragon monster. Spat out coins x20. Ding. Devoured elite dragon monster. Spat out coins x60. Ding. Devoured leader boss dragon monster. Spat out coins x200. Ding. Triggered other currency types. Additionally spat out resurrection coins and gear coins. Ding. Killed special monster. Experience doubled. Ding. Level up +1. Qin Yun was completely stunned by the barrage of system prompts. Dragon monsters can also drop revival coins and spawn coins. Even ordinary monsters can drop them. Jin Yo, what's going on? Master, I don't know either. Qin Yun guessed that it must be a special rule of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Land map, where the drop rate for killing monsters here was extremely high. Now he absolutely couldn't let a single dragon monster slip away. This place was practically a treasure trove for farming coins. 30 seconds later. Jin Yo, one more bite. Clear them all out. Okay. Jin Yo took another bite and swallowed all the remaining dragon monsters. Ding. Monster farming dropped gold coins and special currency. After Qin Yun rode away on Jin Yo, a shadow emerged from the darkness and let out a cold laugh. Yeah. At the same time, on the other side of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Land. Oh, whoa. So terrifying. If it weren't for the orange-grade equipment the guild leader gave me, I'd be a roasted whole pig by now. Zhu Tianpeng led the pink pig around while dodging monsters, only daring to farm lone dragon monsters. After entering the Dragon Abyss Ancient Land, the pig also became fierce thanks to its top-tier equipment. You're still eating? Zhu Tianpeng punched the little pig. Master, all the plants and flowers here are nutritious. If I don't eat them, they just go to waste. Eat, eat, eat. Go headbutt that second-tier dragon monster that looks like a cabbage. Not only was Zhu Tianpeng having a hard time, but Qin Yun's family was also being besieged. Only Yang Qianshi and Su Tanner were handling it with ease. Ha ha ha, old black, bite them to death. Yang Qianshi stood on a tree and directed the Black Emperor dog, while also mocking the dragon monsters for being weak. What he didn't notice was that a Tier 5 Winged Dragon King boss had already locked onto him. Whoosh. The boss descended from the sky and bit Yang Qianshi straight away. Ah, damn it. I went too far pretending. Old black, help. The Black Emperor dog was busy fighting the dragon monsters when it turned around and saw its owner being carried off by the boss, looking utterly dumbfounded. How had he shown off too hard again? It couldn't fly, so it could only stare helplessly. In the end, the Tier 5 Winged Dragon King boss killed Yang Qianshi in one shot, and the Black Emperor dog vanished instantly as well. The next second, Yang Qianshi reappeared with a resurrection coin in a hidden rock crevice, sighing that he had been lucky to survive, and decided to keep a low profile from now on while quickly restoring his condition and leaving the boss area. Su Tanner was much more brutal. She was ruthless and spoke little, with a legendary talent, Tier 5 strength, and several orange-grade items, plus the 9-tailed purple-eyed cat demon that could block 9 fatal injuries. And she even had the resurrection coin Qin Yun gave her. She could fight bosses without panic and show off as much as she wanted. The Dragon Monster King boss said to Su Tanner, "You're the strongest beastmaster of the human race's new generation?" Su Tanner shot back, "Not the strongest yet, but if you run into my husband, you won't even last 3 seconds. The boss didn't believe it and thought humans could at most reach the legendary tier, had no divine beasts, and no one could one-shot it. At this moment, the other members of the new generation and the exotic beasts were all being besieged by dragon monsters on the first layer of Dragon Abyss Ancient Land, with casualties mounting and luck and misfortune alike. On Qin Yun's side, all the dragon monsters above Tier 3 were fleeing for their lives. Qin Yun rode Jin Yo and chased after them. "You're fleeing even on your home turf? Aren't you ashamed?" The Tier 5 Dragon Monster King boss was furious. "You despicable human. If you have the guts, don't let your natal beast act and duel me one-on-one." It had originally been confident it could hunt down the intruders, but after running into Qin Yun, one move from his natal beast skill had instantly wiped out all its Tier 3 and below subordinates, and even the Tier 3 and above ones were left at half health. It simply couldn't win and only wanted to run for its life. Qin Yun laughed. "Mudloach, tell me what the first layer treasure is and where it is, and I'll spare you." The boss roared angrily. "I'm the Azure Dragon King, with Azure Dragon bloodline. I'd rather die than tell you." Qin Yun couldn't be bothered with nonsense. "Jin Yo, eat it, and get ready for the next map." Jin Yo started eating, and even at the moment of death the boss still couldn't figure out what kind of cheat this was. Qin Yun gained a large amount of gold coins, resurrection coins, and a pile of show-off coins. Every time he entered a new map, Qin Yun would have Jin Yo swallow all the materials, keeping the good ones and directly eating the bad ones. Burp. "Master, the Dragon Monster King boss is even tastier." "Then keep going and try to eat all the dragon monsters on the first layer." The one-man, one-frog duo began a frenzy of monster eating, and for a moment the dragon monsters were almost wiped out. At this time, the dark ones who had been tailing them were shaken by Qin Yun's strength. Leader, I found an outrageous human beastmaster. He used a special method to sacrifice dark items and contact the leader. On the first layer of Dragon Abyss Ancient Land, in a secret realm, a black shadow appeared. Go on, da. Boss, his natal beast is clearly just an F-rank toad, but it can unleash god-tier power, and its beast skill directly covers the entire map. What's going on? Tell me in detail. The Dark One reported everything he had seen along the way. So you're saying his toad can swallow every dragon monster on the entire map below Tier 3 in one gulp? And Tier 3 and above dragon monsters are left at half health. Reporting to the boss, that is exactly so. That's a bit outrageous. That kind of ability is a mythic natal beast skill. But according to the rules, the human beast masters of Blue Star should still need 100 years before they can contract god-tier beasts. How could one appear? Are you sure the other party is human? Absolutely certain he's a human youth. What does he look like? Tall, handsome, charismatic, mysterious and confident, and his style is as ruthless as ours. He's a ruthless guy. Just then, Qin Yun's voice suddenly sounded behind the Dark One. Brother, that description sounds a lot like me. Thanks for the compliment. Oh damn. Terrified, the Dark One leaped back and fixed Qin Yun with a hard stare. Why you? When did you discover me? Don't be nervous. I'm not going to hit you. Qin Yun joked casually. In fact, back in the first Dragon Valley map, after Jin Yo cleared out the dragon monsters, she had already discovered she was being followed. Qin Yun told Jin Yo not to alert the other party. Now that he saw the Dark One could use special means to communicate remotely, Qin Yun decided to show himself. The Dragon Abyss Ancient Land had rule suppression, so remote communication shouldn't have been possible. Otherwise, the newcomers could simply gather at will and wouldn't need to worry about safety. At this moment, the other party's true form was revealed. He looked like a human, but his skin was as black as obsidian and glowed faintly. Information appeared. Name: NPC Leitoa. Hidden identity: Dark Believer, believer in the Beast God King OSI level. 5-star LV 150. Master: this guy is a fake NPC. He's actually a Dark Believer. Jin Yo saw through it at a glance. What is a Dark Believer? Jin Yo didn't understand either, even with the rule prompt. Billis and Salada in the beast taming space explained. Brother Yun, Dark Believers are fallen beast tamers who believe in beast gods. They're also called god slaves, a race transformed after being completely corrupted and surrendering to beasts. Qin Yun's expression turned colder. He realized that the beast taming rules choosing the Blue Star world was no accident. Other worlds had also been chosen, and beast tamers existed among other races too. In fact, Qin Yun had already started to suspect it when he met Billis and Salada. In fact, the Beast world was originally called the Beast Taming World. It was only renamed after the beast invasion, Salada added. After hearing this, Qin Yun analyzed that the beasts were not native to this world, but invaders from elsewhere. Based on the fragments of the beast god's secret record, he inferred that a divine war had erupted here a century ago, and after the Guardians were defeated, they sealed the beast god with rule power. The exact situation would require further investigation. He asked Billis and Salada why the beast god had been sealed, but they both shook their heads and said the related records were sealed. Qin Yun decided he would investigate again the next time he entered the forbidden lands of the beast world. For now, the priority was to deal with the Dark Believer in front of him. At this moment, Leitoa put away his panic and put on a flattering expression. Human warrior, nice to meet you. My name is Leitoa. I'm an NPC, no ill will at all, just a wandering NPC. Under the beast taming rules, beasts and beast tamers could communicate. Qin Yun sneered. NPC? Do you think I'm an idiot? Stop pretending. Dark Believer, your disguise won't fool me. Leitoa and the leader were both stunned, unable to understand how the disguise had been exposed. Leitoa hurried to explain and beg off. Don't worry, I only followed you after seeing how powerful you are by chance. I can't afford to provoke your strength. We Dark Believers have no direct conflict with you, and the purpose of entering this map is different too. Qin Yun didn't believe him and threatened. If you don't speak about your purpose and intelligence, don't blame me for making a move. At this moment, there was killing intent beneath his smile. Leitoa wailed inwardly, feeling that it wasn't certain who the real villain was. He knew very well that hiding anything meant death. The other party's beast skill covered the entire map, and there was nowhere to run. Leitoa could only hope that the leader would help him plead for mercy and let him reveal the intelligence. But the hope was slim, because the leader was also a ruthless man. At this time, the leader's voice came from the item in Leitoa's hand. Human brat, mind your own business and let my subordinate go. Qin Yun sneered. Cut the crap. If you won't say what you're after, Then I'll kill every last one of you. The leader replied, don't think that just because you have a special beast, you can run wild. None of you will leave Dragon Abyss ancient land alive. Is that so? Then come try. As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, he directly ordered Jin Yo to make a move. Since the other side refused to reveal any information, they were useless. Might as well kill them and see if they could drop some coins. Lei Tuo's face changed drastically, but he had faith. Without a god's command, he couldn't beg for mercy, so he could only fight to the death. He summoned the dark leopard beast nurtured by dark divine power and fused with his S-grade destiny beast. Its aura was violent and savage. Lei Tuo transformed into a leopard man, his whole body covered in sinister black patterns, his eyes fierce and cruel. But a few seconds later, both the dark beast and Lei Tuo himself were swallowed whole by Jin Yo. Ding! Devoured a dark believer, tenfold lucky critical hit. Coin spat out X 300000. Ding! Extra revival coin spat out X 3000. Ding! Extra outfit coin spat out X 10. Qin Yun was stunned. The reward was way too insane. One dark believer, and it spat everything out? This was even more thrilling than a Beast Emperor boss. The true Lord will find you. Sure. Remember to bring your underlings too. Qin Yun was completely unafraid of the threat, and even hoped the other side would send more people. Then Jin Yo could eat a few more and burst out even more coins. Jin Yo, how come dark believers can spit out so many coins? Aren't they beast masters? Master, after dark beast masters believe in the beast god, they become servants of the beast god and are considered special beasts, so they can drop huge rewards. Qin Yun immediately understood. So it was related to the Beastmaster rules. These dark Beastmasters, after betraying their faith, counted as special coin-dropping monsters. After tidying up the golden light items that had dropped, he even picked up an epic piece of equipment, feeling utterly delighted. To him, dark believers were simply mobile treasure chests, guaranteed big drops. Jin Yo, let's go. Next map. Qin Yun had long since reached the level cap of Tier 3 and couldn't take on his advancement quest for now. Beside him, Billis and Salada were also leveling up rapidly, sharing experience with Qin Yun and already at Tier 4. It wouldn't be long before they reached Tier 5. Next, Qin Yun comfortably enjoyed the service of the two women while Jin Yo swept through the dragon monsters. If anyone else saw this, they'd surely be green with envy. While other players were fighting dragon monsters to the death, he was practically on vacation, with NPCs massaging his shoulders, pounding his legs, and feeding him grapes. The strongest boss Qin Yun has encountered so far is the Dragon Monster King. Qin Yun never ran into the Dragon Monster Emperor boss, but he did farm quite a few beast bosses along the way and, incidentally, earned a lot of coins. Soon, he entered the new map, Dragon Marsh. The system keeper said there were water-type dragon monsters here. Suddenly, Jin Yo said she smelled the scent of Qi Yinfeng, the vice president of the Jilin Guild, and that he was in this map. Qin Yun instantly got energized and told Jin Yo to find him. At this moment, Qi Yinfeng and a group of newcomers were surrounding a crocodile dragon monster boss. Relying on his strength, he demanded to pick 3 items first after the boss died. The others were unhappy but didn't dare object, so they could only swallow their anger. When the boss was about to die, Jin Yo suddenly descended from the sky, sat down and crushed the boss to death, casually swallowed the corpse, and spat out a pile of gold coins. Everyone was completely stunned. When Qi Yinfeng saw Qin Yun, he was immediately overjoyed, while the others were still cursing him for stealing the boss. Ignoring everyone, Qin Yun directly mocked Qi Yinfeng. "Hello, Aunt." Qi Yinfeng sneered in response and declared that either Qin Yun dies today or he does. He also promised the others that if they killed Qin Yun, all the equipment dropped by the boss would belong to them. The newcomers were stirred up and all showed hostility, preparing to make a move. Qin Yun was speechless and told Jin Yo to act. Jin Yo opened her mouth and unleashed a wave of area attacks, instantly engulfing everyone present. The flames ignored defense, and those people were screaming as they were burned to ashes in the divine fire. Even their natal beasts were not spared. Qi Yinfeng, however, was unharmed, because Qin Yun intended to personally deal with this bastard who had threatened his family. Qi Yinfeng was first shocked by Jin Yo's power, but soon regained his confidence. He believed he had prepared enough, and that no one could kill him. He shouted that he was the son of the Jilin Guild's president, an epic-level genius, and mocked Qin Yun for never being able to turn things around. Qin Yun only replied calmly, "Is that so? Then I'll step on you to death right now." Qin Yun couldn't be bothered to waste words. He told Jin Yo to act directly and activated Infinite Devour, locking onto Qi Yinfeng and the dragons in the map. The devouring power erupted with terrifying momentum, and only then did Qi Yinfeng realize that Qin Yun's defense of Jinghai City back then was no legend. However, he was not panicking. He had prepared long ago. Qi Yinfeng knew that Qin Yun's beast skill could insta-kill targets of the same level and take away half HP from higher level ones. As long as he could recover quickly, Qin Yun's beast skill would be useless. Sure enough, Jin Yo swallowed a large number of Tier 3 beasts in one bite, and also knocked Qi Yinfeng down to half health. But Qi Yinfeng immediately drank a specially prepared potion, and his HP instantly returned to full. Qi Yinfeng taunted, "I've thoroughly studied your beast skill. You're dead for sure today." Then he fused with his epic natal beast, Silver-Winged Tempest Wolf, transforming into a giant werewolf with silver wolf claws, killing intense surging. "Qin Yun, wait to be tortured to death by me. I'll collect your bones." Qin Yun sneered, "In my eyes, you're just an ant. It won't take long to stomp you to death." Qi Yinfeng was unconvinced and directly turned into a blur, charging at Qin Yun with a clear target. Kill the Beastmaster himself. However fast he was, Qin Yun was even faster. Qin Yun didn't dodge. He took it head-on. Qi Yinfeng thought he had landed a killing blow and unleashed his fatal wolf claw. Ding-0. Qi Yinfeng froze instantly, his expression exaggerated and dumbfounded. What was going on? His attack had actually done absolutely nothing? No way. His dad had specially made him the vice president of the guild to boost his strength, giving him plus 165% base attributes, and he was wearing 5 epic attack pieces. His attack power was as high as 40,202, stronger than most 5th-tier Beastmasters. Aside from geniuses like Xin Yuanjing and Su Tanner, no one was stronger than him. And yet with such high attack power, he still couldn't break Qin Yun's defense? With 40,000 attack power, combined with his exclusive beast skill, his destructive power could reach 50,000. Qin Yun's defense was way too outrageous. I gave you a chance, and you couldn't make use of it. You can't even break my defense while standing there hitting me. Qin Yun said calmly. I don't believe it. Even if you're talented, there's no way the gap is this huge. Qi Yinfeng was somewhat collapsing mentally, frantically using skills, but still unable to damage Qin Yun. He had forgotten that Qin Yun had the bonus from a god-tier talent, and had also spent a huge amount of gold to level up his talent. A boost in attributes was only normal. Die for me. Innate beast skill, Gale Wind Wolf Blade. Qi Yinfeng unleashed his ultimate move, and wind blades surrounded Qin Yun and Jin Yo. Jin Yo narrowed her eyes in comfort. Master, this wind feels so nice. The wind blades slashed across her body, but didn't deal any damage at all. Qin Yun's HP occasionally dropped by -3, -5, -6, completely harmless. Only then did Qi Yinfeng notice Qin Yun's health bar, 140,000 HP. He was stunned instantly. Wasn't this just a humanoid boss? With Qin Yun's defense and HP, he simply couldn't be hurt, and even a legendary set wouldn't help. At best, he could wear him down to death. It's over. This guy is a monster I can't afford to mess with. Qi Yinfeng's mentality completely broke, and he directly chose to run. Running? I thought you had some kind of ultimate move, but you're just an ant. Qin Yun sneered and ordered Jin Yo to pursue him. Boom, boom. The 4 divine skills bombarded in succession. Qi Yinfeng barely survived by relying on various items and potions, but Jin Yo's attacks came endlessly, and she could also recover beast power at extreme speed. The offensive never stopped. In the end, Qi Yinfeng had exhausted all his trump cards, was powerless to resist, and fell into complete despair. No, Qin Yun, you can't kill me. Qi Yinfeng panicked. I'll give you all the equipment. As long as you don't kill me, my dad won't let you off. Epic equipment? Not even dogs would wear that. Qin Yun sneered and ordered Jin Yo to swallow Qi Yinfeng in one bite. If you threaten him, this is what happens. After Qin Yun finished dealing with Qi Yinfeng, he was in a great mood and turned to look at the fleeing dragon monsters. They had been terrified by Jin Yo's first wave of attacks and knew that someone not to be provoked had arrived. So strong. This is a monster we can't beat. I have to go to the Forbidden Zone for reinforcements. The strongest dragon monster boss in the Dragon Marsh map, Crystal Green Dragon, didn't run with the main group. Instead, it fled in the opposite direction and burrowed into the swamp below. On the other side, by the lake, a strong team was hunting dragons. The team leader was a Westerner named Zai Ji, and his innate beast was a golden feathered eagle. His subordinates flattered him. Captain Zai Ji is amazing. These dragon monsters are no match for you. There's so much experience and so many resources. Leveling is fast, and there's no shortage of materials. But Zai Ji didn't think much of it. What's so great about this little bit of resources? The good stuff in the safe city is what's valuable. He looked at the only Oriental in the team, Lu Xiaoran, who was also an epic-level genius and a main force in the team. Miss Lu, I'm optimistic about you. If we cooperate, we'll definitely gain a lot. Have you considered joining our beautiful country? I can get you a green card. He not only valued Lu Xiaoran's strength, but was also very interested in her. However, Lu Xiaoran only saw him as a tool to use, and her heart belonged only to Qin Yun. Suddenly, one of the team members noticed something unusual. "Captain, something seems to be coming out of the lake." Big bubbles rose on the lake's surface, and in the next second, a 100-meter-tall crystal green Dragon King boss burst out. Damn, it's a level 5 peak Dragon King monster. This boss is too strong. Everyone panicked. Didn't we scout this place and find no boss? How did something this huge suddenly pop out? Although Zai Ji was strong, he knew in his heart that this kind of boss was not something they could handle. Lu Xiaoran's face also turned ugly. Her level wasn't high enough, and let alone a 5th-tier boss. She couldn't even beat a 3rd-tier one. "Captain, what do we do?" "Damn it, run." The Crystal Green Dragon King locked onto the group and was ready to take revenge, venting all the anger it had just suffered on them. Roar! The giant dragon charged over. Captain, this boss has gone crazy. What do we do?" "Fuck. Who am I supposed to ask if you ask me?" Zai Ji was panicking and didn't know how to respond. Lu Xiaoran was also terrified. She could only hope that Zai Ji would be able to keep her alive. At a critical moment, Zai Ji grabbed Lu Xiaoran and directly hurled her toward the Crystal Green Dragon King, using her as a shield. Lu Xiaoran cursed Zai Ji, but she was powerless to resist and could only accept reality. In that instant, she saw it clearly. Only the strong could survive. The Crystal Green Dragon King showed no mercy and opened its mouth to swallow her whole. At this critical moment, a dark figure flashed in, rescuing Lu Xiaoran from the dragon's jaws and saying, "This human girl is mine." The Crystal Green Dragon King ignored it and instead turned to chase the others. Lu Xiaoran hadn't even come to her senses when she saw that the one who saved her was a humanoid NPC with obsidian-colored skin, claiming to be a dark believer. Seeing that Lu Xiaoran craved power, the other party immediately tempted her. "Believe in the Beast God King boss, OSI, and you'll grow stronger right away, and even receive legendary gear." Lu Xiaoran understood that this was not a good thing, but she had just been through a life-and-death ordeal, and her heart had already wavered. Right now, she only wanted power, no matter what the cost. In the end, she agreed to join the Dark Believers. Bardo set up a formation and summoned the phantom of the God King boss. His voice exploded in Lu Xiaoran's mind. "Offer your soul. Those who believe in me shall receive my divine power." Lu Xiaoran was terrified, but there was no turning back now. She could only choose to offer her soul in exchange for immense power. Slip away. Lu Xiaoran's soul mark was devoured by the phantom, and dark divine power poured into her body, causing her attributes to soar. Her natal beast tamer spirit Howling Moon Wolf was also eroded by the dark divine power and transformed into a SSS-rank dark Howling Moon Wolf, with black wings on its back, and every talent and beast skill became SSS. Barto was overjoyed and immediately reported the news to the leader through a dark sacrifice. The dark leader had originally had no intention of recruiting human believers. It was only because of Qin Yun's appearance that he wanted to use this opportunity to find Qin Yun. Unexpectedly, he had gained Lu Xiaoran, a dark genius. "Once you reach tier 5, I'll give you a full set of legendary gear. You just need to help me find someone." "Who is it?" At this moment, Lu Xiaoran had become cold and indifferent, and the OSI divine mark appeared on her forehead, symbolizing an advanced divine servant. "I don't know him. He killed one of my subordinates, and his natal beast can devour dragon monsters and even launch full map attacks." Lu Xiaoran's expression changed drastically, and she could only think of Qin Yun. In all of Blue Star, only Qin Yun's beast had that ability. The Dark Leader asked, "You know him?" "Yes." "Leader, after you find him, could you let me meet him first?" "Yes. If he's willing to join, I'll let the matter go. Otherwise, I'll personally turn him into a puppet beast." The call ended. Lu Xiaoran regained her composure, and a cold look appeared in her eyes as she stared in the direction where Zai Ji had fled, killing intent surging up. She was now an advanced divine servant, and she would use her new identity to proclaim to everyone that she was the strongest rising star among humans. "Barto, help me kill the Crystal Green Dragon King and the guy who threw me out to die." "As you command, Lady Lu." Bardo quickly changed his address, knowing that Lu Xiaoran had a very bright future. At this time, the others were being hunted by the Crystal Green Dragon King, while Zai Ji flew into the sky on the golden feathered azure eagle to escape, but he had already been poisoned, and his HP was in bad shape. Suddenly, a dark, giant wolf appeared in the sky, with Lu Xiaoran sitting on its back. Zai Ji was stunned. How was she still alive? And why had her beast changed? He put on an enthusiastic expression. "Miss Lu, it's great that you're still alive. We really had no choice just now. Let's escape together. Of course, I won't take it to heart. I'm relieved that Miss Lu thinks that way, because the dead have no jaga to be remembered by me." Before Zai Ji could even react, Bateau had silently appeared behind him and killed him instantly. Zai Ji, eliminated. Lu Xiaoran looked down at the Green Dragon King boss below and joined forces with Bateau. Roar! The battle erupted. A few days later, Qin Yun had already amassed a huge pile of gold coins, and he had hundreds of thousands of revival coins. But he didn't have many coin-spitting ones, because he could spit out at most 6 at a time. He had swept through many maps along the way, yet hadn't even seen a trace of a safe city, let alone an NPC. Qin Yun couldn't help but complain. Bai Lise comforted him. This was an ancient ruins map, huge and complex, and it would take more than a month to fully explore. If he wanted to find treasures, he still had to rely on NPCs. Right now, Qin Yun was focused entirely on spitting out coins. He needed to find an NPC to ask the location of a safe city so he could advance and buy items. He asked Sa Ta to lead the way, thinking maybe luck would be on his side. Sa Ta casually pointed in one direction, and Qin Yun led the team forward. Half a day later, the system notified them that they had entered the Dragon Plains map. This was a vast grassland, with dragon cattle monsters and dragon horse monsters everywhere, all staring blankly at Qin Yun. Qin Yun told Jinyo to start swallowing. The abyss appeared, the dragon monsters screamed and struggled, and were all devoured in a shocking scene. The beast tamers teleported here from all over cried out in shock, unable to believe the power of this beast skill. Some even saw the Blood Crystal Dragon Cattle King boss fleeing. At this moment, a wandering NPC appeared, also staring in shock at the abyss. The system immediately informed Qin Yun that he had found an NPC, confirming it was not a disguise. Qin Yun was instantly delighted and praised Sa Ta for her good luck. He urged Jinyo not to let the NPC get away. While the NPC was trying to figure out who the powerful beast skill owner was, Jinyo suddenly jumped in front of the NPC and startled him. Jinyo was the Golden Toad Divine Beast, capable of growing large or small. The NPC took a closer look and found that it was actually an F-rank beast tamer toad, and he was puzzled, having not noticed it approaching. Looking again at the toad's back, there were 3 people on it, a young man and 2 enchanting young women. The NPC was shocked. These 2 women were not human at all. They were also NPCs, and they were both obedient to the young man, clearly having been subdued by him. What's more, the 2 female NPCs were one a divine maiden and the other a temple guardian, both with divine in their titles, which shocked the NPC greatly. Qin Yun was also sizing up the NPC at this moment. The NPC's skin was blue like the sea, his eyes were like gemstones, and his face had a wild kind of beauty, yet his lower body had ox hooves, goat horns, and a long tail. The upper body was handsome, the lower body ugly. Through Jinyo, Qin Yun immediately obtained the other party's information. Name: Shikima. Gender: Nun race. Ice Demon race. 5th tier LV-125. The Ice Demon race is naturally attuned to ice, aloof by nature, and powerful in strength. Qin Yun finally met the NPC Shikima and took the initiative to introduce himself, saying he wanted to trade. Shikima warily asked Qin Yun how he had found him. Qin Yun replied calmly that he had noticed him as soon as he entered the map. Shikima did not believe him and felt Qin Yun was playing him, so his tone turned colder. After all, this spot was in the center of the map, and ordinary people simply couldn't find him. He suspected Qin Yun might have some special ability. Shikima did not attack outright because he was wary of the 2 god-tier NPCs beside Qin Yun, unable to understand why a rookie F-rank beast tamer could bring along god-tier NPCs. Shikima snorted coldly and questioned Qin Yun. You, with just an F-rank beast tamer, dare to come find me? Qin Yun didn't care and gestured for Jinyo to make a move. Jinyo immediately unleashed a mythic-grade devouring beast skill, and the overwhelming pressure left Shikima completely stunned. A skill of this level had never been seen anywhere on the map. Hadn't the human race only just descended? How was there already a god-tier beast tamer so quickly? Shikima immediately changed his tone, addressing Jinyo as Divine Toad, his attitude shifting as he began to back down. Seeing that the time was right, Qin Yun had Jinyo withdraw her beast skill and spoke directly. Can we trade now? Shikima respectfully asked what Qin Yun wanted to trade for. Qin Yun said plainly that he wanted to know the location of the safe city and would pay in gold coins. Shikima replied that the safe city was the NPC stronghold and could not be disclosed directly, quoting a price of 100,000 gold coins. Qin Yun directly raised it to 1 million. Shikima was stunned and, after wavering, said he could reveal the exact location. Qin Yun raised the price again to 2 million. Shikima dropped to his knees on the spot, wrapped his arms around Qin Yun's thigh, and called him boss, saying he would personally lead the way and didn't care about rule punishments as long as there was money. Your exclusive guide NPC. Safe City NPCs had a cap on their numbers. The newly born generation of the demon people race had to leave the city after coming of age to train in the outside world and complete gold coin quests before they could return. Most of that younger generation died along the way or at the hands of dragon monsters, unable to complete the tasks. Shakima had been wandering outside all this time and thought he would just die waiting, but now, because of the 2 million gold coins Qin Yun gave him, he saw hope of returning to Safe City. Qin Yun curved his lips into a smile. Gold coins could solve everything. If they couldn't, then just throw in more gold coins. Cut the crap. Move. Boss, this way please. With Shakima leading the way, Qin Yun rushed through several maps at high speed and arrived at the Dragon Vein Corridor. This place was filled with magma, with waves of heat rolling everywhere. Beastmasters with low fire resistance would keep losing HP. Ding! Spent 10,000 gold coins to purchase a high-tier fire resistance item, Lava Fire Talisman X1. After putting on the fire talisman, Qin Yun instantly felt cool and comfortable. Jin Yo, Bai Lizi, and Sa La Ta were not afraid of fire to begin with. Boss, the Dragon Abyss ancient land base randomly spawned here this round. This place is full of fire element dragon monsters, and they're extremely hard to deal with. Just after Shakima said that, Qin Yun had Jin Yo directly devour everything infinitely. After a few rounds, the dragon monsters in front of them were completely wiped out. What did you just say? Qin Yun looked at Shakima. And nothing, boss is awesome. Shakima was shocked. He had not expected even the 5th-tier dragon monsters in the Dragon Vein Corridor to be swallowed up. Aside from being a forbidden dragon monster map, this was where dragon monsters were at their strongest, yet Qin Yun had casually killed them all in an instant. Boss, Safe City is right beneath the largest volcano over there. Shakima became even more respectful. With no dragon monsters blocking the way, the group rode Jin Yo straight to Safe City. What entered Qin Yun's eyes was a huge, ancient dragon city blending technology and classical style, with dragon patterns carved all over the city walls. A rule barrier protected the city, and no dragon monsters could enter. The city gates were open all year round, sheltered by the barrier. Boss, this is Safe City, also known as Dragon City, the stronghold of us NPC demon people. Shakima introduced. At this moment, a large number of NPCs had gathered on the city walls, drawn by the disturbance from the dragon monsters Jin Yo had just devoured. Even the city lord of Safe City had appeared. The NPCs were cautious and only observed from the walls. Qin Yun noticed that these NPCs were divided into Ice Demon People, Fire Demon People, Green Demon People, and more. It looked like the Demon People race had once been a major clan. At that moment, some NPCs spotted Qin Yun. Look, an outsider. In the past, people could only find Safe City near the end of the Dragon Abyss ancient land. Why is someone here so early this time? Wait, that outsider is bringing one of our clansmen with him. The clan members were whispering among themselves. Shakima is from the Shan family. He left 3 years ago, so why is he back now? Could it be that he finished the gold quest? Some suspected that the strange phenomenon in the abyss just now had something to do with the outsider, but that was quickly dismissed. They felt that Shakima's F-rank toad didn't have that kind of ability. He must have just been lucky to run into the dragon monster being killed by the abyss, which made it easy for him to find his way here. Some thought Shakima seemed to be trying to curry favor with this outsider, and everyone was puzzled. Qin Yun quickly entered the Safe City, and the system prompted him. No combat is allowed in the Safe City. Dragon monsters cannot enter, and outsiders may only stay for 3 hours per day. Purchasing a house allows permanent residence and can also shelter other outsiders. Higher-tier housing can shelter more people. Housing permits are tradable and can directly teleport one into the home. After the Dragon Abyss ancient land closes, those with housing permits can choose to stay or leave. Qin Yun's heart stirred, and he felt he absolutely had to buy a house. In the future, guild members could enter the Safe City directly, saving a lot of time. But if anyone else heard this idea, they would definitely think he was overthinking it. Housing prices in the Safe City were extremely high, with the cheapest costing 1 million gold coins, plus hefty maintenance fees. No one was willing to spend that kind of money on the first level. Large guilds all bought houses in higher-level safe cities. At that moment, an old NPC ice demon came over. Shakima, why are you with this human youth? What just happened? Shakima said, the phenomenon in the abyss was caused by this human big shot. I'm now the big shot's guide. Also, I've already completed the gold quest, so I can return to the city. He handed over 1 million gold coins on the spot. The NPCs were shocked and didn't believe Qin Yun had done it. They felt it was impossible for a newly advanced Beastmaster to cause such a commotion. As for the gold quest, no one cared much. Occasionally someone could complete it by luck. Shakima's attitude was firm. Believe it or not, I'm telling the truth anyway. At this point, the city lord finally appeared. He had originally intended to stay out of sight, But the phenomenon in the abyss devoured all the dragon monsters, and he saw hope that his clan could leave the dragon abyss. Maybe with Qin Yun's help, the demon clan could really get out. The city lord introduced himself, and Qin Yun responded politely. The group entered the hall. A whole crowd of powerful NPCs from the safe city had arrived, all staring at Qin Yun, the god-tier beastmaster who had just wiped out every dragon monster on the entire map, to see just how formidable he really was. Little friend Qin, was that abyss beast skill really cast by you just now? We remember that humans can't summon god-tier beasts and skills that quickly. City Lord AI Bully asked. Seeing how nervous the NPCs were about Infinite Devour, Qin Yun felt puzzled. After thinking it over, he understood. It wasn't that humans couldn't afford to draw. It was that the game rules were blocking it, and the time hadn't come yet. Still, demonstrating a beast skill wouldn't cost him anything, and it would also intimidate the NPCs, making it easier to buy rare items later. Qin Yun had Jin Yo cast her innate beast skill again, and the abyss appeared once more. The NPCs were completely convinced. Little friend Qin, this city lord wants to issue a hidden quest. Will you accept it? The city lord asked tentatively. Qin Yun was secretly delighted. The hidden quest had finally come. P.S. Regarding how Lu Shaoran dies, if you want her killed by the protagonist in the Dragon Abyss Ancient Land, vote 1. If you want her to become a Dark Witch first and then be killed, vote 2. Vote according to the count. As everyone knows, NPC hidden quest rewards are extremely generous, but they also serve NPC interests and aren't entirely for the Beastmaster's growth. Qin Yun remained cautious and didn't let his guard down. Ding! The Safe City Lord has issued a hidden quest. Quest. Assistance difficulty. Nightmare details. In 10 days, assist City Lord AI Bully and the NPC Legion in attacking the Dragon Monster Forbidden Land, and hold off one Dragon Monster boss reward. Free entry and exit to the Safe City during the quest period. Highest purchasing priority, plus the title Guardian. Advanced housing, and mysterious rewards upon completion. Hint. You will be forcibly teleported to participate when the quest time arrives. Ding. Accept the quest? Only nightmare difficulty. Qin Yun was puzzled, feeling that the task was not that simple. Still, the authority to buy things at will was extremely appealing, and it was exactly what he needed most. As long as he had revival coins and Jin Yo, he was full of confidence. Counting the time, it was only the 5th day now. 10 days later there would still be plenty of time to farm the first layer's dragon monsters. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yun decisively accepted the task. Ding! You have accepted the hidden quest, assist. Depart for the dragon graveyard in 10 days. Seeing Qin Yun accept the quest, all the NPCs breathed a sigh of relief and began whispering on the exclusive channel. Haha, with an unparalleled divine genius to help us, we have a great chance of fulfilling our ancestors' dying wish. They had been trapped on this map for far too long. If they wanted to leave, they had to go to the Dragon Monster Forbidden Zone and obtain that treasure. But after so many years, every time the treasure was unsealed, even with the whole clan mobilized, they still could not get it, because they were always blocked by the god-tier dragon monster boss. They had thought they would never get out, but they never expected an unparalleled divine genius to fall from the sky. As long as Qin Yun could hold off the boss, they would have time to get the treasure. With 10 days left, they were going to gather all their clansmen. At this moment, an NPC elder asked, City Lord, won't the reward be too high? The quest is Nightmare class, and we're even giving the highest purchasing authority. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The City Lord said, it concerns the life and death of the entire clan. So of course we have to use the highest reward to attract him into taking the quest. The highest purchasing authority isn't given for free either. He has limited gold. How much can he buy? All the NPCs felt that made sense and praised the City Lord for being clever. Young friend Qin, let's set out together in 10 days. The City Lord smiled, his attitude kind. Qin Yun asked, is there an item here that can contact others? The City Lord said that on this layer, only NPCs had a communication channel. Communication for outsiders was restricted by the rules. Qin Yun asked again, then why can the Dark Believers communicate? The City Lord explained, Dark Believers can disguise themselves as NPCs and fool the rules. Qin Yun had no choice but to give up on communication and planned to first buy a residence, then choose rare items. Suddenly, the City Lord remembered, we have a special item that can let your guild members see the safe city's location for 1 minute. Qin Yun's eyes lit up and he asked for the price. The City Lord took out the safe city location item diagram, priced at 100,000 gold coins. After use, guild members could receive a prompt for the safe city's location. The other NPCs chatted privately. This item is basically useless. Selling it for 100,000 gold coins not only flatters Qin Yun, but also burns through his gold, making it impossible for him to buy more rare items. The City Lord is smart. Qin Yun did not hesitate and directly paid 100,000 gold coins. On the city lord's side, Dragon Mine Map. The Earth Dragon monster was frantically searching for something, while Qin Ming hid in the mine cave, not daring to breathe loudly, nearly getting discovered several times. He was utterly shabby, and beside him, his natal beast, the mine rat, was gnawing on ore, squinting, and sneaking a laugh. Qin Ming was puzzled. There was so much ore, but his backpack couldn't hold it all. He sighed in frustration. The mine rat was not good at combat, but its sense of smell was keen. It directly led Qin Ming in stealing away all the Earth Dragon monster's top-grade ore and hiding it all in a secret mine cave. During the process, he was discovered many times. If he hadn't had so many revival coins, he would have died long ago. His revival coins were also running out fast, and Qin Ming gritted his teeth and saved them carefully. Suddenly, a pop-up prompt appeared. Your guild leader Qin Yun spent money to buy the safe city item diagram. The location has been displayed for 1 minute. Qin Ming froze for a moment, then grinned. His son was impressive. With the safe city coordinates this time, and enough revival coins on hand, he could leave safely. Qin Ming called out to the mine rat. Let's go, set out. The mine rat was reluctant to leave the high-grade ore, and Qin Ming said to retreat first and call his son back later to collect the ore. The mine rat sighed that the young master was clever, and Qin Ming was proud. A son should be like mine. On the way out, he secretly dug his way over to the Earth Dragon King boss and shouted provocatively, "Wait till I come back and deal with you all." The Earth Dragon King roared in fury, but Qin Ming ignored it and directly killed himself to use a revival coin to flee. The monsters were all dumbfounded, and the Earth Dragon King was about to go insane. Why couldn't it kill him? On the other side, the Dragon Blood Forest map. Suhi skillfully collected high-grade spirit materials, preparing potions for her son's guild. The bamboo leaf rat warned her that dozens of wood dragon monsters were approaching. Suhi complained that the wood dragon monsters were petty and only thinking about letting her son deal with them later, and planned to keep hiding. At that moment, a system prompt popped up. Suhi felt proud and thought her son was the best. The bamboo leaf mouse urged her to run, but Suhi said this time she wasn't retreating. She would unleash her true nature and bring little bamboo into battle. The bamboo leaf mouse's fighting spirit erupted, ready to start the fight. Dragon Miasma Map. Qin Shui stood with one hand on her hip, downing antidote, while directing her snowhound and poison dragon monster in a fierce battle. She had resurrection coins, so she wasn't afraid of dying. The more she fought, the more excited she became. Go for its weak point. Don't let it get away. A large swarm of poison dragon monsters was enraged by her, and more monsters gathered around. Several beastmasters in the distance were so scared that they stayed far away. This was exactly what Qin Shui wanted. She wanted to draw in the monsters so she could secretly sneak to the Poison Dragon King boss's lair and snatch that pile of high-grade poison gemstones. Gemstones were rare. The Beastmaster Mall didn't have them. They could only be obtained by grinding monsters or in special maps. After being inlaid into equipment, gemstones could boost attributes, and high-grade poison gemstones could even paralyze targets. They were extremely valuable. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up. Qin Shui's eyes lit up, and she took the chance to have her happy dog go all out on output. Very soon, she was swallowed by monsters. The next second, she revived, quietly slipped to the lakeside, snuck into the boss lair, and swept up all the high-grade poison gemstones. At the same time, Su Tanner, Yang Qianshi, and the others were all reaping their own gains. With orange-grade gear buffs and resurrection coins to save their lives, everyone was fighting hard to grind monsters and seize treasures. Su Tanner's harvest was the greatest. With her natal beast fusion, she charged into the lair of the 5-star Dragon Monster King boss, killed the boss, and obtained an extremely rare high-grade Dragon Blood gemstone, which boosted her physique attribute. She also conquered the entire map's dragon monsters by herself. The monsters fled the moment they saw her. Don't run, we fight until dawn. Su Tanner had completely turned into a female war god. The pinker her hair got, the more ruthlessly she killed monsters. The rest of the guild. Xiao Erwo. From now on, call me Xiao Yin. Lin Dalei, I'm Lin Lei. Dragons have to behave when they see me. Zhu Tianpeng. Eat, eat, eat. Pink pig. If I don't eat, can I be as thin as you? On the other side, a group of dragon monsters facing the six-eyed flying fish were trembling in fear. One dragon monster sang to bolster everyone's courage. It takes courage to face the six-eyed flying fish. After receiving the location of the safe city, everyone quickly moved out, ready to cling to the guild leader's thigh. Dragon Rock Map. Yang Qianshi and Han Xiaoli, the duo, were crouched among a pile of rocks, plotting in secret. Brother Han, the beast, is in position. Should we wait a bit longer? The success rate is only 99% right now. Damn, Even with a 99% success rate, you're still scared? We have to take out this group of bosses. The two of them worked together all the way, setting traps and killing dragon beasts. Han Xiaoli was extremely cautious and wouldn't make a move even with a 90% success rate. But this time, facing a boss squad, Yang Qianshi had no intention of letting them go. He was determined to take the risk. Yang Qianshi couldn't help complaining. Brother Han, why are you always thinking about running away? Just call yourself Han Runaway. Han Xiaoli coughed twice and said he was cautious by nature, and that his name was pretty nice too. Yang Qianshi was speechless. At this moment, Han Xiaoli stopped retreating, a flash of killing intent appearing in his eyes, and Yang Qianshi smiled in satisfaction. Thinking back to just now, the two had encountered a squad of exotic beast bosses and decided to set a trap and rob them. So, they lured the bosses into the valley. Do it. Yang Qianshi seized the opportunity and reminded him. Han Xiaoli instinctively retreated a few more steps, pushing Yang Qianshi to the front, while secretly ordering the devouring heaven worm to gnaw at the ground. Not long after, the ground collapsed, and the exotic beast bosses fell into the rock pit. Yang Qianshi stood up and laughed loudly. Ha! Exotic beasts, you're done for. Old Black Go. The Black Emperor dog suddenly took out a loudspeaker and barked furiously, drawing all the nearby earth dragon beasts over. The fifth-tier boss in the pit roared, "You're all dead." A fierce battle broke out. The exotic beast bosses were surrounded by dragon beasts and were eventually wiped out. Yang Qianshi took the opportunity to use resurrection coins to pick up the boss drops. Han Xiaoli asked curiously, "Brother Yang, how did you pick up the stuff from inside the dragon beast crowd?" Yang Qianshi smiled mysteriously. Secret. At this moment, a location prompt for the safe city popped up, and Yang Qianshi immediately asked with a grin whether Han Xiaoli wanted to go together. Han Xiaoli's eyes lit up, and he asked how Yang Qianshi knew the route. Yang Qianshi bragged proudly. "Just follow me, and you can't go wrong." The two quietly left the valley. Han Xiaoli actually didn't really want to form a team. He only reluctantly agreed because Yang Qianshi's guild leader was Qin Yun. The scene cut to the safe city. Qin Yun was leisurely drinking top-grade dragon beer tea in the hall, enjoying the NPC special service, feeling like he was the city lord. Compared with the other players desperately running for their lives, Qin Yun's treatment was simply enviable beyond belief. Qin Yun said he wanted to buy a house, and the city lord introduced 3 types. The gold house was located by the hall and was the most expensive. The silver house was near the market and was moderately priced. The bronze house was by the city wall, the cheapest but rudimentary. Seeing that most of the bronze houses had already been sold, Qin Yun asked, "Who bought all these houses?" The city lord said, "The alien beast bosses bought them. They have money." With the Abyss Ancient Land opening, the alien beast royal family would all come from massive purchases on the last day. They were the main customers. City Lord Iboli did not conceal anything and told Qin Yun the news, as a gesture of goodwill. Qin Yun was not surprised by this. These royal families were rich to begin with, so buying houses was normal. He guessed they were all grinding dragon monsters in the Dragon Vein corridor. In reality, these alien beasts were currently feeling depressed. While they were farming monsters, the dragon monsters were suddenly all swallowed by the heavenly abyss, and not a single one could be seen now. So they could only return to the safe city first. "Senior City Lord, I don't have much gold. Could you give me a discount?" Qin Yun said with a mischievous grin. City Lord Iboli readily agreed, directly giving a 30% discount. He figured Qin Yun would at most buy one house anyway. After all, gold was hard to earn. Most people were poor, and even among humans, other races, and NPCs, there weren't many with real assets. Senior City Lord is truly generous. I'm in awe. Qin Yun immediately bought out all the gold houses in one go, afraid he might change his mind. Ding. You spent 70 million gold coins and obtained 10 gold houses in the safe city. Each gold room is 100 square meters, with 30 independent dimensional rooms, for a total capacity of 300 people. Each silver room can accommodate 15 people, and each bronze room 5 people. Although the residence permit cannot directly teleport you into the city, it can provide the city's coordinates and also allow permanent settlement. The face of City Lord Iboli and the surrounding NPCs instantly stiffened. They had never expected Qin Yun to buy all 10 golden rooms outright. Those golden rooms were originally just a gimmick. One room cost 10 million gold coins, and no one would ever buy them all. Yet Qin Yun took the whole set. City Lord Iboli was too shit in his heart. He had been too careless, and had actually gone brain dead enough to give the other party a discount, losing 3 million gold coins right off the bat. That was a massive loss. Only now did he react, and his heart was utterly shocked by Qin Yun's identity. How could this kid be so rich? After getting the property deeds, Qin Yun continued to make a move. Before the NPCs could react, he took all 30 silver rooms as well. adding a total of 450 more occupancy slots. Now there were 750 slots in total, fully enough for the guild, and still enough to attract newcomers. City Lord Senior, open the treasury. I want to see what equipment and supplies are worth buying. 10 days from now we'll be attacking the Dragon Tomb, so I need to prepare in advance. Qin Yun smiled harmlessly. Over the past few days, he had been grinding monsters like crazy, and the gold in his bag had already exceeded 2 billion. He was truly at the point of only money left, and now he could buy whatever he wanted. He dared to offer discounts casually. Although he couldn't see Qin Yun's exact amount of gold, he could see that the items for sale were displayed as purchasable, so he knew this kid definitely still had plenty of money. At this point, he was somewhat regretting giving Qin Yun the highest purchase authority. The treasury opened. A stack of pages popped up before Qin Yun, filled with all kinds of high-level items, equipment, and materials. Sets, gems, everything was there. All of them were rare treasures that usually couldn't be bought, and it dazzled him. Buy them all. Jinyo's devouring space was big enough, it could fit everything. At that moment, City Lord Iboli reminded him, the dragon graveyard is dangerous. It's best to buy a set of equipment. You'll have an extra layer of safety. This was meant to help Qin Yun hold out a little longer before the god-tier boss. Qin Yun's eyes lit up. If not for the City Lord's reminder, he would have forgotten that sets even existed. Even the simplest 3-piece set would have additional equipment effects, much stronger than a single item. Thanks for the reminder. City Lord Iboli's heart immediately tightened. Qin Yun immediately opened the set page. The first page is the Tier 5 Legendary 3-piece set. Tier 5 Legendary 3-piece set Dragon Soul set. 3.2 million gold. Highest purchase privilege only. These 3-piece sets are all rare items. Even ordinary legendary equipment drives people crazy. A single set of legendary grade 3-piece equipment, 12 sets of epic grade, 56 sets of orange grade, and over 1,000 sets of everything else combined. All 3-piece sets, all lit up. The Lord of Elborg City's heart skipped a beat. Qin Yun could buy every set, which was way too outrageous. Qin Yun did the math. Buying all the orange grade and above sets would only cost a little over 40 million gold. Nothing much. Ding. You spent 45.2 million gold and successfully purchased one Tier 5 legendary 3-piece set, 12 epic 3-piece sets, and 56 orange 3-piece sets. Gah. Seeing Qin Yun sweep up all the orange grade and above sets, the City Lord and the NPC's jaws were practically on the floor. He just bought out all the sets our clan has treasured for years? Even that legendary 3-piece set. Even the City Lord can't bear to wear it. An old NPC nearly had a heart attack. But thinking that they still needed Qin Yun to hold off the god-tier boss, none of them dared object. The permissions were granted, and everything had already been put on. There was no taking it back. The sets were bought. Qin Yun then set his sights on gemstones. A set with gemstones embedded in it was the strongest. On the gemstone page, there were two of the most expensive types. Dragon Blood Gem, which increases HP and defense. Specialization Gem, which allows low-level beast masters to wear high-level equipment. The other gemstones were all the same price. Start directly. Ding. You spent 50,000 gold coins and successfully purchased one level 5 Dragon Blood Gem. Ding. You spent 50,000 gold coins and successfully purchased one level 5 Specialization Gem. Ding. You spent 15,000 gold coins and successfully purchased one level 5 Green Poison Gem. Before long, Qin Yun had swept up all the level 5 gems. He didn't even bother looking at anything below level 5. The NPCs nearby all fell silent, stunned senseless by Qin Yun's buying spree. Qin Yun's wealth was enough to shock anyone. High-grade materials? Buy. Rare items? Buy. Whether he could use them or not, he would hoard them first. After buying everything, he stuffed it all into the guild warehouse. Resources had to be stockpiled first. Just as he was about to leave, Jinyo reminded him, Master, this treasure vault still has a hidden page. The really good stuff is there. A hidden page? There was even such a thing. Qin Yun's interest was piqued again. Since he had money to burn, he might as well buy everything out. He directly pressed the City Lord. Stop pretending. Open the hidden page. I have the highest purchasing authority. Hurry up. City Lord Ubali was stunned. How had he been exposed? But he was certain that no matter how powerful Qin Yun was, he would never know about the top-tier collectibles. With a wave of the City Lord's hand, a rainbow-colored page popped up, filled entirely with top-tier divine treasures. Qin Yun was overjoyed and casually clicked on one item. Talent Refinement Stone, Mythic Grade. Can re-roll the innate talent of a bound main beast, with a very low chance of producing a mythic grade talent. Seeing this, Qin Yun was completely stunned. He hurriedly asked, Do you have a main beast refinement stone? The City Lord replied, Once the main beast contract is formed, it cannot be changed, but the talent grade can be refined and improved. Qin Yun was a little disappointed, but as long as the talent could be improved, that was already powerful enough. So he bought all the talent refinement stones, 28 in total, 500,000 gold coins each, for a total of 14 million. The city lord reminded him, a failed refinement may cause a downgrade, but once it's refined to D, A, or SSS grade, then no matter how it fails, it will never fall below those 3 grades. Qin Yun understood immediately. For example, if his father's talent were refined to D grade, then in the future, even if it failed, it would at worst fall back to D grade and never lower. The same applied to A and SSS grade. Thank you for the reminder, Senior City Lord. Qin Yun casually thanked him, then looked at the other top-tier items. Teleportation Disc. Mythic grade. Binds 30 people, can instantly teleport them to your side, ignoring spatial restrictions below divine level. Price: 8 million gold coins. Silver Badge. Mythic grade. Binds the guild. All members gain buffs, increasing speed and recovery, and can cleanse one control effect below divine level once, with a 24-hour cooldown. Price: 9 million gold coins. Godhead Fragment. Mythic grade. A remnant fragment from a fallen deity, can completely suppress beast monsters below divine level for 30 seconds, with a 15-day cooldown. Price: 10 million gold coins. Damage Zixiao Divine Thunder Tower X2. Mythic grade defensive tower, automatic attack. Current power is equivalent to Tier 9 Legendary. Requires Tier 9 Lightning Crystal Stones for replenishment. Price: 12 million gold coins. There were also a few divine grade materials, and Qin Yun bought them all. Good stuff. Take everything. City Lord Senior, do you have any more good goods? The more, the better. Qin Yun grew more and more excited as he bought. City Lord Iboli looked at the empty treasure vault page and was utterly speechless. It's already been cleared out, and you're still asking? None left. The collections are all here. If you want to keep buying, you can go into the city and look for other clan members. Maybe someone has private stashes. City Lord Iboli only wanted to get this god of wealth sent away as soon as possible. If Qin Yun stayed any longer, they'd be stripped down to their underwear. Qin Yun also understood that these NPCs really had nothing left and muttered, I thought I could spend all my money, but in the end I only used less than 1/20th. Having too much money is a headache too. City Lord Iboli and the others were spewing blood inwardly. Just how many gold coins do you have? Is your family running a gold mine? After closing the treasure vault page, Qin Yun prepared to take on the Tier 4 advancement quest. City Lord Senior, where do I take the Tier 4 advancement quest? I'll take you there. Iboli the City Lord took the initiative to lead the way, only wanting to send the wealthy benefactor off as quickly as possible. Along the way, the City Lord spoke again. Little friend Qin, here's a rare quest scroll that can shorten quest time. There's even such a thing. Qin Yun became interested. This scroll was originally a rare reward from our tribe, not for sale. But since you took my hidden quest, I can sell it to you. Using it can skip many steps and directly challenge the final boss. The boss cannot summon minions. If he wasn't worried that Qin Yun's advancement quest would take too much time, the City Lord wouldn't bear to part with it. Can't summon minions? That's useless to me. I want the boss to summon a bunch of little brothers. Otherwise, how am I supposed to grind monsters with passion? Qin Yun waved it off and refused. Iboli the City Lord was left speechless. Was this the confidence of a genius? It's too time-consuming. Just use the quest scroll and don't activate the boss restriction. So you can challenge the boss directly, and the boss won't have any restrictions either. That sounds pretty good. How much? Not expensive at all. This scroll is worth 8 million gold coins, but this time it only costs 800,000, and it works for all advancement quests up to 5th tier. Deal. Ding. 800,000 gold coins deducted. Obtained quest scroll X1. Name: Quest scroll type. Rule item effect. After accepting a quest, you can directly face the boss, and you can choose whether to restrict the boss. This thing is very practical. It can save a huge amount of time on complex advancement quests. High-level quests have long processes and require following the storyline. If you don't use this scroll, it wastes a lot of time. Grinding monsters to farm gold coins would also be delayed. Qin Yun immediately went to the advancement quest hall and started the 4th tier quest. Ding. Conditions met. Please choose difficulty. Choose Grim Reaper. Ding. Accepted the Grim Reaper level 4th tier advancement quest. Beast Taming Bond. Requires completing 3 scenes, including innate beast recognition, Beast Master awakening, and the bond between Beast Master and Beast. Detected that you have a quest scroll, you can directly skip the storyline quest and face the god-level boss. Qin Yun had originally planned to save it for 5th tier quests, but this quest process was too long, so he had to use it directly this time. Saving time and farming more dragon monsters would be more worthwhile. Use the scroll immediately. Ding, scroll used. Would you like to enable the special effect that restricts the boss from summoning subordinates? No. He had to choose no. Farming more monsters was the profitable option. Ding, confirmed that the special effect will not be enabled. Teleporting to the boss room in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Qin Yun was teleported into the challenge arena. When he came to his senses, he was already standing in the center of a massive arena, with no audience, only the boss's entrance. Heavy footsteps sounded, and a humanoid boss 5 meters tall, clad in full armor and wielding a great sword, appeared. He wore a bronze mask that revealed only eyes brimming with fighting intent. Behind him were a pair of sacred wings, with killing aura and divinity coexisting. His entire gear radiated brilliant rainbow-colored divine light, clearly a mythic-grade being. BOSS, God-level Dark Beast Tamer Cariel Divinity. Lower Tier 11, Sealed, HPX3. A level, Tier 3 LV90, HP. 540000, a Beast Power. 93600 Attack. 140400 Defense. 72,000 Talent. Death Judgment, Mythic Grade. Passive, all attributes plus 400%. Attack, damage, crit, movement speed. Attack speed plus 30%. Lifesteal 15%. All resistances plus 15%. Negative effects and control minus 15%. Divine Might plus 30%. Active, can transform into a Dark Judgment Angel and directly pass judgment on the target. Damage is based on the target's defense and includes a Grievous Wound effect. Awakened 3 Judgment Beast skills: Holy Sword Judgment, Flame Judgment, and Thunder Judgment. Innate Beast Skill: Heaven Slaughter, Mythic Grade. Exclusive Beast Skills: Dark Radiance, Holy Slaughter, Demon Sword, Dark Domain, Shadow of Torment, Dark Blood Shield, Death Judgment Equipment. Full Mythic Set, Sealed. Only Tier 3 attributes active. Introduction: Cariel was originally a holy beast tamer, but fell into darkness while protecting his homeland and was sealed as the final boss, waiting for newly advanced beast tamers to challenge him. He willingly accepted the seal, seeking only self-redemption. Cariel's voice was steady. Unlike other dark believers, he was not cunning. His presence was overwhelming and no weaker than the previous Muty Crocodile God-level boss. Qin Yun knew clearly that if they were at the same tier, Muty Crocodile might not necessarily win. From the introduction, Cariel was not truly a fallen one, but had merely been forced to join the Beast Race's camp. But that did not matter. Qin Yun only cared whether he could make Golden Girl spit out coins. Qin Yun did not rush to let Golden Girl act. He planned to wait until all of the boss's subordinates came out before sweeping them up. Kaylee said slowly, "Many Beastmasters have come to challenge me, but I killed them all because of their arrogance. You skipped the storyline and never formed a bond with your natal beast, so your strength will only be weaker. You're even more arrogant than they were. Arrogance only leads to death. I've already killed too many divine geniuses." After saying that, Kaylee summoned the fallen female angel, holding a dark sacred sword, and from her attack stance alone, it was clear she was highly skilled. The bond between the two was extremely strong, and their combat power was close to that of a 5th-tier Beastmaster. Seeing Qin Yun standing there motionless, Kaylee snorted coldly. "Scared stiff? How boring." Qin Yun interrupted directly. "Boss, are you done with your nonsense? Hurry up and call out all your subordinates. Who's afraid of you if you only summon one?" Kaylee froze for a moment, then sneered. "Fine, then I'll let you die knowing why." A large number of dark, strange beasts were summoned, roaring as they surrounded Qin Yun, hungry for blood. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it." Kaylee was a little dumbfounded. Why did this kid seem even happier? Very quickly, the boss understood. Infinite Devour. After all the subordinates had gathered, Jin Yo swallowed them all in one bite. His HP bar instantly emptied, and 10,000 grass mud horses thundered through Kaylee's heart. This wasn't some arrogant kid at all. He was a monster. This kid was basically cheating. Soon, the boss laughed again, because death was its liberation. Before dying, Kaylee said, "Kid, you're a genius. Can you help me with something?" "What is it?" "If you ever run into an Anzu tribe NPC in the future, give them this copper piece. I'll give you my natal beast egg as payment." When Qin Yun heard that, he figured it was just a small favor anyway. Guaranteed profit, no loss. And he could directly get a strange beast egg. Deal. Ding, you obtained a divine grade strange beast egg. Blazing Angel Strange Beast Egg, Mythic Grade, 10-star growth. Not a fallen angel? Qin Yun asked in confusion. Sarada explained. After a Beastmaster dies, their natal beast will revert to its primordial form. Qin Yun understood. The boss probably felt sorry for the Beastmaster and sent the beast egg out as a hidden reward. At this time, Qin Yun completed the advancement quest and received a 900-point bonus to all attributes. Then, the Advancement Quest reward for Death God difficulty was issued. Mythic Equipment Card. Kalian God Ring X1, a Beast Skill Divine Stones, X3, a Mysterious Exotic Beast God Seal Map, Key X1. Looking at the rewards, Kalian God Ring, unidentified. Mythic Grade, Effect Unknown Beast Skill Divine Stones, X3. Mythic Grade, can upgrade beast skills to Mythic Grade Seal Map Key. Mythic Grade, can open a mysterious map. Countdown 78 years, 2 months, 5 days, 13 hours, 14 minutes, and 22 seconds. If you don't have God-level combat power, don't go recklessly. Qin Yun realized that the countdown on this key was the time when the exotic beast god would break the seal. With some free time, Qin Yun directly opened a 10,000 pull gacha, hoping to get some support-type beast skills. Ding, 900,000 gold coins. Drew a mythic grade exclusive beast skill. Toad Shadows, layer upon layer. Qin Yun was very satisfied. On his first pull, he got a clone-type beast skill. Thinking of the power of the Hydra boss's divine clones, he was quite happy. He had originally wanted to keep pulling, but after thinking about it, he had 3 beast skill divine stones. There was no need to waste gold coins, so he planned to directly choose support-type beast skills to upgrade. Qin Yun learned 3 support beast skills: hard crowd control, severe injury suppression, and damage reflection. Right after that, he used the beast skill divine stones to directly upgrade all 3 beast skills to mythic grade. Ding, B-rank Toad Phantom Sound Mythic Toad Sound Divine Curse. Ding, A-rank Great Toad Spit Technique Mythic Divine Toad Breath. Ding, S-rank Golden Toad Counterattack Mythic Divine Toad Counterattack. With all 8 exclusive beast skills complete, Qin Yun was confident he could stand against powerful enemies even while his natal beast skill was on cooldown. A flash of light later, he was teleported back to the city. Outside the city, City Lord Eboli had the NPCs prepare to attack the Dragon Graveyard. Everyone thought Qin Yun would need several days to deal with a god-level boss. Suddenly, a teleportation vortex appeared, and the NPCs were dumbfounded. Could it be that Qin Yun failed? City Lord Eboli was also puzzled. It had only been a few minutes. There was no way he could have failed so quickly. In fact, if the quest couldn't be completed, he wouldn't be able to return before the time limit. The vortex dispersed, and Qin Yun appeared. The NPCs immediately surrounded him. Young friend Qin, did the quest fail? Qin Yun smiled. Fail? I already killed the boss instantly. The problem solved. After the NPCs were shocked, they all laughed. The stronger Qin Yun was, the more benefits they would get, so they were completely relieved. The city lord praised him as an unparalleled genius, but Qin Yun remained modest and said nothing. With everything that needed doing in the safe city done, he planned to grind monsters and level up, push to 5th tier, equip legendary gear, and keep increasing his attributes. The dragon monsters in the Dragon Vein corridor had all been wiped out. From here on, they could only keep their eyes on the beast bosses. Qin Yun asked the city lord, "How can I temporarily get outsiders to leave the safe city?" The city lord said he could initiate citywide maintenance. During that period, all outsiders would have to leave for at least 2 hours, and it would cost 5 million gold coins. The city lord was willing to subsidize half of it. Qin Yun did the math. The Beast Emperor boss alone could drop enough gold coins to make 10 million, not to mention the equipment and experience. It was extremely cost-effective. No problem. Please arrange it, City Lord. Below is the abbreviated rewritten version, which is more compact and concise, while keeping the third-person conversational style and the fast-paced Douyin-style cool novel rhythm. Start maintenance here. That's 2.5 million gold coins. The young bosses of the Beast Emperor royal family returned to the safe city one after another, and the first thing they did was spend money to ask NPCs about the matter of Tianyuan. One NPC revealed that Tianyuan was a natal beast skill unleashed by a peerless human genius, and that this person was now going to meet the city lord. You're saying that huge stretch of Tianyuan in the Dragon Vein corridor was a skill used by a new generation human beast master? What kind of joke is that? The demon griffin boss was shocked. The NPC shot back directly. Believe it or not, that's up to you. These beasts had already invaded and earned the NPC's displeasure in the first place. The NPCs only bothered to answer a few words because of the gold coins. A beast skill that can cover an entire map is probably Qin Yun's, 9 times out of 10. The Dark Blade boss analyzed. Everyone chimed in one after another, feeling that aside from Qin Yun, no one else could pull off something like that. Maybe the reason Qin Yun could defend Jinghai City was because of that absurd skill. With the power of Tianyuan, even if all of us went together, we'd probably still be in danger. We probably wouldn't even be able to run. Should we just hide from him for now? One boss got scared. Nonsense. We are the Beast Emperor royal family. How can we be scared of a rookie human beast master? Demon Griffin Egu was extremely unwilling. Although he wanted revenge, he knew a one-on-one fight was hopeless, so he could only consider joining forces with other bosses to gang up on Qin Yun. He was convinced the skill had a cooldown. As long as they seized the chance, they could kill Qin Yun. There's nothing to fear about Qin Yun. If he comes out, we'll join forces and wipe him out. Killing a god-tier genius won't make the royal family lose face. The other Beast Emperor bosses all nodded. From his previous performance, Qin Yun's beast skill could only insta-kill those below Tier 3, and for Tier 3 and above it would at most cut half their HP, so high-level bosses had nothing to fear. So everyone unanimously decided to ambush Qin Yun the moment he left the city. Just then, the system prompt rang out. Safe city maintenance will begin. In 3 seconds, all outsiders will be forcibly expelled, and maintenance will be completed in 2 hours. The Beast Emperor bosses were stunned, then immediately overjoyed. Perfect timing. Let's wait at the city gate and block Qin Yun. When they rushed to the city gate, they saw Qin Yun already waiting there on Golden Girl, smiling. Qin Yun. The Beast Emperor bosses exploded with rage. You thought you'd be safe once you entered the safe city? We've been waiting here all along. Today is the day you die. At first, Qin Yun had thought the beast bosses would pull some tricks and cling to life in a bronze house. But then the safe city suddenly went into maintenance and trapped them all inside the city, and the bosses even thought it was fate. Qin Yun exposed the truth directly. Sorry, I had the city lord start it. It was specifically to catch you. The bosses were dumbfounded, and the NPCs confirmed that Qin Yun was telling the truth. The whole place fell silent. Demon Griffin Egu still refused to accept it and shouted, Qin Yun, even so, you still can't kill us. We've already seen through your weakness. Today you're the one who's dead. He even said Qin Yun would definitely regret staying. Seeing the bosses gather together, Qin Yun patted Billis and said, You haven't used your charm beast skill in a long time. Give them one today. Billis agreed, adjusted her divine robe, and smiled sweetly. You're so fierce. This humble one is so scared. Do you really have the heart to bully me? With the heavenly charm eyes activated, her charm power erupted, and all the bosses froze in place. Damn it, this is a god-tier NPC. The bosses panicked, but it was too late. Billis directly used pink charm and controlled all the bosses, rendering them unable to move for 2 seconds. Qin Yun said with a smile, 2 seconds is enough to knock them down to half health. He instantly switched into beast god form and unleashed his ultimate skill in rapid succession, leaving all the bosses critically wounded. As soon as the 2 seconds were up, the bosses came to their senses and saw that their HP was already down by half, scaring them half to death. Qin Yun waved his hand lightly, and Infinite Devouring was activated. The abyss appeared, the HP bars instantly dropped to 0, and all the bosses were wiped out. Items spilled all over the ground, including the Bronze House contract. Jin Yo swallowed the corpses in one gulp, then spat out a flood of gold coins. Qin Yun smiled again. He'd made another profit. Not long after, a thin, monkey-like boy came riding swiftly over on a pink pig, kicking up dust behind him. On the other side, a sturdy boy rode a green ox and charged forward while shouting, G up, only for the ox to roll its eyes in silence. Up in the sky, a 6-eyed flying fish swayed slowly as it flew, with Xiao Erwo and Zhang Yonan squeezed on top of it. The flying fish was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Zhang Yonan and the others gathered at the city gate. Zhu Tianpeng had just arrived and was greeting the others when he found that everyone's harvest was pretty good. Yang Qianshi said proudly that he and Han Xiaoli had joined forces to take down a pack of ferocious beast bosses, earning the most. Yang Qianshi rode over on a big black dog with Han Xiaoli, boasting that he even knew the location of the safe city, while Han Xiaoli stayed silent beside him. In truth, he understood that this had all been arranged by Qin Yun. Xiao Erwo and Zhu Tianpeng recognized Han Xiaoli. They were from the same school, and were both very surprised. Yang Qianshi laughed loudly and said that he had run into Han Xiaoli on the Longyan map, thought he was pretty good, and so teamed up with him. Han Xiaoli couldn't be bothered to respond, and all he wanted was to finish the quest as soon as possible. At that moment, Qin Yun's family and Su Tanner's group also arrived, and everyone immediately exchanged formal greetings. Qin Shui was very happy and promised rewards. Su Tanner noticed Han Xiaoli, and Yang Qianshi explained that he was from the same school as Qin Yun and had brought him along. Su Tanner asked why he hadn't taken part in the guild assessment, and Han Xiaoli answered honestly that he had already joined the National Beast Guard Corps, and his teacher would not allow him to join any other faction. He actually didn't want to follow this teacher. Being required to search for materials and being restricted like this made him very uncomfortable. Su Tanner gave Han Xiaoli a brief look and felt that he looked ordinary but quite loyal, so she didn't ask further. The group entered the city, and the system prompted that they could only stay for 3 hours each day. As soon as they entered the city, A group of NPCs came over and asked whether they were members of Qin Yun's guild. After confirming it, the NPCs said Qin Yun had instructed them in advance to go to the City Lord's Hall and wait there first, as he had gone out of the city to kill monsters. Considering the limited stay time, Su Tanner said they would wait to enter the city until the guild leader returned. But the NPCs said there was no need to worry. Qin Yun had already arranged everything and given them 4 Golden House ownership certificates and 5 Silver House ownership certificates. The Golden Houses were for the elders, and the Silver Houses were for the others. Su Tanner was astonished, knowing that these ownership certificates were extremely valuable. With this certificate, they officially became residents of Safe City. From now on, whenever they entered the first layer, they would be teleported directly back to Safe City, so they no longer had to worry about falling into dangerous places. But houses in Safe City were very expensive, and Qin Shue's father could only pool money with other big shots to buy a bronze house, taking turns as the owner. Qin Shue held the gold house owner contract and said happily, "Mom, Dad, we've got a house in the ancient Dragon Abyss. Xiao Yun is really rich now, he bought 9 houses." The old NPC corrected her with a smile. "Not just 9. Little friend Qin bought all the gold and silver houses, and yesterday he even took down an exotic beast boss and bought all the bronze houses too." Everyone was dumbfounded. Han Xiaoli was especially stunned. Qin Yun has that much money? Qin Yun directly gave Han Xiaoli a silver house quota, so he wouldn't have to worry about being expelled from Safe City. Han Xiaoli said nothing, but he didn't refuse either. The group arrived at the City Lord's Hall, where City Lord Iboli warmly received them. Upon learning that Qin Ming and Su He were Qin Yun's parents, he treated them like honored guests. Qin Ming asked curiously, "City Lord, why are you being so nice to us? My son buying a few houses shouldn't be enough for this, right?" City Lord Iboli sighed. Little friend Qin hasn't just bought houses. The treasury has almost been emptied by him. When everyone looked at Qin Yun's purchase record, they were all shocked. Qin Shue said with a mix of amusement and exasperation, "I thought I'd collected a lot of toxin gems to surprise my little brother, but I never expected him to have already bought level 5 gems." Su Tanner was also embarrassed, not even daring to bring out the level 4 dragon blood gems. Qin Ming and Su He, on the other hand, were overjoyed and proud of their son. Qin Ming became smug. "City Lord, pour the wine. I'm in a great mood today." Everyone was speechless, complaining inwardly, "Your chairman's dad is way too full of himself." City Lord Iboli smiled as he poured the wine, saying it didn't matter. Qin Yun knew his family had arrived in Safe City, so he smiled and patted Jin Yo. "Come on, let's go back to Safe City." Soon, they returned to the hall, where everyone welcomed them with smiles. Qin Shue said, "Little brother, you really made your sister proud. Even the NPCs are this enthusiastic." Su Tanner said, "Yun, it's only been a few days, and you've already blown my mind again. Yang Qianshi, guild leader, our admiration for you is like an endless river, and we bowed down in worship." The others joined in worship as well. Qin Yun ignored them outright. Seeing Han Xiaoli standing at the back, he guessed he had been dragged here by Yang Qianshi, so he didn't bother with him for the moment, and instead turned to his mother and asked, "Why did Dad get drunk?" Sui said helplessly, "You bought him so many good things, he got carried away and even made the city lords serve him drinks." Qin Yun gave an awkward smile. This dad of his was really becoming more and more carefree, completely living out the dream of a middle-aged man. "Nonsense. I'm not drunk. Son, you're amazing. Dad can finally relax completely from now on." Qin Ming smelled strongly of alcohol. He patted Qin Yun on the shoulder, laughing with obvious pride. Qin Shue also said with a smile, "Exactly. With you here, our whole family can feel at ease." Fine, so the whole family was planning to lie flat. But Qin Yun couldn't. He knew very well that there was still the crisis of the exotic beast god to face in the future. You really can't all lie flat. You all need to become top-tier beast masters. Qin Yun took out the talent refining stone and said, "Your levels are maxed out, so you can do the tier 4 advancement quest now. Before that, let's boost your natal beast talents first." The 3 of them were stunned. What? Talents can still be improved? Aren't they only upgradable with talent stones? Su Tanner and the others nearby were also full of curiosity. It was the first time they had heard that talents could be improved. Qin Yun smiled and took out the talent refining stone. "Normally, no? But with this stone, it's possible. Dad, Mom, Sis, and you guys come over." Since there was more for family, everyone immediately got excited. An item that can actually re-roll talents exists in this world. Guild leader, I'm convinced. You even got your hands on a god-tier item. Everyone prostrated themselves. Han Xiaoli also came over. Ding. Using the talent refining stone, natal beast talent has advanced to C rank. Ding. Using the talent refining stone, talent refinement failed, dropped to D rank. Ding. Using the talent refining stone, talent advanced to B rank. Ding. Using the talent refining stone, failed, advanced to A rank. After the tempering stones were used up, Qin Shui and the others all had their talents raised to A rank, and the other guild members were at least B rank. Although the boosts weren't much, once their talent ranks increased, all the bonuses became A rank and B rank bonuses, and everyone's strength improved by a huge margin. Ha ha ha. So what if my main beast is F rank? With tempering stones, I can still wash out a mythic talent. Qin Ming laughed heartily, drunk on his buzz. Zhu Tianping's eyes turned red. He stroked his own beast, the little pig, and said, I never thought I could become a genius too. Maybe this little pig can fly someday. Lin Dalei, Xiao Erwo, and Zhang Yonan also patted their own beasts, deeply moved. Su Tanner already had a high talent to begin with, but all of hers failed. Thankfully, she was still SSS rank and hadn't dropped. Seeing that Su Tanner had failed all of hers, Yang Qianshi didn't dare to temper his own lightly either, afraid his SS rank would drop to S rank. He decided to wait until he had more stones before trying again. Qin Yun said, once there are more stones in the future, you'll all become even stronger. Zhang Yonan suddenly lunged at Qin Yun and shouted, Guild leader, we love you. She ended up lunging at the wrong person and crashed headfirst into Su Tanner's arms. Zhang Yonan awkwardly stuck out her tongue and walked off. Su Tanner glared at her, but said nothing. The others couldn't help but snicker. Qin Yun shook his head helplessly. Come here for a moment. I've got another divine array disc for you to bind with. Qin Yun took out the teleportation disc and had everyone bind it, making future gatherings much more convenient. Everyone was stunned when they saw the information on the divine teleportation disc. Su Tanner couldn't help asking, Qin Yun, just how many divine-grade items do you have? Qin Yun said calmly, not that many. After everyone finished binding it, Qin Yun took out the silver badge and bound it to the Shanghai Good Guild. The system prompt appeared, guild bound to mythic-grade item silver badge, gained movement speed and attack speed bonuses. Everyone was shocked once again, and Yang Qianshi and the others dropped straight to their knees in worship. Qin Yun turned to Su Tanner and said, there are also 2 damaged Zishao Divine Thunder Towers here, along with enough level 9 Thunder Crystal Stones. When we get back, you can arrange them for the guild. She handed Su Tanner another Shattered Divine Spark. This wasn't needed. You're the vice president, so keep this item. As long as you're in the guild, it's yours to use. Su Tanner was stunned by the sudden surprise. A Divine Spark, the source of a god's power. With this, advancement quests would be much easier. Still, Su Tanner declined. It's too precious. I can't accept it. Qin Shui persuaded her. If you don't take it, who will? Even my brother gave it to you. Hurry up and keep it. Realizing something, Su Tanner's face turned red. Qin Shui said again, if you still won't accept it, I'll have him give it to Billis and Sarada. Su Tanner quickly gripped the divine spark tightly and stole a glance at Qin Yun, having completely forgotten how she was originally supposed to deal with him. At that moment, Han Xiaoli walked up to Qin Yun. After some hesitation, Han Xiaoli said, Qin Yun, I want to join your guild. Because the benefits were good, Qin Yun treated members well, and he was afraid that if his teacher controlled him again, he might be in danger. Qin Yun said, as long as you pass the Shanghai Pavilion assessment, you're welcome anytime. Han Xiaoli said directly, I need your help. I want Changchun Stone and several 100,000 gold coins. Only then can I get away from my teacher. Whether I join the guild or not, I'll repay this favor. Qin Yun asked, your teacher wouldn't happen to be surnamed Mo, would he? Han Xiaoli was surprised. You know him? His name is Mo Tianren. Qin Yun smiled. I don't. Qin Yun didn't care about this little bit of money at all. As long as Han Xiaoli could pass the assessment, the guild's strength would improve, and as the guild leader, he certainly couldn't be stingy. Changchun Stone was only a high-level material, and it could also be obtained from material treasure chests. Once everything was settled, everyone immediately went to the quest hall to take on advancement quests. Since Su Tanner was already a 5th-tier Beastmaster, she had reached the level cap on the first layer of the Ancient Dragon Abyss and couldn't accept a 6th-tier quest. After 5th tier, leveling up became very difficult. It took her several days to reach level 123, and that was with an experience boost. Let's go. First we'll farm dragon monsters on other maps. After Su Tanner joined, Qin Yun's squad became much livelier. Seeing Billis and Sarada serving Qin Yun like maids, Su Tanner could only curl her lips in exasperation. Sister Billis, your technique is off. It should be like this. Qin Yun, meanwhile, enjoyed the service and said nothing. On the other side, the new generation of the Red Scale Guild was being hunted down by a mysterious witch. Don't kill me. I'm just a newbie, a young man begged in terror. The darkened Lu Xiaoran sneered. No one from the Red Scale Guild gets to leave alive. While killing dragon monsters to level up, Lu Xiaoran specifically targeted Red Scale members and other guild members who had rejected her, venting all her resentment. After becoming a Dark Believer, she no longer needed to take quests. As long as she leveled up, she could advance, with rewards comparable to Hell difficulty. Bateau carried her through the rise, and Lu Xiaoran was already close to 5th tier. Once Lu Xiaoran had had her fun, she ordered the Dark Howling Moon Wolf to bite the new recruits to death. Strange, I've killed so many people and still haven't found Qi Yinfeng. The one she wanted to kill most was Qi Yinfeng. Why? Because she hated him. She asked Bateau how many Red Scale members were left. Using a dark item to locate them, Bateau made the remaining members' positions appear on the map. There are 15 left. Keep killing. Kill them all. Then go to the safe city to find Qin Yun. He'll definitely go. Soon, rumors spread throughout the first layer of the ancient land of Dragon Abyss that a female demon lord was hunting beastmasters. Survivors warned everyone they saw. That female demon lord is terrifying. She's covered in darkness, wears a mask, and has an NPC following her. The two of them specialize in killing the Crimson Scale Guild, but anyone else who runs into them is in danger too. Isn't that female demon lord one of the Dark Believers from the rules? Hard to say. Anyway, you can't see her information, so run as soon as you meet her. She's even more ruthless than dragon monsters. While Qin Yun was farming dragon monsters, he heard passers-by talking about the female demon lord and thought it was strange. Su Tanner asked in confusion, when did a female demon lord appear in the ancient land of Dragon Abyss? After hearing that the female demon lord had an NPC beside her, Qin Yun guessed that the other party was probably a Dark Believer. Su Tanner curiously asked Qin Yun about it, and he only said, she might be the Dark Believer mentioned in the rule prompt. I'm not sure yet. A Dark Believer openly hunting Beastmasters was far too abnormal. In the past, Dark Believers had always been very secretive. Qin Yun felt they must be coming for him this time, and he really couldn't think of any other reason. Su Tanner's fighting spirit surged, and she shouted that she wanted to fight the Dark Believers. Qin Yun reminded her not to underestimate them. Their equipment and attributes completely outclassed hers, and they also had a Dark Divinity buff, stronger than a Mythic-level talent. Su Tanner was shocked and pressed him for details, but he calmly said only, ran into one before. Got eaten by my Genio. Su Tanner was speechless. Very soon, Qin Yun and Lu Xiaoran swept through the area, and the first layer of the ancient land of Dragon Abyss fell into complete silence. Wherever Tianyuan passed, dragon monsters vanished. Although the Beastmasters had no monsters to fight, they could still pick up resources, and all of them were itching to move. But everyone also feared encountering the mysterious female demon lord and losing their lives at any moment. On the other side, Brian from the United States gathered his team. They also discovered that all the dragon monsters had been devoured by a mysterious force, and they took the opportunity to farm quite a few good items. The team worried about the female demon lord, but Brian dismissed it, saying it was just a rumor and that even if they really met her, there was nothing to fear. But just after they left the boss nest, they ran into two dark figures. The team panicked, feeling that these must be the legendary female demon lord and the dark NPC. Brian also panicked, regretting his recent bragging and flag planting. Lu Xiaoran recognized them, her killing intent surging as she coldly struck back. Brian still tried to act tough, confident that he was the strongest genius. As long as he didn't run into the mysterious powerhouse that devoured the abyss of devouring heaven, he was invincible. But reality quickly slapped him in the face. All bastards from the United States deserve to die. Anyone who has ever hurt me will die, Lu Xiaoran said coldly, releasing her dark, killing intent. Brian was instantly terrified. He had originally wanted to crush them effortlessly, but now he no longer dared to be arrogant. We have no grudge against each other. Are you sure you want to make a move? I'm a legendary genius. If we fight, the one who dies will only be you, Brian warned. Lu Xiaoran completely ignored him and only said to Barto, leave no one alive. They're all experience packs. As you command. Barto immediately summoned his natal beast, and dark pressure shrouded the entire area, revealing his identity. Dark Believer? The expressions of all the American geniuses changed drastically. Captain Brian, retreat quickly. They're too strong. The teammates desperately escorted Brian away. After Brian saw Barto's HP, he lost all will to fight and turned to run, summoning his Wolverine beast to flee. Leave him to me. Lu Xiaoran immediately gave chase. The other geniuses tried to block Lu Xiaoran, but Barto forcibly stopped them. In an instant, there were heavy casualties. A little while later, Bateau finished off the last opponent. Inside the valley, Brian was bloodied as Lu Xiaoran gripped his neck and held him up. Though he was strong, the blackened Lu Xiaoran was even fiercer, and her overall combat power completely overpowered him. My grandfather is a 9th-tier legendary beastmaster. If you dare kill me, Our country will definitely take revenge. Brian struggled. Who cares what your status is? If I don't die, the beautiful country is doomed. Lu Xiaoran replied coldly. Crack. She directly broke Brian's neck. The slaughter continued. A few days later, with one day left before the NPCs attacked the Dragon Burial Ground, Lu Xiaoran discovered that the map no longer showed any members of the Red Scale Guild, and there was no sign of Qi Yinfeng either. The Red Scale Guild is probably all dead, Bateau reported respectfully. Lu Xiaoran frowned, thinking that with how powerful Qi Yinfeng was, who could have killed him? Probably only Qin Yun could do it. Let's go to the safe city and find Qin Yun, she ordered. After days of slaughter, Lu Xiaoran reached level 150 and put on 5th-tier legendary equipment, her combat power comparable to a god-tier boss. On the other side, Qin Yun had easily leveled up to the 4th-tier max level of 120 and was being served by 2 women. Qin Yun, after clearing the next map, there won't be any new maps on the left side of Safe City. The only thing left is an unknown map, Su Tanner said. That's the Forbidden Dragon Burial Ground. You have to rely on the Safe City NPC to get in. Once I advance to the 5th tier, I'll take you there to farm it. Qin Yun replied. The boss can't all be swallowed by Jin Yo. No problem. Ding, you have entered the Longkong map. Suddenly, Jin Yo warned. Master, some Japanese scum are approaching. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. Oh, from which direction? That mountain ridge. Then we'll wait right here. Qin Yun stood on Jin Yo's back. Soon, dozens of Japanese scum appeared, led by a man named Inoue Baokoen. Kid, we finally found you. This group of Japanese scum had come to hunt Qin Yun, aggressive and menacing. Qin Yun knew they were here because of how he had tricked them before, but he didn't know how they had found his location. It seemed that Sakura country really did have some ability. The Japanese scum suddenly fixed their eyes on Su Tanner and the others beside Qin Yun, their gazes lecherous. Qin Yun and the 3 women all frowned, their faces full of disdain. In no way, Baokoen ordered. Kill Qin Yun, leave the women alive. The Japanese scum's beasts were ready to charge. Qin Yun raised a hand. Wait. What? Scared? Jingshang Bakuo sneered. Your strength hasn't come up yet, and your equipment is worse than ours. You're definitely no match for us. If you hand over those 3 women voluntarily and sign a contract to join us, we can still spare your life and give you high office and great wealth. Qin Yun smiled faintly. He planned to return to the safe city to do a quest, and incidentally tease this bunch of Japanese trash. He suddenly said, Before you die, let me tell you a story. Wu Dalong didn't die. After being poisoned by Pan Jinlian, he was thrown into the Yellow River. As it turned out, he didn't die, and was instead swept to a foreign island. The natives on that island were even shorter than him, and Wu Dalong had many children with them, naming them Erlang, Samlang, Silang. To commemorate him, they even drew a steamed bun on their national flag. After finishing the story, Qin Yun stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold. Su Tanner and the other women were barely able to hold back their laughter. The Japanese trash turned livid with rage. Baka, you're courting death. Before they could make a move, Jin Yo suddenly opened her mouth, unleashing a bottomless abyss that blotted out the sky, plunging the entire area into darkness in an instant. It was the first time the Japanese had seen infinite devouring, and they immediately cried out in collapse. What kind of beast skill is this? And it covers such a huge range. Don't panic, everyone. Qin Yun is only a 4th-rank beastmaster. No matter how fierce his beast skill is, it's still only 4th rank. The area is large, but the damage isn't enough, so it's useless. According to the second plan, first restrain Qin Yun and those 3 women. Jingshang Bakuo steadied the situation and calmly gave orders. Soon everyone regained their composure, prepared to rush together, and wanted to use beast skills to suppress Qin Yun. Suddenly, the suction force from the sky abyss erupted. All the Japanese trash below the 5th rank were instantly sucked away, and even the 5th rank ones were directly cut down by half their HP. Before they could react, they were already dead or wounded by more than half, leaving only a dozen terrified 5th rankers. Everyone was dumbfounded and had no chance to fight away at all. The whole team nearly got wiped out by Qin Yun's Beast Tamer squad. For the first time, Jingshang Bakuo felt utter despair and collapsed to the ground. They weren't weak. They could even beat the 5th-ranked Dragon Monster King. Their team coordination was top-notch, and their strength was comparable to an elite Beastmaster lineup. They could run rampant in the ancient Dragon Abyss, yet before Qin Yun, they had no strength to fight back. They were wiped out by a single beast skill. How could there be such an invincible Beastmaster in this world? Is this the power of a god-level genius? Jingshang Bakuo fought back with everything he had, merging with his natal beast and transforming into a Kuan man. Through gritted teeth, he shouted arrogantly, Qin Yun, no matter how strong you are, we're not afraid. Sakura country will definitely rise, and in the future it will dominate the world. Even you, a god-level genius, will not escape death. Qin Yun sneered. Even if you rise, if you dare bark at me, I'll still kill you even if a 10th rank god-level beastmaster comes. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and Jin Yo immediately began the slaughter. Her mythic-grade beast skill swept across the field, wiping out the remaining Japanese trash in just a few seconds. Jingshang Bakuo died the most miserably, blasted apart by Jin Yo's kick. After dealing with all the Japanese trash, Qin Yun had Jin Yo clear the field. In less than 2 minutes, all the dragon monsters on the map had gone into Jin Yo's stomach. Qin Yun and the others successfully cleaned up the battlefield. Among the spoils, Qin Yun discovered a special item, the Upgrade Magic Box. Curious, he checked it. Name, Upgrade Magic Box type, Item Box rank, none effect, can upgrade any one item once. An item without a rank. Qin Yun was seeing one for the first time. Its effect was very strong. He wondered if it could upgrade resurrection coins. He used the magic box directly. Once he did, the system prompted him to choose the item type, and he picked the resurrection coin. Ding. Consumed one upgrade magic box, successfully upgraded the resurrection coin. Hint, resurrection coins obtained in the future will all be LV2. Qin Yun was shocked. It actually upgraded all at once. And in the future, every item of the same type he obtained would be LV2. That was absurdly overpowered. He immediately took out a new resurrection coin and found that its effect was outrageously strong. Name, Resurrection Coin LV2, type, special rule currency effect. Can revive any living being, revive others. If the target has been dead for no more than 1 day, you may choose the revival location. Revival restores only 30% of their condition, with no other buffs. For self-use. After revival, restore 50% of your condition, gain 10 seconds of invincibility, and clear all negative effects. Qin Yun was stunned. This effect was simply heaven-defying. It could bring any living being back from the dead. Even those dead for less than a day could be revived, and they could even be resurrected repeatedly. The upgrade magic box was so powerful that even at level 2 it already had this kind of resurrection coin. Who knew what kind of Bantat functions could be unlocked later? After checking the information, Qin Yun discovered that this upgrade magic box was a strategic resource of Sakura country, and it only dropped in their exclusive dungeons. Others simply couldn't get it. He was dead set on going to Sakura country to seize the resources. Qin Yun took the 3 women back to the safe city. There was less than an hour left until the hidden quest. Qin Ming, Su He, and Qin Shui had all advanced to 4th tier. They were just 1 step away from reaching 5th tier, which would allow them to contract new beast companions. Dad, Mom, Sister, stay in the city and wait for me to finish the quest. I'll take you all to max level, and then we'll go farm 5th tier quests together. Qin Yun arranged. All right, we'll listen to you. Qin Ming said happily, feeling relaxed at last, just in time to go shopping and have drinks with his wife. You guys' levels are too low. Go level up yourselves, and try to gain another level. Qin Yun handed out a pile of resurrection coins to them as well. He was almost at 1,000,000 resurrection coins now, so he didn't lack them at all. Yang Qianshi, come here. I've got a special mission for you. Me? A special mission? Yang Qianshi rubbed his hands excitedly, feeling like he was about to take off. Lin Dalei and the others were also envious, but not jealous. They were already much better off than before. Su Tanner was puzzled. Why did Qin Yun specifically value Yang Qianshi? Besides putting on airs, he didn't really have any other highlights. Guild leader, what's the mission? I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Yang Qianshi declared passionately. How many times a day can you put on airs at most? Put on airs. Guild leader, I'm an honest person. I don't put on airs, and I absolutely won't in the future. Yang Qianshi thought Qin Yun was about to criticize him. HM, I specifically chose you because you're good at putting on airs. If you don't do it, then I won't give you the mission. Qin Yun said. Huh. Yang Qianshi was dumbfounded. So the guild leader wanted him to act smug? Guild leader, actually I can do it. Putting on airs is my talent. I'm destined to take off by relying on it. Yang Qianshi quickly stated. Qin Yun smiled and handed him a pile of special item coins. These are called showing off coins. Your mission is to use them all up as soon as possible. After seeing the effects, Yang Qianshi was instantly stunned. There's such a magical item? So even by showing off gets rewards? Yes. If you succeed at showing off, you get gold coins. If you fail, at worst you get struck by lightning once, you won't die. Qin Yun didn't mention that a successful show-off would earn him a rule treasure chest, which was the real prize. Yang Qianshi, the gold coins earned from showing off, you keep half, and the other half goes into the guild warehouse. This 5th tier epic set is your mission reward. Qin Yun directly gave him the epic equipment set. Guild leader, no need to say more. This job is mine alone. No matter how many showing off coins you have, I can use them all up. Yang Qianshi was brimming with confidence. Once Qin Yun felt assured, he went to meet up with City Lord Ai Boli. Brother Yang, what task did the guild leader give you? Zhang Yonan asked curiously, and Lin Dalai, Xiao Erwo, and Zhu Tianpeng were all staring at him. Nothing much, just a regular quest. The guild leader even insisted on giving me a full epic set. Such a headache, honestly. Yang Qianshi put on a show on the spot and revealed the set. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Ding, Yang Qianshi's showboating succeeded, and he obtained ruled treasure, chess ×1. That kid's pretty quick. Qin Yun snickered, feeling excellent. At that moment, all the NPCs gathered in the Lord's Hall. City Lord Eboli used a dragon-shaped key to open the Dragon Gate Vortex passage. Little friend Qin, I'll leave the boss at the end of the map to you. City Lord Eboli was fully armed. No problem. Qin Yun led the NPCs into the passage. Su Tanner wanted to follow, but because she hadn't accepted the hidden quest, the system blocked her. On the other side, Lu Xiaoran arrived at the safe city. She was also surprised when she saw Qin Yun's family guild. Qin Yun hadn't just come himself. He had brought his whole family and members here too. Lu Xiaoran. Qin Shui saw her and looked puzzled. Why has she changed so much? And this outfit is way too weird. What on earth did she go through? Su Tanner and the others were also frightened by the dark aura emanating from Lu Xiaoran. Where's Qin Yun? Lu Xiaoran asked in a gentle tone. She still had fantasies about Qin Yun and didn't want to offend his family. Lu Xiaoran, stop deluding yourself. My brother isn't someone you can have your eye on. Qin Shui shot back coldly. Lu Xiaoran was angry, but she didn't lash out. Qin Yun must be in the safe city, and she decided to go look for him herself. Soon, she discovered a mysterious passage in the City Lord's Hall. Lord Lu, this is the entrance to the Dragon Burial Ground, Bartlow said in a low voice. The Dragon Burial Ground? Isn't that the place the boss is currently raiding? Yes, the NPCs are attacking it too. Lu Xiaoran guessed that Qin Yun must have taken on a hidden quest from the NPCs to assault the Dragon Burial Ground. Let's go find the boss. Lu Xiaoran set off at once. The Dragon Burial Ground was an underground palace with massive dragon bones everywhere. The Forbidden Map had 3 levels. The first level was full of ordinary dragon monsters as guards, and the boss was the Dragon Monster Emperor. They guarded various areas on the first level, but there was only one entrance to the second level. As City Lord Ipoli walked, he introduced the map to Qin Yun. Forbidden maps were much like the restricted zones in the beast world, shrouded in fog, with only the map name given, and everything else had to be explored on one zone. With an NPC leading the way, Qin Yun saved a lot of time. City Lord Ipoli continued. From the second level onward, they were all undead dragon monsters, also called bone dragons, transformed from dragon monster corpses. Their attributes and combat strength were even stronger, with an added boost from the power of the Dragon Abyss. The third level was the final boss area, guarded by a powerful bone dragon boss, and Qin Yun would need to stall it then. Qin Yun rejected it outright. No. City Lord Ipoli panicked. If you abandon the quest, you'll be punished. Qin Yun explained. You've misunderstood. I'll handle the boss. The other dragon monsters have to be mine too. All these monsters were money and items. If he handed them over to the NPC, he'd be unwilling to part with them. Qin Yun directly had Jin Yo start the fight. In an instant, Jin Yo unleashed the Abyss of Devouring, and the level 1 dragon monster boss was immediately alerted. The huge flame dragon emperor boss roared angrily. More invaders? This time, we must kill them. Before even seeing the enemy, the bosses had already lost half their HP. The flame dragon emperor boss felt complicated, and while healing itself, it said to the flame dragon king boss, you keep watch. This emperor has a stomachache. After speaking, it turned around and slipped into the magma to flee. The flame dragon king boss was dumbfounded. Wasn't it acting all tough just now? It hadn't even shown its shadow, and it was already running? And it dumped the task on me? After complaining, the flame dragon king boss also hurriedly ran away. This intruder was too terrifying. If it didn't escape now, when would it? But it was already too late. 30 seconds later, another abyss of devouring covered the area. A large batch of dragon monsters was swallowed up, and the remaining Tier 5 bosses were on the verge of death, frantically fleeing. But the map was too large. They couldn't run out of it in 3 minutes. Jin Yo continuously unleashed infinite devouring. Aside from the flame dragon emperor boss, which escaped by relying on healing and the magma passage, everything else was completely devoured. Master, it's done. Jin Yo burped and reported back. Qin Yun turned his head. City Lord, where's the entrance to the second layer? City Lord of Eboli and all the NPCs were stunned. Even the dragon monsters here couldn't withstand Qin Yun's innate beast skill. Could it really be an invincible skill? But it wasn't absolutely invincible either. Each time Infinite Devour could only swallow half the HP of a high-tier dragon monster. The third layer boss's HP recovered too quickly, and used for 30 seconds, it would be fully restored in 3 seconds. Qin Yun could quickly recover HP using his innate beast skill, and with just that alone, it would be very difficult for him to deal with a god-tier dragon monster boss. At this point, Qin Yun took the initiative to volunteer to clear the dragon monsters, and City Lord of Eboli was more than happy to let him. This would save time and reduce casualties among the clansmen, so he naturally agreed. The City Lord explained that there were 4 passages on the first layer, but only one led to the second layer, while the other 3 were unknown regions. The passage positions also changed every 24 hours. If they went the wrong way, they could only wait until the map closed and be sent out. They had originally planned to use special items combined with the NPC channel to probe ahead, with clansmen going in first to confirm. Qin Yun stopped them and said he already knew the correct passage, telling everyone to follow him. In truth, he had let Jinyo use its hidden inside ability to lock onto the entrance. The NPCs were puzzled as to how Qin Yun knew, and he simply smiled mysteriously. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Everyone followed Qin Yun to the depths of the east, where there was a dragon gate vortex. The NPCs still wanted to send clansmen in to test it again, but Qin Yun went in directly and said he would take full responsibility and wouldn't screw them over. After some hesitation among the clan elders, the city lord arranged for clansmen to test it, confirming that it did indeed lead to the second layer, and only then did they feel at ease bringing the main force in. By the time everyone reached the second layer, Qin Yun had already cleared out all the dragon monsters and even found the entrance to the third layer. The NPCs were dumbfounded, wondering if Qin Yun was cheating. On the NPC channel, the elders privately discussed whether Qin Yun might be able to take down the dragon god boss. But the city lord said that was impossible because the dragon god's HP recovery was absurdly overpowered, and even their ancestors couldn't suppress it. At this moment, Qin Yun brought everyone to the entrance of the third layer, once again a dragon gate vortex, except this time there was an additional azure dragon. Just as they entered the third layer, the system notified Qin Yun that he had been targeted by the master of the dragon tomb. Qin Yun only laughed. He liked it when bosses came looking for him on their own. Jinyo reported that there were dozens of dark auras, and one of them was especially powerful. Qin Yun's eyes turned cold as he judged that the dark believers had gotten into the map ahead of them. The believer was probably the leader of this group of dark believers. Jinyo, where are they? At the deepest part of the third layer, fighting a very powerful dragon god boss. Qin Yun was surprised. This was the first time Jinyo had described a boss as powerful. It had never commented like this before. That meant the final boss really wasn't simple. No wonder the mission was only to hold it off, not kill it. The NPCs should know just how hard this boss was to deal with. Little friend Qin, something's not right. According to our ancestors' records, the entrance to the third layer should be guarded by elite bone dragon monsters. But this time we haven't seen a single one. There must be something strange here. The city lord and the others still didn't know that believers had slipped in. Qin Yun didn't tell the truth, only said, with the city lord and everyone's strength, there's no need to fear any sudden changes. Where's the boss? Let's hurry over. The city lord nodded. If friend Qin can help us hold off the boss, we can complete the mission. Everyone immediately set out, only to find that the bone dragon monsters were gone along the way, and even their corpses had vanished, leaving only shattered walls, as if someone had deliberately cleaned everything up. Could someone have been here before? The city lord was puzzled, but quickly ruled it out. This map was a restricted zone. Without a special key, no one could enter, and only the demon clan chieftain and the clan elders knew where the key was. Outsiders could not possibly get in. But when the group reached the deepest area, they were all stunned. This was a gigantic dragon tomb, with dragon bones 1,000 meters long strewn across the ground. Now dozens of black-robed figures were fiercely battling a huge azure dragon boss. This azure dragon boss was the only divine-level living boss here. Although it was only tier 5, it had an enormous body and an overwhelming presence. The black-robed figures had black obsidian-colored skin, and among them was one with purple obsidian coloration and a dark halo behind his back, the Dark Leader Theodore. He alone bore most of the Azure Dragon's firepower, and his strength was terrifyingly great. What's going on? Why are there others here? How did they get in? The city lord said in astonishment. Aren't those dark believers? Were all the bone dragon monsters wiped out by them? But why didn't they clear the first 2 layers? Could there be another way in? The NPCs began speculating. City lord, perhaps they disguised themselves as dragon monsters and infiltrated the third layer just to kill the Azure Dragon boss, so they only cleared the dragon monsters on this layer. An elder of the demon clan analyzed. No matter how they got in, to fulfill our ancestors' dying wish, We must first deal with these dark believers. Otherwise, we may just be doing someone else a favor. Leib said on the channel. The dark believers had killed many of their companions, and now that they had appeared, it meant they also knew there was a priceless treasure here. During the period when the treasure seal was broken, anyone could enter. Once that time passed, no one would be able to get in. City Lord Ipoli looked at Qin Yun and said seriously, "Young friend Qin, the dark believers have gotten here first. We must deal with them before anything else. Afterwards, I will give you a special reward." Qin Yun nodded in agreement. In fact, even without the City Lord saying it, he wanted to take these people down too. After all, killing one dark believer was a huge profit. Besides, the dragon monsters on the third layer had been wiped out by them, meaning Jin Yo had earned a lot less, so that loss had to be made up from their bodies. The dark believers also noticed the NPC team. Along the way, Lu Xiaoran and Bateau had already informed the leader, and Lu Xiaoran even told him that there was a human youth in the NPC team, Qin Yun. The dark leader did not retreat. While enduring the Azure Dragon Divine boss's attacks, he looked at Qin Yun and the NPCs with arrogant eyes, full of confidence. City Lord Ipoli ordered, "Attack. Kill the dark believers first, then deal with the Azure Dragon Divine boss." Leib and the other elders also ordered the healing squad to attack the dark believers. Just as the NPCs stepped onto the battlefield, Jin Yo reminded Qin Yun, "Master, they've fallen into a trap. The dark believers have set up an ambush. Should I warn them?" Qin Yun sneered and had no intention of warning them. He stood quietly to the side, ready to watch the show. The three sides were each other's hunters and prey. Whoever won would become the hunter. All the NPCs rushed into the battlefield, leaving only the City Lord and Qin Yun where they were. The dark believers turned around and sneered, each fusing with their natal beast tamers, dark power swirling around them, their aura bloodthirsty. The dark leader gave the order, "Form the array." The dark believers joined forces to activate a great formation, instantly trapping the NPCs and swapping their positions. The NPC force was sandwiched between the Azure Dragon Divine boss and the dark believers, the situation dire. Damn it, they were prepared all along. The NPCs hastily defended against the boss's attacks. The dark leader activated the faith sacrifice, taking out the dragon monster corpses they had previously hunted to use as offerings, and a gigantic shadow of a dark god appeared in the sky. Beast God King Asi. City Lord Ipoli recognized this as the powerful deity recorded in ancient texts. As the divine shadow appeared, a terrifying dark field blanketed the entire area. Dense fog surged up, trapping everyone in place, unable to move, causing them to lose health every second, and their HP could not be restored. When Qin Yun saw the system prompt, his eyes narrowed. This dark leader was too strong. Just one move had driven the NPCs into a desperate situation. But this did not affect Qin Yun, because Jin Yo beside him recovered HP extremely quickly and could refill his health at any time. The scene was in chaos, and the NPCs panicked, frantically calling for the City Lord and Qin Yun to take action. Everyone understood that dark believers were extremely powerful, and the one before them was clearly a top-tier boss, capable of using a sacrificial beast god skill. City Lord Ipoli wore a grave expression, yet he still did not make a move. Qin Yun immediately sensed something was off and felt there was a problem with him, so he quietly stayed alert. The dark believers seized the opportunity to act. Under the dark field, their combat strength surged dramatically, suppressing the enemy while strengthening themselves at the same time. Qin Yun knew in his heart that this beast god skill was immensely powerful. Even in its sacrificial form, it far exceeded expectations. The true strength of the beast god King Osei of the foreign beasts was far beyond anything he could imagine. The Azure Dragon God boss was also suppressed, but it erupted in rage, awakening fully. Azure light blazed forth, and by recovering health on its own, it ignored the HP loss from the field. Its ultimate move was about to strike. Elder Rebu's face turned pale as he warned everyone to prepare to defend. But the NPCs were suppressed by the dark believers and simply could not break free, leaving the scene in utter despair. Everyone looked toward Qin Yun and the City Lord, hoping they would act. But neither of them moved, one deep in thought, the other calm and composed, leaving the NPCs completely disappointed. Some NPCs even began to suspect that the City Lord was deliberately standing by and doing nothing. Seeing that Ipoli City Lord still had not moved, the Dark Leader also became secretly wary and decided to keep a close eye on him after all. Given the City Lord's status, he was certainly no ordinary opponent. At the same time, it did not put Qin Yun in its eyes, planning to deal with everyone else first before taking care of him. If he resisted, it would simply kill him outright. Just then, Ipoli City Lord finally spoke. Utter despair. Qin Yun was just about to act when the City Lord stopped him, You can't move now. Everything is within my plan. If you act, the mission will fail. The NPCs cried out in despair. Why? Lord City Lord, why? The City Lord ignored them. With its status fully restored, the Azure Dragon God boss directly unleashed surging sea dragon breath. The entire battlefield was filled with monstrous waves and dragon breath, instantly turning the battlefield into a deep-sea hell. Explosions, screams, and cries rang out non-stop, and the NPCs were caught between the Azure Dragon God and the Dark Believers. In the end, they were utterly wiped out. The City Lord looked at Qin Yun and suddenly asked, "Aren't you curious why I watched my people die coldly?" Qin Yun said, "Indeed." The City Lord said in a low voice, "Only when my people are completely annihilated can I leave Dragon Abyss Ancient Land. There is a key to leaving in the sanctuary, and only the City Lord knows about it. This key only allows one NPC to leave." Jin Yo reminded him. What he said is partly true and partly false. It's true that only one NPC can get out, but what's in the sanctuary isn't a key. It's a sealed piece of equipment. Qin Yun cursed the City Lord for being ruthless, but on the surface he remained calm. "Then you didn't have to watch your people die with your own eyes, did you?" The City Lord said coldly, "This is my plan. Once my people die, I will absorb the demon souls and awaken the demon seal talent. As long as I can leave, the demon people race will rise again sooner or later. Don't worry, I'll remember your help then." Qin Yun was speechless inwardly. Sure enough, he was ruthless enough, sacrificing the entire clan just to get himself out. There was a reason the demon people race had been trapped here. But Qin Yun did not care. He and the NPCs were merely using each other. The City Lord said, "In a moment I will unleash Demon Seal to heavily injure the Dark Believers and bring their HP down to half. Then little friend Qin can finish them off. The Azure Dragon boss can't be killed, so just hold it off." Qin Yun nodded. "Okay, let me see this magic ban." "Straightforward," the City Lord shouted loudly, transforming into a giant ice demon. Cold air surged out, centered on him, as freezing swept across the entire field. Magic ban, ice break. They saw the Ice Demon City Lord absorb the souls of his fallen clansmen, and the power of Magic Ban rapidly grew stronger. The stronger the active effect of the ban, the more terrifying the demon clan chief became. This was where the City Lord of Eboli was frightening. After sacrificing a large number of clansmen, the active power of his Magic Ban talent was no weaker than a beast god skill, and even the Dark Domain was countered. The Dark Believers panicked. "Boss, what kind of ultimate move did this NPC City Lord unleash?" The situation had reversed. Just moments ago, they had surrounded the NPC, but now they were the ones being surrounded. The Azure Dragon God boss charged in, and behind him was the powerful talent of City Lord Eboli. Everyone could only look to the Dark Leader. The Dark Leader ordered, "This NPC City Lord's talent is very strong. Ignore the Azure Dragon God boss for now. Deal with the NPC first." But it underestimated City Lord Eboli. Eboli unleashed Magic Ban Ice Break at full power, and the extreme dark ice instantly covered the entire field. Qin Yun saw that both the Dark Believers and the Azure Dragon God boss had turned into ice statues, with damage numbers continuously popping up above their heads. And it was continuous damage that couldn't be resisted. City Lord Eboli said confidently, "Frozen targets by Ice Ban keep losing HP. That's how Demon Clan chiefs pass the assessment and become City Lords." At this moment, City Lord Eboli exuded overwhelming dominance, his magic eyes looking down on the entire field. The Azure Dragon God boss was the first to break free from the ice. Although Magic Ban Ice Break was strong, the boss had special self-healing, and the damage could be offset. There was no way to finish off the Azure Dragon God boss with this move alone, which was also why City Lord Eboli needed Qin Yun's help. "Little friend Qin, the Dark Leader's HP is below half. Hurry and make your move," urged City Lord Eboli. Qin Yun understood it was his turn to take the lead. Jin Yo, bite. Infinite Devour activated, and the Dark Believers were instantly wiped out completely, dying with eyes wide open. City Lord Eboli laughed heartily. Little friend Qin's innate beast skill is absolutely invincible. Next, Qin Yun had to hold back the Azure Dragon God boss. Just as he was about to act, a dark energy sphere suddenly appeared on City Lord Eboli's body. Lightning crackled, and his HP instantly dropped by more than half, leaving him gravely injured. An unexpected turn occurred. The Dark Leader, who had supposedly been devoured to death, actually walked out from the darkness. "Yeah, you almost got me." City Lord Eboli was stunned. "Why aren't you dead?" Originally, the Dark Leader's HP had already dropped to half, and he had even been swallowed by Qin Yun's innate contracted beast. By all rights, he should have died long ago. So why was he completely fine? The Dark Leader smiled. You think I'd tell you why? He sneered and mocked again, saying Qin Yun was ruthless enough to sacrifice so many of his own clan members without even blinking. Too bad he was an NPC and couldn't get out. Otherwise, he would really want to take him in as a subordinate. He would surely be invincible. As he spoke, the Dark Leader's health bar instantly filled back up, faster than the Azure Dragon Divine boss. Qin Yun asked Jin Yo, "What's going on with this Dark Leader? Wasn't it swallowed?" Jin Yo explained. What had just been swallowed was only its contracted beast's clone. The Dark Leader used a beast skill to turn its contracted beast into a clone identical to itself, inheriting all attributes. This skill can only be used with its own contracted beast once a day. Qin Yun was shocked when he heard this. You can even play it like that? Jin Yo continued that some clone skills are even more practical than attacks. For example, the Toad Shadows technique Qin Yun had drawn was a clone skill, but thanks to Jin Yo's special ability, all clones can unleash their exclusive beast skills. Qin Yun was stunned. Jin Yo actually had this kind of hidden ability? Jin Yo said there were currently 2 hidden abilities, and new ones could be unlocked after leveling up. Only then did Qin Yun understand that Jin Yo was basically an all-purpose cheat-level natal beast. He was now brimming with confidence. He had resurrection coins, beast god form, and Jin Yo's hidden abilities. He wasn't afraid of any opponent. He couldn't be bothered to keep pretending anymore, and strode straight toward the center between the 3 big shots, jumping onto Jin Yo's head. Jin Yo grew larger, transforming into a giant toad dozens of meters tall, divine light illuminating the entire scene. When the Azure Dragon Divine boss saw Jin Yo's true form as a divine beast, it was shocked too. This kid's natal beast is a divine beast. The Dark Leader was also certain now that Qin Yun's beast must be of mythic grade, otherwise there was no way he could have killed Leitu in a higher level battle. At that moment, City Lord Ai Boli grew a little anxious. Young friend Qin, we need to join forces to deal with the Dark Leader, otherwise the mission won't be completed. Qin Yun ignored him and jumped straight to the very center of the stage. What hidden mission? It's nothing more than a trick from you, old man. 3. I've surrounded them. Standing on Jin Yo's back, Qin Yun clasped his hands behind him, his face full of arrogance. Bai Lizi and Sa Lata stood on his left and right, both looking down on the 3 big shots. This was the Yun brother in their hearts, domineering and invincible. City Lord Ai Boli roared. Qin Yun, you dare violate the hidden mission rules? I chose the harshest punishment. If you break them, you'll die for sure. He was anxious. If Qin Yun refused to cooperate, he alone simply couldn't handle the Dark Leader and the Azure Dragon Divine boss. Forget about the treasure, surviving would already be difficult. Qin Yun sneered. These little rules are supposed to kill me? The words had barely fallen when he blatantly broke the mission rules right in front of the 3 big shots. The next second, heavenly thunder descended and struck Qin Yun hard. Bang! Qin Yun's entire body turned blackened as he collapsed to the ground. City Lord Iboli and the Dark Chief were stunned, while the Azure Dragon God boss looked baffled too. What is this kid doing, making a joke? City Lord Iboli cursed loudly. Idiot. I had everything arranged, and you go and lose your mind on me. Expose yourself first, then die, ruining the whole plan. The Dark Chief was speechless as well, thinking Qin Yun was completely unreliable. Good thing they hadn't teamed up, or he would have screwed them to death. Just as he was about to make a move, the Dark Chief suddenly noticed something was off. Qin Yun is dead. His beast and the NPCs he recruited should have disappeared too. Why are the Golden Toad and those 2 female NPCs still here? He watched in shock as Qin Yun actually stood back up again. Aside from not being at full status, he didn't look like someone who had been struck by lightning at all. What's going on? Why is he still alive? Wasn't this supposed to be a guaranteed death? City Lord Iboli was also dumbfounded. Qin Yun smiled. Stop standing there in a daze. All of you come at me together. I'm going to fight 3-on-1. The 3 big shots were all stunned. Insane. This human brat is insane. Resurrection? Even gods can't do that. By this point, Qin Yun had already marked the 3 of them as enemies, and their names had all turned red. Qin Yun glanced at their attributes. The Dark Chief was about on par with City Lord Iboli. But the Azure Dragon God boss was the strongest. Guardian of the Azure Dragon Temple Vidra, Azure Dragon God boss. Divinity. 13th tier overranked. Sealed. Life X5. Level. 5th tier LV 150. HP. 21,750,000. Beast power. 255,000. Attack. 326,250. Defense. 1,740,000. Talent. Shaking Sea Dragon Breath. Mythical. Talent effects. All attributes plus 500%. Recovery plus 500%. Attack plus 50%. Damage. Plus 50% critical hit. plus 50% movement speed, plus 25% lifesteal, plus 25% all resistances, minus 25% negative effects and control, minus 50% beast power consumption, plus 50% dragon god might. Active skill, condense water power and unleash dragon breath, shaking the sea domain. Massive damage plus continuous water burst, create a dragon breath field, enhance self-healing and damage reduction. Special state, power of the dragon abyss, HP, defense, and recovery are all increased tenfold, ignoring severe injuries. Innate beast skill, Azure Dragon God Shadow Kill, mythical. Exclusive skills, Azure Dragon God Claw, Azure Dragon Entwine, Azure Dragon Tail Sweep, Dragon Thunder God Curse. Equipment, full mythical set, 5th tier attributes, effects sealed. Description, Vidra, the guardian of the first temple in the ancient Dragon Abyss land, protects the Azure Dragon treasure. Anyone who approaches will be severely injured. 21.75 million HP, 1.74 million defense, and 15x recovery. Any one of those stats alone would make a 5th tier powerhouse despair. How is this a 5th tier boss? It's basically a true god-level existence. Even the Dark Chief and City Lord Iboli, as confident as they were, wouldn't dare clash head-on. They could only go around it. With this stat sheet, who could possibly kill it? It was basically the ceiling boss that the map was meant to forbid from being cleared. Qin Yun was also shocked when he looked closely at the boss panel. How could a 5th tier being have these stats? No wonder the Dark Faith team and the NPCs couldn't get past it. They'd be wiped out after a few hits. But with the tenfold bonus from the power of the Dragon Abyss, Qin Yun could understand it. Compared to the overpowered stats, Qin Yun was even more curious about the divinity level. Goldie, what does 13th tier overranked mean? Boss originally had 13th tier strength at God King level, but was suppressed by the rules down to 5th tier. Qin Yun was speechless. God King level big shot. On the same level as the beast God King Aussie? No wonder it was this strong. Then wouldn't the temple treasure be an unparalleled priceless item? Qin Yun immediately became excited. This treasure, he was determined to get it. Jinyo, can you take down this boss? No. The power of the Dragon Abyss restores HP in a way that can't be countered. Only something of the same level can kill it. Hearing this, Qin Yun temporarily gave up on the Dragon God boss. This guy couldn't be killed for now. He shifted his target to the Lord of Iboli City and the Dark Chief. Once he dealt with the two of them, he would use revival coins to force his way through the boss and snatch the treasure. The Azure Dragon boss wasn't annoyed by Qin Yun ignoring it. It calmly watched Qin Yun and the Golden Toad, clearly recognizing the source of the natal beast skill. Qin Yun, just because you can dodge the thunder of rules doesn't mean you're invincible. Even if your contracted beast is mythic grade, my strength is beyond what you can imagine. Your companion Lu Shaoran has already joined us, obtained the potential of the Dark Goddess, been acknowledged by the God King himself, and is on her way here. At first, the chief hadn't made a move, or Qin Yun would already be dead. Now, the Dark Chief issued his final warning. Join us, or die. His voice was hoarse and cold. Everyone was confused. Lu Shaoran had become a believer in darkness? Could she be that female demon from before? It seemed so. She had thrown herself into the embrace of darkness. Some people began to have ideas, planning to devour Lu Shaoran and make a fortune. After all, if she could attract an Yisho God King, she must have something good on her. At this point, Lord Iboli finally pleaded with Qin Yun. Help me, and I'll give you all the resources of the safety city. Qin Yun sneered. Kill you, and the safety city will be mine. I can take whatever resources I want. Qin Yun mocked the Dark Chief. You're worthy? You and the trashy show God King you believe in aren't my opponents. The Dark Chief was enraged to the extreme, courting death. Lord Iboli was furious as well. At this moment, the two big shots unified their target. Kill Qin Yun first. The Dark Chief struck first, transforming into an 8-winged fallen demon, swinging bloody blades from both hands as he slashed fiercely at Qin Yun. At the same time, Lord Iboli unleashed his natal beast skill Ice Heaven Absolute Earth, intending to freeze Qin Yun and kill him instantly. Facing the joint assault of powerful enemies, Qin Yun remained calm and snapped his fingers. Jinyo, Billis, and Sarada attacked at the same time. Billis and Sarada specialized in control. As top-tier divine NPCs, even if the opponent had high resistance to crowd control, they could still be restrained for a while. Jinyo also had clones and hard control beast skills, and with their coordination, they could restrain the enemy for over 30 seconds. Charmai Pink Temptation, Goddess Luo Form, Weak Water Divine Prison. The two control skills were unleashed simultaneously, directly locking down both enemies. Jinyo took the opportunity to devour endlessly, sucking away half the enemy's health. then used layer upon layer of toad shadows to create a massive number of clones. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Jinyo clones appeared. Half of the clones used shocking heaven and earth art for hard control, while the other half used Toad Sound Divine Curse for mental control. Under this dual suppression, the Dark Chief and Lord Iboli were dizzy and completely unable to break free. Boom, 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 shaking heaven and earth. Croak, 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 mental shock. No one could escape Qin Yun's control. After advancing to the 4th tier, all of Qin Yun's Beast God skills had reached max level. The 4th tier shocking heaven and earth art had a 90% chance of stunning a 5th tier target. With Jinyo's massive number of clones, controlling the enemy was almost guaranteed. The Toad Sound Divine Curse could briefly control even targets with strong mental power, and with Billis and Sarada providing support, the margin for error was extremely high. Diatoro and Iboli were controlled and instantly stunned. Iboli was furious and baffled. Why was Qin Yun's contracted beast and NPC control so monstrous? Due to level restrictions, although Iboli was a divine NPC, he had only reached the 5th tier at most. Without a divine spark, he couldn't break free from control. Facing the continuous suppression from Jinyo and the others, he had no ability to resist at all. But Iboli still refused to concede. Relying on the Ice Demon's water attribute and passive healing, he wanted to drag things out with his recovery and avoid being devoured. However, Jinyo directly used Divine Toad Breath to heavily suppress his healing, and the effect was overwhelmingly strong, far beyond a boss skill. Iboli's recovery dropped sharply, and he was still being continuously attacked. On the other side, Diatoro was equally stunned by Jinyo. All of the clones could use Beast God skills, something he had never seen before. Qin Yun's natal contracted beast was almost invincible by virtue of sheer numbers and skills. However, Theodoro was actually a 12-stage god, suppressing his level into the map by special means. His natal beast also had a divine anti-control skill, Darkness Screen Seal. As soon as the Dark Barrier was activated, he instantly healed himself and locked onto Qin Yun. The next second, he turned into a shadow and launched a strike from behind Qin Yun. You haven't reached the 5th stage yet, so the Beastmaster's own body is your biggest weakness. No matter how gifted you are, you're going to die today. Theodoro's dark blade stabbed toward Qin Yun's back. Seeing this, Apoli burst into wild laughter, feeling that his chance had come. But Qin Yun smiled. Who said you can't merge with your beasts before the 5th stage? Theodoro froze, then immediately realized that a few mythic-level talents could fuse in advance and gain new skills. Qin Yun instantly fused with Jinyo, transforming into the beast god, and his aura erupted, suppressing Theodore. Then a storm of gold coins swept through, directly sending Theodore and Iboli soaring into the sky. Even the Azure Dragon God boss was swept in, but the boss only guarded the entrance, staring fixedly at Qin Yun and no longer making a move. Iboli was utterly despairing. He never expected Qin Yun to be able to reverse the fusion and transform into a beast god. Where on earth did such an invincible beast tamer come from? Damn it! Theodore was shocked by Qin Yun's beast god form and clearly knew he was no match. No wonder Qin Yun had dared to take on the 3 of them alone before. He had this confidence. Theodore understood in his heart that if Qin Yun could not be subdued, he would become a major threat in the future. Since he could neither beat him nor escape, he decisively decided to self-sacrifice, planning to exchange his death for Oxy's resurrection and turn himself into a true alien beast god boss. Within the Golden Storm, Theodore stabbed his own heart, and a sacrifice formation emerged. Oxy's phantom appeared, and deathly aura shrouded the entire battlefield. Theodore sneered. Qin Yun, you're very strong, but I have means to kill you. City Lord Iboli, you can go to hell with me too. As soon as the words fell, Theodore's body exploded, and his flesh and blood were swallowed by Oxy's phantom. A great divine light from hell descended, instantly killing all beings with less than 10 million HP. City Lord Iboli let out a desperate scream. All beings on the 3rd floor died instantly, with only the Azure Dragon God boss surviving. Qin Yun and the others were suddenly illuminated by resurrection light, and all revived. The Azure Dragon God boss looked at Qin Yun, who had resurrected again, with utter confusion. It simply could not understand how Qin Yun could possess resurrection abilities. Even the Azure Dragon ancestor didn't have such heaven-defying resurrection power. Otherwise, he would not have died back then. Qin Yun was puzzled. Why didn't this city lord drop any equipment? Lizzie explained, NPCs have contracts on them, so their equipment won't drop. Qin Yun felt it was a pity. He had even been thinking about resurrecting him just to farm his equipment again. He then wondered, why didn't the Dark Leader drop any equipment either? The system keysure, divine gear is bound. Only when one is truly dead will it drop. Qin Yun pressed on. Could it be that the Dark Leader isn't completely dead? The system replied, theoretically, yes. But his soul hasn't been extinguished, so there is still a possibility of revival. However, the system also said that the opponent only had one chance to revive, and it would require a huge cost. It was impossible to keep reviving indefinitely. Jean Yo discovered that even if Theodore were revived with a resurrection coin and then devoured, it would only work the first time and couldn't be farmed infinitely. Qin Yun understood that this bug couldn't be exploited. Only the first devourer would spit out coins. Jean Yo saw through Qin Yun's thoughts at a glance and directly reminded him, ahem, no good? This bug is hard to exploit. Qin Yun gave an awkward smile. Jean Yo was speechless and rolled her eyes. At this moment, Theodore shouted like a madman. Jia Jia Jia. The great Lord Oxy has just revived me. Qin Yun. Once I break the seal, I will tear you into pieces. Suddenly, the air fell silent. Theodore turned around and stared blankly at Qin Yun, who wore a teasing smile, and the huge Azure Dragon God Boss beside him. Wait, why are Qin Yun and the Azure Dragon God Boss here? Shouldn't I be in Oxy's sealing sight? Didn't Qin Yun perish together with me? What is going on? He looked around, and his face darkened. He had not been revived by Oxy at all, but had instead revived on the 3rd floor of the Dragon Tomb. No, he didn't even have the ability to revive directly. It was definitely Qin Yun's doing. In that case, Qin Yun had mastered a way to revive others, which was why he could ignore the previous death penalty and Oxy's absolute divine skill void death divine light. Diode was instantly dumbfounded. He could even control forbidden powers like resurrection, and the world's rules allowed it? Wasn't he afraid the world would collapse? Qin Yun had no time to explain to him. Taking advantage of Diode's just resurrected state, with only 30% of his strength remaining, he had Jinnu swallow him in one bite. Ding! Devoured the Dark Lord, spat out gold coins x 30 million. Ding! Triggered other coin types, spat out resurrection coins x 3000. Ding! Triggered other coin types, spat out dress-up coins x 10. Finally, that was satisfying. Watching Jinnu spit out all the rewards, Qin Yun smiled in satisfaction. Now the Dark Believers and NPCs were all taken care of, and next came the temple's treasure. Riding on Jinnu, Qin Yun went straight to the Azure Dragon God Boss and said, have you seen enough? Why not make a move again? The Azure Dragon God Boss was silent for a moment before speaking. You really possess resurrection powers? Didn't you just see it? Qin Yun admitted. The Azure Dragon God Boss was shocked beyond measure, and after a long while said, your innate beast skill is the only mythic level beast skill. Infinite Devour? Qin Yun nodded. As expected of a God King level boss. You could tell at a glance. The Azure Dragon God Boss was not surprised that Qin Yun had seen through its true level either. Since he could control both Resurrection and Infinite Devour, it was only normal for him to be this formidable. This time, the rules chose the human race, and out came a monster like you. Looks like humanity is truly going to rise. But don't think that just because you possess 2 unbeatable abilities, you're invincible. Your level is too low. More importantly, your secret has already been learned by the Dark Lord. Soon, Oxy will resurrect him, and all the beast race will know about you. If they can't kill you, they can seal you. By then, you'll be in real danger. Besides, Infinite Devour involves a huge secret. The beast race, top-tier NPCs, and even the big shots of ancient clans will all keep an eye on your innate beast. In the future, the big shots of the entire universe will come looking for trouble with you. After hearing this, Qin Yun put away his contempt. The Azure Dragon God Boss was right. Resurrection and Infinite Devour were not omnipotent. Why is Senior telling me this? Don't you want them? Of course I want them, but I'm bound by the rules and can't just snatch them. You can't kill me, and I can't catch you, so I can only make a deal with you. What deal? I'll give you the Azure Dragon Sacred Clan's treasure and myself. I can turn into an Azure Dragon God Beast Egg, and when you reach Tier 5, you can contract me to help you fight. In the future, once you grow stronger, help me take back my clan's sacred land and let me take charge. Qin Yun was shocked. This was a God King level boss, and it was actually willing to turn into a beast egg and start over? You trust that I can help you seize the sacred land. As long as you level up, you'll be invincible. You're the only one who can help me. Following you, I won't lose out. Deal. The Azure Dragon God Boss actually had a small scheme of its own. Without turning into a beast egg, it would forever be unable to leave the Longyuan ancient land. And the reason it had been guarding here all along was to watch over its ancestors' treasure. Now that it couldn't stop Qin Yun, it could only go with the flow and make a deal. Buzz. A flash of azure light passed, and the Azure Dragon God Boss transformed into a beast egg with azure light swirling around it. Ding! You obtained Azure Dragon God King Beast Egg X1. Billis and Sarada cheered happily. The Azure Dragon God King was the strongest in the beast world, but in their hearts, they both knew that the most formidable one was still Sister Jinyu. Qin Yun put the egg away and strode into the Azure Dragon's sacred hall. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. Outside it looked like a grand hall, but inside it was like the universe. In the starry sky, a huge phantom of an Azure Dragon traversed through space, its dragon eyes like stars. Although it was only a shadow, its aura was invincible. Is there really such a gigantic Azure Dragon? Qin Yun was shaken. Brother Yun, God King level beings can blot out the sky and sun, and can even open up worlds. Some beast God Kings are even bigger than stars, but there's no record of an Azure Dragon this huge. Could there be an existence even stronger than a God King? Sarada was also stunned. Billis guessed that this might be the Azure Dragon's sacred beast, even stronger than a divine beast. Jinyo, do you know about sacred beasts? Jinyo said Billis was right. This shadow was the Azure Dragon's sacred beast. There were even higher-grade sacred beasts in the world, but Brother Yun was still too weak to worry about that. Qin Yun's eyes lit up, realizing that this world was far more profound than he had imagined. Sacred beasts might be observing the beast world from some higher place. But Qin Yun could not reach them for now. He put away his shock and asked Jinyo, "Can you find the greatest treasure here?" It was as if they were walking through the starry sky, with no way to find the target by sight alone. Jinyo popped up a prompt. Master, the Azure Dragon Phantom and the cosmic phenomenon were both triggered by the treasure breaking free of its seal. As long as you touch the left front claw of the Azure Dragon Phantom, the treasure will appear. After speaking, Jinyo led Qin Yun quickly beneath the Azure Dragon Phantom's claw. The moment Qin Yun touched it, 9-colored sacred light erupted, the phenomenon vanished, and the true form of the sacred hall appeared. Countless Azure Dragon totems circled around, and on a ceiling platform floated a blade-shaped sacred artifact, its blade body like a dragon, radiating moonlight, with the Azure Dragon Phantom roaming across it. Name: Azure Dragon Sacred Edict Blade. Damaged. Rank: Sacred Grade Effect. Unknown hint: it must recognize an owner before it can be taken away and its attributes unlocked. Qin Yun was stunned. This was actually a sacred artifact that surpassed Mythic Grade. He had thought the Divine King Grade was the limit, but it turned out to be a sacred blade. Even though it was damaged, its attributes were definitely still extremely powerful. Qin Yun asked, Jinyo, how do I make it recognize me as its owner? Jinyo replied, sacred artifacts have spirits. After you hold it, it will sense Master's qualifications. If you meet the standard, it will recognize you as its owner. Otherwise, it will bounce away. Qin Yun was dumbfounded. Before binding the system, his aptitude had been the lowest of all, far from meeting the standard. This sacred artifact was probably beyond his reach. Jinyo, is there any other way? Jinyo, the spirit of a sacred artifact is dragon-like. You can try feeding it with gold coins. Perhaps it will take the initiative to recognize you as its owner. Qin Yun tried it, first taking out 10 million gold coins, which the little dragon girl swallowed in one gulp. Then he offered 100 million, 1 billion. The other side ate all of it, yet still seemed unsatisfied. Jinyo prompted, it doesn't have to be ordinary gold coins. Coins formed by beast god skills can work too. Qin Yun immediately fused with Jinyo, transforming into his beast god form, and continued trying. With a single move, Qin Yun unleashed Gold Coin Storm, and the sacred hall was filled with flying gold coins. The little dragon girl kept eating while watching, like she had an endless pit for a stomach. After Qin Yun performed it for the 99th time, the little dragon girl finally nodded. Your gold coins have no upper limit. I acknowledge you. You can be my new master. Qin Yun was overjoyed. The little dragon girl absorbed a drop of Qin Yun's blood, and the starry sky phenomenon appeared once more, this time with boundless auroras added to it. When the auroras faded, the Azure Dragon's sacred edict blade floated before Qin Yun, and he directly grasped it. System prompt: obtain damaged sacred artifact, Azure Dragon's sacred edict blade. Once equipped, it is bound for life and will never wear out. Weapon attribute revealed. Name: Azure Dragon Sacred Edict Blade. Damaged. Saint Grade. Tier 5, LV 150. Requires specific materials to repair before it can be upgraded. Strength plus 1,350. Attack plus 50%. Attack speed plus 1,000%. Anti-crit plus 50%. Piercing plus 50%. Crit plus 50%. All resistance plus 25%. Lifesteal plus 50%. Damage plus 100%. Passive skill. Deals double damage to targets with less than 50% HP. Active skill. Releases Azure Dragon Blade Radiance, dealing area damage. Targets hit cannot recover for 10 minutes, and their location is exposed. Qin Yun was stunned. The stats were simply outrageous. Bai Lizi and Sa Lata were also dumbfounded. The Saint Blade's attributes and bonuses completely outclassed their equipment, and it also came with 2 top-tier skills. After calming down, Qin Yun asked, "Dragon Girl, what materials do I need to repair it?" Little Dragon Girl had just realized that Dragon Girl was her new name, and she liked it very much. She said the damage to herself was too severe and she had lost a lot of her memories, but she still remembered that repairing her required 3 level 6 materials: Dragon Gold Scale, Dragon Silver Whisker, and Dragon Heart Essence. There were 3 ways to obtain them: open a comprehensive material chest, kill dragon-type exotic beasts, or enter the dragon diagram. After speaking, Little Dragon Girl returned to the blade to rest and recover. The blade's body and runes glowed, making it look even cooler. Qin Yun thought about it. The drop rate from comprehensive material chests was too low, dragon diagrams were rare, and for now, there was only the ancient dragon abyss. There were quite a few dragon-type exotic beasts outside, though. On Blue Star, there was also an 8th-tier dragon boss that could be farmed. He immediately told Jin Yo to check the loot and see whether there were any of those 3 blade repair materials. Alrighty, Master, here's the abbreviated web novel version for you. Although Qin Yun hadn't received the hidden quest reward, he had obtained a Azure Dragon God King Egg and a Saint Artifact, which was already more than enough for him. The Azure Dragon's Sacred Hall automatically vanished after he left. With the treasure gone, there was no need for the hall to continue existing. Jin Yo helped him find some Dragon Gold Scales, Dragon Silver Whiskers, and Dragon Heart Essence. They were all level 5 materials, so Qin Yun told her to keep them safe. Just as he was preparing to return to the safe city, he remembered Shikima, so he used a level 2 resurrection coin to revive her. Shikima was surprised that she was still alive. Qin Yun revived her for 2 purposes. First, to make Shikima the new chieftain of the demon race and care for the remaining NPCs. Second, to have her help farm materials in the future. With enough materials, they could be combined into higher tier ones, preparing for the repair of the Azure Dragon's Sacred Edict Blade. Qin Yun made it clear that as long as they submitted to him, resources would be plentiful, and they would even have a chance to lead the demon race out of this place. Shikima was completely convinced and knelt down to pledge loyalty. Qin Yun had her sign a follower contract, then revived 4 demon elders and had them assist Shikima. He also demanded that they sign slave contracts. Anyone who refused would die, and no one dared resist. Finally, Qin Yun gave Shikima 1 billion gold coins and all sorts of miscellaneous resources, telling her to lead the team in farming the 3 materials, and he arranged for people from the guild to handle future material handoffs. After everything was settled, Qin Yun looked at Shikima, rubbed his chin, and suddenly asked curiously, "Shikima, can your lower body not transform into the same kind as theirs?" Qin Yun pointed at Bai Lizi and saw Lata beside him. Shikima looked down, then said awkwardly, "Not now. Once I'm stronger, I should be able to." Qin Yun smiled and led the others back to the first floor. Suddenly, 2 shadows appeared and ran straight into Qin Yun. Qin Yun, Lu Xiaoran. The 2 sides stared at each other, and the atmosphere turned heavy. The Barto beside Lu Xiaoran cautiously said, "Lady Lu, something's wrong. We can't get in touch with the leader, and why is Qin Yun still here? The leader won't let him go." Qin Yun looked calmly at Lu Xiaoran. The system prompted him that Lu Xiaoran had a legendary equipment drop. Qin Yun's lips curled slightly. This trip to the Dragon Tomb had been well worth it. Lu Xiaoran tried to persuade Qin Yun to join the Dark faction, saying only darkness could make them stronger, and promised that if they joined forces, they could usher in a new era for the human race. Lu Xiaoran believed the leader was invincible and should already be fighting for the treasure on the 3rd floor. Qin Yun said coldly, "Dark power? I don't see it." Lu Xiaoran looked sorrowful, admitted her mistake, saying she regretted abandoning Qin Yun back then. Now she had only him in her heart, and wanted to ask him one more time whether he wanted to conquer the beast world together. Qin Yun shook his head. "Ever since the day your family came to humiliate mine, you lost your chance." Lu Xiaoran's expression changed. She said angrily, "Qin Yun, you may be a genius, but I've been reborn from the flames. My level is higher than yours. Joining the dark side brings countless benefits, and my equipment is far stronger than yours." She felt that she was the one on God's side, and she was still giving Qin Yun a chance. Billis and Sarada couldn't help but burst out laughing. The divine gear and artifacts in Brother Yun's hands had long left Lu Xiaoran in the dust. He had even killed several gods, and the Azure Dragon Divine King was still waiting to contract with him. Lu Xiaoran cursed furiously. "What are you laughing at? You 2 NPCs don't think you can act up just because you look a little pretty. Laugh again, and I'll cut out your tongues." Qin Yun's expression turned icy, killing intent shrouding Lu Xiaoran as he prepared to make her understand what despair meant. "What you're so proud of is nothing but trash in my eyes," Qin Yun said coldly. Lu Xiaoran went mad with rage. finally realizing that Qin Yun had been laughing at her all along. Qin Yun, you ungrateful fool. I was even thinking of helping you get stronger, but now I'll just let you see my true power. Don't cry after this. Lu Xiaoran immediately fell to darkness. Beast taming fused. The heavenly wolf possessed her, and dark demonic energy erupted. See that? This is my strongest state. No matter how powerful your beast skills are, my regeneration can now ignore them. You're no match for me. But Qin Yun only looked at her with even greater contempt, and even the NPCs beside him treated her like a clown. Lu Xiaoran was stunned. Her power had erupted, yet the other side showed no fear at all. In the past, those people would already have been terrified. Why was nobody taking her seriously now? She ordered, Badawa, you deal with the NPCs. Qin Yun is mine. Before Baoa could make a move, Jin Yo directly unleashed tens of thousands of clones, each drawing a blade, and all beast god skills erupted at once. In an instant, countless blades fell, Badawa was instantly turned into a pile of flesh, and Lu Xiaoran's HP dropped to the bottom. Qin Yun sneered. You really are despicable. Lu Xiaoran collapsed. I've clearly undergone dark baptism and become a legendary dark beast tamer. How can I still be crushed by you? She knew very well that if Qin Yun wanted her dead, he only needed to follow up with a beast skill and one-shot her. He knew perfectly well how to devour endlessly. Lu Xiaoran panicked and turned to flee, her only hope being to find the leader to rely on. Only then would Qin Yun be unable to do anything to her. Qin Yun, once I meet up with the leader, that'll be your death day. Lu Xiaoran screamed. Phyllis laughed out loud. She doesn't know the Dark Leader was already one-shot by Brother Yun, twice. Lu Xiaoran froze, utterly disbelieving. The leader was one-shot by Qin Yun? Impossible, Qin Yun said flatly. Go find your leader down below. He transformed with beast god power and struck directly, beating Lu Xiaoran to death and leaving her in utter despair. But in the next moment, Qin Yun used a revival coin to bring her back, then beat her down again. You think dying once is enough? Qin Yun suppressed her relentlessly. Lu Xiaoran was completely broken, killed over and over again and revived over and over again, her equipment exploding all over the place. She screamed hysterically. Qin Yun, as long as I live, I'll never let you or your family go. Qin Yun only sneered. People I've killed, even if they live again. Trash. Jin Yo swallowed Lu Xiaoran in one gulp and spat out a pile of coins. Finally solved, Qin Yun and the others returned to the safe city. Sui said, Son, Lu Xiaoran just came looking for you. Her aura was like a monster's. She's fallen. Qin Yun nodded. She took refuge with the exotic beasts and became a female demon. Qin Shui slapped her chest. Little brother, if you run into her, don't let her go. She's too dangerous. Who knows what kind of trouble she'd cause? Qin Yun smiled. She's dead. Jin Yo swallowed her. Qin Shui let out a breath of relief. Good that she's dead. Taking refuge with exotic beasts serves her right. Now that Lu Xiaoran was dead, Qin Shui had already foreseen how miserable the Lu family's days would be in the future. Qin Yun said, Dad, Mom, Sis, follow me to clear out the remaining maps. Then we'll take on the level 5 quest together. Qin Ming, Su He, Qin Shui. Okay. Qin Yun arranged. Shikima, the safe city is yours. Manage it well. Shikima said respectfully. Rest assured, I won't fail this important trust. Shikima led the tribal elders in reorganizing the demon clan. On the way, Su Tanner asked in confusion, Qin Yun, what happened to that NPC? What happened in the mission map? Where is the NPC city lord? Qin Yun said, I killed the Dark Leader and the NPC city lord and subjugated Shikima, making him the clan chief. The safe city is now our Shanghai Pavilion stronghold. Su Tanner was shocked. You took care of the demon race in less than a day? Qin Yun only smiled and said nothing about the sacred artifact or the Qinglong beast egg. Meanwhile, in the land of darkness, countless giant beasts were paying homage to the Dark Temple. Deep within the temple, a pair of black hole-like eyes watched the boiling Blackwater divine pool. In the black water, Lu Xiaoran let out a piercing scream as she emerged, already transformed into a beast body. The voice of God King Oxy rang out. Lu Xiaoran, from now on you are my dark goddess. Lu Xiaoran sneered. Qin Yun, just you wait. Oxy has given me rebirth, and I'll make sure you suffer. Lu Xiaoran was now a dark demon wolf woman, filled with killing intent. 10 days later, the Dragon Abyss ancient land map was about to close, with only 5 days left. Qin Yun had nearly cleared the remaining map, leaving only 3 large maps untouched. After advancing to 5th tier, he still needed to level up before he could equip legendary gear and sacred artifacts. Yang Qianshi and the other 4 followed Qin Yun to farm experience. And in just 10 days they had already surpassed the other new generation players, so they were also about to begin their 5th tier advancement quests. By then, They would be able to contract epic-grade beasts, wear full sets of gear, and take off immediately, leaving the rest of the new generation far behind. Zhu Tianpeng and the others were nearly in tears. They had originally been just beginners, but now they had become experts admired by everyone. This kind of turnaround had happened in less than a month, and they felt unbelievably fortunate. Qin Yun reminded everyone, "You must complete your advancement quests within 5 days, otherwise the quests will fail automatically, and you won't make it onto the final leveling express train." Yang Qianshi and the others said confidently, "Don't worry, Chairman. We'll do whatever it takes to complete them." Su Tanner also added, "The 5th tier is a watershed quest, the only chance to contract top-tier beasts. Everyone will be teleported to the Beast Taming Tower, which has 10 floors. After completing the earlier tasks, you can choose one floor to contract a beast from, and you only get one chance. The floor you choose has to match your own strength. The 10th floor contains divine beasts. Aside from the chairman, the rest of you shouldn't even think about it too much." Su Tanner had experience with this. She had once charged toward the 10th floor, hoping to contract a divine beast, only to fail. Soon after, the advancement quest portal appeared, and Qin Yun was teleported into the space. Ding! You have accepted the Tier 5 advancement quest. Quest name: The True Beast Master Quest Details. Collect materials and hand them to the NPC to refine a compatibility pill. The compatibility rate must exceed 50%. Merge with your bonded beast and maintain the state for 10 minutes. Then precisely unleash beast skills while merged. Defeat special monsters with your fused beast and tactics. After completion, enter the Beast Master Tower, challenge beast masters, and you may have a chance to contract a new beast. After the introduction, Qin Yun was directly teleported to the map. He didn't see anyone else, which meant each beast master had an independent space. There was a huge beast master tower here, covered in beast patterns carved all over it. The tower had 10 floors, but above the 10th floor was obscured by nebulae, so it seemed only the 10th floor was accessible. At that moment, a girl NPC appeared and introduced herself as Yumi. "Welcome to the Beast Master Tower map. I'm in charge of your quest. Now let's begin the first step. First, check the compatibility between you and your bonded beast. Then I'll tell you what materials to collect to improve it." Qin Yun asked, "What if the compatibility is a perfect score?" Yumi smiled. "That's impossible. No one tests above 50%. The highest is only 49.9%. As soon as she finished speaking, the detection formation lit up, scanning Qin Yun and Jin Yo, and the result appeared: 100%. Yumi was shocked. 100%. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe it. Qin Yun smiled and didn't mention that it was actually because the spit coin system was bound to Jin Yo, which was why it was 100%. He asked, "With this compatibility, do I still need to collect materials and refine a pill to improve it?" Yumi was stunned for several seconds. "No need. You can directly move on to the second step. Fuse with your bonded beast for 10 minutes and precisely release skills. If you can't maintain fusion for 10 minutes, then you'll need training. It costs 10,000 gold coins each time. You can also give up and come back next time." After Yumi finished speaking, she rearranged the formation, and a beam of light descended. "Ding! You have obtained the method of fusion and can now fuse with your bonded beast." Qin Yun saw that a fusion option had appeared on the beast interface, and he could choose to fuse at any time. He decisively selected fusion. Buzz! A fusion light rose from Jin Yo's body, and it merged with Qin Yun, taking a form similar to the beast god, but lacking its divine presence, with different divine patterns and divine seals as well. Qin Yun thought to himself that the beast god form brought forth by his talent avatar was a bit more imposing than direct fusion. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Yumi wasn't surprised to see Qin Yun hold out easily for more than 10 minutes. He had a 100% compatibility with his natal beast, so lasting over 10 minutes was perfectly normal. Next came the beast skill test. Yumi led Qin Yun to the test field, where stone beasts covered the ground, specially used to test beast skills. "Let me remind you, these stone beasts will attack, and if you're not strong enough, you'll die." Before Yumi even finished speaking, Qin Yun started practicing right away, unleashing layer upon layer of toad shadows. Tens of thousands of clones besieged the stone beasts while he precisely controlled and attacked them. In less than a moment, all the stone beasts were shattered. "The stone beasts are gone. Do we still need to test?" Yumi was completely stunned. The defenses of these stone beasts were comparable to those of a Tier 4 Beast Emperor boss, yet they were turned to dust in an instant. She was starting to question life itself. "Stop, stop, stop. Your beast skill accuracy after fusion is all at 100%. You've passed the second step." Yumi then took Qin Yun to the next task area and pointed at the towering bull-headed boss. "The third step tests practical combat, how you use your skills in both fused and unfused states. You need to deal with that boss up ahead. It has death splitting. If it hits you while you're in fused form, you'll be killed instantly, so you have to cancel the fusion in time. The boss can also summon minions. Defeat the boss to pass. Infinite devouring. The boss was swallowed by Qin Yun instantly, but no coins dropped because it was a quest monster. The boss is gone. Does that count as passing? Yumi blinked her big eyes, her mind dazed. No way. Initial fusion, beast skills maxed out, and you one-shot the boss too. Are you cheating? She took a breath and said, pass. But you're relying entirely on instant kills, with no technique at all. Qin Yun, isn't killing it instantly even more time-saving? Yumi was speechless and could only nod. You're right, but no one can be as absurd as you. You've passed. Now you can enter the beast taming tower. Defeat a beast to contract it. The shorter the time, the higher the success rate. Of course, you can also. Qin Yun decided to give up the opportunity, which also counted as completing the mission and earning the all attributes plus 300 reward. Yumi took Qin Yun to the entrance of the Beast Tamer Tower and reminded him that there were many divine beasts inside, making it very dangerous to enter with a high mortality rate. Qin Yun asked, if I defeat every beast tamer in this floor, what then? Yumi said, you can only contract one. That's the rule. Qin Yun smiled. What a pity then. I can't take them all with me. The system prompted him to choose a floor. Qin Yun spotted at a glance that the 10th floor was mythical grade, and any beast there was a divine beast. Qin Yun directly chose the 10th floor. A vortex opened and sucked Qin Yun in. Inside looked like a prehistoric primeval world, with divine beasts roaring everywhere and vast mountains, rivers, and swamps. In the swamp, a sky-blue divine bull appeared, roaring that it would trample Qin Yun to death. Sky-blue divine bull, tier 5 LV 150. But since the rule allowed only one contract, Qin Yun prepared to choose slowly. He asked Jinyo, how many divine beasts are there here? Jinyo said, just a few hundred. Qin Yun, that few. Jinyo rolled her eyes. Do you think divine beasts are cabbage? Out of these several hundred divine beasts, there probably aren't many beast tamers who can contract one. Qin Yun transformed into his beast god form, drew all the divine beasts over, then went on a crazed rampage, sweeping through them. In less than half an hour, all several hundred divine beasts were left with empty HP, only in a beaten-down state, waiting for him to choose. The rules did not allow these divine beasts to die. They could only be defeated, so Qin Yun casually chose a contract target. At this moment, all the divine beasts began vying for Qin Yun. Sky Blue Divine Bull, boss, choose me. The moment you appeared, I knew you were invincible, the master we've been waiting for. Qin Yun sneered. Just moments ago, you were yelling that you'd trample me to death, and now you're being a hypocrite? Not choosing you. Another giant Vajra divine beast stepped forward to recommend itself, saying it had tremendous strength and high defense. Absolutely a guaranteed profit with no loss. Qin Yun shook his head. No matter how fierce you are, can you be stronger than the Azure Dragon Divine King? There was also a divine beast that could transform, heal, give massages, and serve as a mount. Qin Yun was speechless. He simply didn't lack any of those things. The divine beasts all sold themselves hard, each wanting to form a contract with Qin Yun. After being locked up for so many years, none of them had been defeated before. Now that an invincible youth had suddenly come along and crushed them all, of course they were scrambling madly for him. If the big shots outside knew that all the divine beasts on the 10th floor were now fighting to have Qin Yun contract with them, they would probably be stunned speechless. They'd all be stunned speechless. At this moment, Qin Yun noticed a particularly special divine beast. The 7-colored illusory deer looked gentle and graceful, with rainbow radiance and dreamlike antlers, but its combat power was weak. It was a support-type beast, and its build was fairly ordinary as well. 7-colored illusory deer, mythic great. Qin Yun walked over. Why aren't you saying anything? The 7-colored illusory deer spoke in a lowly-like voice. I'm not as strong as the other divine beasts. You definitely won't take a liking to me. Qin Yun asked, if you don't introduce yourself, how do you know I won't like you? The 7-colored illusory deer said modestly, I'm not very strong in combat, but I can mainly absorb damage, distort space, replicate beast skills, and reduce skill cooldowns by half. Qin Yun was instantly dumbfounded. These 4 abilities were simply outrageous, especially the one that reduced skill cooldown by half. It was the rarest top-tier support skill. Just imagine, if a skill originally had a 30-second cooldown, with the 7-colored illusory deer's buff, it would only take 15 seconds. That alone could change the course of battle. In the world of exotic beasts, cooldown reduction is an extremely rare ability. Neither items nor equipment have this attribute at all, otherwise the world order would have collapsed long ago. So divine beasts that can shorten skill cooldowns are extremely rare. Qin Yun immediately decided to contract the seven-colored illusory deer. The contract took effect immediately. Ding! Congratulations on contracting the seven-colored illusory deer. The new contracted beast differs from the life-bound beast in the following ways. 1. It cannot fuse. 2. With each level up, it only learns one new exclusive skill, randomly obtained. 3. It can only benefit from the base attribute bonuses of the main beast's equipment, not the equipment effects. 4. Its death does not affect the owner. 5. It cannot stay too far from the owner. If it goes beyond range, it will be automatically recalled. After the contract, the seven-colored illusory deer's level was reset to 0, with only its talents and lifebound skills retained. All other skills would need to be relearned after advancing. Seven-colored illusory deer talent. Illusory space prologue. Mythic grade. Passive. All attributes plus 150%. Active. Seven-colored spirit god form, with 3 major effects. Designated target cooldown -50%. Replicate all enemy skills, but with damage halved. Space lockdown for 30 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Lifebound beast skill. Seven-colored vortex. Mythic grade. Passive. Absorb and reflect any attack skill. Active. Detonate the vortex, dealing true damage in an area and preventing enemies from casting skills. Cooldown 30 seconds. The seven-colored phantom deer softly and tenderly called out, Master. Her voice was even younger and more delicate than Jin Yo's, a true lowly voice. Now that her level had been reset to 0 and she had returned to beginner state, her voice naturally changed. From now on, you'll be my second beast companion. I'll call you Xiaolu then, the strongest support divine beast. Thank you, Master. From now on, I'm Master Xiaolu. The seven-colored phantom deer bounced happily, surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected her master to choose a support-type beast like her. Usually, beast masters chose battle or defense-type beast companions, while support types were often treated as cannon fodder or utility beasts. Xiaolu, these are Jinyo, Billis, and Salada. From now on, you're all sisters. Hello, sisters. Xiaolu greeted them obediently. So well-behaved. Jinyo couldn't help but pat her head, looking very fond of her. The other divine beasts watched Qin Yun contract the seven-colored phantom deer and were filled with envy and jealousy. Qin Yun thought to himself, the all-beast's divine soul can fuse with all beast companions. I wonder what would happen if I fuse Xiaolu. He decided to try it right away. Beast god form, fusion with the seven-colored phantom deer. Buzz. In the next second, Qin Yun transformed into the seven-colored deer spirit god. With a slender figure, divine deer antlers, seven-colored divine radiance, and lively eyes, his entire body exuded the aura of a forest. Green divine patterns covered his body, simpler than Jin Yo's, and a divine mark still remained on his forehead. Only its color had changed from gold to jade green. In beast god form, he gained 3 beast god skills, including the newly acquired deer god imprint and illusory void divine domain, in addition to the unchanged all-beast formation diagram. Deer god imprint can perfectly replicate all enemy beast skills, restoring them 100%. Illusory void divine domain restricts spatial skills, and he can also teleport once every 3 seconds. Qin Yun was very satisfied. This was another extremely powerful trump card. With more beast companions, he could also plan the strongest large-scale battles and suppress opponents when facing strong enemies. After the contract was completed, Qin Yun was immediately sent back to the safe city. So fast. Qin Yun, have you got a new beast companion? Su Tanshare had expected his advancement to be quick, but she hadn't expected it to be even faster than imagined, with such a huge harvest too. Brother Yun is super strong. He easily cleared the 10th floor and even contracted the divine beast, the seven-colored phantom deer. Billis and Salada said with smiles. Everyone was shocked. Being able to contract a divine beast was almost harder than drawing a high-level talent. Qin Yun directly summoned Xiaolu. When Su Tanshare saw that he really had another divine beast, she immediately clung to his thigh. Qin Yun, as long as you help me contract a divine beast, from now on I'll only recognize Shanghai Pavilion. No need to be like that, Sister Tanshare. As long as your heart is with Shanghai Pavilion, helping you contract a divine beast is no problem. By the way, I'm already at 5th rank, and according to our agreement, I should tell you the secret of where the gold coins come from. Qin Yun said with a smile. No, I don't want to know that secret anymore. From now on, I'm the vice president of Shanghai Pavilion. After going through so much together, Su Tanshare's understanding of Qin Yun had long been refreshed. She believed whatever secret he said there was. Really don't want to know? Really don't. As long as I know that Qin Yun, the richer he gets, the stronger he becomes, and the better the benefits are, that's enough. Qin Yun immediately understood. Su Tanshare had made up her mind not to leave, and even her parents couldn't stop her. As vice president, it'd be embarrassing to not have a divine beast. Right now, he had Jin Neo and Xiao Lu in hand, and the Azure Dragon Divine King would be coming soon, so he wasn't lacking divine beasts. The Blazing Flame Angel could be given to Su Tanshare. First, it would increase her strength. Second, she liked fighting and was perfect for an explosive-type divine beast. And third, it would keep her firmly on board. As the future leader of the strongest guild, her subordinates certainly couldn't be weak. Qingyun, what did you say? Su Tanner froze for a moment, not quite reacting. You're the vice guild leader, so you have to have a divine beast. Otherwise, people will look down on Shanhai Go. Su Tanner suddenly understood, her whole body trembling with excitement, her eyes lighting up. No way. Qingyun was really giving her a divine beast? Was this a joke? The beast taming tower only allowed one contract at a time. Where did he get an extra divine beast? Here, a Fireflame Angel Divine Beast Egg, a Tier 4 quest reward. It's yours. From now on, the Shanhai Go Guild is in your hands. Su Tanner was overjoyed and dazed, so happy she didn't know what to do. She could only instinctively take the divine beast egg, her gaze changing completely. Being pampered like this felt too wonderful. Qingyun, you just focus on getting stronger. Leave the guild to me. I'll be your strongest backing. Thinking of how her mother had been like this back then, Su Tanner's face instantly flushed even redder, and she didn't dare look at Qingyun. Then I'm relieved. Tanner sister, come on, let's contract our divine beasts together. Qingyun bought a pile of high-grade contract scrolls for the two of them to use. Huh? You have another divine beast egg. Su Tanner was shocked again. I picked it up during a hidden quest before, just a Butong divine beast egg. Qingyun put on a little act. When Su Tanner saw the Azure Dragon divine beast egg, she was utterly stunned. You call this a ordinary divine beast egg? It's even more ferocious than the Fireflame Angel. Salata smiled and said, how is this ordinary? This is the Azure Dragon Divine King, a top-tier divine beast egg. Su Tanner felt a little sour inside. Was he giving it to her because he looked down on the Fireflame Angel? Ding! Showing off succeeded. Reward. Rule treasure, chest X1. Qingyun smiled and said, Tanner sister, let's contract the divine beasts first. The two of them kept consuming contract scrolls. The success rate was extremely low, but Qingyun had money, so it wasn't a big problem. In the end, both of them successfully contracted their divine beasts. The Fireflame Angel hadn't even had time to show off after hatching before it was completely overshadowed by the overwhelming presence of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. As soon as the Azure Dragon was born, it flew straight into the sky, and immediately torrential rain, fierce winds, and thunder erupted. Everyone in the safe city was alarmed. My God, why is there suddenly an Azure Dragon Divine Beast in the sky? Wait, this Azure Dragon is only level 0. Could it have been contracted by someone? Impossible. How could someone contract a divine beast in the safe city and cause such a huge disturbance? Could it be Qingyun? His natal beast is a divine beast. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent. Some time ago, someone had swept through the major maps using the invincible devouring method, and everyone suspected it was Qingyun. At this moment, Xian Yuanjing was also in the safe city. His backpack was stuffed with rare resources, and he had come here to see if he could trade for something better. He found it strange that he kept running into Red Silver Wind. He'd heard the witch was killing people from the Red Scales Guild, and thought to himself, could Red Silver Wind have died too? If he really had died, that would be good. I'd have one less rival in love. That's human nature. Actually, it wasn't just Xian Yuanjing. The other surviving new generation players had also gained a lot of resources. Qingyun had cleared out all the dragon monsters on the map, so they could collect resources freely. Did Qingyun really contract the Azure Dragon Divine Beast? Xian Yuanjing was shocked. He had originally wanted to teach Qingyun a lesson, but now he no longer dared even think about it. Qingyun had swept across the entire map and was the #1 new generation player in Great Xia. Xian Yuanjing could only look up to him. And now Qingyun was even suspected of contracting yet another divine beast, making him even more out of reach. How can Qingyun be this strong? Xian Yuanjing was very unwilling to accept it. A few days later, Qin Ming and the others returned one after another, but none of them managed to contract a new beast. Qingyun was the only exception, which also showed that the success rate of free contracts was extremely low. By now, everyone in the Shanhage Guild had become a 5th-tier special grade beast master, and could already be considered elite. After everyone returned, Qingyun led them to clear the last 3 maps of dragon monsters, and he was the first to reach LV 150. I've waited so long. Finally, I can use the Azure Dragon Decree Blade. Qingyun was ecstatic. He immediately waved his hand and told everyone to upgrade their talents to LV 150, using talent stones however they liked. Guild leader, are you serious? Nan Nan and the others were all stunned. Being able to use first and second tier talent stones freely was already impressive, and now even third dash, fourth dash, and fifth tier talent stones were fully supplied. This made them even more excited. The most dramatic of all was Yang Qianshi, who was so excited he burst into tears and couldn't even finish speaking. I'm in a good mood today, so everyone gets stronger together. It counts as a special reward. Qin Yun took the opportunity to let everyone know that following him would bring benefits to all of them. Qin Ming was also happy and said Qin Yun had the bearing of his younger years. Su He complained, "Did you even spend 100 yuan back then? And you still have the nerve to say he has your bearing?" Qin Ming hurriedly defended himself, saying that if he had that much gold, he would definitely have been just as generous. Yes, we Qin family members are all generous. Qin Shui happily put on her epic grade set and began contracting epic grade beasts. The others quickly equipped themselves, leveled up, and contracted new beasts as well. Aside from Yang Qianshi, who received an epic set as Qin Yun's reward, Nan Nan and the others only had orange grade equipment, but they were already very happy. After Su Tanner put on her epic set, she didn't rush to contract a beast. Instead, she first worked on synchronizing with the Blazing Angel to bring out her maximum combat power. Ding, congratulations. Your innate talent has been upgraded to 5th tier LV 150. She opened the talent panel. Myriad Beast Divine Soul, Unique Mythical Grade, 5th tier LV 150. Passive effects: HP, defense, movement speed, and beast power plus 1500%, attack damage plus 150%, lifesteal plus 50%, critical hit plus 150%, damage reduction, all resistances, and defense ignore plus 40% each, intimidation plus 50%, crowd control minus 40%. Active effect: confuse with a contracted beast to transform. Awaken 3 Beast God skills. Transformation lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Seeing the attributes, Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised. The boost is way too strong. The attribute bonuses have doubled directly. So he immediately put on his new gear, equipped the Azure Dragon Decree Blade, and the legendary 3-piece set, along with the other legendary parts. With the talent attribute bonuses, his overall stats skyrocketed. Qin Yun Special Grade Beastmaster Main Beast, Golden Toad Divine Beast Other Beasts, Azure Dragon Divine Beast, 7-color Mirage Deer Level, 5th tier LV 150 HP, 1,237,650 beast power, 768,000 attack, 91,807 defense, 495,060 other attributes. Invincible at the same tier, fully equipped with legendary gear, and also possesses exclusive mythical beast skills. With over 1,000,000 HP and all stats overwhelmingly surpassing those of the same tier, aside from his attack power being normal, he was practically invincible. At this moment, the thing Qin Yun cared about most was the Azure Dragon Decree Blade in his hand. The blade gleamed with rainbow divine light and had an imposing design, the dream divine weapon of every male player. He fused with the divine Golden Toad Beast, personally picked up the blade to test it, and his whole body radiated legendary golden light. The 9-color dragon saber was dazzling beyond words. The people around him, including Su Tanner and the others, were stunned. Qin Yun not only had the NPC exclusive legendary set, but also so many legendary items and heaven-defying divine artifacts. Where on earth had the guild leader farmed all of this? Is this the legendary divine artifact? Qin Shui asked in shock. Everyone stared at the treasured blade in Qin Yun's hand, wanting to know whether it really was a divine artifact. This is a legendary item dropped by the Dark Believers. This dragon saber counts as a top-grade divine weapon. Qin Yun didn't tell the truth. A sacred artifact was too astonishing. He was afraid of frightening everyone. They had only seen Billis's divine robe, and a sacred artifact was too far beyond their reach, so he didn't say more. Qin Yun suddenly remembered that he still had an unidentified divine ring. So he took off the legendary ring and said, "I've got 4 extra legendary pieces of equipment. Dad, Mom, Sister Tanner, 1 each." Everyone was stunned. Huh? Guild leader, you still have more? Qin Ming, Su He, and Qin Shui all gave their rings to Su Tanner. Su Tanner understood what everyone was thinking. This time, she wasn't shy. She accepted it generously and put it on. Everyone exchanged knowing smiles, thinking that the guild leader's wife had finally been decided. Soon, a month was up, and the ancient dragon abyss was about to close. A teleportation array appeared beneath the remaining beastmasters. At this moment, in the square of the great Xia capital, the various bigwigs had long been waiting. When they saw fluctuations in the Dragon Gate vortex, everyone grew nervous. This was the first time such a large number of the younger generation had been sent in. If the losses were too great, no guild could bear it. Last time it opened, a huge number of the younger generation went in, and 70% died. And even a legendary genius died. If a new one hadn't emerged later, we'd really have had no one to carry the torch. It's already good enough if half of the younger generation can come back alive. Bringing back some resources is enough. If 40% come back, I'll be grateful to heaven. In truth, only the big shots like Long Zhuo, who truly serve the nation, were especially nervous. What they cared about most was Qin Yun. As long as Qin Yun was alive, everything still held hope. Whoosh! The big shots from the second layer of the ancient dragon abyss were the first to be teleported back. Su Wanjin, Qi Tianlin, and Xianyuan Zhanlong were all covered in injuries, and the losses among the other high-level beast masters were even worse. Damn it, the Dark Believers went crazy hunting us down. If my wife hadn't fought with her life on the line, I would have nearly died in there. Su Wanjin started cursing as soon as he returned. The losses were huge, and his NPC wife had almost been unable to hold on. Fortunately, her life wasn't in danger. It turned out that the three legendary big shots had all bought bronze houses in the safe city on the second layer, but they had transferred the homeowner contracts to their subordinates and kept the residency certificates for themselves. They had also been afraid of being blocked off by Beast Clan royalty right from the start, so they chose random teleportation. During the first half of the month, things had been fairly peaceful. But then, all of a sudden, the Dark Believers collectively went mad, specifically hunting human beast masters, and with the Beast Clan royal bosses kicking them when they were down, the last 3 weeks had been spent running for their lives. Fortunately, the 3 legendary experts had life-saving abilities. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have made it back. Qi Tianlin roared. The Dark Believers killed so many of my beast companions. This grudge is irreconcilable. Yu Xinghua spoke up. It's good that you're all fine. Do you know why the Dark Believers suddenly targeted you? They had seen the Dark Believers before, and knew that although those guys belonged to the Beast faction, they entered the ancient land of Longyuan on a special mission. They generally did not take the initiative to attack human beastmasters, and they kept a very low profile. But the Dark Believers they dealt with this time didn't communicate at all. They only knew how to kill wildly, and no one understood why they were doing this. Xianyuan Zhanlong's contracted beasts were almost wiped out, and even his life-bound beast was severely injured, with one wing torn off by the Dark Believers. A beast's injuries and disabilities could not be recovered. On this trip to the ancient land of Longyuan, let alone gaining resources, he had almost lost everything. Su Wanjin even planned to postpone the plan to promote to a 10-star guild. At this moment, a big shot of the 8th rank worriedly said, if the Dark Believers on the second layer are like this, will they also kill our younger generation on the first layer? Everyone's faces instantly turned pale. If even the first layer was like this, Xia country would suffer heavy losses. They didn't know that the reason the Dark Believers on the second layer had gone mad was because the first layer had been wiped out by Qin Yun, causing the beast god Ossus's plan to fail and triggering an order for extermination. Many of the big shots were almost desperate. If the younger generation runs into Dark Believers and a bunch of bosses, how are they supposed to survive? The Dragon Gate vortex fluctuated, and everyone stared at the entrance, not even daring to hope that 1 in 10 would make it back alive. Suddenly, the younger generation returned in groups, each of them beaming with smiles and carrying rare materials, looking completely unharmed, with over 90% of them back. Qin Yun and the others kept a very low profile among them, and only Yang Qian was really showing off his equipment, directly triggering a reward from a rule treasure chest. Seeing this, the big shots finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially upon seeing Qin Yun safe and sound. They all felt reassured. At this moment, the president of the Red Scale Guild, Qi Tianlin, suddenly roared, "Where's my son Qi Yinfeng? Where are the younger generation from my guild? Why hasn't a single one returned?" Everyone only then realized it. The other guild's younger generation had all returned, while the Red Scale Guild had been wiped out completely, and with the Dragon Gate already closed, everyone who could come back had already come back. Qi Tianlin flew into a rage on the spot, staring at Qin Yun and demanding, "What exactly happened on the first level of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Land? Why didn't my son and the others come back?" Qin Yun also looked over at Qi Tianlin at this moment. Qin Yun met Qi Tianlin's gaze without the slightest fear. Qi Tianlin was furious inside, and killing intent burst forth. When Xianyuan Zhanlong saw that his son Xianyuan Jing was safe and sound, he was very pleased, and even hoped that Qi Tianlin had lost his son. So he urged them to explain what had happened. Xianyuan Jing seized the opportunity to speak. First, there was a demon woman who appeared, specifically killing members of the Red Scale Guild. Most others who ran into her also lost their lives. The big shots were shocked, and Qi Tianlin's expression grew even uglier, suspecting that it wasn't Qin Yun but this demon woman who had killed his son. Xian Yuanjing said confidently that everyone could vouch for it, and everyone nodded, saying they had encountered the demon woman but managed to escape quickly. Qi Tianlin asked about the demon woman's identity and motive. Xian Yuanjing couldn't explain clearly, only saying that she had a strange follower by her side, with an obsidian black complexion, like an NPC. After hearing the description, everyone guessed that it was a believer of darkness, and the scene fell silent. At this moment, Qin Shui loudly said, "That demon woman is Lu Xiaoran. She has fallen and become a believer of darkness, and she has taken refuge with the beast faction." The big shots were shocked. Lu Xiaoran was a top genius after all. Ordinary believers of darkness looked down on the human race and couldn't obtain the qualification to join. Lu Xiaoran was an exception. Everyone immediately understood why. Lu Xiaoran had been expelled by the Red Scale Guild because of Qin Yun's matter, so she was taking revenge on the Red Scale Guild. Qi Tianlin's expression grew darker and darker, and he ordered people to arrest Lu Xiaoran's parents. Xian Yuan Zhanlong asked Xian Yuanjing about the second matter. Xian Yuanjing said, "The second matter is related to Qin Yun. Qin Yun alone swept through all the dragon monsters on the first level, letting everyone else reap the benefits. He also contracted a new divine-grade Azure Dragon Beast." All the big shots gasped and looked at Qin Yun in shock. After reaching the 5th tier, they guessed that Qin Yun had most likely contracted a divine-grade beast in the Beast Taming Tower. Combined with his innate divine beast, he had pushed through the dragon monsters with overwhelming force. He was simply invincible. The big shots began lavishing praise. "Heaven blesses Great Xia, the greatest genius in history. 2 divine-grade beasts. No one can compare." In truth, some were sincere, some were jealous, and most only cared about their own interests. Qi Tianlin was still grieving the loss of his son, but he quickly calmed down. His son, Qi Yinfeng, had a memory stone on him. Whoever killed the wearer would be recorded by the stone, and other owners could see the footage. That was why Qi Yinfeng dared to threaten Qin Yun before he died. After Qi Tianlin finished watching the memory stone, he erupted completely. "Qin Yun, pay with your life." He charged at Qin Yun, intending to kill him instantly. At the critical moment, Long Zhuo and Su Wanjin stepped in to block him. Qi Tianlin roared, "Get out of my way. No one can save Qin Yun today." Su Wanjin shot back, "With me here, you can forget about hurting him." Xian Yuan Zhanlong also stepped forward. "Qi Tianlin, have you lost your mind? You dare be rude to Long Zhuo? Qin Yun is the future of Great Xia. How dare you kill him?" In truth, Xian Yuan Zhanlong and Qi Tianlin had always been openly and covertly at odds, and now he was simply kicking him while he was down. Qi Tianlin sneered, "Xian Yuan Zhanlong, what was the point of changing your name back then? Since when have you truly respected Long Zhuo? You think Long Zhuo can really unite Great Xia? On the surface you obey, but who doesn't want to replace him behind his back? In this era, only the strong get a say. No one can stop me today. My son's blood feud must be avenged." The scene was filled with shock. Long Zhuo remained silent, knowing full well that everything Qi Tianlin said was true. In the era of beast tamers, the strong ruled. Great Xia was in dire straits, and he had always wanted to balance all sides. But now, because of Qi Tianlin, that fig leaf had been torn away, and that balance was likely about to collapse. But he would not allow Qi Tianlin to kill Qin Yun. Yun. Facing the killing intent, Qin Yun showed no fear at all and sneered, "Your son wanted to kill me. You knew that all along and never stopped him. Now that he failed and ended up being killed by me instead, you're the one jumping out here. Don't you have any shame? If you want revenge, fine, come at me if you've got the skill. I'm not afraid of you either." No one had expected Qin Yun to be so tough, even when facing a legendary rank 9 powerhouse, showing no trace of fear. Qin Yun was only at rank 5. How was he supposed to fight Qi Tianlin? At a time like this, daring to provoke Qi Tianlin wasn't just courting death. Even with Long Zhuo protecting him, he might still not escape death. After all, someone like Qi Tianlin had plenty of ways to kill a person. Could it be that Great Xia was beyond saving? Everyone had their own thoughts. Su Wanjin spoke up directly. "President Qi, the truth is crystal clear. Your son tried to kill someone and got killed instead. How can you blame Qin Yun? And Qin Yun is a genius of Great Xia, having contracted 2 divine beasts. He is the future of Great Xia. You can't act recklessly." Su Wanjin was genuinely trying to help Qin Yun. He had long regarded Qin Yun as the only suitable son-in-law candidate. Qi Tianlin admitted he was in the wrong, but he didn't care. In this day and age, the strong were respected, and whoever was stronger got to set the rules. His son had been killed, so blood had to be paid for with blood. Besides, these powerful figures were used to holding authority. How could they possibly obey the orders of a junior? Xian Yuan Zhanlong and the others also didn't want this to happen. After all, Great Xia was still standing. Even without Qin Yun, Great Xia would not fall. Xian Yuan Zhanlong said. Brother Su, you can't put it that way. No matter how wrong Qi Yinfeng was, Qin Yun shouldn't have killed him. He was the successor of the Qi Lin Guild. He never expected this sentence would become one he regretted for the rest of his life. Quite a few big shots also took the opportunity to criticize Qin Yun. None of them were willing to suffer losses in their own interests, and they also believed Qin Yun must have some great secret for being able to contract divine beasts. Everyone was green with envy. Su Wanjin was so angry his face turned red and his neck swelled. You're all bringing disaster upon the nation. Longzhou also had a headache. Even Yu Zhanghua couldn't hold things down. If they forcibly suppressed it, it might instead trigger internal strife and give outside enemies an opening. Quite a few people were taking advantage of Qi Tianlin's killing intent to kick Qin Yun while he was down, hoping the situation would grow even more chaotic. Qin Yun looked at everyone with a cold sneer. These were all parasites eating away at the Great Xia Empire. If they weren't cleaned out, Great Xia would sooner or later be destroyed. Marshal Tianpeng, get me some paper and brush. With a single sentence from Qin Yun, Zhu Tianpeng appeared carrying a pink little pig. This guy had originally been a total loser, but after passing the Shanghai Pavilion assessment, he actually looked pretty strong now. Then Qin Yun scanned the certain people one by one and wrote their names in a little notebook. The faces of those who were named turned extremely ugly. At this moment, Han Xiaoli's teacher, Mo Tianren, appeared and called Han back to the team. Mo Tianren was a 9th-tier big shot and didn't want Han Xiaoli to get involved with Qin Yun. Even Longzhou was having a headache. The military beast corps was full of factions, and even he found it hard to keep them in line. This time, Han Xiaoli didn't avoid it. He directly walked up to his teacher, took out the gold coins and Changchun stone, and threw them in front of Mo Tianren, shouting, Old Mo, your kindness to me ends here. From today on, I'm no longer your disciple, and you're no longer my teacher. How dare you betray your master? Mo Tianren was so angry that his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. Han Xiaoli sneered, saying he had long since seen through Mo Tianren's scheme. If he wanted to survive, he had to break free of his control. After speaking, he directly stood beside Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. Yang Qinsher was also happy, saying Han Xiaoli had made a wise choice, and even praised him, saying that after he passed the assessment, the pavilion master would definitely welcome him. Seeing that Qin Yun still dared to steal his disciple, Mo Tianren completely stopped pretending, his killing intent overflowing. Qin Yun, Han Xiaoli is my man. You dare openly snatch him away. Do you really think I don't exist? Han Xiaoli was crucial to his grand plan. Mo Tianren would not hesitate to fall out with Longzhou in order to keep him. The situation instantly grew tense. Previously, Longzhou could still unite with the military beast corps and the Zhaokai cat beast line to suppress the Red Scale Association, but now, in order to stop Han Xiaoli from joining Shanghai Pavilion, Mo Tianren directly stood against Qin Yun. Many high-ranking members of the military beast corps would also voice their support, and even Yu Jingguo wouldn't be able to suppress them. After all, the military beast corps had never fully listened to Yu Jingguo in the first place. They leaned toward whoever offered the greater benefits. It could be said that Qin Yun killing Qi Yinfeng this time had completely exposed the dark side of Great Xia. Yu Jingguo roared for Mo Tianren to stop making trouble, but Mo Tianren refused to back down at all, declaring, unless Qin Yun hands over the man, I'll fight this to the end. He didn't have much time left. Han Xiaoli was his only chance to extend his life. Missing him meant waiting to die, so he was this desperate. Seeing this, Qi Tianlin became even more confident. Xianyuan Zhanlong and the others, on the other hand, were happy to watch it unfold. They didn't interfere and prepared to reap the benefits as the fishermen. The three big shots, Longzhou, Yu Jingguo, and Su Wanjin, were all very helpless. At this point, they could no longer hold the situation down and could only do their best to ease the atmosphere, hoping to find a way out, but it was completely useless. Su Wanjin was still trying to persuade Qi Tianlin, saying Qin Yun was a genius of Great Xia and would surely lead Great Xia to glory in the future. But he also knew such persuasion was meaningless. Qi Tianlin's son had been killed, so there was no way he would let Qin Yun go. Qi Tianlin replied coldly that Qin Yun's future had nothing to do with them. He had to die today. These words represented many people's thoughts. During troubled times, everyone only cared about immediate. They didn't know that Qin Yun didn't care at all about ruling Great Xia. With his strength, unifying Great Xia, or even the entire world was only a matter of time, but he wasn't interested. He knew that after becoming a god, he could go to a bigger world, and he didn't treasure Blue Star at all. So his goal was simple: keep leveling up, grow stronger, and expand the guild. Anyone who stood in his way would be wiped out by him. Qi Tianlin said coldly, Dragon Seat, step aside. This is a grudge between me and Qin Yun. I'll only kill Qin Yun's family. I guarantee I won't touch anyone else. Qi Tianlin issued his final ultimatum. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. A civil war in Great Xia will follow. Qi Tianlin, are you insane? Yu Zhonghua roared in fury, surging forward to fight, but Dragon Seat immediately stopped him. Great Xia could not afford internal chaos now. Otherwise, other nations and beasts would seize the opportunity and pick at the spoils, and the country could even be destroyed. Dragon Seat had to protect Qin Yun, but he absolutely could not allow civil strife to break out. The situation grew tense. Xian Yuan Zhanlong saw that the moment was ripe and suddenly suggested, since this is a conflict between Qin Yun and Brother Qi, with one side protecting him and the other side trying to kill him, why not settle it directly with a guild war? Bullshit. Qin Yun's guild is only at what level, and how high is Qi Lin's guild level? Is there something wrong with your brain? Su Wanjin retorted. Xian Yuan Zhanlong sneered. If we don't do it this way, then internal war is the only path left. Mo Tianren and the other big shots' eyes lit up. They had originally wanted to kill Qin Yun to seize his secrets and snatch his treasures, especially the divine barrier of Shanhai Pavilion. Allow Shanhai Pavilion to seek outside help, and in the guild war, both sides can switch to resource mode. Let us place bets, and the winners split the losers' resources, Mo Tianren suggested. Everyone felt the plan was reasonable and unanimously agreed. On Qin Yun's side, seeing the expressions on these people's faces, each one more ruthless than the last, it was clear they all wanted to take a share amid the chaos. Dragon Seat had underestimated this pack of wolves. They were obviously trying to profit by using Qi Tianlin's hand. Qi Tianlin watched coldly from the sidelines, planning to deal with these people after killing Qin Yun. The pressure returned to Dragon Seat. Dragon Seat advised Qin Yun, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can lay a hand on you. Although Dragon Seat was not as powerful as a legendary beastmaster, he was still a 9th-tier big shot of Great Xia and had the nation at heart. At that moment, Qin Yun closed his little notebook and smiled. Dragon Seat, actually, I think their suggestion isn't bad. Everyone was stunned. Dragon Seat hurriedly said, absolutely not. Even if you find outside help, the Red Scale Guild still has 9th-tier experts. You won't be able to stop them. Su Wanjin was also anxious and urged Qin Yun, you're only at 5th tier. Even with 2 divine beasts, you're no match for a 9th-tier opponent. Don't push yourself. Unexpectedly, Su Tanier supported him instead. Don't worry. Shanhai Pavilion fears no Red Scale Guild. Su Wanjin had a headache. Qin Yun put away his thoughts and said seriously, Dragon Seat, Senior Su, Senior Yu. Thank you all. But if I don't accept, they won't let this go. This started because of me, so let me handle it myself. Dragon Seat fell silent, then asked in a low voice, are you confident? Qin Yun said confidently, 100%. Clenching his teeth, he still decided to trust Qin Yun. This was the best solution at the moment. Great Xia absolutely could not descend into internal chaos now, or else foreign races and beasts would certainly take advantage of the opening. Commander Yu, go support the Shanhai Pavilion Guild and ensure Qin Yun's safety with full force. Su Wanjin volunteered, Dragon Seat, let me do it. My wife is a legendary NPC, so protecting Qin Yun won't be a problem. Then I'll leave it to you, old Su. A guild war watched by tens of thousands was about to begin. Ding! The Red Scale Guild has initiated a guild war against the Shanhai Pavilion Guild. Do you accept the challenge? Yes. Ding! You have accepted the challenge. Please choose the guild war mode. 3 modes. 1. Duel. Each side sends 5 people for 1v1 matches. The first to win 3 rounds wins, and the victor gets half the resources. 2. Deathmatch. One side is wiped out, the loser's guild is disbanded, and all resources go to the winner. 3. Resources. Both sides stake resources, and other guilds may also place bets. The outcome is determined by 3 factors. One side loses 70% of its people, all 10 flags are lost, or 80% of the field is occupied and resources are taken. Qi Tianlin and Qin Yun both chose the resource mode. Beep, the Jilin Guild and the Shanhai Pavilion Guild have both chosen resource mode. Resource betting is now open for 30 minutes. Most of the guild leaders present placed their bets on the Jilin Guild. No one believed the mere level 2 Shanhai Pavilion could win. Their members were all 5th tier, and their core force was made up of appraisers, with absolutely no combat power. In the face of absolute strength, so-called genius and resources were useless. Everyone thought this was a guaranteed win. The more resources they bet, the greater the return. However, some were cautious and wanted to take a gamble on Shanhai Pavilion. With Qin Yun, perhaps a miracle could happen. At that moment, a big shot suddenly reminded everyone. Wait, Shanhai Pavilion is only a new level 2 guild. Its foundation is limited, and it doesn't have much resources. If we bet too much, the resources will be imbalanced, and the battle won't even be able to start. Everyone froze. Indeed, in resource mode, if the resources are imbalanced, the battle cannot begin. Once the bet exceeds the limit, the rules will default to the side with fewer resources, and they won't be able to obtain Shanghai Pavilion's resources after all. Qi Tianlin sneered. Only thinking of that now? Too late. The final rules take Shanghai Pavilion as the benchmark. Excess resources will be eliminated. By then, as long as I kill Qin Yun, all the resources will be mine. That old fox. Many people frowned. In the end, it had all benefited the Qi Lin Guild. But soon everyone noticed something unusual. No, look at Shanghai Pavilion's resource value. It's skyrocketing. The value rose from 121,0400 to 215,0160, then surged to 526,9130. In no time, Shanghai Pavilion's resources had broken through 5 million. A legendary material was only worth 90,000 points, and even a god-tier barrier was worth just 1 million resource points. Yet the Qi Lin Guild's resource value was far beyond expectations and was still surging wildly, nearly catching up to the combined total of all the major guilds. Even if Qin Yun had swept through Longyuan ancient land and taken a lot of resources, it shouldn't have been this exaggerated. But this gave the top brass of the other guilds a chance to see profit. The more resources there were, the more excited they became, and the harder they bet. Quickly have the new generation hand over all the resources they obtained in Longyuan ancient land. This is an earth-shaking opportunity. Soon, everyone who was going to bet had mostly already done so. Within Shanghai Pavilion, aside from the Zhaokai Mao Beast line and Yuzhonggua's military beast corps betting a little, the others only placed small bets. Even Su Wanjin, Longzhua, and Yuzhonggua, the three big shots, couldn't see any hope of Qin Yun winning. They only hoped he could save his own life and didn't dare expect victory at all. The gap was simply too huge. No way. So many guilds bet on the Qi Lin Guild, and its resources still can't surpass Shanghai Pavilion? Just how many top-tier resources does Qin Yun have? Everyone exclaimed in shock. A big shot comforted them. Don't rush. Wait until the betting ends and the rules reveal the resource details. Then it'll all be clear. Xian Yuan Zhanlong and the other big shots were also curious. By rights, Qin Yun shouldn't have had this many resources. Was he really that monstrous? At this moment, Qi Tianlin was both shocked and frustrated. Qin Yun actually had so many god-tier treasures. If he could get them all, he might even glimpse the secret of the 10th rank. But precisely because Qin Yun had so many resources, Shanghai Pavilion's resource value had directly crushed his, and there was no longer any chance of monopolizing them. At this point, Qi Tianlin could only wait for the settlement and prepare to choose the best items first. 30 minutes later, the betting ended, and the rules announced the resource breakdown. Everyone was staring at Shanghai Pavilion. The first batch revealed was all god-tier resources. No way. How can a mere 2-star guild have such deep foundations? Is Qin Yun the favored son of a god or something? Where did all these resources come from? Just his god-tier barrier is already absurd, and now he has so many god-tier resources too. As long as Qin Yun doesn't die, he's definitely the #1 beastmaster of the human race. Even the top bosses of Great Xia were dumbfounded. As long as you get even one god-tier resource, it wouldn't be hard to advance to a 10-star guild. The detailed list showed god-tier resource, Purple Firmament Divine Thunder Tower X2. God-tier resource, Sealing Barrier Divine Dragon Guardian X1. God-tier resource, Silver Badge X1. There were also several other god-tier materials behind that, along with quite a few legendary equipment pieces and materials, and even epic sets, exotic beast eggs, and so on. This was only the resources in the guild warehouse. It didn't include Qin Yun's own possessions, which might have been even more outrageous. Everyone guessed that these top-tier resources Qin Yun had probably came from Longyuan ancient land, and that he might still have god-tier equipment on him that he hadn't revealed yet. Qi Tianlin gritted his teeth as he stared at the rankings. I don't care about the rest. Those first 3 god-tier resources, I must have them. As soon as these 3 resources appeared, everyone's eyes turned red with envy, and even the pain of losing a son was forgotten. As long as Qin Yun obtained the Sealing Barrier, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Pagoda, and the Silver Badge, he would be able to challenge a 10-star guild, with absolute certainty of winning. But the other big shots were also eyeing these divine-tier resources, secretly plotting how to seize them. Although Su Wanjin had seen many treasures, with divine-tier resources right in front of him, his eyes were equally burning with greed. However, he had no twisted intentions and only said to Qin Yun, Young friend Qin, if you win the guild war, could you lend me these 3 divine-tier resources to use? I guarantee it's only a temporary loan and I will never take them by force, and we can even sign a rules contract. Qin Yun replied with a smile. Senior Su, not only because of Sister Tanner, but because you've always helped me as well. After the resource battle, I'll personally bring the divine tier resources to help you. No need to sign any contract. Su Wanjin burst into laughter and stopped pretending entirely, calling Qin Yun my worthy son-in-law in front of everyone. Su Tanner blushed so hard her face turned red, while her parents stood nearby smiling quietly, and everyone was delighted. Qin Yun smiled knowingly. In truth, his relationship with Su Tanner had long been tacitly understood. On the other side, Mo Tianren privately messaged Qi Tianlin. Guild leader Qi, let me temporarily join your guild battle. Qi Tianlin flatly refused. Guild leader Mo, this has nothing to do with you. If you go in, people will only gossip. During the guild war, resources would drop. If Qin Yun were killed and the divine tier beast egg were exposed, then he would suffer a huge loss. Mo Tianren explained. I'm not after Qin Yun's resources. I only want to capture Han Xiaoli. I can sign a cooperation contract with you. You understand this too. President Su of the bank will definitely help Qin Yun. His wife is a legendary NPC, and even with restrictions, protecting someone with all her might won't be a problem. As long as I help you hold Su Wanjin back, you can go all out and kill Qin Yun. But I need to capture Han Xiaoli first. Qi Tianlin was tempted. After all, Su Wanjin's wife was too powerful. With her around, his people would find it very hard to get near Qin Yun. If Mo Tianren helped him hold Su Wanjin back, he would have a chance to strike. In the end, Qi Tianlin agreed to cooperate, secretly brought Mo Tianren into the guild, even gave him the vice guild leader position, and then immediately organized everyone to return and make preparations. He knew Qin Yun's lifebound beast was too strong, so he had all members below the 5th tier leave the guild, leaving only elite members to deal with Qin Yun. On Qin Yun's side, he also led the guild members back to the territory, preparing to improve the guild's strength, have Elder Bai appraise the Kaylee Divine Ring, and arrange tactics. Su Wanjin also temporarily left the Lucky Cat Beast Hall and joined the Shanghai Pavilion Guild as vice guild leader, while Su Tanner became an elder. Only then could Su Wanjin maintain his peak condition. Su Tanner's mother, Selena, also came out of Su Wanjin's beast-taming space and took the initiative to greet Su He. They quickly became acquainted as they talked, and Qin Ming watched the show from the side. Su Wanjin told Qin Yun that the guild war would use a random map, with both sides being teleported to different temporary strongholds, and all resources divided into treasure chests scattered throughout the map. He suggested not to fight head-on, but first secure more than 20% of the resources, then slowly look for opportunities to kill the opponent. The flag could be seized at the end, but Qin Yun smiled mysteriously and said it didn't need to be that complicated. Su Wanjin was stunned and asked how he intended to win. Su Tanner cut in and directly suggested rushing over and wiping out the other side before slowly collecting the resources. Su Wanjin was speechless and felt she was being ridiculous. Su Tanner insisted and told Su Wanjin to ask Qin Yun. Qin Yun agreed, saying they could just wipe out the other side completely, no need to take the long way around. Su Wanjin was shocked and asked how they could possibly beat a 9-star guild, since Qin Yun's trump cards had already been exposed to the other side. Qin Yun only said, "You'll understand in a moment." Then he waved his hand and upgraded the guild to max level, causing everyone's base attributes to surge by 210%, leaving Su Wanjin staring blankly. Qin Yun then took out the mythic ring and had Elder Bai appraise it. Elder Bai was thrilled. He hadn't expected to really get a divine-grade piece of gear. Su Wanjin also widened his eyes. This was mythic equipment. Su Tanner casually patted her father and said it was only a ring. Serena was also drawn in, but was quickly pulled away again by Su He, who even said that if Qin Yun married Su Tanner in the future, the betrothal gift would at the very least have to be god-tier resources. Elder Bai said he was absolutely able to appraise it, and Qin Yun directly threw down gold coins to buy 10,000 advanced appraisal scrolls, urging him to get to work. But Su Wanjin was still worried, feeling that relying on just one tier, 4 divine ring wasn't enough. The opposing Scarlet Scale Guild was no simple matter. In Great Xia, beast tamers above tier 5 were basically under the control of the 9-star guild, and the 9-star guild's legendary beast tamers were not to be trifled with. Qi Tianlin had over 1 million base HP and very high attack power. His beasts possessed a special ability that could convert part of the damage into health, and they also ignored grievous wounds. Combined with lifesteal, he could fight almost indefinitely. Other than General Yu, no one could suppress him. He was the second beast tamer in Great Xia, and his strength was formidable. If he were given a set of legendary equipment, he could take on a tier 9 legendary Beast King boss one-on-one. According to intelligence, Qi Tianlin had obtained a mysterious treasure in a forbidden zone in his early years. Although he had never displayed it, it was definitely formidable. If he went all out, Su Wanjin would have to join forces with Madame to confront him, and if that happened, Madame would be unable to protect Qin Yun. Su Wanjin reminded Qin Yun that he absolutely must not act on impulse in this guild war. He had to plan carefully, or total annihilation was a real possibility. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yun directly displayed his attribute panel and smiled. Senior Su, my stats aren't bad either. Su Wanjin froze on the spot. A million HP? 500,000 defense. A tier 5 with tier 9 health? Are your stats this absurd? Su Tanner snickered from the side, long since used to Qin Yun's monstrous attributes. Qin Yun then displayed his equipment. He was fully decked out in legendary gear, even deliberately hiding some of the special effects, but it still dazzled Su Wanjin and his wife. Su Wanjin was shocked. All legendary equipment. Even tier 9 rarely has legendary gear, and you actually have 3-piece set bonuses plus a mythic ring. He asked Qin Yun what level his weapon was, and Qin Yun only said it was a broken blade, without explaining further. Bai Lizi and Sa Lata secretly laughed. Qin Yun said, Senior Su, with these attributes, should I be able to go toe-to-toe with the Scarlet Scale Guild? Su Wanjin analyzed calmly. You can fearlessly face an 8th-tier Beastmaster, but the gap between the 9th and 5th tiers is far too great. The Scarlet Scale Guild still has 2 9th-tier experts, so winning is still very difficult. This was because after the 5th tier, each level up awakened a special ability. This was a pure level suppression, and attribute boosts alone couldn't make up for it. But if they didn't win this guild battle, the resources of Qin Yun's guild would be seized by the Scarlet Scale Guild, and the lives of all its members would be in jeopardy. Su Tanner said, Dad, that may not necessarily be the case. She summoned her divine beast, the Flame Angel, and Su Wanjin and his wife were overjoyed. They hadn't expected their daughter to have contracted a divine beast too, becoming a quasi-divine genius. Su Tanner smiled again and said, This was given to me by Qin Yun, along with a legendary ring. It's not just me. Uncle Qin Ming and the others all have legendary gear too. Everyone's talents have improved, and each of them has also contracted an epic beast. Our Shanhai Pavilion is now. Although the Beast Masters of the Sea Pavilion had odd personalities, all of their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Su Wanjin and Serena froze. After they came to their senses, Su Wanjin burst out laughing. Son-in-law, if you want to marry my daughter, just say the word. I'll pack her up and send her to you. Dad, what are you saying? Su Tanner blushed in embarrassment. Qin Yun said helplessly, Senior Su, don't worry. In this guild battle, Shanhai Pavilion will make its full debut, and will definitely go all out. Su Wanjin was still worried about the Scarlet Scale Guild's deep foundation. Even if Shanhai Pavilion had all its members at the 5th tier, with epic equipment and beasts, it still wouldn't be enough. Qin Yun took out his trump card, the revival coin. Senior Su, we still have this. Su Wanjin took one look and was stunned. A revival item? Serena also couldn't believe it. There's actually such a heaven-defying item in this world. Xiaoyan, where did you get this? Su Tanner pulled her mother aside and said with a smile, This is Qin Yun's secret. In the entire server, only he can farm revival coins and gold coins. Wait, you mean he doesn't just have one? Serena and Su Wanjin were utterly shocked. Su Tanner directly took out a pile of revival coins, and the 2 big shots were completely dumbfounded. After recovering, Su Wanjin said excitedly, With these revival coins, who's still afraid of the Scarlet Scale Guild? Give me 10, and the guild battle is guaranteed to be won. Qin Yun said calmly, 10 is too few. Since it's a debut, let's do 3,000 per person. Everyone was stunned, and Su Wanjin nearly dropped to his knees. Now he finally understood that Qin Yun's greatest trump card was the resurrection coins. This was the key to the guild's invincibility and its sweeping conquest of the world. He had even once wanted to abandon his own Lucky Cat guild and join the Mountain and Sea Pavilion, but he immediately rejected the idea. Qin Yun distributed the resurrection coins to Su Wanjin and Selena, then briefly explained the deployment. Ignore everything. It can devour targets no higher than its own level, and it can also devour half of the HP of targets above its own level. Qin Yun's deployment was very direct. Senior Su would be responsible for holding back Qi Tianlin, while Selena and he would hunt down the 8th and 9th tier powerhouses of the Red Scale Guild. Tanner and the others would deal with those below the 8th tier. Once all of them were dealt with, Selena would join Senior Su to force Qi Tianlin down to the half HP threshold. As long as Qi Tianlin dropped to half HP, Jin Yo could swallow him in one bite and kill him instantly. Qin Yun's plan gave the 2 legendary figures full confidence. With 3,000 resurrection coins, they could fight by trading injuries without regard for their lives, and bringing Qi Tianlin down to half HP with a 2-on-1 fight was completely effortless. At that moment, Elderby successfully appraised the divine ring of Kali, and the ring emitted a rainbow divine radiance. Elderby happily reported that he had become the first appraiser in the Blue Star world to identify a divine-grade piece of equipment, earning qualification for a 10th-tier advancement quest, though it would only unlock 78 years later. He had no regrets. Even with one foot in the coffin, he could still fulfill his wish. Elderby returned the ring to Qin Yun and requested to join the battle. Qin Yun agreed, and also gave him 3,000 resurrection coins. Qin Yun checked the attributes of the divine ring of Kali. Mythic grade, Tier 4 LV 120, Strength plus 960, Attack, Penetration, Critical Hit, and Anti-Crit each plus 28%, Dark Resistance plus 25%, Total Damage plus 60%, Shadow Strike, Passive, 50% chance to deal weak point damage. Divine Curse, active, inflicts a dark curse on targets within range, increasing damage taken. Although powerful, it was still somewhat inferior to the Saint Artifact Azure Dragon's Sacred Edict Blade. After equipping the Divine Ring, Qin Yun's natal beast had now gathered all 10 pieces of equipment, and its attack attributes surpassed 100,000. Everything was ready. They only had to wait for the guild war to begin. Outside, the upper echelons of all the major guilds were waiting for the rules to be announced, while also figuring out how to seize resources from the mountain and sea pavilion. The discussion was lively. This time, President Qi has made up his mind to kill Qin Yun, and even President Su and his wife can't protect him. Qin Yun was too flashy, thinking that being a divine genius made him invincible. In reality, the stat gap just can't be bridged by attributes alone. Some also suspected Qin Yun dared to fight because he might have a hidden trump card. But everyone still didn't believe he could stand against 8th and 9th-tier powerhouses. Just as the discussion was in full swing, a system prompt sounded. Ding, time's up. All members of the Red Scale Guild and the Mountain and Sea Pavilion Guild will soon be teleported to a random map, Atlantis Ancient City. The next second, teleportation arrays appeared beneath everyone's feet in both guilds, and with a flash of light, they were all teleported away at the same time. Everyone suddenly appeared in the ruins of ancient Atlantis. Wow, so beautiful. It's an underwater ancient city. Qin Shui and the other girls were instantly captivated. On the projection, everyone was stunned by the sci-fi feel of the ancient city. Its technology is even more advanced than humanity's. Does such a highly advanced civilization really exist? Only a handful of big shots looked at the map with deep worry. This modern ancient city had already been destroyed by ferocious beasts. Could humanity really stop a 9th-tier ferocious beast emperor boss in the future? Qin Yun was also stunned by the scene. High-rise buildings stood densely packed in the city. Almost all of them collapsed. Bloodstains and shattered bones were everywhere. One glance made it clear that the past battle had been brutally fierce. Outside the city was a rules barrier that blocked out the seawater, keeping the sea beasts from getting in. The entire ancient city was illuminated. These remains look like those of exotic beasts. Could this be a world where the beast tamer rules descended and exotic beasts invaded? Su Tanner speculated. Everyone thought it made sense. Qin Yun understood even better. These NPCs were all descendants of beast tamers from the past. Ding, you have entered a battle map with no time limit. Do not leave the ancient city, or you will be lost in the chaotic sea domain and devoured by the sea beast god. The 10 command flags may only be carried by 10 people, are bound and cannot be exchanged, and will definitely drop upon death. Remote communication is impossible. There's a sea beast god outside. At that moment, a gigantic sea exotic beast swam past above the city, and Qin Yun guessed that this place might be a forbidden ground where the rules sealed away an exotic beast god. Chaotic sea domain. Qin Yun noted the term. Su Wanjin asked, how should we distribute the command flags? Qin Yun thought for a moment. His parents, his sister, and Zhu Tianpeng were all life-type, and Nanin was a girl, so none of them needed to carry one. He and Serena were going to work together to hunt members of the Red Scales Guild, so it wasn't suitable for them to carry command flags. He assigned the command flags to Senior Su, Serena, Elderby, Tanner, Bilisai, Salada, Yang Qianshi, Han Xiaoli, Xiao Erwo, and Lin Dalei. I'll go hold back Qi Tianlin first. Su Wanjin immediately fused with the golden flying flood dragon and vanished at extreme speed, stepping through the air. So fast, Qin Yun marveled. A 9th-rank beast tamer speed was not something he could compare to. 5th-rank fusion, 6th-rank transformation, 7th-rank flight, 8th-rank domain, 9th-rank shattering void. Each rank brought a huge gap. At the shattering void stage, not only movement speed but even skills and defense became stronger. A 5th rank simply could not beat a 9th rank. Even with a divine beast, Qin Yun could at most handle a 7th rank, and facing an 8th rank was still very difficult. Guild leader, will act independently too. Yang Qianshi and the others dispersed separately to look for opponents. Bilisai, Salada, you follow my parents. Okay, the two nodded and followed. Little brother, then I'll act with Tanner. Qin Shui took the initiative to stick close to Tanner, clearly wanting to build a good relationship with her. Qin Yun couldn't be bothered to care about this older sister. In any case, with resurrection coins, no matter how recklessly she acted, it wouldn't affect Tanner's ability to kill enemies. Guild leader, I'm going to find strong members of the Red Scales Guild. I hope that old bastard Sima has come in. Elder Bai went out killing intent blazing. Who is this old bastard Sima? The chief appraiser of the Red Scales Guild, named Sima Yang, one of the 3 legendary appraisers of Great Xia. He and Elder Bai were from the same school, but later became sworn enemies and never had a chance to face off. Serena knew the inside story. So that's how it is. He's in for it this time. By this time, the Red Scales Guild had also finished distributing the command flags and began a carpet search, splitting into squads to sweep the whole city, hoping to find the people from the Mountain Sea Pavilion as quickly as possible. Sister Serena, what is your restriction? I need to know in my heart. I'm not a divine NPC. My restriction is simple. I can only retaliate passively. If others don't attack me, I can't make the first move. I can only counterattack those who attack me. Qin Yun was dumbfounded. Then if they only attack me, sis, you can only stand by and watch. The Red Scales Guild definitely knew about her limitation. Su Wanjin had been cooperating with Qi Tianlin for so long. How could he not know? Xiaoyun, I have an active skill, Cat Shadow Protection, which can transfer all damage taken by my teammates to me. Besides Lao Su and Tanner, no one knows about this. When the time comes, I'll put the skill on you. After you go invisible, absorb their attacks, and then counterattack, kill them all. After saying that, Selena gripped Dark Shadow Cat Blade with both hands. The black dagger, with cat eyes, radiated a fully unleashed aura. Meanwhile, the two sides were searching for people, but Atlanta Ancient City was enormous, comparable to half of Great Xia. How did Shanghai Pavilion arrange things? More than a dozen people are acting separately instead of grouping up. What a mess. They should have followed Basu together. How could they split up? It must have been Qin Yun's lousy idea. Even with a god-tier talent, his brain is still F rank. Look over at the Scarlet Scale Guild. Isn't that the person acting alone, Mo Tianren? No way. Mo Tianren actually came. He joined Scarlet Scale for Han Xiaoli and is even helping them deal with Shanghai Pavilion. So this is settled. No matter how strong Boss Su is, he can't withstand the Scarlet Scale Guild with Mo Tianren. Those who had bet on Shanghai Pavilion to win were all shattered, cursing the Scarlet Scale Guild for cheating and bringing in outside help. Dragon Throne, Yu Xinghua, and the others who supported Qin Yun looked at Mo Tianren cutting in line. Shadow Empress and the others were furious, feeling that Scarlet Scale and Mo Tianren colluding was like wolves and hyenas joining forces, with no bottom line at all. Mo Tianren has brought disgrace to the beast taming corps, and he's even helping Scarlet Scale deal with Shanghai Pavilion. Yu Xinghua clenched his fists in anger, wanting nothing more than to rush over and teach Mo Tianren a lesson. Dragon Throne also shook his head. He hadn't expected the formidable Scarlet Scale Guild to use such despicable tactics and even bring in outside help. He knew there were loopholes in the guild battle rules, and now he could only hope Qin Yun would return safely. There was nothing else he could do. News soon came that Boss Su and Boss Qi had already met in the air. The two collided in aura and immediately fought fiercely. Qi Tianlin figured that if he wanted to kill Qin Yun, he had to keep Su Wanjin occupied. Once Mo Tianren captured Han Xiaoli, he would have Mo Tianren deal with Su Wanjin, and then he himself could go all out against Qin Yun. Since Su Wanjin came as outside help, he would definitely have his legendary NPC wife protect Qin Yun. Seeing Su Wanjin appear alone, Qi Tianlin became even more certain of his guess. Fat Su, don't think that having a legendary NPC wife means you can protect Qin Yun. Mo Tianren is here, and you two can't keep him safe. What? That old thing, Mo Tianren is here. Su Wanjin was stunned for a moment, then quickly calmed down. Even if a few more people were added, Qin Yun would still be fine. He also knew very well that once Qin Yun and the others revealed the revival coins, it would definitely shake Great Xia and shock the world. From then on, no one would dare make any more plans against Qin Yun and Shanghai Pavilion. With that bug-level item, Qin Yun's rise would be unstoppable. Boom. The two 9th-rank legendary beast tamers were battling in the sky, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw storms, thunder, and shattered space interwoven together, shocking the entire scene. A 9th-rank expert fight is terrifying. The audience was boiling with excitement. Such a rare clash between powerhouses was something no one wanted to miss. Meanwhile, spies from various countries learned that there was internal conflict in Great Xia, and the higher-ups of the United States were even gloating. Old Man Black was so angry he was jumping up and down, wanting to seize resources in the chaos. But a higher-up reminded him that the gap between Scarlet Scale and Shanghai Pavilion was too great. They should wait and see the result, keep watching the projection, and talk later. As for the Sakura country's new generation, they had been wiped out completely and were busy just trying to survive, with no energy left to interfere. After causing trouble, it would already be good if they weren't targeted by other countries. At that moment, a dimensional passage suddenly appeared in the Imperial Palace of Sakura Country. Baka, exotic beast invasion. The Emperor and the others were terrified and quickly assumed battle stances. They couldn't understand why an exotic beast had come straight to the palace. In the end, only a dark figure walked out of the passage. Nanny? A dark believer, one big shot cried out in shock. When they entered the second layer of the ancient dragon abyss, they had suffered greatly at the hands of this kind of person. Now that an 8th-rank dark believer had appeared, everyone's killing intent surged, and they prepared to eliminate the other side. But as soon as that person spoke, "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I'm here with a fortuitous opportunity." Everyone was dumbfounded. The dark believer smiled. "You have dark hearts and have been chosen by the God King Osiris. As long as you submit, you can become divine servants and bask in divine light. If you refuse, when the Tier 9 Beast Emperor boss descends, you'll be the first to be wiped out. Choose, you cute little Japs." Meanwhile, in the ancient city of Atlantis, the Shanhage Guild and the Jilin Guild ran into each other, and battle erupted. They're fighting. Shanhage won't last a minute. If they can hold out for 10 seconds, that's impressive. They're all Tier 5, and the lowest on the other side is Tier 6. They've got more people too. There's no way they can win. Someone cried out, "Look!" Qin Yun's parents have been surrounded by Murong Yuan, the Tier 8 elder of the Jilin Guild. They're doomed. Everyone turned to look at Qin Ming and his wife. After all, if they were killed, it would deal a huge blow to Qin Yun. Murong Yuan sneered. "Haha, we've run into Qin Yun's parents. Kill you and collect the reward, and the guild master will surely reward me handsomely." But he hadn't expected Qin Ming and his wife to be very calm. Suhi was brimming with fighting spirit. "Old Qin, don't stop me. I'm going to take on a whole group." Qin Ming reminded her. "Be careful not to get captured. We won't die, but if we're taken prisoner, it'll be trouble." At that moment, Salada smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, Aunt Su, don't be afraid. I'm already Tier 5, and my natal beast skill can seal the enemy's control skills." The couple was startled. So this NPC could seal skills. This was a god tier ability. Salada added, "Their levels are higher than mine, so I can't seal them completely. I can only partially suppress them. The higher the level, the weaker the effect. With her help, they wouldn't have to fear crowd control anymore." Suhi was thrilled. "Great. As long as the other side can't use control beast skills, we don't have to worry about being captured. Salada, go." Just as Murong Yuan was about to make a move, Salada struck first, Great Seal. Water and Heavenly Splendor. Salada activated her skill, and multicolored divine water spread across the battlefield. Murong Yuan and the others were instantly engulfed by a curtain of water. A god-tier NPC? Where did Shanhage get a god-tier NPC from? Everyone was shocked, speechless. When they saw Salada's status panel, the entire crowd fell silent. She had actually been tamed by Qin Yun. Not only were there 2 divine beast contracts already, but now there was also a god-tier NPC. The big shots were utterly speechless. The audience watching the live stream outside exploded. Qin Yun is insane. He even managed to recruit a god-tier NPC. Some even suspected the beautiful woman beside him was also a god-tier NPC, and everyone was thoroughly bewildered. After learning the truth, Longzhua made an immediate decision. Spare no expense to protect Qin Yun. As long as he doesn't die, Great Xia can rise. In the future, they would directly let Qin Yun take charge of the country, while they would assist him. Yu Zhonghua and the others all agreed as well. Only by following an invincible genius would the nation have a future, and Great Xia would have hope. At this moment, Mu Rongyin and the others, who were enveloped by Sarada's skill, received a prompt. "You have been sealed and controlled by Sarada's beast skill, and cannot use it temporarily." The members of the Red Scale Guild were all stunned. "All our skills are grayed out." Clearly, they were all high-tier beastmasters, but even level suppression was useless. Mu Rongyuan said calmly, "Only the control beast skills are sealed. The target is to kill them, not capture them." He looked at Sarada gloomily. This affected only 5th tier? If her level were higher, wouldn't everything be sealed? Sarada ignored him. In fact, she could choose from 4 different sealing effects. "Kill them," Mu Rongyuan ordered, leading his men to charge at Qin Ming, Suhi, Sarada, and Beilisi. At this moment, Beilisi made her move. Her powerful charm briefly stunned the other side, creating a first strike opportunity for Qin Ming and Su He. The audience was shocked again. Another God-tier NPC? That means Qin Yun has 4 God-tier beasts. Some big shots began to regret it, but there was no turning back. Shishinlin was going to fight to the end. As long as Qin Yun died, whether it was divine beasts or NPCs, they would all be gone. Su He immediately fused with the bamboo leaf mouse and took flight, while also summoning the epic purple lightning spirit fox. Since advancing to 5th tier, the members of Shanghai Pavilion had also contracted epic beasts, following Qin Yun to grind monsters and level up. Although not all of their levels had reached 5th tier yet, their combat power had improved significantly. Damn it, even Qin Yun's mother has an epic beast? The audience erupted again. Someone was shocked. Her HP is way too high. Qin Yun's mother isn't an F-rank beastmaster. At this moment, Su He revealed her equipment. Damn it, an epic set, full epic gear, plus a legendary outfit. Wait, even if all her gear is epic, her stats still shouldn't be this high unless her natal beast talent is at least A. And she also has guild bonuses. Everyone was stunned. Can talents still be upgraded? It was completely beyond common sense. Before they could even recover, Qin Ming also summoned the epic Thunder Spirit Tiger. And with a full set of epic equipment plus 1 legendary pair of boots, his stats were no worse than Su He's. Someone suspected, could it be that the rules showed us a fake projection? No one believed it. The rules could not possibly be fake. Everyone understood. Qin Yun's parents were both decked out in epic equipment plus legendary gear. Each had an epic beast, and their natal talent and guild bonuses were both high. Their stats even outclassed 6th tier beastmasters. Exaggerated, but true. The battle was about to erupt. Qin Ming and Su He, as husband and wife, directly locked onto the 6th tier beastmasters of the Red Scale Guild and fought them head-on. These 6th tier beastmasters generally had lower stats than Qin Ming and Su He, and their equipment was inferior as well. The elders also had very few epic items. But 6th tier experts could fuse with their natal beasts and transform, causing their stats to skyrocket, with HP, defense, and attack all greatly increased. Thus, after transforming, the Red Scale Guild's 6th tier beastmasters surpassed Qin Ming and Su He in stats. That was the crushing advantage of higher tiers. In an instant, after transforming, the beastmasters frantically surrounded and attacked them, with continuous strikes as the 4 of them engaged in a fierce battle. However, Beastmaster transformation had a unique rule imprint that could be recognized at a glance, so they wouldn't be mistaken for monsters. But they cautiously kept themselves above half health, fearing they would be instantly killed by Qin Yun. 7th tier beastmasters also joined in, occupying the high air and continuously unleashing beast skills to suppress Qin Ming, Su He, and the 2 god-tier NPCs. Kill them, and the loot alone will make us rich. Many people were overjoyed in their hearts. Qin Ming and Su He had become hot targets, with a high chance of dropping gear upon being killed. Mu Rong Yuan sneered. You think a full set of epic gear and an epic beast is enough to defy heaven? The talent gap can't be made up. Many of those who had bet on the Red Scale Guild were eagerly waiting to see Qin Yun's parents get killed. The fact was exactly as it seemed. Qin Ming, his wife, and the 2 god-tier NPCs were only at tier 5. Though powerful, they still could not beat a group of tier 6 and 7 beastmasters. Qin Yun's dad's head is mine. A burly man who had transformed into a giant python lunged at the badly wounded Qin Ming. Oppose us, and the only outcome is death. But Qin Ming remained calm, even smiling. With your level, you're nowhere near enough to make me despair. I'll peel off your snake skin later. You're still acting tough at a time like this. The giant python bit toward Qin Ming's head, but the expected bloody scene never happened. Qin Ming instead vanished in a bizarre way. Where did he go? Not only Qin Ming, but Su He, Bai Lai Sai, and Salada also disappeared from where they stood. Mu Rong Yuan looked around and found nothing unusual. Qin Yun's parents and the 2 NPCs had indeed been killed. There shouldn't have been any other means of escape. He only felt that it was strange. The bodies were gone, vanished outright. He could only guess that the map had special rules. But who cared? As long as Qin Yun's parents were dead, that was enough. The bodies being gone didn't matter. Were they really dead? Even the audience big shots watching the live stream were half in doubt. Mu Rong Yuan withdrew his team and was just about to go look for the other members of Mount C Pavilion when Qin Ming, Su He, Bai Lai Sai, and Salada suddenly appeared again. Catching the enemy off guard, they ambushed the tier 6 beastmaster together and beat him down to a sliver of HP. Damn it, they're not dead. The others wanted to come to the rescue, but Bai Lai Sai unleashed her charm to interrupt them, buying Qin Ming and his wife an opening. The 2 joined forces and directly killed the tier 6 beastmaster, then stripped his skin. I said I'd peel your skin off, so I'll peel your skin off. Qin Ming sneered. The battle has only just begun. Morong Yuan and the others were completely stunned. It was their first time encountering something like this. The other side had clearly died, yet had suddenly revived. The livestream audience was also full of question marks. How did Qin Yun's parents and the NPCs do that? Was it a skill from some god-tier NPC? Doesn't seem like it. If it were a skill, Morong Yuan should have noticed. Clearly he didn't see through it, which is why he got ambushed. Yu Jingwei guessed the trick. I think this is resurrection. Only resurrection could produce this kind of effect. If Qin Yun can really revive, that's a heaven-defying bug. Too terrifying. Long Zhuo was thrilled beyond measure. The surprise Mount C Pavilion had brought was simply too great. Morong Yuan could no longer care about appearances and decided to act personally. A Tier 8 Beastmaster's domain immediately suppressed them. But Qin Ming and the other three were uninjured because of the 10-second invincibility granted by the Level 2 Resurrection coin. Everyone was stunned. 10 seconds later, the four of them were wiped out again. Their HP bars emptied, and they disappeared once more. Morong Yuan now had no choice but to suspect that they really had mastered some heaven-defying resurrection method. Otherwise, there was no way to explain it. If this really is resurrection, then declaring war on Shanghai Pavilion was a huge mistake. He was even starting to panic inside. Impossible. The rules would never allow such a buggy ability to exist. But in the next second, Qin Ming and the other three reappeared, still in their 50% state, with 10 seconds of invincibility. While invincible, they frantically focused their attacks on a Tier 6 Beastmaster from the Scarlet Scale Guild. This scene shocked everyone present. They couldn't be killed. They really couldn't be killed. Morong Yuan and the others desperately besieged Qin Ming's team. After killing them 100 times, the other side still came back with full health, while their own side suffered heavy casualties. Elder, we can't kill them. The Tier 6 Beastmaster's mindset completely collapsed. Facing an immortal opponent, the sense of despair was overwhelming. Morong Yuan suddenly understood, recalling how Salada had sealed control-type beast skills from the start, because they were afraid they wouldn't be able to control this group of monsters. No, I need to report to the guild leader immediately. Shanghai Pavilion has obtained resurrection or immortality methods. He had the Tier 7 members keep an eye on Qin Ming and the others. The Tier 6 members go hunt the other Shanghai Pavilion members, and he personally went to report to the guild leader. Hey, old thing, why are you running? Keep going. Where's your mighty Tier 8 expert? Running away in battle. Aren't you ashamed? Qin Ming's demeanor changed completely, his fighting spirit surging. Morong Yuan shot back stubbornly. Don't get cocky. You can't stay immortal forever. Once the guild leader makes a move, I'll make you wish you were dead. He was actually terrified inside, but he couldn't afford to lose his momentum or the livestream audience would laugh at him. Honey, the Tier SIXS have pulled back, and the Tier 7s are still here. Should we retreat? Qin Ming asked. Suhi remained calm. We can wear down the Tier 7s too. If we can't kill them, we can exhaust them. Their merged lifebound beast form can't last long, and it drains mental energy and beast power. Once they separate from their beasts, that's their weakness. Then we'll ambush them. With her resurrection coins and Salada's help, she was already fearless. Qin Ming couldn't help but sigh. Honey, you've changed. Suhi smiled. You're outstanding, so of course I have to become stronger too. Would you have dared talk to a Tier 8 expert like this before? You'd even panic at Tier 2. Qin Ming felt comforted. If our son is this capable, as his father, I can't lose face. The couple fought side by side again. The big shots in the live stream all had their scalps tingle. Qin Yun's parents were reviving endlessly. Their power seemed bottomless. It was basically cheating. Does Shanghai Pavilion have a resurrection or immortality divine artifact? Everyone was suspicious. Otherwise, there was no way this could be so absurd. Xian Yuan Zhanlong's eyes burned with madness. If this kind of item were given to him, he'd be invincible. But an old player guessed the key point. This kind of item definitely has a limited number of uses and a time limit. Once there are too many top-tier combatants, the Shanghai Pavilion Guild will still end up being worn down. Everyone agreed. Such a heaven-defying item couldn't possibly be used infinitely. Otherwise, the rules would collapse, and even the entire world system would have to change. Dragon Seed, it really did revive. I just don't know if it's a one-time item. Yu Jingwei said excitedly, trembling all over. Qin Yun was a little worried, but he felt that even if Shanghai Pavilion lost, he himself would be fine. At this moment, Dragon Seed smiled. Old you. Seeing Shanghai Pavilion's revival ability makes me even more convinced that Qin Yun can win. He even has revival items, so he must have other trump cards. All we need to do is believe in him. In the livestream projection, the Shanghai Pavilion and Crimson Scale Guild squads were about to meet. Selena quietly reminded Qin Yun that there were strong enemies ahead. Her cat-eared girl talent allowed her to be perfectly invisible, with no trace of her aura at all. Qin Yun said with a smile. Perfect timing, Selena Andy. Let's begin. Selena used Cat Shadow Protection to shield Qin Yun, a protection only he could see. Selena said confidently, unless they use a divine-grade item, they won't be able to discover me. Once they get close, I'll make my move. Soon, a 28-member Crimson Scale Guild squad appeared, led by the 8th-tier Elder Bai Si. Bai Si didn't act rashly. Instead, he immediately released a signal item from afar to notify the guild's other experts for support. He knew full well that Selena was lurking in the shadows. Qin Yun took the initiative, fused with Jin Yo, summoned the Azure Dragon and the 7-colored deer, and charged straight in to kill. When a 7th-tier underling asked whether they should counterattack, Bai Si calmly ordered them to wear the enemy down from a distance and absolutely not get close. They were to wait for reinforcements before making a move. Throughout the whole time, Bai Si remained vigilant, guarding against Selena. He also set up a sensory barrier around them to ensure no one could lie in ambush. Qin Yun used Infinite Devour to probe, but Bai Si refused to make a move unless Selena showed herself. Qin Yun understood in his heart that Bai Si was stalling for time, waiting for the big shots to arrive. So Qin Yun told Selena to deal with the others first, and that Bai Si could be handled later if there was a chance. Selena agreed and immediately revealed herself, preparing to strike. It seemed to swell up like a balloon. The next moment, Selena suddenly unleashed her power and rushed into the enemy like a streak of black lightning. Damn it, the Selena NPC has made a move. Bai Si's expression changed dramatically as he immediately retreated. Selena didn't use beast skills. With a flash of cold light from her twin daggers, 6th and 7th-tier beastmasters were instantly killed, and only Bai Si narrowly escaped. In fact, it wasn't that Bai Si had retreated far enough, but that Selena simply couldn't attack him to begin with. Otherwise, below the 9th tier, no one could withstand a single strike from a 9th-tier legendary NPC. Qin Yun did not pursue the fleeing Bai Si. He only called out, "Let's go, Aunt Selena." Everyone could tell at a glance that Qin Yun's fight did not need worrying about. He had a 9th-tier NPC protecting him. But some people also noticed something suspicious, especially Xin Yuan Zhanlong. He realized that every time it was Qin Yun or Su Wanjin who struck first, Selena would then make her move. Could this be Selena's limitation? Could she not take the initiative to attack first? This was a very important discovery. On the other side, Brother Yang, don't be too flashy. Better play it safe, okay? Even if you have revival coins, don't get too reckless. Han Xiaoli, relying on his natal beast, the devouring heaven insect, and the beast skill Devour, moved forward by burrowing underground, very low-key. Just now, because Yang Qianshi had been too flashy, the two of them were surrounded by the Red Scale Guild and nearly wiped out. Fortunately, Han Xiaoli had kept a trump card. He faked death with poison and used a revival coin to narrowly escape. Yang Qianshi, however, did not care at all. Fully geared up, standing on top of the Black Emperor Hound, he looked imposing and was not afraid of being surrounded again. He had learned his lesson and specially bought advanced purification potions to prevent being controlled and captured. Brother Han, you've got epic gear and revival coins too. Stop hiding it. Be open and aboveboard like me. That's what a real man does. That was just an accident. Yang Qianshi even had the Black Emperor Hound bark a few times. Woof woof. Han Xiaoli was speechless. Even with gear, we still can't beat the Red Scale Guild. What if we get caught and have our hands and feet broken? Staying low-key is safer, Yang Qianshi said. What's there to be afraid of? If they're broken, you can still keep fusing beasts. With enough coin benefits to buy medicine, you'll still be bouncing around just fine. Ding, failed showing off, lightning punishment. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck Yang Qianshi directly, turning him into a lump of charcoal, smoke rising from his mouth, but he only lost a little HP. Nothing serious. Han Xiaoli's mouth twitched as he watched. Look at you, acting this recklessly. Even heaven can't stand it. I'd better handle things on my own. That's safer. At this moment, an elderly figure was drawn over by the thunder and flew in. Damn it, it's the teacher. Run. Han Xiaoli panicked instantly, all because Yang Qianshi had been too flashy. That old bastard, Mo Tianren. Let him come. What's there to be afraid of? Yang Qianshi was not the least bit intimidated, directly facing the oppressive aura released by Mo Tianren. What do you have to do with the guild war against the Red Scale Guild? Qin Yun sure is rich. It's normal for a newcomer to be decked out in epic gear. He really is an epic genius. You brat, if you want to live, tell me quickly where Han Xiaoli is. Mo Tianren only wanted to catch Han Xiaoli as soon as possible so he could complete his mission. Old bastard, and you still dare ask me when you're the one stirring up trouble? If you've got the guts, send your mom here. Ding, successful showing off, coins plus 666. You're asking for death. Since the scene was being projected by the rules, Mo Tianren could not allow himself to be looked down on. If he didn't deal with Yang Qianshi, where would his dignity be? You think you can kill me? You can't kill this young master. Ding! Successful showing off. Coins plus 6666. Mo Tonrin was nearly driven mad with anger and immediately unleashed a piercing ambush, shaking the earth and mountains. Boom! Yang Qianshi's shadow vanished, and Han Xiaoli, who was underground, was also shaken out, coughing blood as he appeared. Damn it, Brother Yang, show off if you want, but don't drag me into it. Han Xiaoli was speechless. When Mo Tianren saw Han Xiaoli, he smiled and directly used a controlling beast skill, grabbing the man away. He wouldn't even be allowed to die. Good disciple, so you've been hiding underground. No wonder it was so hard for your master to find you. You, teacher, actually, I still respect you very much. You little slippery thing, don't even think about running. Once the guild war is over, I'll help you be reborn. After saying that, Mo Tonrin sealed his mouth and flew away. After he left, Yang Qianshi crawled out. Damn it, Brother Han got captured. I need to hurry and find the guild leader. West of the ancient city of Atlantis, Qin Shui and Su Tanner encountered a squad from the Red Scale Guild and immediately charged into fight. Qin Shui relied on her epic beast for output. Her own strength was average, mainly bolstered by equipment and guild buffs, but she could still fight a 6th-tier Beastmaster evenly. Su Tanner was even fiercer. She herself was a legendary Beastmaster, and her beasts could both deal damage and take hits. Her newly contracted divine beast, the Blazing Angel, was both offense and defense in one, and could even take on 7th-tier opponents. Now the Blazing Angel was cutting through the battlefield, flames sweeping everywhere, and the Red Scale Guild squad could not hold out. Even their beasts were being suppressed. The audience was all stunned, suspecting it was the protagonist's cheat ability. Qin Yun having a divine beast was one thing, but why did Su Tanner have one too? And an angel divine beast at that? Isn't Su Tanner the young lady from the Xiaokai Cat Beast shop? She's just a legendary genius. How could she contract a divine beast like that? The big shots all knew there were only 2 ways to contract a divine beast. One was a divine tier Beastmaster egg, and the other was defeating a divine beast on the 10th floor of the Beastmaster Tower. But that was not something an ordinary divine genius could possibly do. Su Tanner was clearly only a top-tier legendary genius. She was still a fair way from being a divine genius. Qin Yun's previous performance had already met the standard of a divine genius. But now Su Tanner had really contracted an angel divine beast. No wonder the big shots suspected the livestream was fake. 1/8-tier big shot guessed. Qin Yun didn't just get the Azure Dragon Divine Beast Egg in the Longyuan Ancient Land. He also got an Angel Divine Beast Egg and gave it to Su Tanner. Everyone thought that made sense. Otherwise, there was no way Su Tanner and the Xiaokai Cat Beast shop could have obtained a Divine Beast Egg. But Qin Yun actually gave a Divine Beast Egg to someone else? That was far too generous. A Divine Beast Egg was priceless. Who would give one away unless they had a very close relationship? Another big shot analyzed. Su Tanner is wearing a legendary ring, while Qin Shui is only wearing a legendary necklace. Could Qin Yun and Su Tanner already be in love, with the Divine Beast Egg and the ring serving as tokens? Everyone thought this was very plausible. Otherwise, Qin Yun would not be this foolish. No wonder Su Tanner is desperately helping Shanghai Pavilion. They were already allied through marriage, basically family. As long as Qin Yun is alive, the Xiaokai Cat Beast shop will definitely break into a 10-star guild. By then, the Red Scale Guild won't stand a chance. The big shots continued discussing. Xian Yuanjing stared fixedly at Su Tanner's ring, hatred and jealousy filling him. Qin Yun, you'd better die in there. Su Tanner is mine. Xian Yuan Zhanlong comforted his son. No need to worry. Qin Yun won't make it out alive. By then, Qi Tianlin won't be willing to go to war to the death with the Su family either. Once Qin Yun dies, no one will compete with you. As long as she doesn't die, everything will be yours. Only then did Xian Yuanjing's mood improve a little. Seeing how formidable Su Tanner was, Xiang Lingtian prepared to deal with her personally, and also ordered his subordinates to kill Qin Yun's older sister. The guild leader had instructed them that Su Tanner must be captured alive and not killed. It still wasn't time to go to war with the Xiaokai Cat Beast shop. Domain activated. Xiang Lingtian directly opened his domain, and below the 8th tier, he was invincible. His domain was the Gale domain, awakened through the innate ability, Eye of the Gale, of his life-bound beast, the Gale Shadow Demon Owl. With Xiang Lingtian making his move personally, Su Tanner immediately reminded Qin Shui, be careful. I'm going all out against Xiang Lingtian. Qin Shui was very confident. Don't worry. My Frost Snow Wolf can freeze enemies, and I have purification potions. They won't be able to catch me. Su Tanner felt reassured and immediately activated the 9 Transformation Demonic Heart, Talents, 9 Transformation Art, transforming into 9 cat demon true forms, each possessing wind, wood, earth, water, fire, light, darkness, lightning, and space attributes. Each true form had independent consciousness and could act separately, with forms differing according to their attributes. Only if all 9 true forms were killed would she die. Even more outrageous was that the 9 transformation art could share the 9 lives art skill, meaning she would have to be killed 18 times to truly die. Although its attack power was slightly weaker, the talent was almost on par with a divine tier 1, making her unquestionably the strongest legendary genius. Blazing Angel unleashed the power of blazing fire. Su Tanner knew very well that her 9-tailed purple-eyed cat demon could not beat Xiang Lingtian, so she ordered the Blazing Angel to erupt with full force, release its strongest blazing power, and attack together. The Flame Angel quickly formed hand seals, her combat power surging as she unleashed the Blazing God-slashing strike as her main attack. Su Tanner split into 9 clones, with her true body serving as a shield, chaining beast skills one after another, and even making Xiang Lingtian wary. Everyone marveled. For a 5th tier to make Xiang Lingtian wary, Su Tanner absolutely had the potential of a genius. But some pointed out that she was already a quasi-divine genius, second only to Qin Yun. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too great, and Su Tanner still could not win. After barely holding on for half an hour, she was defeated, leaving only her critically injured true body. Xiang Lingtian urged her to surrender. "I can still protect you if you're not my enemy." Su Tanner immediately self-destructed, preferring death over submission, shocking Xiang Lingtian to the point of stupidity. He hadn't expected Su Tanner to be this ruthless and worried he would be punished by the guild leader. Xiang Lingtian shifted the blame. "It's all your fault." His subordinates complained inwardly. "Obviously you're the one fighting Su Tanner one-on-one, so why blame us?" But with the rules projection there, no one dared say much, afraid of being dragged in. Xiang Lingtian also knew the outside world could see everything clearly, so he could only hope the guild leader wouldn't make him the scapegoat. He then vented his anger on Qin Shui. "Hurry up and deal with Qin Yun's older sister." The members of the Jilin Guild had no choice but to go all out against Qin Shui. Just then, Su Tanner and Qin Shui suddenly appeared and counterattacked together, directly killing one 6th-tier beast master and heavily injuring a 7th-tier beast master. Everyone froze. She wasn't dead? Great, then we don't have to take the blame. Xiang Lingtian was startled, feeling that the 2 women had some secret trump card, and ordered them captured first. The battle erupted again, and Su Tanner's 9 transformation art appeared once more, fully displaying her imposing presence. On the other side, Zhu Tianpeng rode a talking pink pig through the ancient city, quietly collecting resources thanks to the pig's special sense of smell. After Zhu Tianpeng had collected more than 20% of the resources, the spirit horn chameleon beast reminded him that a strong opponent was approaching from 5 kilometers to the left. This beast looked like a chameleon and could sense danger and conceal its form. Zhu Tianpeng immediately told Xiaofan to stop and had Xiaoling activate its concealment talent. They vanished in an instant, their auras completely restrained. The audience outside discussed. This useless new Beastmaster's pet actually has a pretty good use. But the Jilin Guild won't fall for it every time. The 3rd time definitely won't work. I wonder if he has any resurrection method. Soon, several figures from the Jilin Guild appeared. A 7th-tier scouting Beastmaster looked puzzled. There were clearly signs of life. Why are they gone again? Another asked if the target had run out of range. The scout denied it and suspected the other side's beast had a special ability, then decided to directly bombard the area. Zhu Tianpeng was speechless inside, and soon enough, he was blown out into the open. Several Jilin experts looked down at him and mocked him. Zhu Tianpeng shot back, 7th tier against me, a 5th tier? What kind of skill is that? If you've got the guts, fight me one-on-one. The Jilin expert sneered, saying that in a life-and-death fight, morality didn't matter, and one person was enough to kill him. Zhu Tianpeng erupted with epic-grade equipment, shocking the 7 of them instantly. Damn, even a loser has a full set of epic-grade gear. The audience was also stunned, wondering if everyone in Shanghai Pavilion was equipped with epic-grade gear, leaving even the big shots dumbfounded. But everyone still felt that no matter how well-equipped Zhu Tianpeng was, he was still destined to be killed in one hit. Sure enough, Zhu Tianpeng was killed after just a few moves, but he didn't waste a resurrection coin. Instead, he used a resurrection skill to escape and continued quietly collecting resources. The Red Scale Strongman thought he was completely dead and continued searching for his target. Lin Dalei, Xiao Erwo, Zhang Yonan, and the other new recruits were meanwhile. In the ancient city battle, the 3 of them, fully decked out in epic-grade gear and with epic-grade beast companions, had even made the big shots watching the fight light up Huazi cigarettes. Did we place the wrong bet? Is Shanghai Pavilion hacking? All the newbies are in epic gear, and I, a proper guild master, don't even have a few pieces. Envious. Jealous. The Red Scale Guild has to win, so I can split some of the gear too. They're no longer trash newcomers. Their stats are almost catching up to S-rank geniuses, and they all have epic beast companions too. They're basically top-tier geniuses now. The big shots finally started taking Lin Dalei and the other two seriously. Lin Dalei and Xiao Erwo seized the battlefield opportunity, performing even better than many veterans. Zhang Yonan was slightly weaker, limited by her water-type beast companion and unable to follow her full strength on the map. Lin Dalei's savage stone tyrant ape was powerful, agile, and highly defensive. Combined with his own fusion with the Azure Scale Bull, he withstood a lot of attacks from the Red Scale 6-tier experts. Xiao Erwo's Scarlet Flame Sparrow had strong firepower and could fly, making up for its shortcomings. After fusing with the Swallowing Cloud Serpent, it became nimble, able to dodge and devour attacks. But their opponents were all experts, and a prolonged fight offered no hope. Zhang Yonan's beast companion was water-type, so she was at a great disadvantage on land and quickly lost. The three of them tried to team up and kill a 6th-tier expert outright, but the gap in strength was still too large. Lin Dalei analyzed calmly. A brute force clash won't work. Change the plan. I'll hold the attacks. Focus fire on the one with weaker defense. If he doesn't die, revive and kill him again. Once he's down, withdraw. Xiao Erwo agreed. Then what about Yonan? Her strength is restricted. After the battle, let her act alone near the water. The two immediately gave up resistance and were killed by the enemy's strongmen. The enemy had not yet reacted and simply thought the three had been killed. Once they relaxed, Lin Dalei and Xiao Erwo suddenly appeared beside that 6th-tier strongman with weaker defense. Damn, they're not dead. The goat-bearded 6th-tier strongman was shocked, and everyone hurried to provide support. Lin Dalei held off all attacks, gulping medicine and crazily restoring his health as he withstood the pressure, creating an opening for Xiao Erwo. Xiao Erwo roared, "Get lost, I'll kill you." Innate beast skill, Serpent Split. Xiao Erwo went all out, splitting the Swallowing Cloud Serpent for a fierce assault, and the Scarlet Flame Sparrow also unleashed its ultimate move. The dual output was still just a little short on damage. At the critical moment, a spinning water arrow struck the enemy's heart, instantly killing him. Bian Shuijing Beast's water arrow spiral kill had been unleashed. Lin Dalei and Xiao Erwo turned back in pleasant surprise and found it was Zhang Yonan. She smugly patted her chest, though there wasn't much there, and still spoke with confidence, saying she could also provide long-range support damage here. The plan succeeded, and the three immediately withdrew to recuperate. The Red Scale Guild squad had been played for fools. A dignified 6th-tier team had been led around by 3 rookies, even losing 1 man in a counterkill, and they were furious beyond reason. The big shots watching the live stream, however, remained calm, because if it were them, they would have fallen for it too. Some people suspected that this so-called revival item had an unusually long cooldown, and wondered whether several revival items were being used in rotation. Everyone felt that something was off. On the other side, Qin Yun relied on Selena's skill to absorb attacks and had killed many 6th-tier and 7th-tier enemies, but none of the 8th-tier ones could be touched. Every single one of them was a sly old fox. Qin Yun wanted to pick off another squad, but after searching for a long time, he still hadn't encountered anyone from the Red Scale side. Someone guessed that the enemy was scared and deliberately avoiding him, going to deal with members of other guilds instead. Qin Yun immediately changed his approach and decided to go find his own people for help. At the same time, the 8th-tier elders of the Red Scale Guild rushed into the sky to seek instructions from the guild master. In the sky, the golden flying flood dragon and the giant beast were locked in a fierce struggle. This was the merged transformed form of Qi Tianlin and Su Wanjing. The scene looked domineering, but in reality both sides were merely stalling for time. The elders reported that the members of the Mountain Sea Pavilion simply couldn't be killed. Qin Yun's parents were also endlessly resurrecting, and the behemoth body was repeatedly resurrecting as it fought desperately. In addition, the 3 newcomers to the Mountain Sea Pavilion could also resurrect, and they had even killed one of their 6th-tier members in a sneak attack. As everyone reported, Qi Tianlin's expression grew darker and darker. This entire Mountain Sea Pavilion was a bunch of unkillable cockroaches. Qi Tianlin was completely baffled, unable to understand anything about unkillable, infinite resurrection. It all sounded like utter nonsense. He almost suspected these old elders had been bought off by Qin Yun. Very quickly, several 8th-tier elders flew over to report. Guildmaster, Qin Yun is too slippery. He's relying on Selena to back him up, constantly ambushing us. After killing someone, he runs, and neither Shi Min nor He Lian can catch him. Guildmaster, if this goes on, All the elite members will be killed by Qin Yun. We recommend assembling everyone and boogie him any chance. Qi Tianlin gritted his teeth in anger. He hadn't expected Qin Yun to bring Selena along to hunt their elites. He had thought the other side would be in hiding. What puzzled him even more was how the Mountain Sea Pavilion's people could die and then come back to life. He immediately ordered, all squads assemble. These 6th and 7th tier elites were all the result of painstaking effort. Losing even one was a loss. When Su Wanjin heard that the Red Scale Guild had suffered, he felt great satisfaction. He had already guessed that the Red Scale Guild would suffer from Qin Yun's resurrection coins as soon as they met the Mountain Sea Pavilion, and sure enough, they had taken heavy losses. But now that the Red Scale Guild was assembling, it would be difficult for Qin Yun and the others to continue ambushing them. Even with resurrection coins, facing an army was dangerous unless they had some other way to escape. For a moment, Su Wanjin couldn't think of any other way out even if they were captured. The Red Scale Guild's elders took orders and gathered their teams, preparing for group action. Fat Su, you knew all along that Qin Yun could resurrect? Qi Tianlin glared at Su Wanjin. Su Wanjin remained calm. That's right. Qin Yun has a resurrection item. Once his HP is depleted, he can come back to life, and there's no time limit. Half of what he said was true and half false, deliberately misleading Qi Tianlin. Qi Tianlin sneered in disbelief. Spare me. No matter how powerful the item is, it can last at most 3 days. After 3 days, the Mountain Sea Pavilion will surely lose. Let's see whose strength speaks for itself. He was very confident in his own guild and in Mo Tianren's joining, and felt certain that Qin Yun was dead. Just then, a thunderous boom came from afar. In the next instant, Mo Tianren appeared, gripping Han Xiaoli. Guildmaster Qi, I've got Han Xiaoli. I'll help you keep Su Wanjin tied down. Qi Tianlin was overjoyed. With this, he would have free hands to go after Qin Yun. He planned to wipe out the Mountain Sea Pavilion all at once after the resurrection effect ended, and in the meantime, let everyone see the consequences of provoking him. Su Wanjin was startled when he saw Mo Tianren appear, but he wasn't too worried. At worst, he would just spend a few more revival coins and wear them down to death. Mo Tianren ordered his beast to keep an eye on Han Xiaoli, while he himself transformed into the Ghost Venom Scorpion and engaged Su Wanjin in fierce battle. After Qi Tianlin broke free, he immediately went to find Qin Yun, with only one goal: capture Qin Yun. Seeing this, everyone else felt that the Sea and Mountain Pavilion was completely in danger. Now that Qi Tianlin had freed up and learned the truth behind the resurrection, Qin Yun would have no escape even with legendary NPC protection. Captured fate. The big shots in the livestream were excited, feeling that the Red Scale Guild had already won for sure, and they were waiting to split up the Sea and Mountain Pavilion's resources. Haha, our guild leader's free now. Let's see how Qin Yun can still play those legendary NPC sneak attacks. The Red Scale Guild's 8th tier elder laughed wildly. Meanwhile, Qin Yun ran into Yang Qianshi, who had rushed over. Guild leader, something terrible has happened. Han Xiaoli's teacher, Mo Tianren, came in and took Han Xiaoli away. And the Red Scale Guild squads are all gathering too. They're probably going to move out as a team. Yang Qianshi reported quickly. Qin Yun responded calmly. Mo Tianren has actually teamed up with Red Scale? Looks like Han Xiaoli is very important. But I'm not worried. Before the guild war, we all bound ourselves to a divine teleportation disc, so we can bring everyone back at any time for rescue. Serena appeared. Xiaoyan, we've been killing too ruthlessly. They're going to group up. Qin Yun said decisively. Then we'll face them head on. As long as we don't get captured, let the others make whatever trouble they want. Suddenly, Serena became alert. Qi Tianlin's aura is here. Mo Tianren probably already has Su Lao pinned down. Take out Mo Tianren first. Qin Yun quickly assigned tasks. Serena, go stop Qi Tianlin. Yang Qianshi, hurry and gather everyone. Serena was worried about Qin Yun's safety. Qin Yun said confidently, I'll be fine. The 7-color illusion deer is with me, so even if I'm discovered, I can still escape. Jin Yo and Azure Dragon will fight with you all. Each of you do your part. Jin Yo said excitedly, don't worry. As long as the other side drops below half health, I'll swallow them whole. The Azure Dragon Divine Beast said confidently, my crowd control is top-notch. Jin Yo's sister, hold on tight. Let's go. Jin Yo jumped onto the Azure Dragon's head and stood with her arms crossed, looking into the distance. Yang Qianshi shouted that he wanted a free ride on the Divine Dragon, but he was grabbed by the Azure Dragon's claw like a chick. No, Divine Dragon boss, that posture is wrong. The Azure Dragon didn't pay him any attention at all. Divine beasts had their own pride. How could they let mortals ride them? The livestream's big shots went wild. A toad riding a dragon. What a spectacle. Everyone was envious. They all looked heartbroken. If this divine dragon were theirs, they'd treasure it to no end. How could they possibly let a toad ride it? Has Qin Yun never seen the world? How can a divine dragon be treated like this? If they knew that the Azure Dragon could let Jin Yo ride on it, they might have cried themselves unconscious on the spot. Not long after, De Qin led the way, and Yang Qianshi found the team, relaying Qin Yun's orders. Has the Qi Lin Guild assembled? They're scared after learning about our resurrection art. Huh. Suhi wiped the sweat from his forehead. It came from the fierce fighting. Haha. Is it time for a team battle? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Qin Ming hurried over with his wife. Good. At last we can have a good, hearty fight. Su Tanner was brimming with fighting spirit. Qin Shui's coordination with her beast pets had also become increasingly skillful. Lin Dalei, Xiao Erwo, and Zhang Yonan received the notice and immediately came to assemble. Where are Han Xiaoli and Zhu Tianpeng? Su Tanner asked. Han Xiaoli was captured by Mo Tianren. As for Zhu Tianpeng, who knows where he's hiding? Leave him for now. When the team battle starts, he should show up. Yang Qianshi explained. What? That old bastard Mo Tianren is here too? Shameless. Everyone looked down on him. Yes, he's holding back Su Darren to create an opening for Qi Tianlin. But Selena stopped him. The guild leader told us to go all out in the team fight. Everyone adjusted their condition and prepared for the group battle. Any plans? Nin Nin asked. Nope, just one word. Fight. As soon as Su Tanner said that, everyone tacitly agreed. Right. Even if everyone gets captured, the guild leader will use the divine teleportation disc to save us and keep the battle going. As long as the guild leader isn't captured, we'll have unlimited fighting power. Yang Qianshi cheered them on, and everyone's confidence soared. Haha, it's been a long time since I felt this good. Later I'll keep an eye on that old fox Sima Yang. Bai Lao had a whole belly full of fighting spirit. On the other side, Qin Yun was hiding on the roof of an abandoned building, leaning against Xiao Lu while eating fruit. His vantage point happened to give him a clear view of Su Senpai and Mo Tianren locked in battle. Master, can you control the situation from afar? Xiao Lu asked curiously. Don't underestimate Jin Yo. She's a divine beast, and her viewpoint is shared with mine. As long as she's there, I know everything. There's even a trick like that? There are plenty more. Learn slowly. From now on, I'll take good care of Master, and I'll also serve Big Sis Jin Yo. Xiao Lu said earnestly. Qin Yun glanced at the ghost poison demon scorpion in the sky, and a plan had already formed in his mind. Once the Qi Lin Guild's team battle got underway, he would recall Jin Yo, have Su Senpai also call Selena back, and the two of them would deal with Mo Tianren first. That way, Qi Tianlin wouldn't be able to provide support in time, and if the two experts burst out all at once, they should be able to severely injure Mo Tianren. But this plan had to be unexpected, so Qin Yun didn't tell Selena and asked her to act naturally so as not to arouse Qi Tianlin's suspicion. However, this plan was not perfect because Qin Yun was worried that Qi Tianlin had a backup plan, afraid that a 9th-rank powerhouse might be secretly protecting Mo Tianren. He decided to have Jin Yo confirm whether all of the enemy's 9th-rank powerhouses were present, to avoid Su Sr. and his wife being defeated one by one. Everyone from the Scarlet Scale Guild had gathered, led by the 9th-rank Elder Murong Yin, but Vice President Simon Tung was nowhere to be seen. Murong Yin ordered that the members of the Mountain Sea Pavilion Guild be taken down first, and after the resurrection effect ended, they would be publicly beheaded as a warning. The Scarlet Scale Guild's 100-man team set off menacingly, while the Mountain Sea Pavilion Guild, led by Su Tanner, faced them head-on. The two sides met on the eastern side of the ancient city. As soon as the two teams met, they went straight into battle. Murong Yin commanded his subordinates to hold the enemy back first and try to capture them alive, while he himself joined the fight and crushed them with full force. At the critical moment, Sarata unleashed Great Seal, Water Curtain Celestial Light, sealing the opponent's control beast skill. Murong Yuan reminded everyone that she had to be dealt with first, or it would be very difficult to capture anyone. Murong Yin countered the move by saying the seal had a time limit, and killing the opponent would break it. Murong Yin transformed into Flame Prison Demon Rhino, unleashing his domain. The powerful aura caused the Mountain Sea Pavilion members' HP to plummet, and the situation became extremely dangerous. Su Tanner told everyone to buy fire resistance potions and considered using the 10-second invincibility time from the revival coins to fight to the death. Just then, the Azure Dragon Divine Beast appeared and released Azure Water Dragon Breath. A stretch of water spread out, healing and damage reduction were added, and Murong Yin's burning effect was neutralized. The morale of the Mountain Sea Pavilion members soared. Su Tanner led the charge into the enemy ranks, reminding everyone to watch their HP and not let it fall below half. Murong Yuan hurriedly reminded them, "Be careful, or Qin Yun's life-bound beast will kill us instantly." Elder Bai charged straight at Sima Yang. Old thief Sima, today is your death day. I'm going to avenge my teacher. Sima Yang sneered. You? The longer you live, the stupider you get. Betraying the fortune cat beast lineage and joining the Mountain Sea Pavilion is just courting death. Elder Bai wasted no more words, fused with his lifebound beast, used his clairvoyant skill to pinpoint a flaw, and attacked directly. Sima Yang also had several 8th rank experts by his side. They sneered. And you dare to touch our brother Sima? Elder Bai wasn't afraid and charged straight into the middle of the enemy. Murong Yan's eyes burned with flames as he stepped through space. His giant rhino body, like a meteor, charged towards Sarata. No one could even follow his shadow. Sui shouted for everyone to protect Sarata, but no one could stop a 9th rank big shot. With a casual strike from Murong Yan, Xiao Erwo and the others were sent flying by the shockwave. Luckily, he hadn't gone for the kill, or the mere shattered space impact would have crushed them to death. In the blink of an eye, Murong Yan reached Sarata. Bellis wanted to save her, but was powerless. The gap between the 5th rank and the 9th rank was too great, and they were simply not on the same level. Suddenly, Jinyo stepped in front of Sarada and gave a cold smile. If you want to kill Sarada, you'll have to get past me first. Murong Yan let out a cold snort and unleashed his horn of flames, thrusting it straight toward Jinyo and Sarada. The air and space were instantly pierced and split apart, with waves of searing heat surging like a tidal wave. Everyone was shaken. So this is what a 9th tier big shot is like. There's no way we can compare. Everyone thought Jinyo and Sarada were surely dead. But just then, Jinyo's body instantly expanded, taking Murong Yan's attack head-on, and the flames burst into a rain of fire. Space shattered, but Jinyo only suffered minor surface injuries and shed a little blood. Murong Yan was stunned. You're only 5th tier. How did you block that? In fact, Jinyo had devoured all kinds of powerful resources, and its physical defense was monstrously strong. Qin Yun himself didn't even know its limit. From this battle, it was clear Jinyo's defense was already close to 9th tier. But high defense was useless. Soon, Murong Yan changed tactics, slammed Jinyo aside, and instantly killed Sarada. With Sarada dead, the water curtain heavenly light vanished, and the strong fighters of the Red Scale Guild could finally use their beast skills again. Quick, kill yourselves and use the revival. Invincible killing move. Su Tanner made a decisive move. Everyone was preparing to take their own lives, but Murong Yan had already deployed a suppression field. Everyone was suppressed and unable to kill themselves. It's over. This 9th tier big shot reacted too fast. Yang Qinsher cried out in alarm. The Mountain Sea Pavilion is nothing but ants. They're all going to be captured. A Red Scale Guild big shot was already celebrating in advance. At that moment, Su Tanner suddenly pulled out a divine tier item, Shards of the Godhead. Shard of the Godhead, mythic grade. Upon activation, it can intimidate beasts below divine tier for 30 seconds. 15-day cooldown. Divine worry enveloped the entire city, and all the beast companions of the Red Scale Guild trembled violently, automatically breaking out of fusion. Murong Yan, Imo Tianren, Qi Tianlin, and the other 9th tier big shots-bound beasts were all suppressed as well, unable to move. Everyone was shocked, and even Qin Yun in the distance froze in surprise. This item is that powerful. Even a beast tamer's beast is affected. Qin Yun's eyes lit up with delight. He immediately recalled Jinyo and prepared to work with Su Tanner and Selena against Mo Tianren. At the same time, he had Xiaolu transform into the 7-colored spirit god and activate the cooldown reduction of its innate beast skill by half. Taking advantage of the 30-second deterrence from the Godhead fragment, Qin Yun charged straight in, ready to join forces and crush Imo Tianren. Qi Tianlin and the others were completely stunned. Their innate beasts were trembling in fear. The fusion was broken, and their combat strength dropped sharply. Qi Tianlin was forced onto the defensive, while Imo Tianren could not hold back Su Wanjin's assault and could only flee in panic. Shimin Teng's beast didn't dare make a move either, completely unable to provide support. What on earth is going on? Murong Yan's domain collapsed, and everyone successfully broke free. Vice President is awesome. Yang Qinsher and the others were exhilarated. Su Tanner reminded them, while the beasts haven't recovered yet, hurry up and attack. Kill as many as you can. Everyone attacked with full force, taking the chance to beat the drowned dogs. The big shots in the livestream were just celebrating when the situation suddenly changed, leaving all of them dumbfounded. Another god-tier item? Why does Shanhage have so many treasures? Someone was about to lose their mind. But some people were smiling brightly, seeing hope for Shanhage's victory. Suddenly someone reminded them. Look, Qin Yun has made his move. His target is Imo Tianren. Everyone collected themselves and focused on Qin Yun's projection, only to see him ignoring the thunderstorm and the void-rending damage as he charged straight toward Imo Tianren. Qin Yun walked directly to Su Wanjin's side. Su Wanjin transformed into a golden flying flood dragon and laughed. My son-in-law, you can't get involved in this kind of battle yet. Watch me beat Imo Tianren to death. Though Su Wanjin was fat, he became exceptionally imposing after transforming into the flying flood dragon. Qin Yun said, Senior Su, Tanner used the Shattered Godhead. For 30 seconds, all the beasts of the Red Scale Guild are under suppression. Hurry and recall Aunt Selena. Let's team up to cripple Imo Tianren and the hidden Shimin Tongue first, then deal with the others. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjin immediately understood why Imo Tianren had retreated. He also realized that the Shattered Godhead had been given by Qin Yun, and he secretly praised Qin Yun for being reliable before quickly recalling his wife. Selena had just been recalled when she said angrily, Old Su, you're stirring up trouble again. Just wait to kneel on durians. Su Wanjin said helplessly, Honey, stop fooling around for now. Let's deal with Imo Tianren and Shimin Tongue first. Time was running out. Su Wanjin took the lead and charged straight at Imo Tianren. Qin Yun said to Selena, Auntie, this was my idea. Let's strike first. Selena understood and immediately transformed into an assassin, rushing at Imo Tianren. When Imo Tianren saw the husband and wife attacking together, he was so terrified that he shouted, Shimin Tongue, save me. Shimin Tongue knew he was no match for them and tried to escape by teleportation, but Qin Yun commanded the little deer to unleash Spirit Void, sealing off the space and rendering the scroll ineffective. Shimin Tongue's hiding spot was exposed as well, leaving him in despair. Su Wanjin made the arrangement. Honey, suppress Imo Tianren. I'll go deal with Shimin Tongue. The husband and wife went all out, and in an instant Imo Tianren and Shimin Tongue were both beaten down to half health. At this moment, Qin Yun unleashed Infinite Devour, and the abyss descends, instantly killing the two 9th-tier powerhouses, then swallowing the half-health Scarlet Scale Elite on Su Tanqing's side. Imo Tianren died with lingering resentment, all hope shattered. But Qin Yun acted coldly, swift, and decisive. It had seemed difficult to deal with Imo Tianren, but unexpectedly the Shattered Godhead completely turned the tide, and Qin Yun won a resounding victory. They could now push through the rest of the Scarlet Scale Guild members. On the other side, Qi Tianlin had initially been worried about being beaten down to half health. Seeing Selena disappear, he immediately guessed that Su Wanjin had recalled her. This is a common ability of Beast Masters. As long as the beast or NPC isn't under control, they can be instantly recalled at any time. Seeing the abyss appear in the sky, Qi Tianlin immediately knew something was wrong. Imo Tianren was probably being besieged by Su Wanjin and his wife. But it was already too late to rush over now. Once the Godhead intimidation effect ended after 30 seconds, Qi Tianlin immediately beast transformed and charged at full speed toward the guild members. He had to take control of the entire situation, and the best way was to capture the members of the Mountain Sea Pavilion first, especially Qin Yun's parents and Su Wanjin's daughter. As long as they won and obtained divine-grade resources, no price would be too high. Son-in-law, hurry to the battlefield where everyone is. Qi Tianlin is definitely going after everyone. Su Wanjin reminded him. Please lead the way, Senior Su. Qin Yun jumped onto Su Wanjin's back, while Selena sat sideways on the dragon's head, exuding enchanting charm. Hold on tight, we're taking off. Su Wanjin turned into a streak of golden lightning and sped off, almost making Qin Yun lose his balance. But it was still too late. Qi Tianlin had already arrived one step ahead. Seeing his elite forces dead and wounded everywhere, several 8th-tier elders, and a legendary appraiser all beaten to half health by Elder Bai, then finished off by Qin Yun, Qi Tianlin was burning with rage. Guild leader, Su Tanqing used a divine-grade item to intimidate our beasts, which is why things got so bad. Morong, Yin said bitterly. Beasts are a beast master's main combat force. Once they're intimidated, there's nothing left to fight with. I know. Take them down first. I'll personally control Qin Yun's family and Su Tanqing. In order to win, Qi Tianlin directly discarded all shame and used brute force to bully the weak. Chairman, be careful. Qin Yun's god-tier female NPC can seal beast skills. Morong Yin warned. The next second, Salada was instantly killed by Qi Tianlin. Damn it. Hurry up and kill yourselves. Su Tanner panicked in an instant. But facing Qi Tianlin, they didn't even have time to kill themselves. All of them were suppressed by the aura of their talent intimidation and couldn't move at all. This was the suppression power of a 9th-tier legend. By the time Su Wanjin brought Qin Yun over, Bai Lao, Su Tanner, and the others had already fallen into the hands of the Red Scale Guild, and Yang Qianshi was the worst off, beaten into a pig's head. Fatty Su, you're too late. Qi Tianlin said smugly. Qi Tianlin, if you've got guts, let them go. Let's duel one-on-one. Su Wanjin shouted angrily. Duel one-on-one? This isn't a fair game. Advantage is on my side. Qi Tianlin sneered. Don't make any rash moves, or don't blame me for hurting your beloved daughter. Although they won't die for now, resurrection has its limits, and severed limbs can't be restored. You don't want your daughter to come to harm in public, do you? Qi Tianlin had completely thrown decency aside. He only wanted revenge, and to seize the divine tier resources of Shanhage, unify Great Xia, and rewrite history as he pleased. Su Wanjin was furious, but the other party was right, so he didn't dare act rashly. So shameless. Longzhua and the others also hadn't expected Qi Tianlin to be this despicable. He looked nothing like a big shot. He was practically a boss. Qi Tianlin continued threatening. Fatty Su, as long as you and your wife stay obediently for 3 days, I'll let your daughter go without harming a single hair on her head. Then he turned his murderous gaze to Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you killed my son. Now let me cripple your family's hands and feet so you can watch them become cripples with your own eyes. No one had expected Qin Yun to get angry. Instead, he looked at Qi Tianlin as if he were a clown. Qi Tianlin sensed something was off, and even the people he had captured all remained very calm. Unease rose in his heart. At this moment, Qin Yun pulled out a God-tier array disc. A flash of rainbow-colored divine light made it look incredibly powerful. Even the older generation in the livestream was stunned. Just how many God-tier items did Qin Yun have? Old Qi, look carefully. This is called a teleportation array disc, a God-tier item that can ignore restrictions and instantly teleport bound people over. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he activated its function, and everyone under control returned to his side. Even Han Xiaoli and Zhu Tianpeng, who had been captured, came back as well. Han Xiaoli let out a sigh of relief and hid behind Qin Yun. Only then did Zhu Tianpeng react. Are we fighting a team battle? Yang Qianshi shouted mockingly. Old Qi, weren't you so amazing? Keep shouting then. Did you think our chairman had no backup plan? Qi Tianlin was furious and went completely berserk. Die? All of you die. He led the entire guild into a blood-red frenzy, intending to fight to the death. Su Wanjin, desperate to protect his daughter, charged straight at Qi Tianlin to fight him to the death. Selena wanted to help, but Qin Yun told her to deal with Murong Yin first. After he personally absorbed a wave of damage, he would let Selena make her move. The 2 9th-tier powerhouses of the Red Scale Guild were tied down, leaving only more than a dozen 8th-tier players as the biggest threat. Qin Yun said, you deal with the others. Leave these 8th-tier ones to Bai Lao and me. Su Tanner worriedly asked, can you handle it? Qin Yun said confidently. Try me and you'll know. Qin Yun took the damage head-on, while Bai Lao handled the output. Although Bai Lao's main contracted beast wasn't strong, he was a 9th-tier legend appraiser with spatial rending abilities, so fighting 8th-tier opponents was no problem at all. Just moments ago, he had even easily reduced several 8th-tier players and another 9th-tier appraiser to half health. A new round of chaotic battle erupted. After Sarada was revived, she decisively used a great sealing art, and after unleashing her innate beast skill, she returned directly to the beast taming space, leaving the people from the Red Scale Guild with no choice but to kill Qin Yun first. The strong members of the Red Scale Guild were forced to go all out, and the final battle began. Han Xiaoli had originally planned to launch a sneak attack, but he was spotted by the 7th-tier powerhouse Wu Jiren. Wu Jiren's innate beast was the 100-legged centipede, which could burrow underground. Han Xiaoli immediately burrowed underground and fled into the ancient city sanctuary, with Wu Jiren hot on his heels. Wu Jiren thought Han Xiaoli was trying to escape, only to find that he had stopped running. Surrender without resistance? You really look down on me. Han Xiaoli summoned his epic beast, the Blood Crystal Spider. The Blood Crystal Spider spat out a large amount of blood-red silk threads, which were extremely sticky and tough. At first, Wu Jiren paid it no mind and frantically used his foot blades to cut the threads apart. But the more he cut, the more they tangled around him, slowing his movements. A large number of small blood crystal spiders hatched, occupying the underground space and forming a dense wall of spiders. Wu Jiren released toxic mist to kill the small spiders, but he simply could not kill them all. Instead, the small spiders climbed onto him and bit and tore at him, affecting his vision. With no other choice, Wu Jiren could only kill the blood crystal spider. He would kill it instantly the moment they met, only for it to revive with resurrection coins and continue spitting silk to hatch more small spiders. Wu Jiren could only keep killing the blood crystal spider until its revivals were exhausted. After several hundred times, the blood crystal spider finally stopped reviving. The spider silk disappeared, all the small spiders vanished, and Wu Jiren regained his vision, but he still could not find Han Xiaoli. Just as he was preparing to go up, the ground suddenly collapsed, and he fell through. Wu Jiren did not panic. Confident that he could fly, he was not afraid of traps. Suddenly, Han Xiaoli appeared and coldly pointed downward. Wu Jiren looked down and saw the seawater surging, the ancient city's foundation having been dug through, and the sea beast horde about to flood up. Fortunately, the rule barrier was still in place, so the seawater had not completely inundated the underground. They could only rage helplessly beneath it. The rules had long stated that one could not leave Atlantis' ancient city casually, or one would be devoured by the sea beast god. Was Han Xiaoli trying to use the sea beast god to kill him? A madwoman. Wu Jiren wanted to flee, but Han Xiaoli gave him no chance at all. My innate beast-taming talent. I'll let you see it today. Triple devouring art. First devour. Devour the sea. Release. After merging with the devouring heaven insect, Han Xiaoli jumped onto Wu Jiren's body and opened his mouth toward the seawater below, drawing the water up. What are you doing? Wu Jiren felt an extreme sense of danger and struggled madly, but he could not shake him off. Han Xiaoli was sticking to him as if glued on. His health was high, so he could not be killed in an instant. You'll know in a moment. Han Xiaoli continued to suck in the sea, but the sea beasts could not come up. Suddenly, a tentacle surged up along with the seawater. Han Xiaoli curled his lips. There it is. Smack. The tentacle directly latched onto the two of them, shimmering with divine luster and immense force. It could not be shaken off at all. You're crazy? You want to perish together with me? Mutual destruction? You're looking down on me too much. You die, I won't. Wu Jiren's pupils contracted. Could it be? He still has a resurrection? Before he could even react, the tentacles yanked hard, dragging the two of them into the seawater, where they were swallowed instantly. Soon, Han Xiaoli came back again thanks to the effect of the resurrection coin. The powerful figures around them were all stunned by the sight. They hadn't expected that Han Xiaoli, who usually ran for his life, could actually scheme a 7th-tier grandmaster to death. We'll have to be on guard against Han Xiaoli from now on. This guy is even more ruthless than Yang Qianshi. Han Xiaoli glanced at the resurrection coin and frowned. Killing a 7th tier cost me so many resurrection coins. I can't afford to be reckless anymore. I'd better just mix in with the team and coast along. The guild leader will handle everything. Then he returned to the ground and joined everyone in the melee to finish off stragglers. The fiercest part of the battlefield was on Qin Yun's side. Qin Yun and Bai Lao faced 15 8th tier experts, and the scene was intensely fierce. Anyone could see at a glance that Qin Yun alone was holding back the attacks of 15 8th tier experts, and they simply had no way to deal with him. Is he cheating? How can a 5th tier hold us off like this? Bai Si couldn't help but curse. It's because his natal beast is too monstrous. It must be the super strong physique of the Golden Toad Divine Beast, otherwise his defense couldn't be this high. Morong Yuan saw through the key point. Then what do we do? Wait for the guild leader to finish and come rescue us. Xiang Lingtian roared. If we have to rely on the guild leader to deal with Qin Yun and Bai Lao, then what are we even alive for? Qin Yun only knows how to defend. You lot keep him occupied. The rest of you come with me and take down Bai Lao first. Morong Yuan gave the orders, but Qin Yun had already seen through their little scheme. Thinking of going after Bai Lao? Not a chance. Beast God form activate. Qin Yun transformed into the Divine Toad Beast, his defense rising again, approaching the pinnacle level of a 9th tier being. An 8th tier expert couldn't break through his defenses at all. They could only rely on special damage to chip away a little output, but Qin Yun healed it all back. Besides, even if they could break his defense, Qin Yun had resurrection coins, so there was nothing to fear. Golden Toad sitting on the lotus. Qin Yun immediately gave Old Bai a top-tier defensive skill to guard against sneak attacks. The old man's offensive rhythm. Gold Coin Storm. An endless torrent of gold coins swept over the 15 8th tier experts. Although their domains could relieve the pressure, Qin Yun's real intention was only to slightly disrupt them. 10,000 Beasts Formation Diagram. The charge of 10,000 beasts was spectacular, but it caused almost no damage to the 8th tier experts. They casually healed themselves and stabilized their condition. Qin Yun said in a low voice, Old Bai, while the beasts block their line of sight, focus on one target and pick them off one by one. Old Bai agreed, locked onto Bai Si's opening, and launched a fierce assault. With the protection enhanced by the guild leader, no one could threaten him. Old Bai's innate beast skill was mainly support-based. Only Azure Claw was offensive. He had also newly contracted a battle beast, but its rank was too low to be useful. Azure Claw. With a single swipe, Old Bai directly tore through Bai Si's domain and took off 1/3 of his health. Heal Bai Si. Mu Rong Yuan roared. Qin Yun sneered, thinking to himself, it's time to show you the Azure Dragon's Sacred Edict Blade. Qin Yun unleashed Sacred Edict Dragon Slash. Effect. Anyone struck by this slash cannot recover health for 10 minutes, and their location is exposed. All 8th tier experts within range were affected. A dragon mark appeared above their heads, counting down 10 minutes. Qin Yun was satisfied. The Sacred Edict Dragon Slash really worked on 8th tier experts. Old Bai, attack these marked targets. They can't heal for 10 minutes. Old Bai was shocked. No healing for 10 minutes? That's enough to cripple a whole bunch of them. Bai Si and the others frantically tried to heal themselves, but it was completely ineffective. The system prompt read, unable to recover injuries or health for 10 minutes. Location exposed. Cannot be hidden. Old Bai seized the opportunity to keep pressuring Bai Si, quickly beating him down to half health. Qin Yun, meanwhile, stayed his hand, waiting for Old Bai to cripple all the 8th tier experts, then swallow them all at once to maximize the gains. Damn it, I have to run. Bai Si panicked and tried to flee. Teammates reminded him. This is a guild war map, and Qin Yun's Natal Beast skill covers the entire field. There's no escaping it. Kill Bai Lao first, or Qin Yun will be too dangerous. The group of 8th tier powerhouses was completely panicked. How stifling was this? They couldn't kill him, couldn't catch him, and the other side kept pulling out new tricks. Especially Qin Yun. He had so many hidden cards that they were impossible to see through, and every move shocked the entire audience. If they had known this would happen, they should never have started a war with Shanghai Pavilion in the first place. It was too late to back out now. Qin Yun, kid, don't get cocky. We 8th tier fighters aren't easily scared. Bai Si threw himself into a suicidal attack. Since he couldn't recover health anyway, he might as well fight to the death and take Bai Lao down with him. Even when 8th tier powerhouses went all out, they were still terrifying. After the Golden Toad Lotus Seat ended, Bai Lao was pinned down by Bai Si and lost quite a bit of health. But Bai Lao ignored Bai Si completely, trusting that the guild leader could handle it, and figuring it was enough to bring the others down to half health. Seeing this, Qin Yun unleashed a combo with toad shadows everywhere, and shaking the heavens and stirring the earth technique. In an instant, the battlefield shook violently, and the momentum exploded. All of Jin Yo's beast skills had been upgraded to 5th tier. Shaking the heavens and stirring the earth technique had a 70% chance of stunning 8th tier powerhouses. With so many clones casting skills, there was always a chance to stun them. Thud, you are stunned by the effect of shaking the heavens and stirring the earth technique. 2 seconds. On the battlefield, 15 8th tier powerhouses were stunned one after another, their bodies going weak and unable to control themselves. Bai Lao was delighted. The guild leader is invincible. In less than 10 minutes, Bai Lao successfully brought 13 8th tier fighters down to half health. Infinite devouring. Before dying, Bai Si and the other 13 8th tier powerhouses cursed. Qin Yun, may you die a horrible death. Qin Yun simply ignored it. Just the roar of the weak. The remaining Murong Yuan and Xiang Lingtian were so terrified that they frantically retreated, having nearly died just moments ago and narrowly escaped disaster. Everyone was stunned. Those watching the live stream could hardly believe it. Am I dreaming? The Scarlet Scale Guild lost 13 8th tier elders in one go. They could accept that having good equipment could beat 6th or 7th tier opponents. But Qin Yun and Bai Lao joining forces to wipe out 8th tier experts was far too shocking. Even more terrifying was that Qin Yun's Natal Beast could endure a 9th tier expert head-on, while also carrying a 10-minute anti-heal effect, essentially shattering all hope. If that were really an equipment skill, Qin Yun would be nothing short of godlike. The active equipment effect had a 24-hour cooldown, but as long as it happened one more time, 10 minutes of no healing would leave Qi Tianlin waiting to be beaten down to a sliver of health. Once reduced to half health, there would be no chance at all of surviving. Xian Yuanjing was completely panicked. Father, Qin Yun is too terrifying. I don't even dare to provoke him anymore. What are you afraid of? You're the young guild leader of Flame Dragon. Stay calm. Maybe what happened just now was the effect of a divine tier item, not an equipment skill. And even if it's an equipment effect, Qi Tianlin is experienced enough to handle it. He still has that treasure, so he may not necessarily lose. It must be the Shanghai Good Guild. Xian Yuan Zhanlong saw it more clearly. He knew quite a few secrets. On the battlefield, Su Tanner and the others saw Qin Yun and Bai Lao join forces and instantly take down 13 8th tier powerhouses on the opposing side, causing morale to soar. Long live the guild leader. Bai Lao is amazing. Yang Qianshi and the other newcomers shouted wildly. Su Tanner thought to herself, Qin Yun can now easily deal with even 8th tier powerhouses. I need to work harder, or I won't be qualified to be vice guild leader. She used the 9 transformation technique again, with her 9 bodies coordinating perfectly and beating the enemy into miserable screams. Qin Shui also took the chance to show off. See that? My brother is this strong. You're doomed to be defeated. From now on, wherever Qin Shui goes, she'll be the center of attention, because she is Qin Yun's only biological elder sister. It doesn't matter if she isn't strong. As long as her younger brother is strong, that's enough. Qin Ming planned to keep slacking off. Honey, our son is too awesome. Let's keep coasting. Suhi didn't agree. You can lie there if you want. I'm going to fulfill my childhood dream of becoming a female boss. After saying that, she charged into the enemy ranks. Qin Ming had no choice but to follow and help his wife absorb the damage. The people of Shanhai Gu were brimming with fighting spirit, while the Red Scale Guild on the other side was in despair. Their 8th-tier elders had been wiped out, and they were already collapsing. Quite a few 6th-tier members had begun to flee in panic. The 7th-tier ones still wanted to hold the line, but it was already useless. Murong Yuan and Xiang Lingtian, 2 veteran 8th-tier experts, didn't dare fight Bai Lao and Qin Yun head-on. They could only keep moving, focusing on dodging. For a while, Qin Yun and Bai Lao couldn't do anything about those two either, since the other side refused to fight them head-on. Qin Yun said, Bai Lao, you chase them. I'll take care of the 7th-tier ones. Bai Lao laughed. I'll be the dog walker, and immediately gave chase. At this moment, Qi Tianlin noticed that only 2 8th-tier elders were left, and Vice Guild leader Shimin Teng, as well as legendary appraiser Sima Yang, were both dead. The Red Scale Guild had suffered devastating losses, all because of Qin Yun. Qin Yun was already on a killing spree, and the Red Scale Guild was barely holding on. Morong Yin could only barely keep Serena occupied. Qi Tianlin understood that if he didn't erupt now, it would all be over. He roared in a burst of power. Don't think you've got this in the bag. I, Qi Tianlin, am not afraid of death. He took Su Wanjin's fierce assault head-on, then seized an opening and, with his behemoth giant claw, viciously grabbed Su Wanjin in his golden flying flood dragon form, flinging him out of the ancient city and into the chaotic sea, where he was instantly devoured by ferocious beasts. It was only thanks to the revival coin that Su Wanjin managed to save his life. But by then, Qi Tianlin had already charged up to Qin Yun and killed him with a single punch. Jin Yo's body was extremely tough, but its spiritual defenses were mediocre. Qi Tianlin used a soul attack, and Qin Yun simply couldn't withstand it, getting instantly killed. Qi Tianlin roared, unleashing a storm of destruction that leveled all the buildings within a radius of over 1,000 miles. Su Tanner and the others were also killed instantly. Bai Lao only held out for a moment before being stomped to pieces by Qi Tianlin. The aura of that 1,000-meter beast terrified the onlookers so much that none of the strong experts dared even breathe. Boss Qi is way too fierce. Is this the power of Great Xia's second beast tamer? Qi Tianlin is really hard to kill. Yu Xinghua also had to admit defeat. The Red Scale Guild's morale surged, and they wiped out Qin Yun's group. Qi Tianlin ordered his men to keep a close eye on the targets. Whoever revived would be restrained first, then killed. Su Wanjin charged again, only to be knocked back into the chaotic sea by Qi Tianlin once more. At this moment, Qin Yun revived first, his expression grave. To deal with an enemy at Qi Tianlin's level, they would only have a chance once his trump cards cooled down. He decided to deal with the Red Scale Guild's grunts first, then eliminate the remaining 3 elders. Jin Yo, Xiao Lu attacked together. The Qing prepared to merge. The huge Azure Dragon Divine Beast descended and fused with Qin Yun. In an instant, Qin Yun took on an Azure Dragon form, exuding maximum coolness. The spectators were shocked. So Qin Yun can fuse with his contracted beasts and gain different forms. He can use 3 Beast God skills in each form? That talent is absurd. As soon as Qin Yun's Blue Dragon Divine form appeared, he immediately unleashed 3 Beast God skills, 10,000 Beasts Formation Diagram, Dragon God Domain, and 10,000 Dragon's Breath. Tens of thousands of ferocious beasts rampaged. The Dragon God Domain suppressed 6th and 7th tier experts, and Su Tanner and the others also received enormous buffs. 10,000 Azure Dragon Phantoms spewed Dragon Breath. The spectacle was so immense that even 9th tier big shots had to stop and pay attention. Su Wanjin and Serena were both stunned. Qin Yun had once again brought them tremendous surprise. Qi Tianlin roared, Qin Yun, stop. He knew full well how terrifying Qin Yun's attribute power combined with Beast God Eruption was. It was enough to easily crush beast tamers below the 8th tier, but now he wanted to reinforce them, and he simply had no chance. Su Wanjin clung tightly to Qi Tianlin, and even if it meant risking being killed, he didn't care. After all, he had 3,000 revival coins. Qi Tianlin was pinned down. Morong Yin couldn't hold off Selena. Morong Yuan and Xiang Tianling were being chased and beaten by Bai Lao, and they didn't dare get close to Qin Yun, leaving the upper ranks of the Jilin Guild completely unable to provide support. The remaining Jilin elites were slaughtered by Qin Yun without leaving a single one intact. Basically, they were just Zhongrentou. Even those who survived by luck were left with only a sliver of health. Qin Yun once again unleashed Infinite Devour, and only the 4 powerhouses of the Jilin Guild remained on the battlefield. Guild leader, you killed them all? Didn't leave us any? We were still hoping to solo kill a 7th tier 1. What a pity, Yang Qianshi said regretfully. Han Xiaoli immediately chimed in with a finishing blow. Aren't there still 2 8th tiers? Brother Yang, why don't you give it a try? Ding, pretending to be cool failed, struck by lightning. With a crackle, smoke rose from Yang Qianshi again, and he could only look at Han Xiaoli helplessly. Brother Yang, don't glare at me. I'm just telling the truth. I can't do it. Han Xiaoli laughed inwardly, getting revenge for being tricked last time. Qin Yun was somewhat speechless at the sight. After all, every time Yang Qianshi failed at showing off, they lost 1 fewer rule treasure chest. Although his success rate was 80%, Qin Yun still had to remind him. Qianshi, stop trying to act cool recklessly. Yang Qianshi instantly understood. Guild leader, I'll take it seriously from now on. I'll never get struck by lightning again. Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. With the Jilin Guild's riffraff cleared out, only the big shots were left, and dealing with them one by one would be much easier. You don't need to join the fighting anymore. Go collect the resource treasure chests first. Zhu Tianpeng said excitedly. Guild leader, leave the resource collection to me. I've already searched 40% of the area, and my natal beast, Xiaofan, can sense the locations of treasure chests. Qin Yun was a little surprised, praised Zhu Tianpeng for his ability, and promised to credit him with the top merit once the battle ended. Zhu Tianpeng was overjoyed and immediately rode Xiaofan off to search for the resource treasure chests. The other newcomers were envious, thinking that Zhu Tianpeng was about to become the first elder to earn 100,000 contribution points, so they'd better work harder too. Qin Yun instructed, you're free to do whatever you want with the rest, but don't go near the big shots battlefield, and don't waste any resurrection coins. Got it. Guild leader, we'll cheer you on. Yang Qianshi directly pulled out a hot pot and ingredients and got to work. Su Tanner and the others were speechless. You even brought those in your storage bag? Yang Qianshi said proudly. The storage space is huge. After the battle, hot pot is a must. Watch the fight and rest at the same time. Han Xiaoli also took out a barrier tool to block the dust and wind. Very soon, a group of people started eating hot pot. Qin Ming brought out good wine and called everyone to have a few drinks. Su He also opened a bottle and downed it in one gulp, startling Qin Ming, Qin Yun, and Qin Shui into a daze. After all, they had all assumed Su He never touched alcohol. Didn't I tell you? I've been immune to alcohol since I was little. I never get drunk, no matter how much I drink. Qin Yun scratched his head, feeling that after his family had become stronger, their personalities had changed too. But as long as his parents were happy, he was satisfied. He had Jin Yo go help Selena first, while he and Lao Bai joined forces to deal with the remaining 2 8th-rank powerhouses. As long as they waited for the equipment skill cooldown to end, they could easily finish off Murong Yuan and Xiang Tianling. The big shots outside were all stunned. On the livestream screen, life and death combat was happening on one side, while a lively hot pot feast was going on the other. This was the first time they had ever seen a guild battle like this. The high-level officials of various countries were also completely dumbfounded. If the Jilin Guild is going to lose, then even if Qi Tianlin doesn't die, he'll be badly injured. Shanghai Pavilion's revival is too outrageous. Should we take the chance to snatch their territory? Yes, but don't provoke the great Xia powerhouses. Only defend, don't attack. Let's wait until we figure out Shanghai Pavilion's revival item first. Got it. Guild leader, these 2 won't fight us to the death, so they're hard to kill. Lao Bai couldn't catch up to Murong Yuan and Xiang Tianling. If not for the movement speed bonus, he would have been thrown off long ago. No matter. Once my weapon cooldown is over, I'll have a way to catch them. With Jin Yo's assistance, Selena suppressed Murong Yin even more fiercely, but it was still hard to kill him in one blow. Senior Su and Qi Tianlin were locked in a bitter fight. Both had died once, but with the resurrection coins, they were once again evenly matched, and the situation remained deadlocked for the time being. Qi Tianlin held back a breath, waiting for Shanghai Pavilion's revival effect to wear off before counterattacking. But in reality, Shanghai Pavilion was using a pile of resurrection coins, and there were quite a few of them. He had also been misled by Su Wanjin. At home, Aunt Su picked out meat for Tanhua, and Qin Shui also acted spoiled and asked for meat. The atmosphere was relaxed and joyful. Atlantis Ancient City had no sun or moon, but there was a countdown timer. After a full day, no one from Shanghai Pavilion had died, and they had almost wiped out the Jilin Guild, leaving only 4 top powerhouses still holding on. Such a battle record shocked the world. Many elders were preparing to shamelessly go for the assessment if Shanghai Pavilion won, and many parents told their 18-year-old children that after contracting a beast, they must go take the Shanghai Pavilion exam. because this might be the only chance for ordinary people to rise against the odds. Lin Dalei, Xiao Erwo, Zhang Yonan, and Zhu Tianpeng were examples. They had all originally been commoners and useless beast tamers, but now they had become top geniuses. A true transformation from a pheasant into a phoenix, soaring to the sky, not like Lu Xiaoran. Jinghai City. Lu Qing and Pan Tielian had been ruined by the Jilin Guild and could only crawl on the ground, surviving by begging. The contrast was enormous. They had once hoped the whole family would soar to success, but instead they became cripples, while the Qin family, whom they had once looked down on, took off into the sky. They stood beneath the square, watching the screen as the commentator introduced the guild battle. After learning that Qin Ming and his wife had become great geniuses, and that Su Tianhua had also become the Qin family's daughter-in-law, Pan Tielian completely broke down and went crazy, while Lu Qing was filled with endless regret. Now the couple had fallen into ruin, their daughter had been killed, the whole family was despised by the entire nation, and they could only survive by scavenging through trash. Death was only a matter of time. Another 24 hours passed, and the active effect of Qin Yun's Azure Dragon Holy Edict Saber refreshed. Old Bai, start killing. The audience was invigorated, half hoping Qin Yun would continue displaying his divine might, and half hoping the Scarlet Scale Guild could hold out. Qin Yun fused with the seven-color deer, transforming into the seven-color deer spirit divine form. Qin Yun's talent lets him fuse different battle beasts and master different skills. He's one of a kind in this world, someone sighed. Old Bai asked with a smile how they should coordinate. Qin Yun said, I can activate the Phantom Void Divine Realm, with one teleport every 3 seconds, and I can bring people with me. After the anti-healing effect, you output damage. With my teleports, they won't be able to dodge at all. Everyone marveled that the deer spirit divine form was absurdly overpowered, with offense, defense, and escape all top-tier divine techniques. Phantom Void Divine Realm. Release. The domain was enormous, and even Qi Tianlin and Murong Yin were enveloped by it. They hurriedly withdrew. The two big shots were tense, but each was being held back and unable to provide support. Qin Yun is about to make his move. Quick, raise the shield and defend. Murong Yuan reminded them. Xiang Lingtian quickly prepared his defenses, but he still didn't make it in time. Whoosh. Qin Yun brought Old Bai with him in a teleport to Murong Yuan and Xiang Lingtian's side, startling the two into a daze. Ice Crystal Fracture Blade. Demonic Wind Fury Strike. The two hastily unleashed beast skills for defense, preparing to escape the divine realm. Dear God Imprint. Qin Yun directly copied the opponent's beast skills, fully nullifying their effects and letting Old Bai break through them. Our beast skills have been seen through. The two were shocked. The opportunity had come. Qin Yun slashed out with a single blade, and with no room to dodge at such close range, the two were directly hit. Elder Bai wiped them out. Yes, sir. Murong Yuan and Xiang Lingtian were struck by the Holy Edict Dragon Slash, their HP dropping sharply with no way to recover, and they were also stuck by Qin Yun, unable to shake him off no matter how they tried. Panic hit them instantly, and they hurriedly begged Murong Yin for help. But Murong Yin himself was already being suppressed by Selena and Jinyo, with no room to spare. At most, he could shout, Brother, get out of the skill's range quickly. Yet he knew full well that Qin Yun's instant movement was too fast, and with Elder Bai's attacks added on top, Murong Yuan and Xiang Lingtian simply couldn't escape. As expected, by the time the two reached the edge of the illusory void divine domain, their HP was already below half. Qin Yun recalled Jinyo, Infinite Devour, and the two were swallowed up instantly. Brother, Murong Yin let out a painful roar. Watching his twin brother, whom he had grown up with since childhood, die before his eyes, his mentality completely collapsed, and his attack rhythm was thrown into chaos, giving Selena the chance to unleash a furious barrage of damage. After Qin Yun killed the two 8th-tier powerhouses, he brought Elder Bai over to support Selena. I'll control the field, Elder Bai, help with damage. Understood. Elder Bai admired Qin Yun even more. A mere 5th-tier fighter was actually able to lead the entire battle in such an intense fight. Qin Yun unleashed the Toad Shadow Clone Beast skill to control the battlefield. As long as they were controlled, Selena and Elder Bai could deal full damage, as long as Qi Tianlin couldn't come to the rescue. Killing Murong Yin was only a matter of time. Murong Yin knew he wouldn't survive today and went all out, taking out every item he had and summoning 14 beasts to resist desperately. But Qin Yun, Selena, and Elder Bai fought on tirelessly and without pause, leaving him only able to cling to life. After a while, Murong Yin's HP was brought down to half by the attacks, and Jinyo swallowed him in one bite, killing him instantly. The spectators saw that even a 9th-tier powerhouse could not withstand Qin Yun's innate skill, and their hearts were filled with shock and fear. This was the Hell Reaper. The Red Scale Guild is doomed. It just depends on whether Qi Tianlin can survive. Qi Tianlin is, after all, a 9th-tier legend. He shouldn't die that easily. Qin Yun will definitely rush to seize as many resources as possible before the resurrection effect ends. Once he gets all 10 command flags, he wins. If the command flags are on Qi Tianlin, then only when he dies will the guild war end. Either Qi Tianlin dies, or Qin Yun can't hold out until the resurrection effect ends and gets killed by Qi Tianlin instead. Some big shots had already secretly contacted Long Throne, thinking of leaving themselves an escape route, worried that if the Mountain Sea Pavilion won, Qin Yun would settle accounts with them later. Even a super guild like the Red Scale Guild had been beaten into this state. Who would dare fight Qin Yun to the death? Long Throne knew what the big shots were thinking. Wanting to protect themselves, he simply pretended not to hear anything, focused on watching the rule projection, and paid no attention to anyone. At this point, Qin Yun's rise could no longer be stopped. As long as he was around, everyone else could be purged at any time. On the battlefield of Atlant Ancient City, Qi Tianlin saw all his subordinates wiped out, yet he did not lose control. Instead, he remained extremely calm. He had only one thought: stall for time. As long as the Mountain Sea Pavilion Guild did not have the resurrection effect, he would have a chance to turn things around. He firmly believed that as long as the Red Scale Guild still remained, and with the divine-grade resources of Mountain Sea Pavilion, the Red Scale Guild would soon recover its strength, and might even become stronger. Elder Bai, you've worked hard. Go have some hot pot and rest. Leave the rest of the battlefield to me, Senior Su, and Aunt Selena. All right, I'll wait for good news from the guild leader. Elder Bai returned to the others. Elder Bai is amazing. Everyone admired Elder Bai's combat power. Not at all, not at all. The guild leader is the amazing one. I'm just support. Elder Bai was modest. Su Tanner said seriously, without Elder Bai, the guild leader still wouldn't be able to beat an 8th-tier powerhouse. You've made an indispensable contribution. Qin Yun chose Su Tanner as vice guild leader precisely because he valued her management ability. Everyone knew she becoming the guild leader's wife was only a matter of time, and Elder Bai respected her as well. The final battle was extremely intense. Qin Yun went all out, but he could only endure the damage head-on and still couldn't restrain Qi Tianlin. The clone control method used against 9th-tier powerhouses was ineffective on Qi Tianlin. Selena explained, 9th-tier beast masters have the ability to break through space, which can isolate beast skills. Qin Yun understood. No wonder the clone skill had failed. At this point, he could only use Jinyo for defense, and it posed no threat to Qi Tianlin. A 9th-tier legend was indeed difficult to deal with. Qin Yun simply watched and waited. Once the 15-day cooldown on the Shattered Godhead was over, there would be a chance to turn the tide of battle. Qi Tianlin also didn't launch a full-on assault. He was just stalling for time, waiting for the 4th day of the guild war to erupt. Both sides were deadlocked, and neither could do anything to the other. The 4th day arrived, and Qi Tianlin roared, "Your revival effect is over. Now it's my home field." The audience's heartbeats quickened. The decisive battle had come, and who would win or lose would depend on this very moment. But Su Wanjin and his wife exchanged a smile with Qin Yun. They all knew that everyone had assumed the Shanghai Pavilion's revival was the effect of a god-tier item. Senior Su, use this chance to pressure him down to half health. Don't worry. As long as he hasn't used any treasure, I can severely injure him. Su Wanjin and his wife started acting, becoming even more focused on self-preservation. Qi Tianlin really thought their revival time had ended. Qin Yun, you're the variable. I'll kill you first. Qi Tianlin unleashed his full power against Qin Yun. Fortunately, Su Wanjin and Selena joined forces to block most of the attacks. Otherwise, Qin Yun would have been unable to hold out long ago. If Qin Yun didn't disperse the attacks, he would be instantly killed the moment they met. With Chairman Qi erupting into an offensive, the three of Su Wanjin were overwhelmed trying to cope. Only then did the people of the Qi Lin Guild breathe a sigh of relief. The revivals were gone, and Qin Yun's team no longer dared to act recklessly. Bilisai reminded everyone that if the master were pretending to be dead, they had to act extremely grief-stricken, then rush in and fight desperately. Only then would they have a chance to severely injure Qi Tianlin. Qin Ming and Sui nodded, and Qin Shui also reminded her parents not to overdo it or they'd give themselves away. At this moment, Qi Tianlin unleashed the 9th-tier beast skill, Red Split Soul Claw. A giant claw tore through the sky, locking onto Qin Yun's soul, ignoring 80% of defense, dealing both spiritual and physical damage. A normal person would die if they took it head-on. Su Wanjin resisted with all his might, acting very convincingly. Qi Tianlin sneered, convinced that Qin Yun was doomed. With a thunderous boom, Qin Yun was struck and killed in a single hit, reduced to nothing. Everyone in the Shanghai pavilion immediately erupted with emotion, especially Qin Shui and Qin Tanner, who crazily charged at Qi Tianlin. Qin Shui directly broke down and shouted that she was going to bite Qi Tianlin to death, while Qin Tanner also used her ultimate move, sending 9 clones rushing forward and openly admitting that she wanted to be Qin Yun's woman. Qi Tianlin didn't doubt it at all. Instead, his killing intent grew even stronger as he prepared to wipe them all out in one fell swoop and become the world's #1 Beastmaster. He unleashed his domain attack with full force. Su Wanjin and his wife fought desperately to protect everyone, but they still couldn't shield them all, and the others were killed instantly by the aftermath. Selena was filled with despair and grief, her body rapidly expanding. Soon after, Su Wanjin transformed into a dark shadow giant cat and frantically lunged at Qi Tianlin and his crimson-eyed behemoth. Qi Tianlin, give me back my daughter's life, he roared as he attacked desperately, completely fearless, fighting Qi Tianlin to the death. Qi Tianlin sneered, "You? Trying to fight me to the death? You're not even qualified." He was in an excellent mood. As long as he killed Su Wanjin and his wife, he would become even stronger, become the world's #1 Beastmaster, and look down on everyone. The three-way battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Su Wanjin and his wife gradually ran out of strength, while Qi Tianlin remained at peak condition. His crimson-eyed behemoth could convert attack damage into health, like an unkillable cockroach. Trying to gamble your lives against me? Me? Are you worthy? Qi Tianlin seized their moment of weakness and erupted with a burst of power, killing Su Wanjin and his wife. Ha ha ha, it's over. I'm the winner. Qi Tianlin laughed wildly. The powerful figures backing Qi Tianlin began celebrating. Meanwhile, Longzhua and the others were stunned. How did we suddenly lose? This doesn't make sense. Yu Xinghua noticed something unusual. No command flag has dropped. Could there still be another trump card in the Mountain Sea Pavilion? Longzhua suddenly realized. Maybe they still have a resurrection method. At that moment, Qi Tianlin was relaxing and preparing to pick up the command flag when the supposedly dead Su Wanjin and his wife suddenly reappeared and dealt him a devastating blow. How is this possible? How can you still resurrect? Qi Tianlin counterattacked in terror, but he simply couldn't hold them off. The spectators outside were also stunned. Could it be that the Mountain Sea Pavilion has more than one resurrection item? Immediately after, Qin Yun and the others also revived one after another. Using upgraded resurrection coins, their resurrection time and range had increased tenfold. Over those 3 days, they had deliberately gone out to the sea to resurrect, away from everyone's line of sight. Ha ha ha, old bastard Qi, got played, didn't you? You really thought you'd won. Qin Shui laughed recklessly. With just one move from the guild leader, and he's already an absolute top-tier expert. So awesome, Yang Qinsher exclaimed. Qi Tianlin could only roar in fury as he was frantically suppressed by Su Wanjin and his wife. Right now, all he hoped was that he wouldn't lose too much more HP. Otherwise, even if he still had a trump card, he wouldn't be able to use it. Jin Yo, add some more fire to him. Qin Yun said calmly. Qi Tianlin was beaten to the point where he could no longer use perfect void break to isolate the space. So he had to let Jin Yo take control to help Senior Su and Aunt Selena output damage. The combo of Toad Shadow layers and Heaven Shaking, Earthquaking Art landed, and Qin Yun seized the opponent's moment of dizziness, fused with the 7 colors Illusory Deer, transformed into a 7-color deer spirit, flashed to Qi Tianlin's side, and slashed out with a single blade. Holy Oracle Dragon Slash. Although the damage was low, the anti-heal effect landed, preventing Qi Tianlin from receiving healing for 10 minutes. God-in-law, well done. Su Wanjin praised. Qi Tianlin's face was filled with despair. No one could save him, and there was nothing he could do. Su Wanjin and Serena bombarded him relentlessly, and Qi Tianlin's HP quickly dropped to half. Jin Yo prepared Infinite Devour, planning to swallow the opponent in one bite. But when Qi Tianlin's HP fell to half, his passive skill triggered, forcibly breaking free and escaping the attack range. Su Wanjin smiled and did not pursue, because the other side was already at half health and had no trump cards left to pull anything off. Jin Yo could still swallow him in one bite. Qi Tianlin was utterly desperate. Rather than using his strongest item to counterattack, he roared madly. Even if I die, I won't die in your hands. Qin Yun, the exotic beast royal clan will never let you grow stronger. You're dead. After saying that, Qi Tianlin rushed out of Atlantis' ancient city and plunged into the chaotic sea domain, instantly being swallowed by countless sea exotic beasts, while the guild banner dropped. Boss Qi got insta-killed. He hadn't even used his trump card. Everyone who had bet on the Red Scale Guild was stunned, completely unprepared for this outcome, and filled with despair. Not only had they lost all the resources they staked, they might also face Qin Yun's revenge, and everyone felt unsafe. Someone hurriedly begged Longzhua. Longzhua, for the stability of Great Xia, please save us. We can sign a contract and pledge loyalty to Great Xia. Longzhua took a puff of his cigarette and cursed coldly. What were you doing earlier? Targeting a god-level genius? Kicking someone while they're down? Now you know to be afraid? Too late. From now on, your lives will be decided by Qin Yun. Xian Yuan Zhanlong had intended to plead for them, but after seeing Longzhua's attitude, he quietly returned to the Yanlong Guild with Xian Yuan Jing, not daring to show himself again. Father, what about our resources? Xian Yuan Jing asked unwillingly. What else can we do? This is Qin Yun's era now. Wait for an opportunity. The exotic beast royal clan won't let Qin Yun off. We can just watch the show. On the other side, everyone who had bet on the Mount Sea Pavilion Guild went wild with joy. Not only had they made a huge profit, they could also build a good relationship with Mount Sea Pavilion. And they sighed that they had bet correctly. Mount Sea Pavilion achieved a complete victory. Zhu Tianpeng brought back all the resource treasure chests, and after Qin Yun collected the Red Scale Guild's banner, the system announced that the guild war was over and Mount Sea Pavilion had won. Mount Sea Pavilion would choose resources first, and the rest would be distributed to the other guilds. Qin Yun asked Tanner to notify the guilds that supported Mount Sea Pavilion. They were qualified to participate in the guild assessment. All the resources were stored in the warehouse, but the warehouse was already full and had to be upgraded. Qin Yun decided to loosen the recruitment requirements and prepare to recruit nationwide to upgrade the guild. Everyone teleported back to the Kyoto Square. The big shots rushed to offer congratulations, and Longzhua immediately expressed his support for Qin Yun to lead Great Xia. Yu Zhonghua and the others also brought people to declare their loyalty, supporting Qin Yun as the sole holder of power. The big shots who had bet on the Red Scale Guild hurriedly apologized and wanted to pledge allegiance to Mount Sea Pavilion. Qin Yun directly ignored them and stated that all beast tamers on the list would be eliminated. The resources were theirs to handle as they wished, and the Yanlong Guild would be settled with later. Some big shots objected, worried that Great Xia's strength would be weakened. Qin Yun sneered. With him around, Great Xia would still be the strongest. The fate of these opportunists had already been sealed. They could only flee back to their guilds and tremble in fear, while some sought asylum in other countries, but it was useless. After dealing with all that, Qin Yun had everyone in Mount Sea Pavilion recruit new members and quickly raise the guild's star level and expand its territory. Su Wanjin and Yu Zhonghua also went to make arrangements, supporting Qin Yun in cleansing the parasites and preparing for the new challenge. Su Tanner prepared to stay in Mount Sea Pavilion as a good wife and homemaker, leaving family affairs to her parents. Yu Zhonghua stated that he would fully assist Qin Yun. No one would refuse such concern. By this point, all beast masters in the Great Xia understood that Qin Yun had become the true ruler of Great Xia. Whatever he said was national policy. In Great Xia, only Qin Yun held power, and no one could shake him. Dragon Seed, thanks to your support, I've decided to open guild recruitment, and even the older generation can take the assessment. If Dragon Seed wants to come to Shanghai Go and take up a position, you're welcome. Really? Of course, I look forward to you joining. Dragon Seed was somewhat surprised, but very pleased. He understood that Qin Yun wanted him to join Shanghai Go and continue helping him manage Great Xia. After all, governing a country is much harder than running a guild, and without experience, it simply won't work. Qin Yun's talent was unmatched, but he was still too young and lacked experience in governing a nation. So, he wanted Dragon Seed to continue managing things in a different role. Qin Yun was still focused on leveling up. Everything else would wait until he had enough strength. After all, without absolute power, he wouldn't be able to stop the future invasion of the beast god, and by then, everything would be for nothing. After making the arrangements, Qin Yun asked everyone to get busy recruiting first, while he went to take the 6th tier advancement quest. After he left, Su Tanner gathered everyone in the Shanghai Ge Guild who had placed bets, giving them priority to participate in the assessment. The new generation members who had previously signed 3 or 4 contracts could also take the assessment first. This was the guild's promise. For a time, all of Great Xia was competing to join Shanghai Ge. Son, after contracting a beast, you must take the guild exam. This is your chance to change your fate. An ordinary woman earnestly told her son. Many schools began adding Shanghai Ge contract-related courses, hoping to improve the pass rate. Prestigious middle schools were also caught in the internal competition, doing everything they could to help the new generation get into Shanghai Ge. Qin Yun didn't pay attention to any of this. He had already accepted the 6th tier quest. Ding! You have successfully accepted the death level 6th tier advancement quest. Quest details are as follows. Quest name: The Wish of Beast Tamer Mason. Quest difficulty: Death level. Quest requirement: Be teleported to the NPC city. Find Beast Tamer Mason. Fulfill his wish. Reward: Highest level beast transformation. Billis, does beast transformation also have levels? Yes, master. Transformation is divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect levels. The higher the level, the greater the bonus and the stronger the combat power. Beginner gives 1x attributes, intermediate 2x, advanced 3x, and perfect 6x. 6 times. Qin Yun was shocked. With his current attributes, a 6-fold increase would push his HP straight to 6 million. No wonder everyone said that after reaching tier 5, each further tier was like a whole new world. The rule-enhanced high-tier abilities were absurdly overpowered. Teleport. Meanwhile, after the vanguard forces from the beautiful country were defeated at the Jilin Guild, they immediately occupied Jilin's territory and rapidly plundered resources. Not long after, when the experts sent by Dragon Seed arrived and saw that the beautiful country had already secured the territory, they were furious. Those dogs are fast. What now? They have more people. Let's go back and report to Dragon Seed. Thunderclap City, an ancient megacity where European-style architecture blends with modern elements. The NPCs here all ride thunderwing beasts and wear all kinds of clothes with lightning resistance. Above the city is a sea of thunder, with bolts frequently striking down, only to be absorbed by a special magic array and used as the city's energy, so no one is disturbed. Qin Yun marveled at the uniqueness of Thunderclap City and asked Jin Yo to locate the NPC Mason. Jin Yo immediately pinpointed him, indicating that he was ahead at the beast training ground. Qin Yun rode Jin Yo over. Along the way, all the lightning that struck toward them was swallowed by Jin Yo, and Jin Yo seemed to enjoy it very much. Qin Yun asked Jin Yo what was different about the lightning here. Jin Yo said that the Sea of Thunder in Thunder Roar City had formed from shattered artifact thunder beads, and that devouring this lightning could strengthen lightning attributes. Qin Yun was shocked and suspected that this was a saint rank artifact, because ordinary divine rank artifacts did not possess such overwhelming force. Outside Thunder Roar City was a stretch of scorched earth where living beings could scarcely survive, and only a lightning resistance barrier protected the city. Soon, Qin Yun arrived at the training grounds and saw NPCs of various races along with the thunderwing beasts they had tamed. He was surprised that NPCs could also possess beast-taming creatures. Billis explained that these were not contracts, but taming. They were easy to abandon and not as stable as contracts. Just as Qin Yun was about to enter, he was stopped by a guard. The guard said that an entry ticket was required to enter Lord Mason's grounds. There were 3 ways to obtain one. First, participate in the Thunderwing Beast race and place in the top 100. Second, make a contribution to the city and be rewarded by the city lord. Third, be directly recognized by Mason. The guard explained all the methods to Qin Yun one by one. Ji Gang had just accepted Lord Mason's Death God tier, 6th rank advancement quest. The NPC looked at Qin Yun and thought, this human brat is truly overestimating himself. The genius beast tamers who came before to challenge this place all died. Aside from being handsome and a bit sunny, and having a toad as his natal beast, he's nothing but a reckless idiot. He's definitely doomed. Qin Yun briefly analyzed the ways to obtain an entry ticket. The first was too troublesome, the third depended on waiting for Mason to happen to leave, and the second, contributing to Thunderbolt City, was the most reliable. As long as he knew what the city lord needed and completed the task, he could get the ticket. Qin Yun directly pulled out 10,000 gold coins and handed them to the NPC, thanking him for the information and casually asking how to meet the city lord. The NPC was stunned. 10,000 gold coins. That was 10 months of his salary. This guy was way too wealthy. Qin Yun asked again, how do I meet the city lord? The NPC immediately replied, young human hero, bold and handsome, with overflowing generosity. Our city lord is currently troubled by the unrest in the Thunder Sea, and should be at the top of Lightning Viewing Mountain. Thank you. Qin Yun smiled. With the coins in place, things were easy to get done. Lightning Viewing Mountain is at the center of Thunderbolt City, and the entire city was built around it. Although the mountain isn't forbidden to climb, the higher you go, the more lightning there is, and the more dangerous it becomes. Only the city lord, Mason, and other 6th rank NPCs can reach the summit, but Qin Yun's Goldie could swallow all the falling thunderbolts for cultivation. Each time it swallowed one, its body would shine, and its potential was astonishing. Qin Yun quickly rode Goldie to the summit and met City Lord Leg, who was gazing out at the Sea of Thunder. Although Leg had white hair, his physique was powerful. His white hair and skin were both infused with the power of thunder, and he wore purple lightning-resistant armor as he looked up at the sky with worry. Seeing Qin Yun suddenly appear, Leg first froze, then quickly realized. This must be a beast tamer who was teleported here after accepting Mason's quest. He said to Qin Yun, human youth, daring to take on a Death God tier quest shows some guts. Your natal beast looks like a toad, but it's actually no simple thing. Even I, the city lord, have never seen this kind before. His eyesight was extremely sharp, but even so, he could only tell that Goldie was extraordinary. City lord, you really are impressive. You saw at a glance that my natal beast is no ordinary one. That's right, it's the golden toad divine beast. Qin Yun admitted it outright, without the slightest concealment. He was already fearless now. Jin Yo cooperated and transformed into the mighty golden toad, unleashing her full aura. Hiss! It really is a divine beast. No wonder you dare to take a Death God grade mission. You truly are a genius. Looks like there's hope for Mason's matter. Lord Reg said. You're here for Mason's entry ticket, right? But it won't be so easy to get. With your strength, contracting a Thunderwing beast, and participating in the ranking matches to make it into the top 100 wouldn't be difficult. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. The ranking matches are too much of a waste of time. I prefer something more direct. I heard the city lord has had some trouble lately. Why not let me help you solve it? Reg sighed and pointed toward the Sea of Thunder. This Sea of Thunder erupts once every 100 years. In the past, the rule barrier could still withstand most of the falling lightning, but this time its power has greatly increased. I'm afraid Thunder Roar City will suffer heavy losses, which is why I'm worried. If you can help Thunder Roar City get through this crisis, both the entry ticket and the legendary grade Thunderwing Beast Pet Egg will be yours. Qin Yun asked. What counts as helping you? Reg replied. As long as you can block at least half of the falling lightning, I'll handle the rest. Qin Yun turned and asked Jin Yo, can you do it? Jin Yo said confidently, don't worry, master. After passing through the barrier, the power is weakened, and I can swallow it easily. Otherwise, only a 9th-tier powerhouse or an exotic beast emperor could withstand this lightning. Qin Yun was a little surprised. So Jin Yo could do it so easily only because the barrier had weakened the lightning's power. No wonder the NPCs only dared stay inside the city and had to equip lightning-resistant gear. And any lightning attribute exotic beasts that could roam outside were definitely boss-level monsters. In that case, this mission was easy to take down. City Lord, I'll take the mission. When will the falling lightning come? Anytime. As soon as the words fell, the Sea of Thunder completely boiled over, and thunder filled the sky. Reg immediately ordered the NPCs to activate the defensive barrier and cover the entire city. Fusion. Qin Yun instantly fused with Jin Yo and took to the air, preparing to swallow the falling lightning. When Reg saw that Qin Yun at only 5th tier could fly, he was shocked beyond belief. This beast has flight as an innate talent. It isn't granted by the rules at all. This child is extraordinary. Perhaps this crisis in the Sea of Thunder could be resolved right here. The barrier held back the outside forces, and Qin Yun faced the lightning head-on. Boom. The thunder in the sky raged wildly, like thunder serpents dancing chaotically, with lightning filling the heavens. As the lightning pierced through the barrier, only then did the NPCs in the city feel despair, each one trembling in fear and praying. Why is the Sea of Thunder so fierce this time? I'm afraid a batch of people is going to die. Inside the beast-taming training ground, Mason looked up, his expression grave, clutching the thunder milk ball tightly. Suddenly, the sky darkened. A gigantic abyss appeared, and all the lightning was swallowed. This sight stunned all the NPCs. What is that? The lightning is gone. Is there a 9th-tier exotic beast emperor boss outside the city, making a move? Impossible. How would a 9th-tier exotic beast emperor dare touch so much lightning? It would die? This lightning is a direct damage attack. Lord Reg reacted the fastest and immediately knelt to the ground. This is the true god. Just by relying on a beast skill that devours, he can sweep across the world. No wonder he dared to take a Death God grade mission. Not long after, the Sea of Thunder was completely swallowed empty. Jin Yo gained a new passive skill, Thunder Armor, which could counter lightning damage and paralysis, with defense that was outrageously high and a body capable of withstanding a 9th-tier boss. City Lord, the mission is complete. Hand over the reward. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. You have obtained Mason's entry ticket X1 and a legendary Thunderwing Beast Egg X1. Qin Yun glanced at the egg's description. It could fly, attack, and defend, and it carried paralysis, an extremely powerful beast. He didn't rush to contract it. Thinking of how his father's childhood dream was to have a flying battle beast, this Thunderwing beast was just right. As for his mother and older sister, he could find another way to get eggs next time. No rush. At worst, he could try his luck by opening treasure chests. City Lord, farewell. After obtaining the entry ticket, Qin Yun headed straight for Mason's training ground. Reg looked at Qin Yun's retreating figure and sighed with emotion. Lord Mason's wish has a chance now. It's just that I wonder whether Qin Yun will complain about Lord Mason's appearance when he sees it and cause trouble. At the entrance of the beast-taming training ground, The guard looked bewildered. Why are you back again so soon? Didn't you find the city lord? Or was the Thunder Sea too fierce, so you didn't dare go? Here, the entry ticket. I've met the city lord. The guard was dumbfounded. That fast? When did contribution quests become this easy? I just blocked the Thunder Sea, didn't spend any money. Qin Yun walked in without looking back, while the guard was still stunned. Was that abyss just now something he caused? That kid is terrifying. Inside the training ground, the NPCs were busy taming Thunderwing beasts. A female NPC came up to him. Welcome. Welcome. You can choose one Thunderwing beast for free after entering. Qin Yun shook his head. I'm not here to tame beasts. I want to see Senior Mason. Qin Yun had come to complete a wish quest. The beautiful NPC sneered. You can only see Mason after initially taming a Thunderwing beast. No exceptions. Qin Yun was helpless. Sure enough, advanced quests were full of tricks. He could only follow the rules. He asked, how do I tame a Thunderwing beast? Can I just form a contract directly? The beautiful NPC said, yes, but you have to defeat an adult Thunderwing beast first. Qin Yun asked again, do you have any divine grade ones? Too weak won't do. The beautiful NPC rolled her eyes. In all of Thunderclap City, only Mason's Thunderwing beast is divine grade. Ours are only legendary, 6th tier, and already very strong. Qin Yun put on a calm expression. Then legendary is fine too. I'll make do. The beautiful NPC was furious and sneered. Since you're so confident, there's a Thunder Crystal Divine Beast here. It's only 5th tier, but it's even stronger than a 6th tier one. Even Mason couldn't tame it. Whoever goes near it gets eaten. A divine beast? Born from the Thunder Sea? Qin Yun was tempted. Free benefits, after all. Let's go. Lead the way. I'm going to tame the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast now. The beautiful NPC stopped trying to persuade him. You're responsible for your own life and death. Qin Yun didn't care. The NPC's opinion didn't matter. Getting the reward was what counted. At that moment, Old Man Mason was giving someone else advice on beast taming. His outfit was bizarre, but no one dared laugh. Everyone knew he was the strongest divine-grade NPC in Thunderclap City. He received news. Someone wanted to go tame the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast. Mason was shocked. Another one going to die? He immediately rushed to the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast's prison. At this time, City Lord Rager reported. Qin Yun just devoured countless falling thunderbolts. That was his innate beast skill. That's right, Lord Mason. The Beast Master who came this time is too strong. Far fiercer than those geniuses before him. No wonder he dares to challenge the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast directly. Let this old man see whether he can fulfill my wish. Inside the vast independent space, the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast was bound by thunder chains, motionless and quietly lying there. Purple gold crystals on its back glowed as lightning gathered, forming a thunder array that suppressed everything around it with gravity. On the surface, it seemed to be only gravity, but in fact there were other terrifying abilities as well. This allowed it to effortlessly crush the god-tier beast masters who came to challenge it, and almost no one could escape alive. TSK, another one here to die? Just in time, this thunder treasure is hungry. The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast rose to its feet, thunder chains clattering as lightning leaped. Its entire body was wrapped in purple thunder crystals, engraved with special patterns, shimmering with 9-colored sacred light. Master, it's a sacred beast mark. This Thunder Crystal Divine Beast has the potential to become a sacred beast. Jin Yo saw through the secret at a glance. What? Sacred beast potential? Qin Yun was stunned. He had thought a sacred beast was still far away, yet he had actually encountered one divine beast with the hope of becoming sacred. And this Thunder Crystal Divine Beast was transformed from a Thunder Pearl and nurtured by the Sea of Lightning. The Thunder Pearl that shattered that day was definitely a top-tier sacred artifact. Otherwise, how could it have such a foundation? Master, this guy can trigger fluctuations in the Sea of Lightning. The boiling of the Sea of Lightning just now was done by it. It was trying to save itself. Once it reaches the peak of the God King realm, as long as it swallows the Thunder Pearl, it will most likely trigger a sacred beast tribulation and directly advance into a sacred beast. Jin Yo's golden toad divine eye instantly saw through the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast's true nature. To become sacred, it has to swallow the Thunder Pearl? Jin Yo, do you need a similar sacred artifact to become sacred? Nope, this lady doesn't. Once my level is high enough, I'll become sacred directly. I don't need to undergo the sacred beast tribulation. That's the privilege of the unique divine beast. Qin Yun finally understood completely. Jin Yo was the strongest beast tamer after all. The system had truly given him an invincible gift pack. After all, Jin Yo had originally been just an F-rank toad, and only through the system's heaven-defying evolution did she become this way. These exchanges were known only to Qin Yun and Jin Yo. The NPC and the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast were unaware. Thunder Crystal Divine Beast, you're pretty good. Be my fourth beast pet, and I'll take you flying, Qin Yun said confidently. The female NPC immediately spat. Just how confident do you have to be to say you'll take a beast like that flying? Isn't that courting death? She quickly wanted to retreat farther away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. But before she could move, the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast's thunder array spread out and directly suppressed her to the ground, leaving her unable to move. It's over. The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast's heavy thunder array can control its range at will. I'm doomed now. Human brat, you've gotten me killed. In panic, she hurriedly sought help from Mason. Upon learning the news, Mason could only rush over faster. Roar, a mere rookie beastmaster, and you dare treat me like some third-rate trash? This Thunder Treasure is the strongest divine beast. The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast's voice was cute and sweet, but its tone was extremely arrogant. Qin Yun rolled his eyes and asked, if you're so amazing, how did you get caught? The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast instantly went berserk. The question had viciously struck its sore spot. If that dead old man hadn't tricked me into drinking milk, how could I have been caught? The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast roared in fury. I'm going to crush you into syrup, and I'll also take revenge on that dead old man. It intended to unleash its strongest thunder array, preparing to kill Qin Yun in one blow. But the next second, Jin Yo directly swallowed the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast in one gulp, killing it instantly. How could this be? One gulp, and the invincible Divine Beast was instantly killed. The female NPC was stunned. How could this toad be this strong? Even a Divine Beast that Mason couldn't handle was actually dealt with in an instant. Qin Yun was also dumbfounded. Jin Yo, why did you instantly kill it? Jin Yo replied calmly. Master, don't worry. I didn't kill it. I just swallowed it into the devouring space. After speaking, she released the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast. By then it was already at critically low health, looking utterly baffled. For Jin Yo, killing it was a matter of seconds. This was the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast's first encounter with an opponent that utterly overwhelmed it. The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast refused, insisting on a duel without using its innate skill. It quickly healed back to full health. At that moment, Little Deer, watching the excitement, couldn't help but laugh. If you're dueling Jin Yo, you're basically asking for a beating. Only then did the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast realize that Qin Yun was no ordinary person. Qin Yun laid out the terms. Jin Yo won't use its innate skill. If you lose, you'll turn into an egg and be contractually bound to me. The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast rolled its eyes and named its own price. If I win, you help me get out of here. Deal. Jin Yo charged straight in and brutally thrashed the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast. The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast's heavy Thunder Divine formation had no effect on Jin Yo at all, and it could only be pinned to the ground and rubbed raw. Mason and City Lord Legu arrived and saw a toad riding the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast and beating it up. Both of them were dumbfounded. Not long after, the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast was once again left with only a sliver of health and waved a white flag to surrender. Jin Yo stopped and reported to Qin Yun that the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast was indeed quite powerful, with excellent talent and innate skill. It could be considered invincible among those of the same tier. The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast looked full of resentment, and in the end, it honored the agreement and turned into an egg. Qin Yun immediately used the contract scroll to take it in, and a new cute Thunder Crystal Divine Beast was born. Master, please take good care of me. Good girl. The Thunder Crystal Divine Beast has been subdued? The beautiful NPC was stunned, utterly unable to believe it. This human youth's main beast was simply absurdly powerful. City Lord Lego laughed heartily. I was right after all. This kid subdued the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast far too easily, even faster than expected. Qin Yun recalled all his beasts and looked at the oddly dressed NPC Mason, the one who had issued the death level quest. He muttered inwardly, some kind of pervert, a doll hat, a red dress, and he was even fiddling with a thunder milk ball in his hand. Who dresses like that? However, Mason wasn't angry. In fact, he quite appreciated Qin Yun's straightforward attitude, unlike the hypocritical beastmasters from before. He introduced himself. I'm Mason. Subduing the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast was only the first step. I didn't expect you to complete it so quickly. In the past, all the genius beastmasters died at this step. My wish requires the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast's help. Although Mason's attire was strange, the way he spoke and acted was upright and proper. Qin Yun withdrew his unusual gaze. After all, this outfit was definitely related to the wish. City Lord Lei Gu had originally wanted to remind Qin Yun, but seeing how respectfully Qin Yun treated Mason, he liked the young man even more. Mason said, since you're already the owner of the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast, you're qualified to hear my story." He looked at Lei Gu, who immediately understood, made an excuse to leave, and took the beautiful NPC with him, leaving only Mason and Qin Yun. Mason briefly recounted his past. He once had a happy family, a beautiful wife, and a newborn son. But after the War of the Fall of the Gods, everything was shattered. He wanted to join the battle, but was severely injured by a beast god boss. The boss didn't kill him. Instead, it killed his wife and child, just to watch him suffer. Mason was gritting his teeth, overflowing with hatred. The red dress on him had been his wife's favorite when she was alive, and the doll hat was a first birthday gift for his son that had never been delivered. Qin Yun was struck with respect. This old NPC deeply loved his family, and, in order to take revenge and bury them properly, became the level 6 NPC guarding Thunderclap City. But later, a shattered pearl fell from the sky and transformed into a sea of thunder, sealing off Thunderclap City so no one could get out. Mason had been unable to leave for years. Only when the Sea of Thunder gave birth to the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast did he finally see hope. But he couldn't beat it, nor could he tame it. Finally, he had waited for Qin Yun to arrive. "My wish is very simple. Accompany me to the Rule Seal Land, and together with me, kill that beast god boss and recover my family's remains. I long ago signed a contract with the rules. As long as it concerns my wish, the rules have to give way and cannot restrict me. The condition is that in all other matters I must obey the rules, even if it means sacrificing my soul and body." What a ruthless NPC. For the sake of avenging his family, he's willing to give up anything. "Senior Mason, what level is the beast god boss we're going to fight now?" "With the rule seal in place, it can be at most 10th tier. 10th tier? Isn't that a god?" Qin Yun was speechless. He was a 5th tier beastmaster trying to fight a 10th tier boss. He was just going to his death, and no amount of revival coins would help. "Don't be afraid, young friend. Once I leave Thunderclap City, I can recover to a new 10th tier god. Then I'll fight it head on, shatter its divine spark, and knock it down to 6th tier. Then you can fight it again." Only then did Qin Yun breathe a sigh of relief. As long as its level dropped, that was fine. The more of these gods Jin Yo ate, the stronger her physical defense would become. Maybe without becoming a god, she could rely on her body alone to go head-to-head with one. "Senior Mason, how do we get you out of Thunderclap City?" "Simple. Raise the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast to 5th tier. It can control thunder, and we'll ride it out of the Thunder Sea. But there are no beasts here. How is the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast supposed to level up?" "That's even simpler. I prepared everything long ago. Wait here while I make arrangements." In the beast taming space, the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast was massaging Jin Yo and her 3 siblings with lightning techniques, acting like a total sycophant. He had thought he could be the second child, but it turned out that the 7-colored illusion deer and the Azure Dragon Divine Beast were also special, and Jin Yo had secretly given them essence blood. They all had the potential to become sacred beasts. They just hadn't fully awakened yet. "Jin Yo sis, Little Deer second sis, Azure Dragon third bro, how's my massage?" You can actually use the Great Thunder God formation for massage. "Not bad. From now on, you're the 4th brother. Remember, the master comes first." "Got it. The master comes first, Jin Yo sis second." "Good boy." Not long after, Mason returned. "Qin little friend, follow me." Outside, the sky was filled with thunderwing beasts, along with gathered NPCs. Mason immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed in gratitude. "Everyone, for bringing out the thunderwing beasts, I am deeply grateful. Once my wish is fulfilled and I return, I will protect Thunderclap City." The NPCs also knelt. "My lord, without you we would have died long ago. Thunderclap City has all been relying on you. If you have a chance to realize your dream, we will definitely help you to the very end. Thank you, everyone. I'll remember this kindness for the rest of my life." Mason bowed in gratitude once again. A god kneeling before a mortal stunned Qin Yun speechless. "Little friend, these thunderwing beasts are enough to raise the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast to tier 5. You can begin." Mason said. Thunderwing beasts were exotic beasts, and slaughtering them was no problem for an experienced hunter. Mason's training ground had long been prepared for today. The thunderwing beasts in the sky sensed danger and desperately tried to flee, but even the NPCs could no longer control them. Qin Yun summoned Jin Yo and Lei Bao, Infinite Devourer, appeared once more. This time, the target, all thunderwing beasts. All the thunderwing beasts in Thunder Roar City were swallowed up in an instant, including Mason's divine companion. The Thunderwing Divine Beast struggled fiercely, but Mason pinned it down with all his might. With bitterness, he said his farewell. "Old friend, I'm sorry. If there is a next life, I will make it up to you." The Thunderwing Divine Beast quieted down and said softly, "You are my only master. I am willing to sacrifice myself for you." It did not heal itself, and lay quietly beside Mason, waiting for death. Mason was in floods of tears, feeling himself selfish, but thinking of the blood feud of his lover and son, he still hardened his resolve. Very soon, Little Deer reduced the cooldown of Infinite Devour by half. 15 seconds later, Jin Yo devoured the remaining Tier 6 Thunderwing beasts once again. All the experience points went to the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast, and the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast rose to Tier 5, regaining its body size. Although it could only learn 5 exclusive beast skills, its main output still depended on its innate talents and lifebound skill. Senior Mason, when do we set out? Now. I've waited for this day far too long. Qin Yun and Mason rode the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast and set out. With the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast protecting them, the lightning never struck them again. The other Tier 9 lightning-type bosses also dared not approach. Although Mason was restricted by the rules, the pressure of a true god still remained. After leaving Thunder Roar City, Mason began lifting the rule seal, and divine might emerged. The tribulation lightning outside the city was terrifying to the extreme. Without the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast, Mason simply could not get out and would only be struck to death. Not long after, Qin Yun and Mason successfully left the Thunder Roar City map. The moment they left, Mason's Tier 10 True God pressure was released, fully unsealed. However, aside from the quest boss, he could not attack other targets. Still, just this pressure was enough to scare the other beasts stiff and leave them unable to move. Qin, little friend, at most I can beat that Beast God boss down to Tier 6. But it's still extremely powerful. Be careful. Rest assured, Senior. I will go all out. With a true god escorting him, Qin Yun quickly reached his destination. To his surprise, it was actually in the Sea of Chaos. Qin Yun suspected that the 9 forbidden zones might be the sealing grounds of the Beast God. Senior, are the 9 forbidden zones the seals of the Beast God? Yes and no. There are rule restrictions, so I can't say too much. Mason shook his head. Senior, we humans have mobile phones that can record audio. You can record it, and let me listen later. Mason, the rules restrict it. No method will work. It can't be recorded. What a pity. I thought I could exploit a bug. I can only tell you this much. The 9 forbidden zones are the 9 original passages through which the beast race launched its massive invasion of the world back then. That's all I can say. Passages. Although Qin Yun didn't know how large the forbidden zones were, he could tell for sure that they were absolutely much larger than Blue Star. To think they were merely passages for the beast race's invasion, it was too shocking. Mason told Qin Yun to follow him. The mortal enemy was deep in the Sea of Chaos, and Qin Yun was told not to act recklessly. Just wait until he finished fighting before making a move, or he'd surely die. Qin Yun agreed, and the two of them jumped into the Sea of Chaos. After Qin Yun fused with Jin Yo, he could see all kinds of powerful sea beast races. The weakest were all at Tier 7, and most were Tier 9, but he hadn't encountered any god-level beast races yet. Mason saw his confusion and explained that a mission rule protected them, so the other beast gods couldn't interfere. After descending, Mason brought Qin Yun to the site of the rule seal. The system prompted that as long as Qin Yun didn't make a move, the boss wouldn't be able to detect him or hurt him. As soon as they arrived, Qin Yun didn't even wait for Mason to act and immediately activated Infinite Devouring. Mason was shocked. Didn't he say not to move? Qin Yun said casually that he didn't like hiding, and with his help, he could fulfill his wish faster. This boss wasn't enough to stop him. The sealing site was actually a group of submarine volcanoes, blazing with fire and quite spectacular. The system prompt said this was an independent map, and Qin Yun's skill only covered this area. Suddenly, the big boss flew into a rage, triggering a massive volcanic eruption. Lava shot everywhere, and its presence was terrifying. An even stronger divine might descended. Mason announced excitedly that the beast god boss, Sea Flame Demon Spider Queen Nakefy, had appeared. He wasn't afraid. For years he had longed for this moment, and even if it meant fighting with his life on the line, he was willing. Nakefy appeared, towering like a mountain. Its 8 giant legs were like black mechanical arms, causing the earth to shake and the sea to roar. Its upper body was female, with 8 eyes and no nostrils. In one hand she held a black flame scythe, and in the other a blue glowing spear. Her aura was incomparably sinister. A large number of small sea flame demon spiders surged out of the volcanic crater, all of them her offspring. This entire area had become her kingdom. Qin Yun was delighted at the sight. This was a huge wave of gold coins. Mason mistook his reaction for fear and immediately said he would help clear the minions. Qin Yun quickly stopped him, telling Mason to deal only with the queen and not steal his monsters. Mason thought it over and realized that Qin Yun had an absurdly overpowered innate beast skill. He only needed to intimidate the enemies and slow the minions' healing, which would make it even easier for Qin Yun to kill them. After saying that, Mason unleashed divine power, raised his staff, and charged at the queen, roaring for her to return his wife's, his children's, and their bones. The queen just happened to enjoy collecting the bones of her opponent's relatives, and upon seeing Mason, she excitedly replied. The plot sped up, and battle was about to erupt. Nakfi sneered, recognizing the intruder at a glance. So it's an old loser who became an NPC and now thinks he can come for revenge? I've been keeping your wife's and children's bones safe and sound. Look, this necklace is made from your son's bones. Beautiful, isn't it? Seeing the necklace, Mason's eyes turned blood red, and he completely lost his mind as he charged at Nakfi. The queen then pulled out a magic drum. Your wife's remains weren't wasted either. I refined them into a magic drum and even sealed the lingering souls of your wife and children inside. At night, the drum will wail, and the necklace will ring with the cry of a baby. Mother and child resonating with each other. How precious. You should thank me. I even kept their lingering souls for you. Ha ha ha. Mason was already furious beyond restraint, wanting nothing more than to kill her. Qin Yun, hearing this, could no longer suppress his killing intent either. He had never seen such an evil beast god boss, turning even an enemy's relative's bones into equipment. Truly vile. The two gods collided, and the beast god skills swept across, sending countless giant magic spiders flying. If this weren't a sealed zone of rules, the volcano would have already exploded into fragments. The queen sneered. Last time, I spared your life after your godly fall. Your soul must be even more delicious now, steeped in pain and hatred. Today I'll reunite your whole family. With that, she flashed into the depths of the volcano, luring Mason into her home ground. The volcano rumbled endlessly, and divine battle erupted with terrifying aura. At this moment, Qin Yun was surrounded by a large swarm of high-level sea flame magic spiders. The one sharply questioning him was a Tier 9 boss-level magic spider. Kid, you took the advanced quest issued by Mason, and you still dare to stand out here? You're tired of living, huh? Qin Yun didn't waste words. He immediately activated his beast god form and struck, because he needed to help Mason get free as soon as possible. The moment they clashed, the magic spiders were shocked. This brat's defense is insane. He can actually withstand my attacks? Qin Yun went all out, charging in and out of the spider horde. What's with the armor condensed from his golden lightning? Just getting close to it, and I'm already paralyzed. The magic spiders were all dumbfounded. They hadn't expected a 5th-tier human to be this bizarrely powerful. The leading magic spider roared, "Don't spread out. Work together and kill him. Drown him in spider spears." A storm of fiery spider spears blotted out the sky, instantly burying Qin Yun. As Qin Yun's aura vanished, Mason froze, panicking. Without Qin Yun, it would be hard to avenge himself. Nakfi sneered. You still dare to be distracted? You really think humans can help you? The more desperate you are, the more delicious your soul tastes. Her assault intensified, and Mason was pinned down completely. But he had already resolved to die. Even if he died, he would drag her down to hell with him. Kill. Mason fought desperately, ignoring the attacks and trading his life for hers. Suddenly, a heavenly abyss appeared once again above the flame mountain. Both the sea flame demon spider and Mason were stunned. What? The human brat is dead. Hope reignited in Mason. Haha, nice one, I even got fooled. He was nearing the end of his life, and all he wanted was for Qin Yun to help avenge him. Little friend Qin, after you kill the queen, remember to bury the bones of me and my family. Mason unleashed all his divine power, suppressing every sea flame demon spider. Aside from Queen Nakfi, the other demon spiders were all immobilized, unable to move. After 15 seconds, Qin Yun used infinite devouring again, sweeping away all the sea flame demon spiders. Golden coin and resurrection coin prompts kept popping up wildly. Qin Yun turned off the notifications and rushed straight toward Mason. By now, Mason was at the end of his rope, his HP nearly empty. Nakfi had also been severely injured, her level dropping to Tier 6, but she quickly recovered. If she wanted to level up again, it would take time. Nakfi grinned viciously. Mason, hurry up and die. As long as I devour your soul, I'll recover fully in no time. Then I'll reunite your whole family. And you, human brat, killing so many of my children, you'll die too. Because her level had dropped, Qin Yun could directly see Nakfi's stats. Tier 6 LV 169, HP 3,024,000, Beast Power 4,326,000, Attack 357,840, Defense 286, 272. Qin Yun was shocked. This queen's beast power was actually the highest. Jin Yo explained. Master, the beast power bonus from the soul essence attribute affects soul attacks. The higher it is, the stronger the damage. The damage is tied to the soul and doesn't depend on strength. Qin Yun nodded. No wonder she makes a living off soul damage. Chaos power plus 10 times beast power is just right. Jinyo agreed. This beast god boss really is strong. No wonder Mason couldn't beat her. Seeing Qin Yun actually discussing her with his beast pet, Nakfi grew even angrier. She spat out demon silk, wanting to seize Qin Yun and torture him. Qin Yun didn't even look at the demon silk and said calmly, "No rush. You're not worthy of dying by my hand yet." Nakfi went into a rage, shrieking non-stop, humiliated to the extreme by being ignored. Ants trash. Nakfi thrust out his demonic spear in fury, preparing to torture and kill. But Qin Yun casually tossed out a resurrection coin. The next second, the dead Mason was instantly revived. Mason looked utterly stunned, unable to believe such a heaven-defying item existed. Qin Yun said with a smile, "Senior, take your revenge yourself. Kill him however you like." Mason immediately understood that Qin Yun had given him the resurrection coin. Shock surged through him, but revenge came first. "Little friend Qin, I'll remember this kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, this old man will not spare even death to help you." Nakfi was dumbfounded, unable to understand how a dead man could come back to life. The key was, he was a sixth-stage being. Mason could crush him with one finger. This isn't real. It must be an illusion. Nakfi could only comfort himself this way. But the next second, Mason punched in fury and directly blasted away half of Nakfi's face. Nakfi couldn't fight back at all. "Nakfi, all the suffering of these years, I'm paying it back to you today." Deep within the volcano, Mason hammered Nakfi relentlessly, and Nakfi's screams echoed everywhere. Nakfi simply tried to talk back. "Even if you're revived, you still won't get back your wife and child's corpse equipment. I'm going to take them and torture you forever." Mason flew into a rage. At that moment, Qin Yun reminded him, "Senior, hurry up and kill it. I have a way to get back your wife and child's equipment." As soon as Mason heard that, hope rekindled instantly, and he punched Nakfi into a pile of flesh. Before Nakfi could take away the remaining soul, Qin Yun tossed out another resurrection coin. Nakfi was revived again. "Nakfi? Mason, Qin Yun can still give out resurrection coins. Senior, don't just stand there. Keep hitting him, blow up the equipment." Oh. Mason went berserk, killing Nakfi over and over again. On the 69th time, the remains equipment of his wife and child finally dropped. Mason held the equipment and wept bitterly. Suddenly, Mason knelt on the ground and pleaded with Qin Yun. "Young friend, could you bring my wife and child back to life? I'm willing to work myself to death for you." Qin Yun shook his head. "Not for now. Revival coins can only resurrect those who died not long ago. Wait, for now, there's hope in the future. Maybe. Revival coins can be upgraded, so perhaps later they can." Mason was stunned, seeing a glimmer of hope. He immediately knelt again. "Boss Qin, can I follow you? As long as there's a chance to revive my wife and child, I'll do anything." "Revive them?" Qin Yun was overjoyed. He had actually gained a true god from a 6th-tier quest. Massive profit. "Don't worry, Senior. Once the revival coins can be upgraded to do that, I'll bring them back immediately." "Thank you, Boss Qin, for your boundless kindness. Call me Old Mason from now on. Now get up." After the contract was made, Qin Yun grew excited. "Old Mason, I want to kill the Sea Flame Demon Spider Queen again. This time, you beat it to a pulp and let my natal beast swallow it." "No problem." Nakfi was revived again, already numb to it all. Mason battered it into a half-dead state, and Golden Girl swallowed it in one bite. Ding, swallowed a god-tier boss. Gold coins times 3, 000,000. Ding, new currency triggered. Life coins times 9. Qin Yun was thrilled. A new currency had finally appeared. Life coins, special rule currency. After use, it can regenerate severed limbs, repair internal organs, and randomly increase lifespan by 1 to 10 years. Tradable. Seeing regenerate severed limbs, Qin Yun instinctively looked down, utterly shocked. Life coins could even increase lifespan. Its value was explosive. With life coins, even if you went around missing arms or legs, there was nothing to fear, and the lifespan problem would be solved too. As long as enough coins were farmed, even his family could achieve alternative immortality. Qin Yun asked, "Old Mason, when NPCs follow a Beastmaster, does their lifespan change?" Mason replied, "Yes. For example, after I followed my lord, I lost the rule-bestowed lifespan. Before becoming a god, I still had 2,000 years left. I can gain more only after breaking through to the 10th tier." Qin Yun understood that only after becoming a god could one have such a lifespan. Ordinary NPCs could live at most 300 years. Now that Mason's wish had been fulfilled, Qin Yun had also completed his advancement. Ding, 6th-stage Death God difficulty advancement quest completed, all attributes plus 1200. Ding, divine grade NPC follower acquired, some rewards cancelled. Ding successfully advanced to 6th stage, obtained the highest grade perfect transformation ability. Hint: after fusing with your natal beast, transformation can be activated. Perfect transformation all attributes times 6. Qin Yun's attributes were already outrageous, and now with transformation times 6, he was soaring completely. Facing a 9th stage big shot, he was already in an invincible position. Qin Yun fused with Jin Yo and activated transformation, experiencing it firsthand. 1 second later, a golden toad divine beast, 1,000 meters tall, appeared in the volcanic land. The originally enormous volcano looked tiny in its eyes. So this is transformation? This is Jin Yo's physique? Heaven above, earth below, I alone reign supreme. Qin Yun now felt an overwhelming sense of invincible confidence, all of it brought by Jin Yo. As the only quasi-divine beast, it made him feel omnipotent. After transforming, the true form of the golden toad divine beast appeared. Qin Yun's entire body shone with multicolored divine radiance, his skin golden thunder flickering, and his toad divine eyes could see through everything. At the same time, Jin Yo's hidden abilities appeared in Qin Yun's mind: spatial devouring, shared beast skills, devouring all things for enhancement, innate divine grade recovery, and more. What Qin Yun cared about most was still his own attributes. He used a talent stone to upgrade Myriad Beast's divine soul to 6th stage, then opened the attribute panel. Name: Qin Yun Master Level Beast Tamer Natal Beast. Golden Toad Divine Beast, Jin Yo. Other Beasts: Azure Dragon Divine Beast, De Qing. 7-Colored Illusion Deer, Xiao Lu. Thunder Crystal Divine Beast, Lei Bao. Natal Talent: Myriad Beast Divine Soul 6th Stage, Unique Mythic Grade. Effects: Passive: HP, Defense, Movement Speed, Beast Power plus 1800%, Attack Damage plus 180%, Lifesteal 80%, Critical Hit plus 180%, Damage Reduction plus 48%, Control minus 48%, All Resistances plus 48%, Ignore Defense plus 48%, Intimidation plus 60% active. Natal Beast Skill: Infinite Devouring, Unique Mythic Grade. A level: 6th Stage LV 150, Perfect Transformation, all attributes plus 600%. HP: 1643328. A Beast Power: 1303128. Attack: 1638230. Defense: 1478995. Strength: 20376. Physique: 15216. Spirit: 12066. Agility: 12066. Luck. Hidden Growth: Full Star Equipment. 6th Stage Azure Dragon Sacred Edict Blade. 6th Stage Dragon Soul Legendary 3-piece set. 6 pieces of 5th Stage Legendary Equipment. Exclusive Beast Skills, all Mythic Grade. Attack Power over 1,000,000. HP and Defense in the tens of millions. These attributes were already comparable to an ordinary 9th Stage Big Shot. Mason, standing nearby, looked at the panel and was directly stunned. He had not expected a newly advanced 6th Stage Beast Tamer to be this strong. After seeing the equipment and talent, he felt it was reasonable. A unique mythic grade talent was simply too broken. Mason had never seen such bonuses before. Even the top gods and beast god kings could not compare to Qin Yun. He thought to himself, no wonder Master was able to obtain a resurrection coin, such a bug-level item. He must have some great secret. He also felt fortunate to be able to follow Qin Yun, hoping that in the future he could borrow his power to revive his family. Qin Yun let Mason enter the beast taming space, preparing to head back. He canceled the transformation. He could fuse with his natal beast at any time, and all abilities could be used. There was only one limitation. Each use consumed mental power and beast power, but Jin Yo's divine grade recovery could easily offset it. After Mason entered the beast taming space, he saw the 2 divine grade NPCs, Billis and Sarada, and exclaimed in surprise, Fox God Descendant? Luna God Descendant. Mason had only heard of top-tier gods before. The Fox God and Luna God were both big shots, but in the end they were defeated by the Beast God King OSI. He had not expected to actually encounter their descendants, and all of them had become Qin Yun's contracted NPCs. He never expected that even the Azure Dragon Divine King would be under Qin Yun's command. Mason saw Big Qing and immediately knelt down. Back in the day, the Azure Dragon Divine King was one of the top figures in the War of Divine Fall. Although he belonged to the Beast Camp, he saved all living beings in the world, which was why the world's rules acknowledged him and allowed him to remain here. But wasn't the Azure Dragon Divine King supposed to be guarding the ancient Dragon Abyss land? How did he become Qin Yun's battle beast too? That's way too outrageous. By the time Jin Yo returned to the beast space, Mason was completely dumbfounded. The illustrious Azure Dragon Divine King actually took the initiative to bow and scrape before Jinyo. Sister Jinyo, let me massage your muscles and bones this time. Lei Bao and Xiao Lu also ran over to help Jinyo massage her feet, while Bai Lizi and Sa Lata fed her delicious food on the side. Jinyo squinted in enjoyment. Mason rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. These divine beasts and god-level NPCs were trying their best to curry favor with Jinyo. Jinyo's status was clearly extraordinary, but he never expected it to be so impressive that these big shots would rush to flatter her. What exactly was Qin Yun's natal battle beast background? At this moment, Bai Lizi reminded Mason, "New guy, don't just stand there. Hurry up and greet Sister Jinyo." Lei Bao also joined in the teasing, while Jinyo looked very pleased. "Oh, hello, Sister Jinyo." Mason immediately lowered his posture. Even the Azure Dragon Divine King was groveling before her. What did a rookie god like him amount to? Meanwhile, Qin Yun returned to the Shanghai Pavilion territory and found the recruitment drive booming. Su Tanner reported that they had already recruited 56 people, including the god-level legendary blacksmith Ron. There were still many people in line, and they would soon be able to fill the roster and level up the star rank. Su Tanner had arranged the recruitment work perfectly. The Dragon Throne also passed the assessment, and all subsequent national affairs would be left to Qin Yun to decide. Qin Yun said, "When I'm away, the Dragon Throne can organize national meetings on its own to handle major matters." At this point, the guild had reached 69 members and could be upgraded to 4 stars. Qin Yun arranged for Tanner and the others to complete the 6th-tier advancement quest, while the recruitment work was handed over to Old Bai, Old Mei, Bai Lizi, and Sa Lata. Su Tanner and the others were still puzzled about Old Mei, but when they saw Mason's bizarre appearance, they couldn't help laughing. After hearing the introduction, they immediately looked at Mason with newfound respect. PC is a real tough guy. Qin Yun appointed Elder Mei as a guild elder. He used to be a tier 10 god, and now he's in charge of everyone's beast-taming guidance. Su Tanner and the others were stunned. Holy crap, a living god. In his heart, Mei-sun was secretly laughing. You still don't know that the Master's Azure Dragon Divine Beast is actually the Azure Dragon God King, let alone that even more monstrous natal beast. Your shock is far from over. Qin Yun directly upgraded the guild's infrastructure, and the guild hall was elevated to a whole new level as well. The beast invasions that came with 3- and 4-star guilds were all swallowed up by Jinyo in one bite, causing no impact at all on the guild's expansion. Soon, Shanghai Pavilion became a 4-star guild, but Qin Yun wasn't satisfied. He went to Dragon Throne to arrange more personnel and wanted to push for 9 stars. In the end, the system reminded him that the guild leader had to be at tier 7 before he could continue upgrading. Qin Yun could only give up for now. After upgrading to 5 stars, every time a star level increased, he could buy new facilities. Qin Yun immediately purchased a beast-taming training ground and a forging workshop, upgrading both straight to LV6. After that, the legendary blacksmith Ron was appointed as the forging elder, and weapon upgrades and gem inlays were all handed over to him. Ron said gratefully, "Thank you for your trust, guild leader. I'll go all out to forge equipment." In fact, he had been recommended by Elder Bai. Knowing that Qin Yun had divine-grade gear, and that there was a chance to become the first human blacksmith to forge divine equipment, he had fought tooth and nail to get into Shanghai Pavilion. Qin Yun smiled mysteriously and took out 2 life coins, giving 1 each to Ron and Elder Bai for them to use. When the 2 old men saw the effect panel, they were instantly petrified. This was actually a divine artifact that increased lifespan. They immediately understood what Qin Yun had said earlier and were overwhelmed with excitement. The 2 of them used the coins on the spot, and the system prompted, "You gained 5 years of lifespan. You gained 6 years of lifespan." They immediately swore loyalty on the spot. "Thank you, guild leader." Everyone else was also shocked, realizing that with life coins, there was no need to worry about not having enough lifespan. Elder Bai was even more excited, as he saw hope of becoming a god. The others were also extremely excited after hearing about it. Yang Qinsher said, "Guild leader, you're awesome. From now on, when we fight, we can just go all in. No worries, even if we lose arms or legs." The whole place burst into laughter, and Shanghai Pavilion felt like paradise. With the guild upgrade done, Qin Yun had Elder Luo help upgrade equipment and embed gems along the way, greatly boosting their attributes. During the upgrade, Qin Yun discovered that there were still 999 rule treasure chests unopened, all of them farmed by Yang Qinsher during this period, so he opened them all at once. "Congratulations, you obtained a legendary material, Star Silver Flower. Congratulations, you obtained a tier 9 legendary equipment, Glazed Beast Emperor Armor. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a legendary beast egg. 3 Spirit Fox. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a legendary beast egg, Spirit Crystal Emperor Butterfly. Qin Yun opened all 999 rule treasure chests and obtained 2 legendary beast eggs, more than a dozen high-grade legendary equipment items, but no divine tier items. The chest quality was pretty good, with a high rate of top-tier drops. He threw the remaining common items into the guild warehouse. Qin Yun called his parents and sister over and directly handed out 3 beast eggs. Dad, Thunderwing Beast, a flying combat beast. Mom, Spirit Crystal Emperor Butterfly, a flying combat beast. Sis, 3 Spirit Fox, a 3-attribute offensive beast. His family was all incredibly excited. They hadn't expected to get the legendary beast eggs they had long dreamed of, and with beast tamers, their elder positions would be secure. Qin Ming excitedly patted Qin Yun's shoulder, move that his many years of dreams had finally come true. Sui was also full of confidence, saying she would definitely become a brave legendary beast tamer. Qin Yun teased his mom not to work too hard, only to be retorted with, "My son is so amazing. How could I be any worse?" Qin Shui directly hatched the 3-spirit fox, and a tiny 3-colored fox appeared, absolutely melting everyone's hearts. She contracted it immediately and was very satisfied, even saying she would take the Tier 6 advancement quest and prepare to do a nationwide livestream to show off. Qin Ming and his wife also hurried off to do their advancement quests. The onlookers were shocked beyond words seeing Qin Yun casually hand out 3 legendary beast eggs, and they became even more eager to join the Shanghai Pavilion Guild. Not long after, Elder Luo handed Qin Yun the upgraded equipment. Aside from the Azure Dragon's Sacred Edict Blade, which required special materials to repair, everything else had been raised to Tier 6, and all Tier 5 gems were maxed out. Qin Yun's stats surged, almost catching up to those big shots at Tier 9. But he understood that high stats were useless. Level was what really mattered. Against a Tier 9 opponent, he could at most save his life. If he wanted to win, he still had to rely on divine-grade treasures. Meanwhile, at the Lucky Cat Beast Company, Su Wanjin gathered everyone and strengthened the defenses, brimming with confidence as they waited for the divine son-in-law to bring divine-grade resources. Isn't this a bit too fast? Selena knew very well how difficult it was to upgrade a 10-star guild. The Lucky Cat Beast Company's strength was actually only slightly stronger than the Scarlet Scale guilds. She was the only Tier 9 legendary NPC there. At most, there was only one other Tier 9 combat powerhouse, and the number of Tier 5 experts was even fewer than in Scarlet Scale. Lucky Cat Beast Company mainly dealt in trade, so very few combat-type beast tamers came here. She was worried they were being too aggressive, but Su Wanjin was very confident. If the divine son-in-law helps and brings divine-grade resources, there definitely won't be any problem. Su Wanjin felt that as long as they had resurrection coins, there was nothing to fear. Worst comes to worst, they could just disband the guild and throw in with the divine son-in-law. He had already thought through the backup plan long ago. Selena was only worried about a Tier 10 beast god invading. Everything else could be handled. So she decided to act immediately. The two of them received word that the divine son-in-law had returned, and they rushed to the Shanghai Guild through the teleportation channel. This time, Beast Company's movements were too big. They reclaimed their overseas assets and summoned all powerhouses above Tier 5, drawing close attention from every country. Daxia had just finished a sensational 9-star guild war, and with the Scarlet Scale Guild defeated, Beast Company suddenly making such a huge move was definitely unusual. 9-star guilds were already rare worldwide, and each one had enormous influence. The whole world was watching. The higher-ups in the United States suspected Beast Company was trying to push toward becoming a 10-star divine guild, and hurriedly sent spies to investigate. Countries around the world watched nervously, and even Tier 8 beast bosses were itching to move, hoping to take advantage of the chaos and invade Daxia. The only country making no moves was Sakura Country. When the United States called the Yamato Emperor, the call was actually hung up, infuriating the American leadership so much that they slammed the table and cursed, while also sending envoys to find out exactly what was going on in Sakura Country. When Su Wanjin and his wife arrived at Shanghai, they directly stated their purpose. They wanted to ask the divine son-in-law for help upgrading to a 10-star guild. Qin Yun agreed readily as well. He had originally planned to go hunt the Tier 8 Sea Demon Dragon Beast Emperor boss, but he felt helping Beast Company was more important for now. He brought several pieces of divine-grade resources and returned with the two of them to Beast Company's headquarters. The headquarters was in an 8-level map, rich in resources, with little threat from beasts. They had already reclaimed the nation's funds, summoned experts, and were making every effort to prepare for the upgrade. Lucky Cat Beast Company had been arranged with airtight security. All kinds of expensive items were fully in place, and even legendary-grade treasures had been brought out. Their wealth was astonishing, but they still had no certainty of successfully upgrading to a 10-star guild. Su Wanjin was overwhelmed with excitement. Divine son-in-law, it's all up to you next. Qin Yun nodded, summoned Salada to set up a ceiling barrier, then took out 2 shattered purple heaven divine thunder towers and placed them on both sides of the hall for defense. Qin Yun asked whether the coins were enough, and Su Wanjin smiled and said they were still short by several million. Qin Yun understood that they had even called him here to cover the costs. He casually asked whether the guild certification they needed was ready, and Su Wanjin assured him it was. Selena said everything was prepared, and they were only waiting for the upgrade while holding off the beasts. Qin Yun reminded them that when upgrading to 10 stars, a divine-grade boss would definitely spawn. Most likely a Tier 9 one, though there was also a very small chance of encountering a Tier 10 boss, which would be virtually impossible to deal with. Su Wanjin consoled him, saying today was an auspicious day and a Tier 10 spawn wouldn't happen. Qin Yun could only smile. If one really did appear, then all they could do was abandon the defense. Very soon, Salada returned. The barrier's been set up. Qin Yun told Su Wanjin to begin the upgrade, then summoned the 4 divine beast tamers and revealed the newly contracted Thunder Crystal Divine Beast, shocking the Su couple to the core. Qin Yun said nothing, but inwardly thought that if they knew he had also taken in a true god NPC, they'd probably be even more shocked. System prompt. Lucky Cat Beast Company's main hall has been upgraded to level 10. In 30 minutes, a divine-grade boss will invade with a beast army. Hold out for 30 hours to advance. Otherwise, the guild will be destroyed. At this moment, the Grand Elder, Li Chunxue, came to report with his people that 100,000 combat personnel were in place and asked whether to broadcast globally. Qin Yun gave it a quick glance. The elders were numerous and mainly in supporting roles, with average overall strength. Su Wanjin introduced Li Chunxue. Don't be fooled by the name Chunxue. His strength is anything but weak. Li Chunxue rolled his eyes, feeling utterly drained. The elders of Cat Beast's Bank straightened their backs, waiting for the president to introduce them to Qin Yun. But the president only said, "The rest are all petty nobodies. No need to introduce them." The elders cursed the fat bastard in their hearts, but didn't dare make a sound on the surface. Seeing what they were thinking, Qin Yun suggested, "Since you're all seniors, why don't we add each other as friends? That way we won't have to get acquainted later." The elders were overjoyed and immediately shoved the president aside, scrambling to add Qin Yun as a friend. Old Li, start the global live stream and let everyone see our Cat Beast's Bank take on a 10-star guild. After arranging everything, the elders returned to their posts. Soon, a global rule notification rang out. Ding! The 9-star guild Cat Beast's Bank is preparing to upgrade to a 10-star guild. The global rules live stream is now live. Beast tamers from all countries exploded. Cat Beast's Bank is going to challenge a 10-star guild. They actually dare? Even the Eden Guild wouldn't make a move, and they dare. Quick! Look, their territory has a divine-grade defensive barrier. And there are divine-grade defensive towers on both sides of the main hall. 3 divine-grade defensive treasures left everyone stunned. At the headquarters of the Eden Guild in Beautiful Country, the elders held an emergency meeting. How can there be so many divine-grade treasures? The guild leader calmly analyzed. These divine-grade treasures should belong to the Shanghai Pavilion Guild. See the youth beside Su Wanjin? He's Qin Yun, the only divine-grade genius. The treasures must have been brought by him. Everyone finally understood why Qin Yun was in Cat Beast's Bank. Now, all the top guilds are keeping their eyes on this livestream. They're worried that if Shaokai Cat Beast Hall succeeds in its rank up, it will shake the global power structure. The guild leader ordered, "Keep watching the livestream the whole time and try to gather intelligence on Qin Yun." 30 minutes later, a large number of dimensional gateways appeared around Xiaokai Cat Beast Hall, and the livestream atmosphere turned tense. The major guilds were all glued to the stream. The first 10-star guild challenge in human history. Everyone wanted to know the information on the exotic beasts and analyze the chances of a successful promotion. A large horde of dark exotic beasts surged out from the gateways, encircling Xiaokai Cat Beast Hall in layers. The weakest were all Tier 5, and there were hundreds of Tier 8 Beast Emperor level bosses. The scene was overwhelmingly shocking. Of course, this was only the vanguard of the exotic beasts. After killing them, even stronger invading beasts would follow. The truly terrifying part was the final wave. A 10-star guild invasion comes in 10 waves, one every 3 hours, with each wave stronger than the last. Therefore, one wave must be dealt with within 3 hours, or the pressure from the later waves would only grow greater and greater. So these are the beasts challenging a 10-star guild? There are already hundreds of Tier 8 Beast Emperor bosses in the first wave. That difficulty is absurd. The powerhouses in the live stream were all stunned. You have to know, with that level of combat power, Even a Tier 9 legendary big shot would need half a day to take them down. If this keeps up, Xiaokai Cat Beast Hall is probably going to crash and burn, right? Some people were not optimistic. Don't forget the Divine Barrier. No matter how strong these beasts are, they can't break through it. The first 9 waves pose no threat to Xiaokai Cat Beast Hall. The key is the Tier 10 Divine Boss in the final wave. A Tier 9 big shot spoke up. As expected, the first wave of beasts launched a collective assault, yet they couldn't shake the barrier protected by Azure Dragon. The Tier 10 Divine Barrier can nullify attacks from Tier 10 lower gods, and these beasts, at best Tier 8, couldn't break it at all. Ha ha ha, the Divine Barrier is invincible. Everyone sit down and eat melon while enjoying the show. Su Wanjin ordered with a laugh. The members were stunned. They'd been gathered here to watch a show. They were all ready to fight to the death, and in the end they were just supposed to sit back and watch. They soon understood why. Qin Yun, fused with the divine beast Golden Toad, took flight, and with a single skill, Infinite Devour, the sky turned into an abyss, annihilating all beasts below Tier 6 and instantly cutting the HP of the others in half. It's Qin Yun. Hurry and restore HP. Quite a few of these Tier 8 bosses recognized Qin Yun. Now all the powerful beasts wanted to kill him, and even the beast gods had begun making preparations. The 8-star Royal Clan boss recovered HP extremely quickly, fully healing in just 10 seconds, but the other beasts were not that strong. With Little Deer's support, Qin Yun's beast skill went off once every 15 seconds. After several consecutive uses, the first wave was quickly reduced to just the 8-star boss. Qin Yun is too freakish, we can't hold out, a 7-star beast boss cried out in alarm. Just 30 hours ago they couldn't get out, but in 2 minutes there were only a few hundred 8-star bosses left, all trembling with fear. If a 9th-rank powerhouse landed another blow, and Qin Yun used a skill, the rest wouldn't survive long either. We're done for. We won't last 3 hours, and we won't make it to the next wave, the 8-star boss despaired. Suddenly, a clever 8-star boss jumped out and goaded Qin Yun. Qin Yun, if you've got the guts, come out and fight one-on-one. Don't just hide inside the barrier. Don't be provoked, don't fall for the goading. Selena and I will go out first and injure them. Then you can go. Su Wanjin hurriedly tried to stop Qin Yun, afraid that youth and hot blood would make him fall into the trap after being provoked. He simply did not believe that Qin Yun, merely a 6th rank, could face an 8-star Beast Emperor boss, let alone hundreds of them. Qin Yun didn't show his stats. Ever since fusing with Jin Nyo, even a 9th-rank powerhouse couldn't see through his true strength. Yet he smiled. It's fine. Though the goading is pretty clumsy, they really did get under my skin. I'll go meet them. He had originally planned to keep a low profile and just throw out his innate beast skill to finish things. But if he backed down after being publicly challenged, then Coward with his head tucked in would become his new nickname, and the whole world would laugh at him. Besides, he also wanted to test whether he could handle an 8-star Beast Emperor now. After devouring a large number of high-rank beasts, all 4 divine-grade beasts had reached 6th rank. Qin Yun was now fearless. Su Wanjin hesitated, but Selena stopped him. Xiaoyan dares to go, so he must have confidence. If worst comes to worst, we can back him up anytime anyway. These bosses are restricted by the rules and can't leave this place. Qin Yun had revival items, so even if he failed and was captured, there was still a chance to save him. He wouldn't die. Go ahead. Losing won't be embarrassing. You're 6th rank and there are hundreds of 8-star opponents. That alone is gutsy. No one in the world will laugh at you. Selena encouraged. Qin Yun nodded and strode straight out of the protective barrier, challenging hundreds of 8-star Beast Emperor bosses alone. He shouted, I, Qin Yun, am here. One-on-one or a group fight. It's up to you. From now on, I'll be your nightmare. The audience boiled over. Isn't this suicide? 6th rank against hundreds of 8 stars. Don't underestimate Qin Yun. He has revival items. No one can kill him. But what if he gets captured? What if these bosses break his arms and legs? Wake up. Qin Yun is a genius. How could someone who dared fight a 9-star guild and win be brainless? He'd never act recklessly. Viewers in livestream rooms across various countries were arguing fiercely. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace of Sakura Country, a dark dimensional passage split open, and a shadowy figure stepped out. It was none other than Lu Xiaoran, who had once been killed by Qin Yun. She was now a disciple of the beast god King Asi, the Dark Goddess. Using a living clone's secret art, she had returned to Blue Star in the body of an 8th-rank Dark Believer. The Dark Believers in the palace, including the Emperor of Wa, all knelt in worship. Lu Xiaoran sat on the throne and said coolly, Any recent intelligence on Qin Yun? Someone immediately reported, Goddess, Qin Yun is currently. The Lucky Cat Beast is about to upgrade the beast line to a 10-star guild, and Qin Yun is preparing to challenge hundreds of 8-star Beast Emperor bosses alone. The Dark Believers reported to Lu Xiaoran. She had the Emperor of Hua find an ordinary Beastmaster to start a live stream, so she could observe Qin Yun's change in strength. Lu Xiaoran also asked again about her parents' whereabouts. The Believer said search efforts had already been arranged, and that although they were being suppressed by the common people, there would definitely be news within 3 days. In the live stream, when the hundreds of 8-star bosses saw that Qin Yun really dared to fight them alone, they immediately rushed him together. As long as they captured Qin Yun, not only could they save their own lives, but they would also receive generous rewards. The Darkblade boss was the fiercest. It charged up to Qin Yun, but before it could even react, Qin Yun sent it flying with one slash, leaving it severely wounded in the chest as black blood sprayed everywhere. At the scene and in the live stream, no one could clearly see what had happened. They only felt that Qin Yun's speed was absurd. Some suspected it was a beast skill or a talent, but a Tier 9 powerhouse calmly analyzed that it was Qin Yun's basic attack, and his attack speed bonus was extremely high. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have been able to see it. The audience didn't believe it, thinking how could a Tier 6 Beastmaster possibly send a Tier 8 boss flying with one hit? Even the Tier 9 big shots struggled to understand. Qin Yun's attributes were simply absurd. Some questioned why Qin Yun's attributes didn't appear like other bosses did, suspecting some special effect. Lu Xiaoran was also puzzled, but she herself could also send a Tier 8 boss flying with one slash, so she didn't find it surprising. The Darkblade boss was furious, feeling humiliated by being sent flying by Qin Yun's single slash. The Cold Abyss Demon Flood Dragon boss reminded everyone to capture Qin Yun alive and not kill him outright, so he wouldn't be able to use revival. They all activated their domains and used all kinds of crowd control suppression against Qin Yun. After we catch him, let me torment him slowly with my own hands, one boss said through gritted teeth, overflowing with murderous intent. The Darkblade boss Kaluo suppressed his killing intent and unleashed his blade domain to support the whole battlefield. Hundreds of domains, Tier 9 big shots would have a headache from that. Qin Yun can't withstand it. This time he's going to be surrounded and captured by Beast Emperor bosses. That's the fate of being overconfident. Quite a few high-tier Beastmasters from other countries gloated. If Qin Yun were captured, the Great Xia side would be doomed, and they were happy to see it. On the Great Xia side, although the Beastmasters believe in Qin Yun, he's 2 tiers lower. Against hundreds of Beast Emperors, there's simply no way to see a path to victory. Su Wanjin, Selena, and Li Chunxue, among others, were all ready to step in and rescue him. Right then, Qin Yun spoke calmly. Transform. In the next instant, a 1,000-meter-tall divine beast, the sky-piercing golden toad, appeared out of nowhere, its presence exploding across the battlefield. Qin Yun no longer concealed his stats, and his outrageous HP bar and attributes left the entire world dumbfounded. No way. 1 million attack, 10 million defense, 10 million HP? A Tier 6 can have stats like that. All the Tier 6 Beastmasters fell silent. Some were shocked. Why was Qin Yun's transformed form so huge? Even if his natal beast was mythical grade, it shouldn't be as large as a Tier 9 Beast Emperor, right? My god. Perfect tier transformation. Only this kind causes the body size to increase tenfold, with total stats multiplied by 6. An old powerhouse spoke up, explaining the Bantai effects of perfect tier transformation. To this day, Qin Yun is the only one in the world to obtain this ultimate transformation. Even top Beastmasters have only managed high-tier transformation. Perfect transformation requires flawlessly completing a god-level advancement quest. Extremely difficult. The old powerhouse said with absolute certainty. The crowd erupted in uproar. Perfect tier transformation? That's truly explosive. Ordinary people even find high-tier transformation hard to achieve. Yet Qin Yun actually cleared a god-level quest with a perfect score. How did he do it? That's the gap. Beastmasters from all countries were completely convinced. Everyone could see that Qin Yun was an invincible youth, and taking on hundreds of Tier 8 Beast Emperors alone wasn't arrogance. It was absolute confidence. If they wanted to beat him, they could only rely on level suppression. Some joke that if Qin Yun were a deity experiencing mortal life, they'd believe it. Lu Xiaoran watched on, still calm, her dark divine eyes showing no bodong. The only surprise was Qin Yun's attributes, which were already close to her Tier 8 level. But she knew attributes were only part of it. Talents, beast skills, items, and so on were the real difference. Now, she was the Dark Goddess. Under the cultivation of the beast god King Asi, Lu Xiaoran's strength had broken through to the divine level, and she was confident Qin Yun was no match for her. But Qin Yun had revival items, and Lu Xiaoran's top priority on this trip was to investigate the source of those revival items. As long as she mastered the method of obtaining them, Liu Shaoran would have a chance to become the new Beast God King. When Su Wanjin and the others saw Qin Yun transform into his beast form, they were shocked, but soon they relaxed and concluded that the Lucky Cat Guild was guaranteed to rise to 10 stars. As long as no Tier 10 Beast God appeared, the upgrade was absolutely secure. Su Wanjin flaunted this wildly in the live stream, while the other Tier 9 legendary Beastmasters felt both envy and jealousy. Some big shots even directly sent their most beautiful great-granddaughter to get close to Qin Yun, and many Tier 9 powerhouses around the world planned to have the talented girls of their families befriend Qin Yun. As a result, beautiful girls from all over the country flocked to Great Xia. The beautiful country was unwilling to lag behind either. Although war with the Great Xia was inevitable sooner or later, it still decided to send professionally trained genius girls. Even if they couldn't get close to Qin Yun, it would be fine if they could uncover the secret of the revival item. On the battlefield, when hundreds of 8th-tier Beast Emperor bosses saw Qin Yun's attributes, they were shocked. They felt that his 6th-tier attributes were actually comparable to a 9th tier's. Everyone unanimously decided to surround and attack him before Qin Yun fully rose. But Qin Yun used the intimidation of the Golden Toad Divine Beast and all kinds of skills to almost completely ignore ordinary crowd control. These bosses simply had no way to deal with him. Qin Yun transformed into a giant Golden Toad Divine Beast and unleashed the 10,000 Beasts Divine Array, suppressing the entire field. Stop! Qin Yun used the Clone Beast skill, Toad Shadows layer upon layer. Each clone was accompanied by Golden Toad Divine Flame, which could directly deal true damage and was invincible in group battles. The moment he struck, Golden Divine Flames covered the entire battlefield. The earth rumbled, and hundreds of 8th-tier Beast Emperor bosses cried out in agony as their HP went berserk. Qin Yun descended like a god, ignoring all of his opponent's attacks and effortlessly commanding the battlefield. This scene shocked the entire world. Although Qin Yun had not yet reached the 9th-tier legendary level and could not easily break through the 8th-tier domain, with his attributes, beast skills, and talents, he still forcibly held back the combined siege of hundreds of 8th-tier Beast Emperor bosses. Qin Yun is way too monstrous. He's not afraid of us at all, and suppressing him with 8th-tier power is simply unrealistic. We'd need 9th-tier monsters to go in together for a chance. The Demon Griffin was being roasted until it sizzled, nearly cooked through. Stop talking and recover HP fast. If our HP drops too low, Qin Yun can use his Lifebound Beast skill to swallow us at any time. The three-headed dog frantically kept its health down. Hold on. Qin Yun's talent can only last at most 10 seconds. We still have a chance to turn this around. The Devouring Star Beast opened its mouth and swallowed flames, helping block damage for its teammates. The other Beast Emperors quickly healed the Devouring Star Beast, while the Desolate Rock Giant Scorpion held the front line, using its rock-like body to tank the damage. In this way, the Beast Emperors relied on strong teamwork and resistances to barely withstand Qin Yun's fierce assault. The spectators were stunned. One person beat hundreds of 8th-tier Beast Emperors into only being able to take hits. Qin Yun is definitely going down in history. It's already outrageous that a 6th tier can suppress an 8th tier. These exotic bosses have too many tricks, so killing them instantly isn't easy either. Seeing that his opponent's endurance was pretty good, Qin Yun was slightly surprised, but he didn't mind. He had only been probing just now. Now he was getting serious. Suddenly, Qin Yun stepped into the void and vanished, moving so fast that even 9th-tier powerhouses couldn't see him. Someone exclaimed, "He's at the Darkblade Beast Emperor." It turned out Qin Yun had used Golden Toad Drawsword Slash for close combat, instantly teleporting in front of the Darkblade Beast Emperor and slashing down, rendering the opponent unable to recover HP for 10 seconds. Taking advantage of this, Qin Yun summoned Little Deer, Big Blue, and Thunder Treasure. The three divine beasts cooperated and activated Lifebound Beast skill, 7-colored vortex, briefly confusing all 8th-tier targets within range and preventing them from fighting back. Azure Dragon Divine Shadow Kill. Big Blue directly unleashed its strongest beast skill. The Azure Dragon Phantom coiled around the Beast Emperor boss that Qin Yun had struck, crushing its soul. Contract Beasts and Lifebound Beasts shared attributes, and the Azure Dragon Divine Beast's attack power was in the millions. On top of that, it dealt real soul damage, so its output was explosive. 3,000 Thunder Realms. Thunder Treasure also went all out, sending down 3,000 bolts of purple lightning that ignored defenses. The boss was struck until its whole body smoked, and its HP dropped at incredible speed. How could an exotic beast's body be as tough as Golden Girl's? It was restrained by lightning, and in an instant it was left with only a sliver of HP. Thunder Treasure finally held its head high and shouted that no one could withstand its attacks. except Golden Girl. Qin Yun and the three royal beasts joined forces, and the Beast Emperor boss that couldn't recover HP had its health immediately cut in half. The Darkblade Beast Emperor boss panicked and called for help from its companions. It was no use. Only a god-tier support beast skill could save them, but no one could use it. If they could, they would already have become a god-tier exotic beast. The outcome was already decided. The Darkblade boss and the others were doomed. The exotic bosses roared furiously in threat, but Qin Yun sneered. From today on, I'll be your nightmare. When the divine ancestor descends, I'll already be a god. After saying that, he directly used Infinite Devour, swallowing all the 8th tier bosses at half HP into his belly. The remaining bosses all despaired and gave up, unable to believe there could be a beast master as outrageous as Qin Yun. He was a monster they had never encountered in countless worlds of conquest. Even god-tier genius beast masters had been killed by them plenty of times, but Qin Yun was basically cheating. Seeing them surrender, Qin Yun found it boring and easily slaughtered and devoured them all. A massive amount of gold coins, revival coins, equipment, and other items dropped, bringing in huge gains. However, Qin Yun had no intention of using revival coins to resurrect these bosses, feeling that they were not worthy. The powerful spectators were all stunned, and the world fell silent. The elders of the Eating Guild had solemn expressions, saying that even if the guild leader personally acted, he could only suppress Qin Yun and not defeat him. The Eating Guild leader grew even more eager for god-tier power, deciding to consider trading with a god-tier NPC for a god-tier item, and even had his confidants prepare immediately, wanting to see Qin Yun's limits. 3 hours later, the second wave of beast invasions arrived. The beasts had become stronger, and this wave even brought a tier 9 boss. Son-in-law, I'll beat this tier 9 boss to half dead, then you devour it. Su Wanjin had long guessed that Qin Yun had so many gold coins and revival coins because of his natal beast. But Su Wanjin was smart and never asked too much. Wise people all pretended not to know. Fine. All tier 9 and below are mine. Qin Yun started farming directly, endlessly devouring within the barrier. He cleared the small mobs first, then slowly dealt with the bosses, killing time while waiting for the next wave of beasts. Before long, all the small mobs were devoured by Qin Yun. The remaining bosses also understood. With Qin Yun here, they had no way out. The tier 9 Beast King boss roared in refusal, while Su Wanjin transformed into a golden flood dragon and instantly pinned the green poison swamp demon snake boss to the ground. Qin Yun led the 3 divine beasts in slaughtering the tier 8 bosses. This time, he was in no hurry to kill them, using them as training targets to improve his coordination with the divine beasts. He constantly switched forms, devised new tactics, and fought at full strength. The world's watching powerhouses fell silent. The tier 8 bosses they found so troublesome were in Qin Yun's hands like clay, to be toyed with as he pleased. The geniuses all put away their arrogance. They couldn't even compare to ordinary members of Mount Sea Pavilion, so what right did they have to be proud? With Su Wanjin making a move, the second wave of invasion was instantly resolved. Are we really just here to watch the fun? The Beast Path elders were all stunned. Seeing Lu Xingchen stew something, Li Chunxue asked curiously, "What are you stewing?" "Civet cat stew with demon fish penis." "I'll have a serving." The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th waves of beasts came one after another. There were already more than 10 tier 9 bosses, but no tier 9 Beast Emperor had appeared yet. The highest was only tier 9 commander level. Qin Yun, Su Wanjin, and Selena easily handled them. By this point, Qin Yun had reached the tier 6 level 180 limit, and several divine beasts had leveled up to the cap as well. This showed just how terrifying it was to advance to a 10-star guild, with beasts everywhere and high-tier beasts abundant. The 7th wave of beasts launched its assault. The small mobs started at tier 8, with plenty of tier 9 minions, led by 3 tier 9 Beast King bosses, along with a large number of tier 8 bosses. At this point, the Beast Path members of Lucky Cat put away their bystander mentality and began contributing. If the 7th wave is like this, then what about the last 3 waves? The world's powerhouses were all shocked. A tier 9 Beast King boss was as powerful as a human legendary beast master, and it even had better equipment. Su Wanjin put away his smile and said, "Son-in-law, the next ones are hard to kill. These 3 tier 9 Beast King bosses would take half a day just to bring down to half health." Qin Yun told Jinyo to carry over the 2 purple sky divine thunder towers. Each one has the power of a full-strength strike from a tier 9 legendary beastmaster, and the thunder crystal energy is plentiful, so the attacks won't stop. Su Wanjin was astonished. "Divine son-in-law, you're using divine-grade resources this quickly?" Qin Yun smiled. "It's just spending a bit of 9th tier thunder crystal stones. I can afford it." He had swallowed so many exotic beasts that he had more than enough gold and thunder crystal stones, so helping his in-laws was no pressure at all. Su Wanjin's confidence surged. With these 2 thunder towers, I can bring the boss down to half health quickly. At that moment, Lei Bao spoke up. Master, let me carry the divine thunder tower. Qin Yun asked curiously, you can do that? Lei Bao said confidently, I'm a thunder crystal divine beast. I can control thunder towers and strike wherever I point, way stronger than fixed attacks. Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised. If Lei Bao controlled the thunder tower, the hit rate would skyrocket. He nodded. Good. I'm looking forward to your performance. Lei Bao immediately transformed into a 100-meter-tall thunder god giant, purple lightning coiling around him, his imposing aura pressing down on everyone as he hoisted the divine thunder tower onto his shoulder and laughed wildly. You trash, feel the invincible destruction. 2 massive bolts of purple lightning shot out from the divine thunder tower. The 3 bosses cried out, dodge. But under Lei Bao's control, the purple lightning tracked them nimbly and struck 2 of the bosses directly, slashing their HP greatly and leaving them severely injured and unconscious. The entire scene was thrown into shock, countless gazes falling on Lei Bao. Lei Bao laughed triumphantly. With a divine tower in hand, I'm an invincible legend. Even Qin Yun hadn't expected Lei Bao to be able to control the divine tower's thunder. At this point, Lei Bao was almost as strong as a 9th-tier legendary powerhouse, and with enough thunder crystal stones, he could unleash the strongest attacks infinitely. Moreover, the thunder tower had a wide attack range and fast speed. With Lei Bao controlling it, it was almost impossible to dodge. Everyone was stunned by Lei Bao. A divine beast could actually control a divine-grade item tower. The powerhouses of various countries instantly felt a chill. Qin Yun now held unmatched status in Great Xia, and over 1,000 9th-tier thunder crystal stones could be obtained with ease. Each one could let the purple sky divine thunder tower fire 99 times. As long as the 2 towers were handed to the thunder crystal divine beast, Qin Yun would be a walking 9th-tier powerhouse, and no one would dare provoke him. Master, are there enough thunder crystal stones? Let me show off a bit. Lei Bao had finally gotten a chance to steal the spotlight. How could he let it pass? Of course, Qin Yun directly tossed out several hundred 9th-tier thunder crystal stones, all to Lei Bao. Lei Bao, let's see your performance. Just wait, master. You'll be reaping the harvest. He had gotten several hundred yuan worth of 9th-rank thunder crystal stones, and Lei Bao transformed into the Thunder Destroyer. The 2 Zixiao divine thunder towers kept unleashing bolts of lightning, each purple strike precisely blasting apart the swarm of exotic beasts. I'm done. Who can stand this? The 3 9th-rank beast kings had wanted to show off, but instead they were beaten into a daze and cried as they wanted to go home. Su Wanjin was utterly impressed. Divine son-in-law, I'm convinced by this move. Everyone, don't make a move. Keep watching the show, and remember to applaud my divine son-in-law's divine beast. Everyone ate the melon and clapped at the same time, the atmosphere cheerful. The audiences from all countries were dumbfounded. But in their hearts, they understood that Qin Yun was just insanely lucky. He happened to have the Purple Radiance Divine Thunder Tower, happened to contract a Thunder Crystal Divine Beast, and happened to have that Divine Beast able to control the Thunder Tower. Of course, the prerequisite was that Qin Yun himself was strong enough. Some people were secretly pleased to see the beautiful country in a foul mood. The upper echelons of the beautiful country were under immense pressure. It was only when they heard that the Eden Association president had a way to deal with Qin Yun that they relaxed, but they were also curious about what trick it was. Qin Yun, every trump card of yours will eventually belong to me. The Eden Association president's eyes were crazed. Soon, all the beasts in the 7th wave were blasted apart by Lei Bao's tower control, dead or crippled. Qin Yun directly devoured them in one sweep, reaping the harvest with ease. Haha, the Purple Radiance Divine Thunder Tower and Lei Bao are a perfect match. Master, why don't you just give me these 2 towers? Lei Bao excitedly returned to Qin Yun's side, canceled its divine beast form, and carried 2 thunder towers on its back. If you can use them, then keep carrying them for now. Once you break through to 10th tier, hand them over to the guild headquarters. Thank you, master. With the combination of Lei Bao and the thunder towers, Qin Yun was no longer afraid of the beast tied ahead. All he needed now was to open treasure chests and stock up on more 9th-tier thunder crystal stones. Senior Su, stop watching. Come open treasure chests with me and get more materials. Qin Yun directly transferred 100 million gold coins to Su Wanjin. Su Wanjin was stunned. The divine son-in-law is indeed the divine son-in-law. A move, and he throws out a small target. He swaggered as he opened material chests one after another, his luck exploding. Each opening yielded something good. The first 10,000 open spree only produced materials up to tier 7, not a single tier 8. Su Wanjin was quite embarrassed, but since no one could see it anyway, he acted as if nothing had happened and kept opening them. While Qin Yun and Su Wanjin were opening treasure chests, the 8th wave of beasts also arrived. This time, the number of 9th-tier Beast King bosses had increased several-fold. But once the Purple Radiance Divine Thunder Tower was activated, killing them was no different from killing cannon fodder. The beasts were trapped by the barrier, unable to attack in or flee, and could only take the lightning strikes. Before long, the 8th wave was dealt with. When the 9th wave began, the dimensional passage changed, and some of them opened directly inside Beastwalk. Su Wanjin grew nervous. Divine Son-in-law, the beasts have gotten in. Be careful. Qin Yun remained very calm. There's a ceiling barrier. It can launch active attacks. Just wait and see the power of the Azure Dragon Guardian. He stopped opening treasure chests and prepared to watch the barrier strike. A large horde of beasts charged into the interior of Beastwalk, all of them 9th tier. Leading them was a 9th tier legendary Beast Emperor boss, who had not come in and was looking down from outside. Humans actually dare to challenge a 10-star guild? I am, and all humans deserve to die. Qin Yun looked at it and recognized it immediately as the one that had hunted him during the newbie trial. This time, he decided to personally kill this boss. The beasts were still mocking humanity for having only 3 9th-tier experts, thinking victory was assured. Even the boss was puzzled. Why were the humans not panicking at all? Why had all the invading beasts from before disappeared? Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky. The Azure Dragon Guardian in the barrier just now had taken physical form, blotting out the sun and sky. Its dragon might shocking everyone present. The invading exotic beasts were all stunned, and the Tier 9 Beast Kings were terrified stiff, feeling that this dragon was simply not someone they could provoke. Only then did they realize that beast lineage had been protected by a god-tier barrier, and it had now triggered an active counterattack. Everyone quickly figured it out. This god-tier barrier must have been brought by Qin Yun. There was only one god-tier genius on Blue Star, Qin Yun. The map of the barrier appeared, and it was still an ultra-powerful god-tier barrier. The exotic beast bosses were completely despairing. The Azure Dragon launched a god-tier attack directly, annihilating all the exotic beasts that had broken into the Fortune Cat beast lineage. Except for the severely wounded Tier 9 Beast King boss holding on, all the other exotic beasts were wiped out, not even leaving behind a bone. The Tier 9 big shots watching from the sidelines were stunned. An attack like the Azure Dragon's was already comparable to a Tier 9 god-tier beast skill. It was absolutely not something an ordinary Tier 9 could achieve. The Azure Dragon still wanted to keep attacking and wouldn't stop until everything was wiped out. At that moment, Qin Yun made his move, and Infinite Devour directly swallowed the severely wounded Tier 9 Beast King boss. Otherwise, if it were hit by the Azure Dragon barrier again later, there would be nothing left to gain. After this beast invasion, Qin Yun had completely grasped the power of the ceiling barrier map. Its defense could withstand 100 attacks from lower gods. It was immune to attacks below the god tier, and its offensive power was slightly lacking, only reaching Tier 9 god tier level. At this moment, outside, the Tier 9 Beast Emperor boss Demon Griffin, Icum, was terrified and relieved that it hadn't gone inside. Otherwise, it would have died for sure too. But now it still couldn't break through the god tier barrier, so it could only wait for the next wave of god tier exotic beasts to launch a full assault, hoping they could break the barrier, storm in, and take revenge. Icum roared at Qin Yun. 3 hours from now, you will die without a doubt. Qin Yun sneered and took the initiative to step out of the god tier barrier. The remaining exotic beasts were all shocked. Was Qin Yun courting death? Did he really think he could fight to the death against a Tier 9 legendary Beast Emperor boss? Everyone knew that a Tier 9 legendary Beast Emperor boss had absurdly strong recovery and resistance, and could not be easily killed. High-level beast tamers analyzed that Qin Yun might use his fusion talent to fuse with the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast, and then combine it with the Purple Void Divine Thunder Tower to attack Icum. But the fusion only lasted 30 seconds, and whether he could seriously injure it was still hard to say. However, Qin Yun had god-tier defense and could retreat into the barrier at any time, so his safety was guaranteed. All the top experts understood one thing. If you don't have absolute confidence, never mess with Qin Yun. This guy had terrifyingly many trump cards. The moment Qin Yun appeared, Icum immediately attacked, threatening to turn him into a human stick. Icum spread its wings and shattered space, displaying the power of a Tier 9 exotic beast, its aura horrifying. Qin Yun showed no fear, immediately fused with the Thunder Crystal Divine Beast, transforming into the Thunder Crystal Beast God. Thunder coiled around him, and the 2 Purple Void Divine Thunder Towers on his shoulders looked like cannon barrels. Qin Yun loudly answered back, directly firing at it, and maxing out the hatred. Icum's colossal beast form blotted out the sky, and the hurricane flames turned into countless fire tornadoes, ravaging the world. Qin Yun withstood the pressure, sneered, and countered without mercy toward the beast invasion. The Thunder Towers fired purple lightning, cannon fire roaring continuously, all precisely locking onto Icum. Although Icum could tear through space, the purple lightning was even faster, and it could also penetrate shattered space defenses, leaving it nowhere to escape. Icum cried out in shock at the God-tier artifact, and hastily used its innate beast skill, the Black Flame Tornado Spear, to clash head-on with the purple lightning. The sky exploded with deafening booms, purple lightning swept across the mountains, and flames scorched through the earth. Seeing this, the other exotic beasts quickly fled for their lives. Before Icum could even breathe a sigh of relief, more purple lightning followed closely behind. It immediately summoned the shadow of the Wind Flame Demon for defense, and frantically used hundreds of legendary artifacts to protect itself. But when dozens of purple lightning bolts came crashing down together, all the defenses were instantly destroyed, and Icum barely managed to block the first wave of attacks. Seeing that Qin Yun's purple Void Divine Thunder Tower had run out of energy, Icum was overjoyed and lunged forward, its demonic claw grabbing toward Qin Yun. At that moment, Qin Yun was changing out the energy and temporarily could not counterattack. Jin Yo jumped out directly, forcefully taking Icum's attack, while Little Deer and Daqing also stepped up to assist. But Icum was too strong. With just a few strikes, it sent them flying, then continued charging toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun suddenly saw the Azure Dragon Blade light slash toward him. It turned out he had already swapped in the level 9 Thunder Crystal Stone and directly unleashed the ultimate move of the Azure Dragon's Sacred Edict Blade, Sacred Edict Dragon Slash. He had originally planned to save it for a divine level boss, but on second thought, even a 9th tier Beast Emperor boss could ignore ordinary attacks, so there was no need to mention a divine level boss. He might as well use it first to prevent Yihim from healing. Yihim, upon seeing this, was first stunned, then sneered. What use can an equipment active effect possibly have? Do you think this is a divine weapon? He completely didn't take Sacred Edict Dragon Slash seriously and still reached for Qin Yun. Who would have thought that Sacred Edict Dragon Slash would hit Yihim directly? The system prompt said, unable to recover HP or hide for 10 minutes. Yihim was shocked, staring dead at the broken blade in Qin Yun's hand, suspecting it was a divine artifact, but he couldn't make sense of it. But he wasn't too worried. After all, Qin Yun had already been caught and couldn't turn the tables. Suddenly, the purple firmament Divine Thunder Tower on Qin Yun's shoulder erupted, releasing its full power and firing out 198 purple lightning bolts in one go, all of them striking Yihim at point-blank range. Yihim was stunned. He had never imagined that the Divine Tower replenished its energy by swapping in material stones, and he had no room to dodge at all. His defenses were also basically exhausted. The anti-healing effect of Sacred Edict Dragon Slash was still in place, and fear of death instantly surged across his face as he screamed repeatedly. The purple lightning struck his body, feathers were scorched black, flesh burst apart, and his internal organs and bones shattered. Very soon, Yihim's massive body fell from the sky, smashing down a mountain and spilling blood into a sea of blood. Although he wasn't quite dead, he was already hanging on by a thread. If he could still survive this, it proved that the Beast Emperor royal family's life-saving methods were truly outrageous. Anyone else would have long since been reduced to ashes. But Sacred Edict Dragon Slash's anti-healing effect was still active, and he simply couldn't recover. Otherwise, he would have healed very quickly. At this point, Qin Yun deactivated his divine form, and Lei Bao hurried to replenish the Thunder Tower with new crystal stones, continuing to bombard the other beasts. Yihim coughed up blood in fury and admitted that he was doomed, because Qin Yun still had the infinite devour trick. He mocked himself for underestimating Qin Yun's ruthlessness. Qin Yun shot back. Against an opponent whose trump cards you don't know, you have to make sure they don't get any chance. You don't even understand that. Yihim roared in rage. Qin Yun sneered and mocked him. What's the use of barking helplessly? You're only the beginning. In the future, I'll wipe out the entire Beast royal family. After saying that, he directly fused with Jin Yo and swallowed Yihim in one bite. The system prompt said, devoured a Beast Emperor boss, 30,000 gold coins spat out, 5 life coins spat out. Qin Yun was annoyed that no resurrection coin came out, and spat on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone watching was stunned. Even the most top-tier 9th-tier Beast Royal Family boss was instantly killed by Qin Yun, and the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. Although Qin Yun relied entirely on 2 divine towers for output, he still shocked everyone. He was the first person in the human beast taming era to kill a 9th-tier Beast Emperor boss. But an accident happened. Yihim, who should have been dead, suddenly revived on the spot, though he was still in a heavily wounded state. I revived. Yihim was stunned. The crowd was baffled. How did this boss revive? Did Qin Yun use a resurrection item to save it? My god, Qin Yun's resurrection item can be used on enemies? The big shots from various countries were shocked and found it unbelievable. But why would Qin Yun revive Yihim? So he can kill it again? Very soon, everyone understood. Boom. Right after Yihim revived, Qin Yun had Lei Bao directly kill him in one shot, causing a pile of equipment to drop. This kept repeating. When two legendary pieces of equipment had dropped, everyone finally realized that Qin Yun was farming gear. After all, anything that dropped from Yihim was a huge gain. Yihim finally reacted and roared. Trying to farm equipment? Dream on. Then he self-destructed the other legendary equipment. Only two pieces dropped. What a loss. Qin Yun calmly stopped and returned to the barrier. Su Wanjin sighed. Son-in-law, now I understand why you have so many top-grade items. Qin Yun gave Su Wanjin the two 9th-tier legendary pieces that had dropped, along with a few items he had opened from his own chests, and had him equip them. In this way, Su Wanjin's strength surged, rivaling that of a 9th-tier Beast Emperor boss. Ha ha ha, with this set of gear, I'm the strongest in the world. Su Wanjin laughed triumphantly, and for the first time after putting on legendary equipment, he instantly inflated with confidence. The Eating Guild master remained expressionless. What he wanted was true god-level power. He did not care about empty fame or being number one. Seeing this, the big shots from countries around the world fell silent. If Su Wanjin put on these legendary equipment, he would truly be the strongest beast tamer, and even the Eating Guild master would be no match for him. Time passed, and the 10th wave of beast invasions began. As long as they held out for 3 hours, Zhaokai Cat Beast House would be upgraded into a 10-star guild. This time, all the invasion passages appeared inside the Beast House. The heavens are helping our Zhaokai Cat Beast House. All the passages are inside the barrier. With the god-level barrier, we can wipe them all out in one go, the members said excitedly. But Qin Yun felt something was wrong. This time, the god-level boss had directly appeared inside, which was harder to deal with than if it were outside. A large number of 9th-tier fierce beasts surged out through the dimensional passages, all of them 9th-tier elites, leaders, commanders, Beast King-level bosses, and 3 9th-tier legendary Beast Emperor bosses appeared. Ghost-Eyed Bloodshark was here too. My god, so this is the beast tide of the 10th wave? 3 9th-tier legendary Beast Emperor bosses. Even a 9-star guild couldn't hold them off. Everyone was shocked. But the hardest part of the 10th wave wasn't these. It was the god-level boss that would appear at the end. Let a 10th-tier beast god boss come and instantly wipe out Zhaokai Cat Beast House. The strongmen of beautiful country prayed silently. Sizzle. In the final dimensional passage, black lightning suddenly poured out, and an aura even stronger than that of a 9th-tier legendary Beast Emperor appeared. The atmosphere instantly turned tense. The god-level boss is here. So terrifying. Can this barrier block it? Someone asked. Is this the 10th-tier beast god boss? The moment Su Wanjin sensed the aura, he immediately understood. No, it's not. Its aura isn't that strong. Qin Yun had experienced the aura of a 10th-tier deity before, and was very certain it hasn't reached that level yet. Su Wanjin and the others were completely confused, thinking, this doesn't even count as strong? Then how terrifying would the real 10th-tier god boss be? We're lucky. This is probably only a 9th-tier god-level boss. The main hall should be able to hold. Surviving 3 hours shouldn't be a problem. Qin Yun analyzed that using revival coins, the god-level barrier, and the lightning tower to stall for time would be fine. But as for killing the 9th-tier god boss, he had no confidence. Thud. A pair of demonic claws sent out from the passage, and then the dark demon god boss appeared. It looked like a dragon man, with a western demon dragon head, demon horns, crimson skin, and flowing demonic markings on its body. As its flame demon wings flapped, space collapsed into a death zone. A single sweep of its spiked demon tail could shake mountains and split the earth. It wore god-level demon armor and wielded a demon dragon blade. Though its body was dozens of meters shorter, its presence was the strongest in the entire field. Demon Dragon General Lucas, god-level BOSS 9th tier LV-270. Aside from the name and level, all other information is hidden. Welcome, Lord Lucas. A group of bosses knelt to greet him. But Lucas's gaze was cold, and he completely ignored the other beast bosses. In truth, he had originally been the 100-headed demon dragon god general, but due to damage to his divine core, he had only recovered to the 9th tier. He glanced around and quickly understood the situation at Zhaokai Cat Beast House, the main base barrier, god-level defensive towers, and Qin Yun, who has already mastered god-level items in advance. No wonder you dare to challenge a 10-star guild. Suddenly, Lucas made a move. not against Qin Yun and the others, but by directly swinging his blade and killing all the beast bosses, leaving only the ghost-eyed blood shark boss alive. When this sudden turn of events occurred, everyone was stunned. This god-level boss actually killed its own side first? The ghost-eyed blood shark boss was both terrified and bewildered. Lord Lucas, why? Oh, you're not qualified to ask me why. The only reason you're still alive is because of your ancestor's face. Lucas's voice was cold, heavy, and overbearing. At this moment, the ceiling barrier began to counterattack. Lei Bao jumped out. What the hell kind of god-tier boss is this? It's only stronger than me by level. If we were the same level, I'd beat you until you cried. Take 2 bolts of lightning from me. Lei Bao controlled the 2 violet firmament divine thunder towers and directly fired 2 god-tier violet bolts of lightning at Lucas. The onlookers were thrilled. 3 god-tier attacks. Can this boss hold up? Lucas didn't even look at them. He calmly formed hand seals. Demon Dragon Blood God Formation. Activate. In an instant, a blood-red magic array spread out with him at its center, effortlessly blocking all the attacks. The surrounding experts collectively gasped in shock. This boss was absurdly powerful. Someone realized he killed those other beast bosses to use their blood to activate the formation. What a ruthless method. The moment Lucas arrived on the battlefield, he instantly saw through the entire situation and immediately identified Qin Yun's 3 god-tier items, then quickly devised a countermeasure. Decisive and cold-blooded. Aside from the ghost-eye blood shark boss, which was protected by the formation, the other beast folk were quickly killed by the barrier. Lucas didn't care. Instead, he used their blood to sustain the formation, which could last for 3 hours, directly ignoring attacks from the divine towers and the barrier. After the ghost-eye blood shark boss understood Lucas's intention in killing its companions, it became even more reverent and hurriedly asked for instructions. Lucas said coldly, "The formation will block their attacks. Go ahead and kill as you please. Don't get in my way, or I'll kill you too." The ghost-eye blood shark boss felt awkward and had no choice but to find a target on its own. Very quickly, it locked onto Su Wanjing. Su Wanjing shouted to Qin Yun, "Son-in-law, that boss has come after me. I'll go test it out. Leave the god-tier boss to you." With that, he transformed into a golden flying flood dragon and fought the ghost-eye blood shark. Selena didn't help, because Su Wanjing, with his legendary equipment, could contend with a 9th-tier boss. She stayed at the command post, working with Qin Yun to stall Lucas. Selena asked Qin Yun, "Are you confident?" Qin Yun gave a bitter smile. "I can only keep dying with revival coins." As he spoke, he shared some revival coins with Selena. "The main hall's safety can't rely on me alone. Auntie, you need to be ready to revive at any time too." He was worried that if the other side gave up on killing him, they might directly destroy the main hall and prevent the Lucky Cat Beast Core from upgrading, which would make everything for nothing. At this moment, Lucas had already fixed his gaze on Qin Yun. Because King Osai had given the order, whoever captured Qin Yun would receive a great reward after the seal was lifted. Even Lucas's master was envious of that reward from the Great One. If he could obtain it, not only could he repair his divine core, he might even have a chance to surpass his master and become a top-tier beast god. So, Lucas had only 2 things on his mind: capture Qin Yun or stop the Lucky Cat beast from leveling up. Boom. Lucas stomped and shattered space, rushing toward Qin Yun at extreme speed. Jin Yo and Lei Bao tried to block him, but both were instantly killed by a single slash. Jin Yo's physical defense broke for the first time, and its HP dropped by half in an instant. The power of a Tier 9 divine-level boss was terrifying. Not dead yet. Lucas was a little surprised, but quickly locked onto Qin Yun again. Suddenly, Qin Yun vanished into thin air. Lucas searched all around, but found no trace, and also noticed that the toad had disappeared too. He guessed Qin Yun might have committed suicide to revive, and remembering Lord Os's warning, he grew wary. By this point, Qin Yun had already revived far away. After fusing with Jin Yo, he unleashed clone skills and control skills, mainly to buy time and keep Lucas from getting close. If Lucas ever closed in on him, he would suicide revive without hesitation and never give him a chance to be captured. But Qin Yun still underestimated the Tier 9 divine-level boss. Lucas casually sealed off the space, rendering all control skills useless. The coin storm and the 10,000 beasts formation diagram couldn't hold him back either, and were crushed effortlessly. So this is a Tier 9 divine-level boss? It's simply impossible to fight. The big shots watching were terrified out of their wits and immediately gave up any thought of challenging the guild. Qin Yun frowned, and once again killed himself to relocate. Jin Yo, any ideas? Master, the gap in strength is too big. There's no way. We can only try again after reaching Tier 8. Qin Yun had no choice but to keep buying time. He remembered that Da Qing had once been the Azure Dragon Divine King, so maybe he could scare the other side. He had Deching announce his identity. I am the Azure Dragon Divine King, Vidra. Who dares to act up? As a result, Lucas chopped off Deching's dragon head with a single slash and sneered. You're worthy of being called the Azure Dragon Divine King. Lucas simply didn't believe it. After all, the real Azure Dragon Divine King was an ultimate big shot, and there was no way he could be contracted by a human beast tamer. He towered over everything, arrogant to the extreme, looking down on all beneath him. He didn't put the Azure Dragon Divine Beast in front of him in the slightest, merely regarding it as a descendant of the Azure Dragon clan. In fact, the reason Deching had become less arrogant was entirely thanks to Big Sis Jin Yo's discipline. At this moment, Deching said somewhat aggrievedly, Master, this guy doesn't play by the rules. I can't intimidate him. Qin Yin was also speechless. Can't you at least restore your Dragon King might? If Deching couldn't handle the opponent, things would be troublesome. There were still more than 2 hours left, and the 3 divine level tools still couldn't break through the Dragon Blood Demon formation. Qin Yin had no way out. This was the first time he had been driven to a dead end by a boss, and he could only rely on revive coins to barely hold on. Soon, Lucas discovered that Qin Yin had 10 seconds of invincibility after reviving, making him impossible to catch at all. Lucas cursed angrily. Is this revival item infinite? You've revived so many times already, and you can still keep going? Seeing that the 3-hour mark was almost up, Luca decided to change strategy and instead attack the main hall of Lucky Cat Beast shop, aiming to disrupt the upgrade and kill all members. To capture Qin Yun, I need at least 10th tier strength, and to suppress him in one blow. Luca sneered inwardly, then turned into a streak of dark light and charged toward the main hall, activating his divine realm. Countless dark dragon men appeared and launched attacks on all members. His target was simple: completely destroy the beast shop and wipe them out. Seeing this, Qin Yun hurried back to the main hall. A domain attack swept over them, and members of Lucky Cat Beast shop suffered heavy casualties in an instant. All defenses were useless before absolute power. Elders like Li Chun Sui fought to the death, but they were no match for Luca. One lone strike nearly wiped them all out. Only Li Chun Sui, who was at 9th tier, was still alive, but he had lost one arm and was hanging by a thread. This was only because Serena had desperately blocked in front of him. Although Serena had upgraded gear and legendary strength, she could only withstand 1 or 2 hits. With a single slash from Luca, she was cleanly cut in half. But Serena instantly revived, using her 10-second invincibility to rush forward and block again. Luca was shocked. You can revive too? He quickly realized that Qin Yun didn't just have one revival item, but many of them, enough to save one person each time. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the current situation. Now that even NPCs could be revived, Luca's composure completely fell apart. Could Qin Yun be hoarding revival items like they were gold coins? After learning that Serena could revive, Lucas ceased his attack on her and instead focused all his efforts on destroying the main hall. He quickly shattered the hall's magical array and defense systems. It seemed the main hall was about to fall. Serena ordered everyone to stop him, but they had already been overwhelmed by Lucas's dark dragon men, and no one could stand up to them. She urgently summoned her husband, Su Wanjin. Without hesitation, Su Wanjin abandoned his battle with the ghost-eyed blood shark boss and rushed back at top speed. Unable to follow him out of the water, the ghost-eyed blood shark could only let out a howl from behind. Su Wanjin joined Qin Yun in the main hall, where they stood shoulder to shoulder with Serena, defending the hall with their lives. But the defense of a 9th-tier god-tier boss was terrifying, and combined with the demon dragon blood shield, which absorbed damage and restored health, all attacks were simply ignored. With the main hall on the brink of collapse, Su Wanjin shouted in desperation that they simply couldn't stop it. Just then, Qin Yun came up with a plan. He used a god-tier teleportation array to attempt to bind Lucas. A system notification confirmed the binding was successful. Lucas could be instantly teleported. Lucas was utterly shocked, and Su Wanjin immediately grasped Qin Yun's plan. Qin Yun self-detonated to retreat beyond the barrier, then used the array disk to teleport Lucas and Su Wanjin to his side. Immediately afterward, Qin Yun and Su Wanjin self-detonated once more, returning inside the barrier. Lucas, trapped outside the barrier, raged furiously. Unable to break through in the short term, he could only roar helplessly. The ghost-eye blood shark was dumbfounded, and the crisis at the main hall was resolved. With only one boss left, Su Wanjin and his wife handled it with ease. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Su Wanjin laughed heartily, praising Qin Yun's brilliant idea. The guild had finally safely advanced to the divine tier, secured a place in history, and he was thrilled. Qin Yun had used the teleport to your side divine item once before in a guild battle, and he never expected it would still work on a divine boss. With the boss attack gone, Lucky Cat Beast Shop was now 100% guaranteed to upgrade to a 10-star guild. The presidents of major guilds around the world fell into deep thought, all considering whether they should curry favor with Lucky Cat Beast Shop. Becoming the first human 10-star divine guild was practically certain, and from now on the world's guilds would have to follow its lead. The Eden Guild's #1 position was also gone. The Beast Masters of the United States were devastated. Just when it seemed Lucky Cat Beast Shop was about to fail, Qin Yun turned the tables, and the title of the world's #1 beast-taming power might be taken by Great Xia. They had always looked down on others from a position of superiority, and now they were about to lose to Great Xia, which was hard to accept. The leaders of other countries also began to consider which side to take. Everyone was eagerly awaiting what rewards a 10-star divine guild would receive. Back when Eden advanced to 9 stars, it received a global announcement and a shocking reward, which was what allowed the United States to dominate for so many years. The Emperor of the United States, Baylor Pugh, grew anxious and personally went to see Adam, the president of Eden. Adam comforted him, telling him not to panic and that he would find a way to reverse the situation. By then, all of Daxia's divine tier resources would fall into his hands. After saying that, he ended the live stream and took the prepared items to find the sealed divine tier NPC. At the headquarters of Xiaokai Cat Beast Commerce, the ghost-eyed Bloodshark boss was blocked by Su Wanjin and his wife outside the main hall. It was unable to hold out much longer, with only 3 minutes left. The boss sought help from Lucas, but it was already useless. Lucas watched coldly from the sidelines. The invasion had failed, Qin Yun had not been captured, and the advancement had not been stopped. It was a crushing defeat. Lucas insisted stubbornly that Qin Yun had only escaped disaster by relying on divine tier items, and that next time he would leave Qin Yun with no chance to fight back. Qin Yun shot back directly, saying that if their levels were the same, Lucas would not even be qualified to be taken seriously. Lucas, who had originally planned to wait until time ran out and be teleported away, was so angered by Qin Yun that he wanted to destroy one of Qin Yun's divine tier items. He took out the curse magic box, which could randomly inflict negative curses on items of the same level. Lucas scanned around and finally decided to target Qin Yun's 2 purple heaven divine thunder towers. As a result, the thunder towers were cursed and could only remain fixed at one coordinate forever, unable to be moved. Master, the purple heaven divine thunder tower has been cursed. Lei Bao shouted. He had originally wanted to use the purple heaven divine thunder tower to become his master's strongest combat power, but it ended up being cursed by a divine tier boss's item. Qin Yun looked grave, never expecting the other side to have an item like the curse magic box. With this, the purple heaven divine thunder tower could only remain fixed in the Hall of the Mountains and Sea's Pavilion Guild. The other side mocked him for only being cursed to a fixed point, saying Qin Yun had just gotten lucky, but in the end he still could not escape death. Time was up, and Lucas and the ghost-eyed Bloodshark boss were forcibly teleported away by the rules. At that moment, a divine light shrouded Xiaokai Cat Beast Commerce. Ding! Congratulations to Xiaokai Cat Beast Commerce for advancing to a 10-star divine tier guild. Global announcement. As soon as the news came out, countless people in Daxia cheered. The headquarters of the Flame Dragon Guild was lifeless. Xian Yuan Zhanlong's expression was grim. He had not expected Xiaokai Cat to successfully advance with Qin Yun's help. From this point on, it would be very difficult for him to deal with Qin Yun, and other countries probably would not dare to harbor them either. Many people took the initiative to leave the Flame Dragon Guild, leaving only the core members. Xian Yuan Zhanlong instructed Jinger to prepare to relocate the guild territory to an unexplored map in search of a way out. Ding! The rewards for a 10-star divine tier guild are as follows. 1. 10,000 10-star guild treasure chests. 2. 4 divine tier defense towers, capable of unleashing 9th tier divine tier attacks. 3. Divine tier buff, granting guild members 5 times HP and defense, 5 times recovery, and immunity to severe injuries. 4. All members directly max level 5. For all members, 10 times drop rate and experience for 1 month. 6. Divine tier guild title, plus 300% attack, plus 30% damage reduction, minus 10% cooldown. 7. 1 exclusive mythical equipment item for the guild leader. 8. The 10-star guild guardian beast, the giant spirit dragon tortoise, territory only use 9. 500 million gold coins. All beast masters in the world were shocked. These rewards were too outrageous. Even if Su Wanjin did not have legendary equipment, just relying on the buffs alone, he could still crush the 9-tier legendary boss of the Beast Emperor Royal Clan. The benefits of a 10-star divine tier guild leader were simply too great. Su Wanjin was bursting with confidence and returned the 9th-tier legendary equipment to Qin Yun, thanking him for helping him upgrade the guild. Qin Yun didn't mind. Being able to help his father-in-law fulfill his wish, he felt it was well worth it. Qin Yun also gave Su Wanjin 100,000 resurrection coins so he could revive the members who had died in battle, and gave Li Chunsui 1 life coin so his severed hand would heal and he would gain extra years of life. Su Wanjin soon revived all the members, and everyone knelt to thank Qin Yun. Divine son-in-law, from now on, Zayakamo Beast Line will cooperate with Shanghai Pavilion to the very end. The guild is family. If you need anything, just say the word. Su Wanjin promised on behalf of everyone. Also, divine son-in-law, my daughter has a straightforward personality. If you have any thoughts, just say them directly. Since she chose you, she won't refuse you. Try to give me a grandson sooner. Qin Yun smiled awkwardly and nodded. At that moment, Yu Jinghua, Longzhua, and the others came over to offer congratulations. Congratulations, President Su, on advancing to a 10-star divine guild. From now on, all world guilds will have to read Zayakamo Beast Line's mood. Su Wanjin laughed. Everyone's too kind. I'm from Great Xia, and Zayakamo Beast Line and Great Xia rise and fall together. From now on, anyone who respects us is respecting Great Xia. Yu Jinghua suggested. The Scarlet Scale Guild has lost, and its territory was stolen by the beautiful country. Brother Su can use them to establish your authority and let everyone see how powerful a divine guild is. Su Wanjin happened to want to make a show of strength, and since the beautiful country was delivering itself to his door, it would be hard to justify not giving them a beating. I'll make arrangements right away and go take back Scarlet Scale's territory. He then looked at Qin Yun. Divine son-in-law, coming along? Qin Yun shook his head. I'm not participating. With matters settled for the moment, Qin Yun returned to Shanghai Pavilion and placed the purple firmament Divine Thunder Pagoda in the main hall. Lei Bao muttered, that boss, next time I see it, I'll definitely strike it. Qin Yun comforted him, don't mind it. You've got great talent. You'll be invincible sooner or later. He then instructed, Sulla, go help recruit people. Okay, master. Sulla agreed. Qin Yun was now level 180 of the 6th tier and could take on 7th tier quests. He had devoured a huge number of invading ferocious beasts, leveling up at lightning speed. In the past, it would have taken 10 days or half a month, but now one wave was enough to max him out. Just as he was about to accept the 7th tier quest, Han Xiaoli suddenly returned. Qin Yun was surprised. You didn't go to your 6th tier advancement quest? Han Xiaoli explained. I went back to the Beast Tamer Core first to retrieve the teacher's treasures, and by accident I discovered the teacher's reincarnation altar, along with another huge secret, so I came back specifically to report it. Qin Yun became interested. Reincarnation altar? Why has Mo Tianren been trying so hard to capture you? Han Xiaoli explained seriously. The reincarnation altar is a special formation that can exchange lifespans, but both sides' attributes, talents, and levels must match. I'm the reincarnation target Mo Tianren has been waiting for all these years. To activate the altar, he also needs a divine-grade dark attribute material stone, which the teacher obtained while exploring a dark forbidden land. Qin Yun suddenly understood. No wonder Mo Tianren joined the Scarlet Scale Guild and insisted on capturing you. He wanted to use you to extend his life. He's truly vicious. But can he even get a divine-grade dark attribute material stone? Qin Yun knew that obtaining a divine-grade dark attribute material stone would be extremely difficult. This is the second secret I discovered about the teacher. He had long been secretly colluding with Sakura Country, selling them a lot of intelligence, and he also secretly gathered a great deal of blood from Great Xia's beast tamers for Sakura Country. There's definitely nothing good about that blood. In exchange, Sakura Country gave the teacher an upgrade magic box. He used that magic box to upgrade a legendary dark attribute material stone to divine grade, and he was just waiting to capture me for reincarnation after I reached the 5th tier. Han Xiaoli told Qin Yun all the secrets. Upgrade magic box. Qin Yun was very interested. He badly wanted that item. As for the blood, it was definitely for dark purposes, probably related to some kind of formation. Sakura Country was likely planning something major. This had to be dealt with quickly, or Great Xia might suffer a huge disaster. Even with all the resurrection coins he had, he couldn't save that many people. Looks like he had to make a trip to Sakura Country. Do you have contact information for your teacher and the Sakura Country Beast Tamers? Yes, guild leader, it's all here. The main contact is called Taro Kamida. Good. You did well on this. Go take the 6th tier advancement quest first. There'll be a reward later. Thank you, guild leader. After Han Xiaoli left, Qin Yun decided to upgrade first and take the 7th tier advancement quest, so he'd have the confidence to go to Sakura Country. Qin Yun arrived at the advancement hall. Please choose the difficulty of your advancement quest. Death God level. You have accepted the Death God level 7th tier advancement quest. Kill the Lord of the Nether Abyss. Quest requirement. Enter the bottomless nether abyss and kill the Lord of the nether abyss. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with the ability to fly. During the quest, a heroic NPC will assist you. This quest isn't hard. Qin Yun remained calm. He only needed to kill the Lord of the nether abyss. By then, he could find it using infinite devouring. If the NPC was god level, he wouldn't mind recruiting it as well. Teleport. Buzz. Qin Yun entered the bottomless nether abyss. Green mist filled the surroundings, and the howls of strange beasts rang in his ears, making it feel like hell. He fused with Jin Yo and stabilized his body, standing suspended in midair. At that moment, a Birdman NPC appeared. He was astonished that Qin Yun could stand in the air. You can fly without even reaching 7th tier? As expected of someone extraordinary. And you dare take a death god level quest. Are you a god level beastmaster? Qin Yun checked the NPC's attributes. Lores, mythical level, the fire godchild of the Mexica human race. Quest guide NPC, 7th tier level 210. Innate talent fire god feather heart. Skill heavenly flame radiant sun. Mythical level. Lores introduced himself. I'm the quest guide NPC. I'll take you to find the Lord of the Abyss and assist you in killing it. Qin Yun nodded, preparing to begin. The feathers covered in divine patterns were fiery red, and his eyebrows looked like flames. Clearly an NPC born to control fire. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes, thinking about how to recruit this god-level NPC. Do you want to leave this place? He suddenly asked. Lores' expression turned cold. As a god-level NPC and future fire godchild, he was proud to the core. How could he possibly be recruited by a newly risen beastmaster? Qin Yun did have high talent, but geniuses like that had existed before, and all of them died at the hands of the Lord of the Nether Abyss. Sorry, you're not qualified to take me away yet. Lores refused. Qin Yun merely smiled and said nothing more. He knew that only by displaying his strength would Lores possibly follow him. Qin Yun wanted to use the ultimate move of Infinite Devour to lure out the Lord of the Nether Abyss, but Laz suddenly said, the Abyssal Nether is different from other maps. There are countless dimensional spaces here, meaning countless maps. The Lord of the Nether Abyss's true body is hidden in only one of them. Qin Yun frowned. It seemed Infinite Devour wouldn't work, since it could only target a single map. This task wasn't that simple. He asked Jin Yo, does this map really have that many dimensional spaces? Jin Yo was certain, yes. This map is made up of countless spaces, and there's even a special divine power. Even I can't see through it. No wonder every Forbidden Zone map is weirder than the last. But Qin Yun didn't care. According to the mission guidance, he was still confident in taking on this Tier 7 Death God level quest. Laz said again, the Lord of the Nether Abyss has 9 hiding maps. Only one is the true body. The others are all clones, and they change locations every so often. These clones also have God-level boss strength, and there are countless exotic beasts guarding them. Qin Yun asked, do you know where the true body is? Laz shook his head. We can only try them one by one, but I have the fiery golden eyes talent, so I can recognize it as soon as I get close. Laz chose to serve as an NPC here precisely so that one day he could witness the Lord of the Nether Abyss die with his own eyes and avenge his people. He had always hoped a Beastmaster would kill the leader and lead the way. I'll only help once the true body is found. If it's a clone, I won't care. Remember, you must stay close to me. If you get lost, you might run into a true divine beast, and then you're dead for sure. Sure, lead the way. I can kill the real one or the fake one in an instant, Qin Yun said lightly. Laz reminded him, don't be too confident. Plenty of geniuses have failed before. Qin Yun didn't explain much, planning to let his strength do the talking later. Along the way, they encountered many dimensional passages hidden within the mist, all sealed by rules. From time to time, divine-grade exotic beasts howled, but they couldn't break through the seal. All of these beasts had ferocious faces, greenish skin, fangs, and ghostly blue fire in their eyes, making them look like vengeful spirits. These exotic beasts are sealed. As long as we don't get close, we'll be fine, Luo Zi explained as they went. Ahead was the hiding place of a Lord of the Nether Abyss. The power of the seal grew stronger. As soon as Qin Yun and Luo Zi entered the dimensional passage, a 3-headed Nether Abyss beast appeared in the mist, its gaze complicated. After entering the passage, Qin Yun arrived at a new map. The map was large, with green mist all around, but part of the scenery was still visible. After fusing with Jin Yo, the green mist could no longer block his vision. Qin Yun saw many Nether Abyss beasts hiding in the fog, like evil ghosts, their sharp claws glowing. They were all Nether Abyss beasts, of different types. At this moment, a ghost leopard-type Nether Abyss beast was preparing to ambush Qin Yun. Nether Abyss beast, a ghost leopard type, minor boss tier 7 LV, 200 HP, 146496, attack. 38624 defense, 29299 talent. Ghostly Nether Leopard Soul Beast skills, Soul Snatching Leopard Claw, Soul Rending Claw, Ghost Bite, Deadly Phantom Special. Intermediate Beast Release, all attributes X2, Nether Abyss Power, HP, Beast Power, Recovery X2. Equipment, Purple Attack 1, Blue Attack 4, Blue Defense 5. These Nether Abyss beasts had very strong attributes. Qin Yun asked, Jin Yo, what is Beast Release? Jin Yo explained that Beast Release was similar to a Beast Master's transformation. When a Beast Master advanced to Tier 6, the rules would grant them a transformation, but exotic beasts might not necessarily awaken Beast Release. Only a few royal-blooded ones were born with it awakened. After the invasion of exotic beasts, the world's rules only gave Beast Masters this ability to fight against them. Domains and spatial tearing were originally abilities of exotic beasts. Beast Masters were merely borrowing them through the rules. Qin Yun understood, exotic beasts were very strong. Otherwise, the Beast Master rules wouldn't specifically assimilate their abilities. He asked again, why can this minor boss awaken Beast Release here, but the Beast Emperor bosses we've encountered can't? Jin Yo said it had to do with Nether Abyss power. The Nether Abyss beasts here had been bathed in divine power all along, so they were more likely to awaken it. The royal-blooded exotic beasts outside didn't have this condition, so very few could awaken Beast Release. Qin Yun then asked why the dragon monsters in the ancient Dragon Abyss land didn't have Beast Release. Jin Yo reminded him that the highest level there was only Tier 5. Beast Release could only awaken at Tier 6. While they were talking, the ghostly Nether Leopard launched a sneak attack, and the other Nether Abyss beasts moved as well. Jia, another divine-grade trash Beastmaster has come. This time I'm definitely getting him. The leopard's claw slashed toward Qin Yun's forehead. Ding, 0 damage. The Ghost Panther was stunned. Its full-force soul attack had no effect at all. In the past, whenever a god-tier Beastmaster was ambushed by it, they would be injured and their combat strength would plummet. Damaged. The attacks from the other Nether Abyss beasts landed on Qin Yun, but every hit showed -0. Who's the exotic beast here? A 6th-tier Beastmaster has this much defense. We clearly specialize in soul attacks. Unless the opponent's beast power exceeds 1,000,000, there's no way there'd be 0 damage at all. Qin Yun hadn't even activated his stats. This group of beasts wasn't qualified to see them. You're done? My turn. Qin Yun opened his mouth, and Infinite Devour swept across the battlefield. All Nether Abyss beasts below the 7th tier were instantly slain, and the remaining ones lost what little health they had. The 7th tier Nether Abyss beasts were instantly frightened out of their wits, and even the boss doubted whether it was dreaming. The nearby NPC Roz was dumbfounded. Is that the legendary Infinite Devour beast skill? Someone actually mastered it. Then Qin Yun summoned Daqing, Little Deer, and Thunder Treasure, and the 3 divine beasts crushed the remaining 7th tier Nether Abyss beasts. Azure Dragon God King, Special Divine Deer, Rare Thunder Beast? Roz was shocked. Qin Yun asked, where's the Lord of the Nether Abyss? Because of the divine power influence of the Lord of the Nether Abyss, Jin Yo's divine eyes could only see within a range of 10,000 miles. Roz replied, it's in the deepest part of the map. Just go straight ahead, and you'll reach the altar. Destroy the altar, and you can see the Lord of the Nether Abyss, but it may not necessarily be its true form. Then let's go take a look. Qin Yun swept through everything along the way. No beast could stand in his path. Roz had completely become Qin Yun's little fanboy. Big shot, you're too strong. This is what an invincible god-tier Beastmaster looks like. Half a day later, the two arrived at the deepest part of the map. A huge altar appeared before them, chains hanging down, runes flowing, and the scene was eerie. Lod said, use the beast skill you just used on the altar. It can destroy part of it, and force the Lord of the Abyss to come out. Qin Yun immediately unleashed Infinite Devour. The altar's chains collapsed and the runes diminished, but the altar wasn't completely destroyed. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter giant beast crawled out. Its head was that of a hellhound, with a ghostly face and eerie green flames on its forehead, ghost serpents for hair, a salamander-like body, burning ghost claws, and scales covered in ghostly faces. It was terrifying beyond measure. Qin Yun asked Lods, is that the true body? No, it's fake. Qin Yun was a little disappointed and went straight into killing. Name, Inu Lord Sagunas, Beast God BOSS Divinity. 12th rank upper tier, sealed. Level, 7th rank LV210, HP. 305468000, a beast power. 3066420000 attack. 4828950 defense. 3863160, innate talent. Nether Abyss Soul Death, mythic. Innate beast skill, Hell Rift, mythic. Exclusive beast skills, Soul of Summoning Death, 100 Claw Soul Sorrow, Curse to Death. Special abilities. Advanced Beast Release, 6x all attributes. Flying, 6x speed. Special status. Power of the Nether Abyss, HP, Beast Power, Recovery x10. Equipment, a full set of Divine Gear, sealed, 7th rank attribute bonus. After Qin Yun attacked the Lord of the Nether Abyss, he checked its attributes. Most of them were normal. Only the HP and Beast Power were as high as 300 million, 10 times higher than Qin Yun's. Qin Yun understood this was the result of the Nether Abyss power and the stat bonuses from the Divine Gear. Monster bosses were never easy to deal with. Qin Yun had been able to kill the earlier monsters so easily only because their levels and abilities were far inferior. But although the Lord of the Nether Abyss was tanky, Qin Yun wasn't afraid. Clones and fake bodies couldn't use innate skill-type abilities, so the opponent's combat strength was limited and could only be suppressed by Qin Yun. Even if it involved multiple soul damage attacks, Qin Yun still had revival coins as a safety net. He transformed into the Heavenly Golden Toad, used his clones for full control, and to prevent HP recovery, he directly used the Holy Edict Dragon Slash's absolute healing suppression for 10 minutes before preparing to use Infinite Devour to finish it off quickly. Lods was shocked. That equipment actually has absolute healing suppression, and it lasts for 10 minutes? It was the first time he had seen such a broken effect, and he suspected Qin Yun might be the child of the rules. At that moment, the Lord of the Nether Abyss's fake body went berserk. After breaking free from control, it unleashed Hell Rift, locking onto Qin Yun with its innate beast skill ultimate move. Qin Yun had nowhere to dodge and was killed instantly, but he immediately revived on the spot. Within 30 seconds, with Little Deer's support, he used 2 casts of Infinite Devour to kill the fake body. The fake body dropped nothing at all. Lods was shocked that Qin Yun could even revive. Qin Yun asked him whether he was willing to follow him. Lods agreed, saying that as long as Qin Yun killed the Lord of the Nether Abyss's true body, he would leave with him. Soon, Qin Yun cleared out the monsters and took Lods away. After Qin Yun left, the Nether Abyss beast investigated the scene, saw that all its companions had been annihilated and the altar destroyed, and was utterly shocked. It sighed that the Beastmaster coming to kill the Lord of the Nether Abyss was too terrifying. 9 sealing altars had been destroyed, and the sealed beast gods would emerge ahead of schedule. The world was in danger. The Nether Abyss beast resolved to stop all of this at any cost, take on the responsibility of the fire god child, and not bring shame to the Mexica human race. It ignited solar flames, grew flaming wings, transformed into a special form, and with a single flap of its wings raced at high speed toward the entrance to the last sealing altar to intercept Qin Yun and Lods. It only had one chance. Qin Yun and Lods cooperated and quickly cleared the 8 fake bodies of the Lord of the Nether Abyss. Each map took a day, and most of the time was spent on the road. Qin Yun asked whether there was any special plot, and Lods said that this 7th rank advancement quest only required killing the true body. Lods was very confident that the 9th map would definitely be where the true body was hidden, because only there was a seal left. Just as they were nearing the 9th map, the Nether Abyss beast, blazing with orange-red flames, suddenly appeared. Its throat was sealed by dark shackles, and it could not speak, so it could only use its soul to unleash its strongest strike. Divine Feather incinerating Heaven Spear. The flame spear ignited heaven and earth, and within the phantom image, the sun god thrust the spear straight at Lods. Lods was so scared that he hid behind Qin Yun, and Qin Yun stepped in to block the attack. The abyssal beast made up its mind to kill Qin Yun at the cost of its own life, and vanished along with the attack. Qin Yun was killed instantly, but he quickly revived and watched the abyssal beast disappear. Lods gratefully thanked Qin Yun for saving his life, and the two continued onward. Lei Bao suddenly appeared, holding a resurrection coin in his hand, and revived the abyssal beast. The abyssal beast was bewildered to find that the shackles were gone, and Lei Bao said this had been arranged by Qin Yun. The abyssal beast knew very well who the master the divine beast was talking about was, the human beastmaster from the god level, just now. Now, hadn't he been killed instantly by it? Could he still be alive? Could this human beastmaster really revive the dead? Why did your master revive me? Simple. This task is too easy and too monotonous. Master suspected long ago that there was something wrong with it. Your appearance only further confirmed Master's guess. I'm afraid you're the key NPC, right? The abyssal beast was shocked. How did you know I was the quest guidance NPC? Simple. The guy leading the way right now looks like an NPC, but he has absolutely nothing to do with the hero. Most importantly, he has been constantly urging Master to destroy the sealing altar. They had originally thought that the human who took the quest was merely a genius, but it turned out that he had seen through everything. Let's go. Master should put an end to this farce and get the quest back on track. The hero was utterly impressed, secretly overjoyed in his heart. No need to fear the great calamity, and he could even take revenge. All right, later I'll tell your master the truth, including why I became an abyssal beast, and how to make the true abyssal lord appear. On the other side, Qin Yun was still clearing out the remaining abyssal beasts. Half a day later, Qin Yun arrived at the final sealing altar. Big shot, hurry and destroy the altar. That way, the abyssal lord will appear, and you'll also be able to advance to 7th tier. Laz struck a combat stance, only now showing a bit of NPC-like behavior. But the quest was almost over. Wasn't it too late to start acting brave now? Sorry, I can't destroy this altar. How could that be? Just destroy it like before using the infinite devouring beast skill. I never told you the name of my innate beast skill, did I? And with the panel hidden, how would you know? This. Laz was left speechless. I'll explain. You were able to know because you're not an NPC, but an abyssal beast at god level. As for whether you're the abyssal lord, I'm not sure. Luazi fell silent for a moment, then asked coldly, when did you figure it out? At first I wasn't sure, but I guessed from the very first map. When I used Infinite Devour, you looked shocked on the surface, but you actually knew this beast skill very well. When I used the resurrection item, you acted like it was nothing unusual. Also, you said every map hid the Lord of the Nether Abyss, but each time you made me destroy the altar first. That was too abnormal. More importantly, when I asked if you wanted to follow me, you answered normally, but you didn't look genuinely excited. I've taken in 3 god-tier NPCs before, and they were thrilled beyond words. Also, during the Dimensional Passage incident, when Nether Abyss beasts suddenly attacked, you, as a brave NPC, actually hid behind me at the very first moment. That's when I was able to confirm 100% that you weren't a quest NPC. If I'm not mistaken, the Lord of the Nether Abyss in this altar is fake too. If all 9 altars are destroyed, the sealed beast god might be released ahead of time. After Qin Yun finished speaking, Luazi's expression changed drastically. The Lord of the Nether Abyss here is fake too. If all 9 sealed altars are destroyed, the beast god will be unsealed ahead of schedule. How did Qin Yun know the purpose of the sealed altars? He should be here for the first time. Since you figured it out, why did you still destroy 8 altars? I need you to lead the way so I can devour more Nether Abyss beasts. That's also part of the storyline of the Death God level quest. With his disguise exposed, Luazi sneered. Qin Yun, since you saw through it, you shouldn't have played along with me and caused NPC deaths. Without the last Fire God Son, you can't find the real Lord of the Nether Abyss. Let me tell you 2 things. First, I'm not a disguise of the Lord of the Nether Abyss, and you can't kill me. Second, as long as you don't kill the Lord of the Nether Abyss, you'll be trapped here forever. This quest can't be abandoned, and there's no time limit. At that moment, Lei Bao shouted from behind. You want to trap my master? Dream on. Luazi turned around and saw the Fire God Son and the real NPC Luazi and froze. Impossible. Fire God Son's soul-burning strike should have killed him. How is he still alive? He looked at Lei Bao and then at Qin Yun, realizing that Qin Yun had made Lei Bao use a resurrection item to bring Fire God's son back to life. Galamu was dumbfounded, and Luazi mocked him in return. You still want to scheme against Big Shot Qin? Everything has already been schemed against. You even broke the dark shackles? Galamu's face darkened. He no longer bothered with Luazi and planned to use Fire God Son's body to escape. Qin Yun glanced at Luazi, very pleased. Luazi said, Big Shot Qin, destroy him. I know the location of the true Lord of the Nether Abyss. Galamu sneered. Now I'm using your body. Can you bear to destroy it? Raz said firmly. As long as the spiritual faith remains, so what if the bloodline is broken? Gulam flew into a rage, summoned a phantom of the Lord of the Abyss, and tried to flee. Qin Yun made his move, teleporting to Gulam's side and unleashing a combo. Before Gulam could even react, he was left on the brink of death. Jin Yo swallowed him directly, and the whole process took less than 10 seconds. Then Qin Yun instantly killed the phantom of the Lord of the Abyss as well. Raz was shocked. That's it. So strong. Qin Yun asked, how did you go from an NPC to an abyssal beast? Raz said that decades ago, their ancestral land was breached by the Lord of the Abyss, and their clan was exterminated. He was the last son of the Fire God. Only because the Lord of the Abyss swapped souls with him and took over his body did he become a Beast King level abyssal beast. The whole tragic past was told to its end. It had attempted suicide many times, unwilling to let the Lord of the Abyss have his way. But every time it thought of the gruesome deaths of its clan members, it gritted its teeth and carried on, driven solely by a desire for revenge. It had survived in misery all this time. Qin Yun asked in confusion, wasn't the Lord of the Abyss sealed? How could it still get out and wipe out your entire clan? It explained, our clan has existed for too long, and our NPC status has also lasted for a very long time. The protection we once had is long gone. Although the Lord of the Abyss was sealed, it could still wander the endless abyss in soul form, and in the end it still found us and exterminated the entire clan. Raz's eyes were filled with hatred. Over the years, Ghulam occupied my body and pretended to be an NPC, luring god-level beast tamers who took quests into destroying the seal altar. In the end, they all failed and were trapped and killed. I tried to resist too, but failed as well. In the end, the Lord of the Abyss even placed a dark shackle on me, preventing me from speaking or sending any information. I could only hide in the shadows. Whenever I discovered a strong opponent who could threaten the altar, I would desperately stop them. Raz told Qin Yun everything, and Qin Yun was moved by its conviction. Tell me, how do we find the Lord of the Abyss? I'll take revenge for your grudge, Qin Yun promised. Raz said, it's not hard to find the Lord of the Abyss. The seal altar can still transport us to the special space of the endless abyss. But only we sons of the fire god can activate it. Our clan once risked our lives to screen the spatial maps and locked onto 2 special maps, one of which is the seal location of the Lord of the Abyss. Once you enter, the only way out is to kill the Lord of the Abyss, so Boss Qin has to wait until I confirm the map before going in. Otherwise, if you enter the wrong one, you'll never be able to come out again. Qin Yun directly took out 1,000 resurrection coins. Use these to find out exactly where the Lord of the Abyss is. I'll wait for your news. Raz was stunned, never expecting resurrection coins to be handed out so casually. With these resurrection coins, I'll definitely be able to find it. Raz immediately activated the altar and teleported off to investigate. About 20 hours later, Raz returned covered in injuries, having relied on resurrection coins to save its life, though its body was still wounded. Qin Yun gave it another life coin, instantly healing it and shocking it once again. Raz calmed himself and said, the Lord of the Abyssal Abyss is in the 2nd special map. The one I went to first was Gyurum's sealed ground. Gyurum isn't dead. Before, it was just half a soul occupying my body, kind of like a clone. Having confirmed the target, Qin Yun quickly arrived at the destination with Raz. Ding, you have arrived at a special dimensional space map. This map is one way only. You can enter, but not leave. Only after the Lord of the Abyssal Abyss dies can you exit. Raz, are you waiting outside, or coming with me to kill the Lord of the Abyssal Abyss? Of course I'm going with Boss Qin Yun. Even if I can't avenge them with my own hands, I still want to see that bastard die with my own eyes, to pay tribute to my clansmen. Then let's go. As soon as they entered the map, Jin Yo immediately sensed a strong, evil aura. Master, it's the Lord of the Abyssal Abyss. The place was full of 7-star abyssal beasts acting as guards, all boss level, though the highest they could reach was the 7-star Beast Emperor. But these bosses had extremely powerful stats, had awakened beast liberation, and with the bonus of abyssal power, they were far stronger than the Beast Emperor royal bloodline. Kill. Qin Yun swept forward directly. The bosses were strong, but they simply could not stop him. The Lord of the Abyssal Abyss sensed Qin Yun's arrival, and his expression changed. He knew he was only at 7-star, and against Qin Yun he had no chance at all, especially since he was sealed and couldn't escape. Before Qin Yun arrived, the Lord of the Abyssal Abyss, Sagaos, arranged everything for the aftermath, planning for his beloved General Gyurum to inherit the title after his death, and then seek revenge on Qin Yun once the seal was broken. Very quickly, Qin Yun led Laz in and killed his way over. Sagaos, today I'll use your blood to honor my clansmen. Laz glared fiercely. Sagaos sneered. If it weren't for how twisted Qin Yun is, would you dare act so arrogantly in front of me? I'm no match for you, but don't get too happy too soon. After the seal is broken, the beast gods will flatten Blue Star, and none of you will survive. Qin Yun replied coldly. I'm sick of hearing that. Then he struck, taking him down in one move with Holy Edict Dragon Slash, Healing Ban, and Infinite Devour. The Lord of the Abyssal Abyss was swallowed by Jin Yo and died in utter frustration. Jin Yo's defense skyrocketed, reaching the peak of 9-star. A prompt sounded. Congratulations on completing the 7-star advancement quest. You have obtained flight ability and plus 1800 to all attributes. You may choose one of the following rewards. Divine Beast Egg plus 3 Divine Skill Stones plus 1 Mythic Equipment Contract. Laz, a perfect contract. Laz will possess NPC attributes and Beast Bloodline, with unlimited Unsealing Divine Guild Token plus 210 level 7 Talent Stones plus title for killing the Lord of the Abyssal Abyss. Qin Yun instantly chose the second reward. He was optimistic about Laz. Laz was special. He had both an NPC panel and a 3-headed Ghost Wolf boss panel, allowing him to make use of NPC privileges while also possessing a beast body. His future potential was enormous, and there were no special restrictions in the rules. This should be the reason why the rules gave the reward to the Mexiga human race. Qin Yun asked, Laz, do you want to become an NPC and follow me, or be contracted as a beast? Laz said, I only have the fire godchild attribute right now, but my body is that of a mythical beast. I choose the beast taming contract. Laz had already received the rule reminder and knew that only by following Qin Yun would there be a future, and it would also be safer, so he decisively agreed to become one of the rewards. Qin Yun said, no matter what your identity is, since you chose me, you're my partner. I'll take you to the top together. Laz willingly transformed into a mythical beast egg, but this egg was different from the rest, bearing the imprint of an NPC, with the fire of the sun flowing over it. As a rule reward, the contract was completed in one step, and Qin Yun succeeded directly. The mythical beast egg hatched into a little milk dog-like underworld three-headed wolf, with dark green fur and green flames in its eyes. Although it was only a Beast King level boss, Qin Yun knew that mythical beasts could increase their bloodline by devouring higher-level blood. The more they devoured, the stronger they became. In the future, when he swept through the mythical beast royal clan, Laz would have plenty to eat. Little Laz said he had two forms. His normal form was the underworld three-headed wolf, and he could switch into fire godchild form, but it would consume beast power, and the two forms had different attributes. Qin Yun nodded, understanding that the mythical beast form had Beast King level boss attributes, while the fire godchild was NPC attributes. He asked Jin Yo, De Qing, Xiao Lu, and Lei Bao to take good care of Little Laz, and the four beast tamers agreed in unison. Little Laz was deeply moved. It had been a long time since anyone had cared about him. Qin Yun checked his attributes and saw no major changes, only the addition of the ability to fly, which increased his speed. He merged with Jin Yo and tested flight, discovering that his speed was even faster than that of a 9th-rank powerhouse, and that he could fly as he pleased, no longer needing to strain himself to move through the air. The 7th-rank flight ability was excellent. With high-speed flight, he no longer had to fear being hunted by high-rank mythical beasts. Beast skills had a range, and once outside that range, he would be safe, unless he encountered the only map-wide beast skill. Qin Yun filled out the beast skill slots and casually drew several mythic-level beast skills, leveling them up to 7th rank, including support, movement techniques, soul attacks, suction, poison attacks, and defensive skills. As for equipment, he found Old Luo to upgrade it to 7th rank. Only the Azure Dragon Sacred Oracle Blade was still at 5th rank. He looked for his father-in-law and other big shots, but they lacked the 6th-level materials needed to repair the Sacred Oracle Blade, so they could only wait until the next opening of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Land. Su Tanner and the others were still doing the 6th rank Hell Difficulty Advancement quest and would not be back anytime soon. Qin Yun recalled Old Mei, Billis, and Sarada, the 3 NPCs. With many new guild members joining, White Old Luo, and the Dragon Throne were temporarily in charge of recruiting and guild affairs. He would take the NPCs to Sakura Nation himself, while also leveling up, eliminating hidden dangers, and gathering intelligence on the upgrade box. He passed the intelligence to the Dragon Throne and told them to make advanced preparations. The Dragon Throne was furious, saying he never expected Mo Tianren to betray his own people, and that Sakura Nation's collection of beast tamer blood must have some sinister plot behind it. He was worried that Qin Yun would be in danger going alone and suggested bringing Old Yu or Old Su along. Qin Yun shook his head and refused to have the 2 elders accompany him. He knew their identities were sensitive, and they would easily be exposed wherever they went. If he was going to investigate Sakura Nation's secrets, he had to keep a low profile. I'll go alone. I'm 7th rank now, invincible on Blue Star, Qin Yun said, and then set off with the NPCs and beast tames. When passing by the South China Sea, Qin Yun remembered that there was an 8th-tier sea demon dragon boss there, so he stopped by to take a look, hoping to get Dragon Gold Scale, Dragon Silver Whisker, and Dragon Heart Essence. Soon, a great battle erupted in the South China Sea, with huge waves surging before everything fell silent. The massive sea demon dragon boss corpse floated up to the surface. Qin Yun said in disdain. It only dropped 2 pieces of 8th-tier equipment, so poor. But he was still smiling, because it had dropped an 8th-level Dragon Heart Essence. This material only drops on the first kill. If it revives and is killed again, there's no chance. Not bad luck. Qin Yun was in a great mood and continued on his way. Meanwhile, the Dead Sea Demon Dragon boss stared wide-eyed, unwilling to accept it, unable to understand how even a 9th-tier powerhouse from Great Xia couldn't kill it, yet Qin Yun had handled it so easily. Not long after, elite members of the Great Xia Military Beast Taming Corps discovered the boss corpse and reported it in shock. Seeing this, the Dragon Throne smiled, knowing it was Qin Yun's doing. and ordered the recapture of the South China Sea, while simultaneously beginning to reclaim all occupied lands. At this time, the interior of the cherry blossom country had become a living hell. A few days earlier, it had already declared a national lockdown, and those who disobeyed were sacrificed alive. More and more beast tamers were becoming followers of the dark faith. Lu Xiaoran was raging with fury. If you still can't find my parents today, then all of you can go be sacrificed. The Emperor of Japan hurriedly argued that undercover subordinates had already found traces of her parents and were bringing them back. At that moment, a high-tier beast tamer came in carrying 2 corpses. Holy Envoy, we found your father, but he has starved to death. Lu Xiaoran flew into a rage and lost all reason, killing the responsible squad on the spot. The Emperor of Japan and the believers quickly knelt and shouted, "Revenge comes first," shifting her attention. Sure enough, when revenge was mentioned, Lu Xiaoran calmed down, her heart filled with fury as she swore to avenge them. Using a divine dark artifact, she saw the tragic fate of her parents. Hungry, they rummaged through trash. Thirsty, they could only drink filthy water, and every road was under surveillance. They were not even allowed to drink water and were often beaten and kicked, subjected to constant abuse. In the end, the couple couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to their deaths. Their corpses were hung in the streets, with the words "human traitors, great Xia's shame" written above them. The scene was brutal. Lu Xiaoran's killing intent erupted. With her parents brutally dead and no more attachments in this world, she fell completely to darkness, swearing to destroy Great Xia and exterminate humanity. The invasion of ferocious beasts merged with her darkened state of mind, causing a mutation in Lu Xiaoran's bloodline. 9-colored light appeared, granting her Saint Beast potential and making her incomparably powerful. This kind of bloodline mutation had a 1 in a billion chance, extremely rare. Now, Xiaoran Lu's potential has already surpassed that of the God King Osiris. How detestable! Lord Divine Envoy, this emperor suggests we first take revenge on Jinghai City, Qin Yun's hometown. The Japanese emperor excitedly proposed. The altar empowered by Lord Divine Envoy can curse the cities of Great Xia, making the people inside slaughter one another. The Japanese emperor had originally only wanted to remotely curse a small number of beastmasters, but after Lu Xiaoran took control, the function was enhanced. Each time, she could curse an entire city, blackening 1/3 of the beastmasters and turning them against each other in bloody combat. The blood transactions from before were enough to keep the altar operating more than 100 times, enough to bring disaster to over 100 Great Xia cities and clear the obstacles for the next plan. Advance the plan. First target, Jinghai City. Also, within 5 days, make everyone in your country believe in darkness. Lu Xiaoran issued the order. What? 5 days is nowhere near enough to move the uncovenanted infants. And another quarter of our people are dead set against believing in the beasts, especially the teachers, who are very hard to deal with. Please grant us more time, Lord Divine Envoy. The Japanese emperor and the higher-ups knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Lu Xiaoran directly blood-sacrificed one of the Japanese emperor's sons. I am not discussing this. I am giving an order. Kill all uncovenanted infants, and hunt down and eliminate all non-believers. My subordinates will help you. If you can't finish in 5 days, then wait to die. Lu Xiaoran's eyes were cold and merciless, completely transformed into a dark goddess. The Japanese emperor knew this was tantamount to annihilating the nation, but he could only grit his teeth and agree. At least half of them had already become followers of darkness and could still follow Lu Xiaoran to the beast world. But what the Japanese emperor did not know was that once Lu Xiaoran achieved her goal, they would all be sacrificed and would not even qualify as subordinates. All right, Lord Divine Envoy, rest assured. We'll guarantee completion within 5 days. The Japanese emperor took his people to carry out the plan. Lu Xiaoran personally came to the curse altar to unleash revenge on Jinghai City with her own hands. The new altar was made entirely of blood crystal stones. It was the altar blueprint found by the Japanese strongmen in a ruin, but the blueprint was incomplete, so it could only curse a small number of people. But Lu Xiaoran now held a high position and had been personally instructed by the god King Osiris, so she was thoroughly familiar with all the intelligence of the beast faction and naturally recognized this altar. The curse altar had already been upgraded to mythic grade. Now it could randomly curse all related races that had obtained blood, and it could also launch long-range attacks on designated areas. Lu Xiaoran said angrily, "You all deserve to die? Qin Yun, I will definitely catch you, dig out your secrets, and then turn you and your family into dark believers so you can be my dogs forever." She took out blood and poured it into the altar. The altar activated, blood light rose, and a cursed blood altar formed. After entering Jinghai City's coordinates, a column of blood shot into the sky, alarming all of Sakura country, and Xinyan also noticed the anomaly. Xinyan asked, "What is that?" Jin Yo replied, "It's the power of some god-level altar, but the god-level barrier has isolated all investigation." The beast-human fusion had given Xinyan an understanding that within Sakura country, layers of dark barriers provided protection, impossible to see or touch, but the frog gods I could see through everything. Xinyan wondered, why has Sakura country suddenly gained so many god-level barriers? He continued on his way. At this moment, in Jinghai City, a teacher was taking the children to tour Dragon Lake High School, telling them the legend of Qin Yan's old classroom had become a sacred site. Ever since Qin Yan took power, Great Xia had enjoyed peace and prosperity. The three proposals he made had directly become national policy. 1. Sweep guild resources and return them to the common people. 2. Reward 1 million for every child born, and the state would fully cover the cost of raising them to 18, with any shortfall taken from the mountain and sea pavilion. 3. The state would give a 100 square meter house upon marriage. These measures had made Qin Yan's prestige unmatched, and the people's hearts united as one. On the square, a child pointed at the sky and shouted, "Teacher, the sky is bleeding." The teacher looked up and changed color. Not good. Something abnormal is happening. A sea of blood-colored light shrouded Jinghai City in the sky, and everyone sensed something was wrong. Mayor Han Tianlei immediately ordered the defensive barrier to be activated and sent people to investigate. But the curse formation formed by the blood light instantly covered the entire city. Scarlet curse marks fell like rain, ignoring the barrier and landing directly on the citizens. The children who had not contracted with beast partners were fine, but the beast masters were in trouble. 1/3 of the beast masters screamed and fell to the ground, their eyes turning red and their bodies twisting. Their life-bound beasts also all mutated into bloodthirsty monsters. The mutation spread. Roar! Even the beast masters in the sky went mad and attacked their teammates, beginning to wreak havoc. Mayor, the blood-colored seals in the sky are causing people to mutate. They kill anyone they see. A large number of beast masters have already mutated, and Jinghai City is in chaos. Han Tianlei received the report, terrified and uneasy. Suddenly, blood-colored seals fell upon the upper officials. The defense was useless, and Han Tianlei and the others were also affected. Fortunately, he did not mutate, but many of the higher-ups did, and immediately began frenzied attacks on those who had not mutated. Quick, hold the teleportation array. Everyone else, escort the children and the unmutated into the shelter. With the situation critical, Han Tianlei could only harden his heart and kill the mutated compatriots, while immediately securing the teleportation array and waiting for reinforcements. What exactly happened? This is not a normal beast invasion. Lu Xingchen looked grim, immediately reported to President Su, and organized rescue efforts to protect the children. Suddenly, a massive sand eagle with azure eyes appeared, wreaking havoc. Has even Lao Mu mutated? Lu Xingchen's heart sank. He ordered his subordinates to continue the search and rescue operation while he went to stop Lao Mu. A high school female teacher who was taking the children on a tour also mutated and lost control, manipulating her beasts to attack the children. At the critical moment, Military Beast Corps Commander Yi Fei rushed over and punched the teacher away. Hurry and escort the children out. What exactly is the blood formation in the sky? Mutated people don't feel pain, and their strength has increased. Yi Fei's expression was grave. On the other side, the powerful figures rushed over to provide support. But just as the support team arrived, some high-level beastmasters were also contaminated by the blood seals and mutated, and fierce fighting erupted near the teleportation array. Su Wanjin and the others quickly called off the large-scale reinforcement. If an 8th-rank expert mutates, it'll be a catastrophe. The blood formation should randomly mutate 1/3 of all beastmasters. No matter how many come, it's useless. The legendary NPC Serena reached a conclusion. This was a divine-level curse, and 1/3 of the people were bound to mutate. The big shots were caught in a dilemma. If they went to rescue, they might mutate. If they didn't, Jinghai City would suffer massive casualties. Dragon Seat decisively ordered. No entry for 8th rank and above. 7th rank and below, move fast to save people. After escorting out all the unmutated compatriots, withdraw immediately. Everyone agreed and waited outside the city. A major event had suddenly broken out, and Dragon Seat also informed Qin Yan of the situation. Qin Yan guessed that the Sakura nation had used the Beastmaster blood obtained in exchange for Motion Ren to create this disaster. He did not go back, and instead intended to quickly find the source of the disaster and destroy it. Otherwise the curse seal would strike the next city. Jin Yo also analyzed. The altar had a 48-hour cooldown. As long as they found Kamita Taro, there would be a chance to break it within 48 hours. As soon as there was a chance to find the altar's location, they would move to destroy it. Qin Yun originally wanted his father-in-law and the others to come to the Sakura Nation, but after discovering that there were multiple divine-level barriers and altars, he estimated that there was a divine-level expert here and could not act rashly, so he decided to investigate secretly first. Soon, Qin Yun died and revived, using the opportunity to pass through the barrier and infiltrate the Sakura Nation. As soon as he got in, he saw a group of Yamatos scurrying desperately for their lives, with beasts chasing and killing them from behind. Many of them were children who had not yet contracted with beast partners. Seeing Qin Yun floating on the other side of the barrier, those Japs all cried out for help. "Boss, save us!" To find Kamita Taro, Qin Yun used a disguise item to transform into a pirate, making them think he was a beastmaster returning home. He said, "I'm Taino Chikabe, a 7th-tier grandmaster who just returned from overseas. What happened to the country? Why are you fleeing? Has another exotic beast invasion occurred?" Beastmasters can automatically understand various countries' languages, so communication was completely unhindered. The Japs wailed, "Something happened in Sakura country. The Emperor of Japan has ordered everyone to side with the exotic beast faction, and all children without contracted beasts are to be sacrificed to the beast god king. This is ruining the future. We couldn't agree, so we brought the children and fled. We hope you can escort us out, sir." But survival in the sea was extremely difficult. Without the protection of a strong expert, they simply couldn't survive. Qin Yun shook his head. "Sorry, the country is already sealed off, and there's even a divine barrier. You can only go in, not out. Unless you have 9th-tier strength, no one can leave." The crowd broke down in despair, crying and frantically pounding on the barrier, but to no avail. Qin Yun asked, "Do you know Kamita Taro? The country's foreign minister. Where is he now?" But everyone was immersed in despair and ignored him. Qin Yun said again, "Tell me where Kamita Taro is. Maybe I can save you." When the crowd heard this, someone took out a news photo and asked, "Sir, is it this person?" Qin Yun recognized him as Kamita Taro. He casually made up an excuse. "That's right. I have a deep connection with him. I'm his personal disciple." The Wazes were overjoyed. "Lord Kamita can save our children, but we don't know where he is. However, there's one person who definitely knows." "Who is it?" "Lady Kangzii. She's the top lady in Sakura country. She's long been serving the upper ranks, and Kamita Taro has a close relationship with her. As long as we find her, there's hope." "Lord Kamita." Even ordinary Waze know about this, which shows how much Kamita Taro likes ladies. "Where is Lady Tsang?" He received the news early and has already left Dongjing City for Nanga City. The middle-aged bald man answered respectfully, clearly also a fan of ladies. After obtaining the intel, Qin Yun summoned Lei Bao and directly used thunder to deal with these Wazes. "A thunder crystal divine beast? You're Qin Yun." These Wazes instantly recognized Qin Yun's identity and were all terrified stiff. They had long known about Qin Yun and his beast tamers. Qin Yun left no survivors, wiped them all out, and handed them over to Jin Nyo to devour. Before coming here, Qin Yun had already decided that after destroying the altar, not a single Wei in Sakura country would be left alive. All would be exterminated. "Lord Qin, Sakura country is probably being controlled by high-level dark believers. Otherwise, there couldn't be so many god-level barriers." Elder May reminded him. The dark believers may be treating this place as a base, planning to invade other Blue Star countries. Leave that aside for now. Hurry and find Kamita Taro, and destroy the altar that poses the greatest threat to the Great Xia first." Qin Yun opened the map and checked the location of Nanga City. He could fly there within half an hour. After speaking, Qin Yun took to the air and flew toward his target, avoiding the other Wazes. Not long after, a squad of dark believers arrived. What happened? Weren't there supposed to be Waze brats escaping here? Why are they all gone? Did they flee the barrier? Impossible. This barrier only allows entry, not exit. They couldn't have escaped. There's still scorched earth from lightning strikes here. They were probably killed by a lightning attribute beast tamer. The captain reported the anomaly and continued searching for other targets. Half an hour later, Qin Yun arrived in Nanga City. The city was in a miserable state. All the beast masters who resisted had been killed, and their corpses hung from the city walls, leaving only the dark faith Japanese spawn. "Lord Qin, I suggest you disguise yourself as a dark believer, otherwise you'll be attacked," Mason reminded him. Qin Yun agreed and immediately disguised himself. He also summoned Little Laws, displayed the attributes of the Netherworld three-headed wolf, and put on a special dark token, making himself look even more like a dark believer. With Jin Yo around, no one could uncover his identity. After getting ready, Qin Yun swaggered into the city. When the guards at the gate saw his beast and token, they immediately knelt to welcome him. "Welcome, my lord." Billis and Salada were also furious when they saw the situation inside the city. convinced that if these Japanese spawn were not exterminated, they would sooner or later bring disaster to the human race and other races. Once we find the curse altar, I allow you to go all out and kill. Qin Yun summoned a patrol squad of Japanese spawn. The squad leader said, "My lord, what are your orders?" Qin Yun asked, "Is the most beautiful old wet teacher in Sakura country still in ancient witch city?" The squad leader replied respectfully, "The old wet teacher is still here, but he has long since pledged allegiance to Ozha and been baptized by divine power into a high-level divine slave. His status is very high now, and even the city lord listens to his commands. My lord can go directly to the city lord's hall. The old wet teacher should be there." After hearing this, Qin Yun was delighted, feeling that finding Kamita Taro would be much easier this way. He immediately rushed toward the city lord's hall. The city lord of ancient witch city, Meichuan Naiku, asked obsequiously to the old wet teacher seated on the throne, "Sir, has the divine envoy issued any new orders?" Meichuan Naiku felt somewhat unwilling. In the past, the old wet teacher was just an ordinary teacher, but now, because he believed in Ozha, his status had skyrocketed to that of a high-level dark believer, and even he had to bow his head. At this moment, the old wet teacher was sitting high above. Meichuan Naiku, the divine envoy requires the entire region to be converted to dark belief within 5 days. You need to speed up the progress. If you fail to complete it and the divine envoy punishes you, no one will be able to save you. Meichuan Naiku hurriedly agreed and personally went to order the accelerated implementation. The old wet teacher was secretly pleased in his heart, savoring the taste of power. The city lord who once only tried to flatter him could now only bow before him. After becoming a dark believer, his dark ambitions had expanded without limit, and he vowed to make all those who had once looked down on him into his playthings. After sending his subordinates away, the old wet teacher entered the secret room and summoned his natal beast, the dark Yami butterfly beast, preparing to vent his restlessness. At that moment, Qin Yun suddenly walked in through the door. "Looks like I came at the wrong time. Sorry for interrupting the old wet teacher's pleasure." Qin Yun genuinely admired these old wet teachers. Even after becoming dark believers, they remained diligent and dedicated to their work. They were truly models of excellence. At this moment, the old wet teacher's aura was even stronger, and ordinary people would have a hard time resisting his temptation. Seeing Qin Yun, the old wet teacher became wary and summoned his natal beast for defense. Although he now mainly relied on lifestyle-type beasts, as a high-level dark believer, he still had the confidence to protect himself. More importantly, this was Sakura country. No one dared to move against him lightly. Qin Yun smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm one of us." He showed his dark token and pointed at the netherworld three-headed wolf laws beside him. Only after seeing the special dark token of a high-level dark believer did the old wet teacher finally relax. He thought about it and realized that this was Sakura country, the domain of Lord Divine Envoy. Aside from their group, no foreign beast master could possibly sneak in. The old wet teacher asked, "What brings you here all of a sudden?" "Lord Divine Envoy shouldn't have sent any subordinates to Ancient Witch City, right?" asked Camillo. Qin Yun thought to himself that this so-called Lord Divine Envoy was probably the mastermind controlling Sakura country, an 8th rank boss. A 9th rank one could not get in. With his current strength, he could still give an 8th rank boss a good fight. Qin Yun put on a low-profile attitude. "I just admire Master Tsang. I specially came to get acquainted." Song Laoshi was very surprised, because the dark believers he usually encountered all treated him with great respect. The other party's attitude was completely different. After all, he had only been involved with the dark faith for a day, and he thought the other race's dark believers were rather unconventional. Song Laoshi teased, "How do you want to get acquainted? In depth, or just a little, or both deep and shallow?" Inside the beast-taming space, Bilisai and the others all got goosebumps from Song Laoshi's sleazy remarks. Qin Yun said solemnly, "Of course both deep and shallow, but I want to ask about someone first." "Who is it?" "Kamita Taro. That old turtle?" "Yes. Can you call him over?" Song Laoshi became suspicious. Since the other party was a high-level dark believer, if he wanted to find Kamita Taro, wouldn't it be better to go directly? Why use him as an intermediary? There was something fishy about this. But for the moment, he still couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Song Laoshi lay down lazily and said seductively, "No problem getting him here, but you have to satisfy me." Xiao Luozi could no longer stand it inside the beast-taming space and was so angry that she wanted to come out and make a move. Qin Yun hurriedly stopped her and told Xiao Luozi to go back. Seeing this, Song Laoshi deliberately acted coquettish. Don't hit me. We're on the same side. If you're too rough, I won't be able to take it." Qin Yun directly threatened. "Call Kamita Taro here, and I won't make things hard for you. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for what my beasts do." Song Laosher had no choice but to agree. Although he knew there was a problem, he could only call Kamita Taro over first and see what happened. Well, Kamita Taro was an 8th rank beast tamer. Although he couldn't beat the other side, he could hold them off, buy himself some safety, and secretly contact Lord Divine Envoy. But his thoughts did not escape Jin Yo's sharp eyes. Master, he wants to secretly contact the Dark Divine Envoy. Thud. Ah. Qin Yun stepped forward and tightly grabbed Song Laosher's hand, pinching so hard that the flesh on it dented inward. You're hurting me. Be gentle. Qin Yun warned coldly. Don't play tricks. You can only contact Kamita Taro. If you dare contact anyone else, I'll make sure you die. Song Laosher's face turned pale with fright, and he was utterly terrified. At that moment just now, he had felt the aura of death. He had just tasted the sweetness of power and still wanted to live. So naturally, he didn't dare have any crooked ideas. I won't play tricks, I'll open a channel. Song Laosher immediately sent Kamita Taro a message. Kamita-kun, your little sister misses you. Don't be afraid to come just because I'm a high-level divine slave. Come quickly and treat me like you used to. Meanwhile, Kamita Taro was idling around. He had nothing to do now and was planning to look for Song Laosher to have some fun when he suddenly received a message from him. Kamita Taro was instantly overjoyed. Song Laosher's status was now higher than his. Yet unexpectedly, he was still taking the initiative to invite him. Thinking that he could continue bullying the other party, he was thrilled. He immediately got equipped, swallowed a Viagra, and set off. I've already done what you said. Can you let me go now? Qin Yun was speechless. This old lecher was really horny, always thinking about flirting every minute. Qin Yun replied coldly, no rush. Once the old turtle gets here, I'll let you go, as long as you don't try anything funny. Song Laosher acted coy and coquettish. Big boss, I just love strong people like you. Handsome and powerful Naya. Mei Lao couldn't help wanting to rush out and beat him up. Lord Qin, give me 10 seconds. I can beat him into behaving in no time. Qin Yun soothed Mei Lao and kept eating fruit, ignoring Song Laosher's teasing. Seeing this, Song Laosher thought his allure had decreased, but quickly rejected that idea. He had stronger talent and could attract a large number of powerful people. The other party was merely an alien powerhouse. As for why Qin Yun was looking for Kamita Taro, he also didn't know, so he could only wait until the man arrived. Soon, Song Laosher returned to his pitiful little girl persona, occasionally even teasing Qin Yun. Less than 20 minutes later, Kamita Taro rushed to the secret room through the teleportation array. Jia, little Song darling, your turtle master is here. Today I'll make you soar to the heavens. As soon as Kamita Taro entered, he immediately took off his coat, revealing a body of slack old flesh. But just as he was feeling pleased with himself, he noticed that there was another high-level dark believer in the room and instantly became alert. He had it all wrong. With a sycophantic look on his face, he thought he was going to serve little Song darling together with Qin Yun. Kamita flattered and fawned as he spoke, making Qin Yun and Jin Yo feel nauseated. This old turtle was more disgusting than anyone. As expected, the Sakura country was full of freaks. Jin Yo could no longer tell it, and reminded Qin Yun that the intel had been obtained and they could make their move. Qin Yun immediately had Salada seal off the area to prevent alarming the believers outside, then fused with Jin Yo and, with one slash, severely injured Kamita Taro. Using a secret technique, he drained all of Kamita Taro's beast power, completely stripping him of the ability to resist. Kamita Taro recognized Qin Yun, but it was already too late. Mei Lao and the others directly beat him into a pulp, leaving only his screams. Song Laosher was completely dumbfounded, only then realizing that Qin Yun had disguised himself to get in. The reason was simple. Qin Yun was there to avenge the blood curse the Divine Envoy had placed on Jinghai City, and Kamita Taro was also trafficking the blood of great Xia Beastmasters. Song Laosher hurriedly begged for mercy and reminded Qin Yun that he had promised not to make a move on him. Qin Yun kept his word, but Jin Yo moved directly and killed him in an instant. Just because my master won't kill you doesn't mean I can't. Jin Yo swallowed the two of them in one bite, and a pile of gold coins and resurrection coins fell out. Qin Yun had Jin Yo explain the intel. Jin Yo reported, the altar is called the Blood Curse Altar. It can remotely curse beastmasters of the same bloodline through blood, covering an entire major city. It can cause 1/3 of the beastmasters to mutate, with the number changing randomly. No matter how many beastmasters enter, 1/3 will go berserk. Qin Yun was furious and asked whether it could be broken. Jin Yo said plainly that only a purification beast skill from a 9th-tier god-level beastmaster could dispel it. Otherwise, there was no way to chew it at all. Ordinary people also couldn't resist it, and even after revival, they would still be cursed. Qin Yun's expression turned cold, and he immediately had Jin Yo prepare to set off for the Blood Curse altar. On the way, he notified Long Throne and the others. After escorting the children to retreat, seal off Jinghai City and absolutely do not let any mutated compatriot escape. Also, don't kill those mutated compatriots for now. Once he reaches 9th tier, he will have a way to restore them. Long Throne received the message, and the several big shots who had originally been frowning all let out a sigh of relief. You can call on us at any time. On Jinghai City's side, Su Wanjin, Yu Xinghua, and the other big shots quickly arranged the evacuation of the non-mutated compatriots and personally set up barriers, preparing to seal off Jinghai City after the evacuation. Jin Yo, do you have any intel on the Dark Divine Envoy? Master, there isn't much information. Kemita Taro's status was too low. He only knew that the envoy had ordered the Hua Emperor to go to Great Xia to find a couple. He doesn't know exactly who they are. Find a couple? Qin Yin frowned. It seemed the Dark Divine Envoy was very likely not an alien race, but from Great Xia. Otherwise, why would he order the Hua Emperor to go to Great Xia to find someone? The first person he thought of was Lu Xiaoran, but he quickly dismissed it. Lu Xiaoran had already been killed by him in the Dragon Abyss ancient land, and her qualifications were too shallow. She should not have been revived by the Divine King. Qin Yin no longer dwelled on it, thinking only that no matter who it was, once the Blood Curse altar was destroyed, anyone who dared lay hands on Great Xia would be pursued and punished no matter how far away they fled. Mei Island, the secret base of the Blood Curse altar of the Sakura Kingdom. According to Taro Kamita's intelligence, it was heavily guarded, with a 9th-tier Beastmaster and an 8th-tier Dark Believer stationed there. Qin Yun's goal was not to kill, but to destroy the altar. So, after merging with Jin Yo and using the Golden Toad Divine Eye, he still saw nothing at all. Master, there's a god-level isolation and defense barrier here. We can't investigate it. We can only search slowly, Jin Yo said. Qin Yun glanced at the time. There were still more than 30 hours before the Blood Curse altar would activate again, which was more than enough. He decided to make use of the resurrection effect, repeatedly killing himself and reviving, infiltrating Mei Island over and over to search for the altar's location. Jin Yo's divine eyes were blocked off, but ordinary vision was enough to avoid the guards. Qin Yun kept reviving and moving, continuously feeling his way toward the altar. At this time, underground base on Mei Island. Atuwa, from here on, you're in charge of the Blood Curse altar. Once the cooldown ends, unleash the curse on Great Xia's cities. Lu Xiaoran ordered coldly. With both parents dead, she had no attachments left. She only wanted revenge and to destroy Blue Star. Once the Sakura Kingdom was left with only Dark Believers, she would begin the second phase, mass slaughter, mass sacrifice. As long as enough souls were sacrificed, once Asasu awakened, they could launch the God Strike. Capturing Qin Yun would be easy. Yes, my lord, the 8th-tier Dark Believer, Atoa, answered devoutly. Lu Xiaoran then left via the teleportation array and headed to the sacred mountain of the Sakura Kingdom, Mount Poor Man, where a large number of Dark Believers were building the Dark Temple, which was nearly complete. Once the temple was finished, it would require an exotic beast deity to merge with the divine statue. Lu Xiaoran decided to merge with it herself and become the deity in charge, so she could personally unleash the God Strike and capture Qin Yun. Everything was proceeding according to her plan. She believed that once Jinghai City and Great Xia was cursed, Qin Yun would definitely come to the Sakura Kingdom. She knew Qin Yun's personality all too well. Qin Yun, if I can't have you, then I can only destroy you. But don't worry, your talent will definitely continue to live on. Soon, the Dark Temple was completed. Lu Xiaoran directly used the Dark Divine technique to merge with the stone statue of the Demon Sky Divine Wolf. The next moment, powerful divine light surged from the Dark Temple, and a divine formation covered the entire Sakura Kingdom. Qin Yun was looking for the Blood Curse altar when he suddenly saw a gigantic dark magic array in the sky, and had no choice but to stop in his tracks. Billis explained, it's the phenomenon of a temple's completion. The entire Sakura Kingdom has become the temple's territory. Qin Yun was shocked, silently thinking that the Dark Divine Envoy's strength was extraordinary. A temple required an enormous amount of divine resources, and constructing one was extremely difficult. Elder Mei advised him to advance to the 8th tier before returning, but Qin Yun shook his head. Upgrading from the 7th tier was already hard. The 8th tier was even harder. Unless he had a special map, he might not be able to level up for several years. He planned to destroy the Blood Curse altar first, then go find the Dark Divine Envoy. Mei Island was vast, with many underground bases and heavy security, but to Qin Yun, it posed no threat at all. Half a day later, he successfully found the Blood Curse altar. Just then, some Dark Believers were setting up the curse. Qin Yun ignored the 8th-tier Dark Believer and directly used a resurrection item to infiltrate the altar. The 9th-tier powerhouse Dong Tiao Meiji was furious, never expecting Qin Yun to sneak into the core area without making a sound. The 8th-tier Atua recognized Qin Yun and knew he had infiltrated using a resurrection item, so he did not attack immediately, because Qin Yun was invincible for 10 seconds after reviving. Qin Yun activated Infinite Devouring, and with one bite, the Blood Curse Altar's HP dropped by half. He then killed himself and revived, and once the skill refreshed, he devoured it again, completely destroying the altar. Dong Tiao Meiji and the others panicked. Atua told everyone to retreat quickly. With just them, they could not stop Qin Yun at all and could only wait for the Divine Envoy to act. Qin Yun saw the Dark Believers retreating and didn't stop them. He prioritized destroying the Blood Curse Altar. At once, Otto reported to Lu Xiaoran. Qin Yun used a resurrection item and has destroyed the Blood Curse Altar. Lu Xiaoran, who was fusing with the divine statue, heard the news and her gaze turned icy. She had long expected Qin Yun to come, but she hadn't expected him to move this fast. Still, she wasn't in the least bit flustered. She only needed to wait until she fully fused with the divine statue. After taking control of the Dark Temple, she could use the remaining blood to activate the temple's effects and unleash a cursing strike across the entirety of Great Xia. Otto, take the guards and kill every Japanese worm who doesn't believe in the Dark God King. Sacrifice them. Understood. To begin the second phase of the plan, all that remained in Sakura Country had to be the Dark Believers. Only then would the rules determine that Sakura Country had been completely occupied by exotic beasts, causing an exclusive divine tier map to appear and a global announcement to be made, drawing all nations' beastmasters to come explore. As long as she sealed off the temple channel, the outside world would be disconnected for any foreign beastmasters. Within the temple territory, every soul that died would be sacrificed. Once the sacrifice count accumulated to a certain level, she could unleash a divine strike upon the entire world. She only needed to wait in the temple. If Qin Yun came early, with the temple's power and her own strength, she could still go toe-to-toe with him. The lives or deaths of her subordinates didn't matter. Dead ones would only add to the sacrifice value. Even if this clone died, as long as she could ultimately launch the divine strike and capture Qin Yun, it would be her victory. Qin Yun, our second showdown begins now. Underground base on Rotten Island. Boom. Qin Yun swallowed a second mouthful, and the Blood Curse Altar was completely destroyed. Master, the altar is destroyed. Can we start fighting now? Little Roz rubbed her hands together, unable to wait any longer. Qin Yun nodded coldly. The Blood Curse Altar had vanished, the threat was gone, and now it was time to drive the Japanese worms into utter despair. Within Sakura territory, everything may be killed. As long as the Japanese worms aren't wiped out, my blade will not be sheathed. Qin Yun issued the order to kill all. Lei Bao said excitedly. Xiao Wu, let's see who can kill more. Lei Hua and he reached a tacit understanding and immediately charged off in separate directions to slaughter. De Qing would attack a frontline major city alone to display the might of the Azure Dragon. Mason and Sarada would operate as a team. Billis, due to the restrictions of the rules, stayed by Qin Yun's side, and Xiao Lu also chose to follow him. Jin Yo, as Qin Yun's bound beast, naturally went with them. Brother Yin, which city are we going to? Billis asked. The main city, Tokyo. Qin Yun answered. This time, Qin Yun no longer hid himself. Instead, he transformed into the Divine Toad and charged straight toward Tokyo with overwhelming momentum. Billis and Xiao Lu followed on top of his enormous head. The Japanese emperor received word. Qin Yun is heading straight for Dongjing City. Baka, is he planning to challenge the entire country by himself? The Japanese emperor cursed angrily. My lord, the divine envoy is merging with the divine statue and has no time for anything else. It's just Qin Yun alone. We're not afraid, Victor replied. He was an 8th-tier divine-level believer and also Lu Xiaoran's strongest subordinate. The Japanese emperor calmed down. As long as the top experts were assembled to intercept Qin Yun, that would be enough. The only concern was that Qin Yun's innate beast skill had such a wide range that the casualties would be severe. Victor seemed to have seen through the Japanese emperor's worry. He said lightly that the real world was not like the beast-taming continent. The map had not fully unfolded, and there were rule restrictions. Qin Yun's innate beast skill, devouring, had a limited range and could only take effect within his line of sight. After hearing this, the Japanese emperor breathed a sigh of relief and confirmed that Qin Yun could not kill off all of his subordinates below the 7th tier. He then ordered all 9th-tier powerhouses to block Qin Yun. Outside the palace city, Qin Yun saw 14 9th-tier Japanese beastmen powerhouses hovering in the air, all transformed into dark, giant beasts. six-tailed demon foxes, cursed beasts, split barbaric beasts, and more. Their strength was all greater than that of ordinary great prodigies. 3 enhanced dark believers were especially prominent: Tojo Meiji, Dark Great Tengu; Doiwara Shunji, Shuten Demon King; and Itagaki Masakiku, Dark Magic Spirit. With the equipment given by Lu Xiaoran, their combat power was extremely formidable. Doiwara Shunji shouted that Qin Yun was overestimating himself, claiming that Sakura Country was already invincible. They made no move, only wanting to stall Qin Yun. They all knew Qin Yun couldn't kill them. Bellies advised Qin Yun not to clash head-on with them, but to first find and stop the divine envoy who was merging with the dark divine statue. Otherwise, 3 days later, things would be even harder to deal with. After hearing this, Qin Yun decided to prioritize finding the dark divine envoy. Qin Yun recalled Bellies and the little deer, then directly used infinite devouring to swallow half of the HP of all 14 dark giant beasts. The 9th-tier powerhouses on the other side quickly went on the defensive, preparing for a hard fight, but Qin Yun suddenly killed himself, revived, and ran. Only then did the others react. Qin Yun had fled toward Dongjing City. The powerhouses immediately gave chase and also reported it to Victor, the higher-ranking dark divine servant. Victor understood Qin Yun's intention and immediately used a dark artifact to contact the beast god King Aoshi, requesting a temple artifact to be granted in order to stop Qin Yun. The beast god King agreed and sacrificed a 12th-tier subordinate to send over a temple. Victor used divine power to disguise the temple as a dark shrine and placed it inside the Yasukuni shrine, using a spatial isolation artifact to prevent Qin Yun from sneaking in. After that, he gathered elite forces to guard it, waiting only for Qin Yun to take the bait, so that the divine envoy could smoothly complete the fusion and carry out the grand sacrifice plan. Holding the dark divine staff, Victor revealed a smug smile. This time, he was certain that Qin Yun had no way out. The god of reverence was the brains among the beast gods, skilled at rapidly formulating countermeasures from details and intelligence. Otherwise, beast god King Aoshi would not have sent it to assist Lu Xiaoran. In order to lure Qin Yun into the trap, Victor deliberately set up a fake dark shrine in the Dongjing City Imperial Palace, disguised it with a transformation artifact, and arranged a large number of guards, including the 8th-tier dark believer Ya. He believed Qin Yun would definitely come to the palace first. After seeing the fake shrine, he would continue searching, and when he found the shrine at Yasukuni Shrine, he would surely fall for it and attack with full force. He was very confident in this chain of schemes and felt that Qin Yun and many old NPCs would never see through it. Not long after, Qin Yun arrived in Dongjing City. The city was filled only with dark believers. It had become their paradise. Qin Yun opened the map and used the resurrection effect to head straight for the Imperial Palace. When he arrived, he found a dark shrine heavily guarded, with 8th-tier dark believers and the Japanese emperor all present. Qin Yun asked Bellies whether it was real or fake. Using her perception ability, Bellies determined that the shrine was fake, just a dark god-tier artifact in disguise, not a real shrine. Seeing that it was a trap, Qin Yun quietly withdrew without alarming the guards. After that, he continued searching and found another dark shrine at Yasukuni Shrine. Although there were fewer guards here than before, their levels were all very high, and there were even more 8th-tier dark believers. All of the 9th-tier powerhouses like Tojo Meiji were stationed here. Qin Yun asked Bailizi to distinguish the real from the fake, and Bailizi said her perception ability had been blocked, so she could only confirm that this temple truly existed, but could not determine whether it was real or fake. Qin Yun judged that the odds were higher here. After all, in the entire East Shock City, he had only found 2 dark temples, and the one in the Imperial Palace was fake, so it was unlikely that this one was fake too. He asked Bailizi about the credibility, and Bailizi thought there was a 70% chance it was real. Qin Yun prepared to act and gathered Jin Yo, Bailizi, and Xiao Lu to start the battle. Qin Yun had originally wanted to use his resurrection ability to infiltrate the temple, but he received a system prompt. This place was isolated by a dark spatial item, and resurrection was impossible. Qin Yun became completely certain that this was the real dark temple, and prepared to break it open from the outside. Being bad was the same too. Qin Yun transformed into the Golden Toad Divine Beast and directly attacked the dark temple, but he didn't see any health bar. He asked Bailizi. Bailizi explained that the temple was not a rules-based structure, and could only be destroyed by destroying the statue or killing the temple's master. At this moment, the dark Japanese monsters and the believers joined forces. The top-tier powerhouses charged at Qin Yun, while the others defended the temple. Some people hurried to repair the areas Qin Yun had destroyed, and they repaired them very quickly, restoring everything to perfect condition in less than 10 seconds. Xiao Lu transformed into the seven-color deer spirit to assist Qin Yun. Dong Tiao Meiji appeared and threatened Qin Yun not to think about destroying the temple. She was Sakura country's strongest commander, second only in status to the Japanese emperor. Victor did not make a move. He only stayed on guard from afar, still analyzing the chances of fighting Qin Yun. The two sides erupted into a massive battle that spread from the temple to the entire East Shock City. Before long, the Japanese emperor arrived with the high-level guard, and upon seeing Qin Yun's strength, he was shocked, but also secretly delighted, thinking that with the divine messenger present, they would sooner or later defeat Qin Yun and then be able to support Da Xiao's dictatorship.